four seas and adorned with the king of the mountains. Vaisampayana continued, Sakuntala, having spoken to the monarch in this wise, left his presence. But as soon as she had left, a voice from the skies, emanating from no visible shape, thus spoke unto Dushmantu as he was sitting surrounded by his occasional and household priests, his preceptors, and ministers. And the voice said, The mother is but the sheath of flesh, the son sprung from the father is the father himself. Therefore, O Dushmantu, cherish thy son, and insult not Sakuntala. O best of men, the son, who is but a form of one's own seed, rescueth ancestors from the region of Yama. Thou art the progenitor of this boy. Sakuntala hath spoken the truth. The husband, dividing his body in twain, is born of his wife in the form of son. Therefore, O Dushmantu, cherish, O monarch, thy son born of Sakuntala. To live by forsaking one's living son is a great misfortune. Therefore, O thou of Puru's race, cherish thy high-souled son born of Sakuntala, and because this child is to be cherished by thee even at our word, therefore shall this thy son be known by the name of Bharata, the cherished. Hearing these words uttered by the dwellers in heaven, the monarch of Puru's race became overjoyed and spoke as follows unto his priests and ministers, Hear ye these words uttered by the celestial messenger. I myself know this one to be my son. If I had taken him as my son on the strength of Sakuntala's words alone, my people would have been suspicious and my son also would not have been regarded as pure. Vaisampayana continued, The monarch, then, O thou of Bharata's race, seeing the purity of his son established by the celestial messenger, became exceedingly glad. And he took unto him that son with joy. And the king with the joyous heart then performed all those rites upon his son that a father should perform. And the king smelt his child's head and hugged him with affection. And the Brahmanas began to utter blessings upon him, and the bards began to applaud him. And the monarch then experienced the great delight that one feeleth at the touch of one's son. And Dushmantu also received Mat, wife of his, with affection. And he told her these words, pacifying her affectionately, O goddess, my union with thee shook place privately, therefore I was thinking of how best to establish thy purity. My people might think that we were only lustfully united and not as husband and wife, and therefore this son that I would have installed as my heir apparent would only have been regarded as one of impure birth. And dearest, every hard word thou hast uttered in thy anger, have I, O large-eyed one, forgiven thee. Thou art my dearest. And the royal sage Dushmantu, having spoken thus unto his dear wife, O Bharata, received her with offerings of perfume, food, and drink. And King Dushmantu then bestowed the name of Bharata upon his child, and formally installed him as the heir apparent. And the famous and bright wheels of Bharata's car, invincible and like unto the wheels of the cars owned by the gods, traversed every region, filling the whole earth with their rattle. And the son of Dushmantu reduced to subjection all kings of the earth. And he ruled virtuously and earned great fame. And that monarch of great prowess was known by the titles of Chakravarti and Sarvabhauma. And he performed many sacrifices like Sakra, the lord of the Maruts. And Kanwa was the chief priest at those sacrifices, in which the offerings to Brahmanas were great. And the blessed monarch performed both the cow and the horse sacrifices. And Bharata gave unto Kanwa 1,000 gold coins as the sacerdotal fee. It is that Bharata from whom have emanated so many mighty achievements. It is from him that the great race called after him in his race are called after him. And in the Bharata race there have been born many godlike monarchs gifted with great energy, and like unto Brahman himself. Their number cannot be counted. But, O thou of Bharata's race, I shall name the principal ones that were blessed with great good fortune, like unto the gods, and devoted to truth and honesty. Section LXXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "Hear now, as I recite the recorded genealogy that is sacred and subservient to religion, profit and pleasure, of these royal sages: Daksha, the lord of creation; Manu, the son of Surya; Bharata, Uru, Puru, and Ajama. I shall also recite to thee, O sinless one, the genealogies of the Yadavas and of the Kurus and of the king of the Bharata line. These genealogies are sacred, and the recitation is a great act of propitiation. That recitation conferreth wealth, fame, and long life. And, O sinless one, all these I have named shone in their splendor and were equal unto the great rishis in energy. Prishitas had 10 sons who were all devoted to asceticism and possessed of every virtue. They burnt, of old, by the fire emanating from their mouths, several plants of poisonous and innumerable large trees that had covered the earth and became a source of great discomfort to man. After these 10 was born another named Daksha. It is from Daksha that all creatures have sprung. Therefore is he, O tiger among men, called the grandfather. Born of Prishitas, the Muni Daksha, uniting himself with Virini, begat 1,000 sons of rigid vows, all like himself. And Narada taught these 1,000 sons of Daksha the excellent philosophy of Sankhya as a means of salvation. And, O Janamjaya, the lord of creation, Daksha, then, from the desire of making creatures, begat 50 daughters. And he made all of them his appointed daughters, so that their sons might be his sons also for the performance of all religious acts. And he bestowed 10 of his daughters on Dharma, and 13 on Kasyapa. And he gave 27 to Chandra, who are all engaged in indicating time. And Kasyapa, the son of Marichi, begat on the eldest of his 13 wives, the Adityas, the celestials endued with great energy and having Indra as their head, and also Vivaswat, the son. And of Vivaswat was born the Lord Yama. And Martanda, Vivaswat, also begat another son after Yama, gifted with great intelligence and named Manu. And Manu was endued with great wisdom and devoted to virtue. And he became the progenitor of a line. And in Manu's race have been born all human beings, who have, therefore, been called Manavas. And it is of Manu that all men, including Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and others have been descended, and are, therefore, all called Manavas. Subsequently, O monarch, the Brahmanas became united with the Kshatriyas. And those sons of Manu that were Brahmanas devoted themselves to the study of the Vedas. And Manu begat 10 other children named Vena, Drishanu, Narashayan, Nabhaga, Ikshvaku, Karasha, Saryati, the 8th, a daughter named Ila, Brishadru the 9th, and Nabhagarishta, the 10th. They all betook themselves to the practices of Kshatriyas. Besides these, Manu had 50 other sons on earth. But we heard that they all perished, quarrelling with one another. The learned Pururavas was born of Ila. It hath been heard by us that Ila was both his mother and father. And the great Pururavas had sway over 13 islands of the sea. And, though a human being, he was always surrounded by companions that were superhuman. And Pururavas, intoxicated with power, quarrelled with the Brahmanas, and little caring for their anger, robbed them of their wealth. Beholding all this, Sanat Kumara came from the region of Brahman and gave him good counsel, which was, however, rejected by Pururavas. Then the wrath of the great rishis was excited, and the avaricious monarch, who, intoxicated with power, had lost his reason, was immediately destroyed by their curse. It was Pururavas who first brought from the region of the Gandharvas the 3 kinds of fire, for sacrificial purpose. And he brought thence the Apsara Urvasi also. And the son of Ila begat upon Urvasi 6 sons who were called Deus, Damat, Amavasuandrias, and Vanayas, and Satayas. And it is said that Deus begat 4 sons named Nuasha, Vridasaman, raging ire, and unenes, on the daughter of Swabanu. And, O monarch, Nuashaw, of all the sons of Aeus, being gifted with great intelligence and prowess, ruled his extensive kingdom virtuously. And King Nuashaw supported evenly the Pitris, the Celestials, the Rishis, the Brahmanas, the Gandhavas, the Nagas, the Rakshasas, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaisyas. And he suppressed all robber gangs with a mighty hand. But he made the Rishis pay tribute and carry him on their backs like beasts of burden. And, conquering the very gods by the beauty of his person, his asceticism, prowess, and energy, he ruled as if he were Indra himself. And Nuashaw begat 6 sons, all of sweet speech, named Yati, Yayati, Sangyati, Ayati, and Dhruva. Yati, betaking himself to asceticism, became a Muni-like and to Brahman himself. Yayati became a monarch of great prowess and virtue. He ruled the whole earth, performed numerous sacrifices, worshipped the Pitris with great reverence, and always respected the gods. And he brought the whole world under his sway and was never vanquished by any foe. And the sons of Yayati were all great bowmen and resplendent with every virtue. And, O king, they were begotten upon his 2 wives, Devayani and Samishta. And of Devayani were born Yadu and Turvasu, and of Samishta were born Rahu, Anu, and Puru. And, O king, having virtuously ruled his subjects for a long time, Yayati was attacked with a hideous decrepitude, destroying his personal beauty. And attacked by decrepitude, the monarch then spoke, O Bharata, unto his sons Yadu and Puru and Turvasu and Rahu and Anu, these words: Ye dear sons, I wish to be a young man and to gratify my appetites in the company of young women. Do you help me therein? To him his eldest son born of Devayani then said, What needest thou, O king? Dost thou want to have your youth? Yayati then told him, Accept thou my decrepitude, O son. With thy youth I would enjoy myself. During the time of a great sacrifice I have been cursed by the Muni-Usanas, Sukra. O son, I would enjoy myself with your youth. Take any of you this my decrepitude, and with my body rule ye my kingdom. I would enjoy myself with a renovated body. Therefore, ye my sons, take ye my decrepitude. But none of his sons accepted his decrepitude. Then his youngest son Puru said unto him, O king, enjoy thyself thou once again with a renovated body and returned youth. I shall take thy decrepitude and at thy command rule thy kingdom. Thus addressed, the royal sage, by virtue of his ascetic power, then transferred his own decrepitude unto that high-souled son of his, and with the youth of Puru became a youth, while with the monarch sage Puru ruled his kingdom. Then, after 1,000 years had passed away, Yayati, the tiger among kings, remained as strong and powerful as a tiger. And he enjoyed for a long time the companionship of his 2 wives. And in the gardens of Chitraratha, the king of Gandhavas, the king also enjoyed the company of the Apsara of Iswaki. But even after all this, the great king found his appetites unsatiated. The king then recollected the following truths contained in the Puranas: Truly, one's appetites are never satiated by enjoyment. On the other hand, like sacrificial butter poured into the fire, they flame up with indulgence. Even if one enjoyed the whole earth with its wealth, diamonds and gold, animals and women, one may not yet be satiated. It is only when man doth not commit any sin in respect of any living thing, in thought, deed, or speech, it is then that he attaineth to purity as that of Brahman. When one feareth nothing, when one is not feared by anything, when one wisheth for nothing, when one injureth nothing, it is then that one attaineth to the purity of Brahman. The wise monarch, seeing this and satisfied that one's appetites are never satiated, set his mind at rest by meditation, and took back from his son his own decrepitude. And giving him back his youth, though his own appetites were unsatiated, and installing him on the throne, he spoke unto Puru thus, Thou art my true heir, thou art my true son, by whom my race is to be continued. In the world shall my race be known by thy name. Vaisampayana continued, Then that tiger among kings, having installed his son Puru on the throne, went away to the Mount of Brugha for devoting himself to asceticism. And, having acquired great ascetic merit, after long years, he succumbed to the inevitable influence of time. He left his human body by observing the vow of fasting, and ascended to heaven with his wives. Section XV. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamjaya said, O thou of the wealth of asceticism, tell me how our ancestor Yayati, who is the 10th from Prajapati, obtained for a wife the unobtainable daughter of Sukra. I desire to hear of it in detail. Tell me also, one after another, of those monarchs separately who were the founders of dynasties. Vaisampayana said, The monarch Yayati was in splendor like unto Indra himself. I will tell thee, in reply to thy question, O Janamjaya, how both Sukra and Vrishabhavan bestowed upon him, with due rights, their daughters, and how his union took place with Devayani in special. Between the Celestials and the Asuras, there happened, of yore, frequent encounters for the sovereignty of the three worlds with everything in them. The gods, then, from desire of victory, installed the son of Angiras, Vrihaspati, as their priest to conduct their sacrifices, while their opponents installed the learned Usanas as their priest for the same purpose. And between those two Brahmanas there are always much boastful rivalry. Those Danavas assembled for encounter that were slain by the gods were all revived by the seer Sukra by the power of his knowledge. And then starting again, into life, these fought with the gods. The Asuras also slew on the field of battle many of the Celestials. But the open-minded Vrihaspati could not revive them, because he knew not the science called Anjayavani, revivification, which Kavya, endued with great energy, knew so well. And the gods were, therefore, in great sorrow, and the gods, in great anxiety of heart and entertaining fear of the learned Usanas, then went to Kaka, the eldest son of Vrihaspati, and spoke unto him, saying, We pay court to thee, be kind to us and do us a service that we regard as very great. That knowledge which resides in Sukra, that Brahmana of immeasurable prowess, make thy own as soon as thou canst. Thou shalt find the Brahmana in the court of Vrishabhavan. He always protects the Danavas but never us, their opponents. Thou art his junior in age, and, therefore, capable of adoring him with reverence. Thou canst also adore Devayani, the favourite daughter of that high-souled Brahmana. Indeed, thou alone art capable of propitiating them both by worship. There is none else that can do so. By gratifying Devayani with thy conduct, liberality, sweetness, and general behaviour, thou canst certainly obtain that knowledge. The son of Vrihaspati, thus solicited by the gods, said, So be it, and went to where Vrishabhavan was. Kaka, thus sent by the gods, soon went to the capital of the chief of the Asuras, and beheld Sukra there. And beholding him, he thus spoke unto him, Accept me as thy disciple. I am the grandson of the Rishi Angiras and son of Vrihaspati. By name I am known as Kaka. Thyself becoming my preceptor, I shall practice the Brahmacharya mode of life for 1,000 years. Command me, then, O Brahmana. Sukra, hearing this, said, Welcome art thou, O Kaka. I accept thy speech. I will treat thee with regard, for by so doing, it is Vrihaspati who will be regarded. Vaisampayana continued, Kaka commanded by Kavya or Usanas himself, called also Sukra, then said, So be it, and took the vow he had spoken of. And, O Bharata, accepting the vow of which he had spoken, at the proper time, Kaka began to conciliate regardfully both his preceptor and his daughter, Devayani. Indeed, he began to conciliate both. And as he was young, by singing and dancing and playing on different kinds of instruments, he soon gratified Devayani, who was herself in her youth. And, O Bharata, with his whole heart set upon it, he soon gratified the maiden Devayani, who was then a young lady, by presents of flowers and fruits and services rendered with alacrity. And Devayani also with her songs and sweetness of manners used, while they were alone, to attend upon that youth carrying out his vow. And when 500 years had thus passed of Kaka's vow, the Danavas came to learn his intention. And having no compunctions about slaying a Brahmana, they became very angry with him. And one day they saw Kaka in a solitary part of the woods engaged in tending his preceptor's kine. They then slew Kaka from their hatred of Raihaspati and also from their desire of protecting the knowledge of reviving the dead from being conveyed by him. And having slain him, they hacked his body into pieces and gave them to be devoured by jackals and wolves. And, when twilight came, the kine returned to the fold without him who tended them. And Devayani, seeing the kine returned from the woods without Kaka, spoke, O Bharata, unto her father thus: Thy evening fire hath been kindled. The sun also hath set, O father. The kine have returned without him who tendeth them. Kaka is, indeed, not to be seen. It is plain that Kaka hath been lost, or is dead. Truly do I say, O father, that without him I will not live. Sukra, hearing this, said, I will revive him by saying, Let this one come. Then, having recourse to the science of reviving the dead, Sukra summoned Kaka. And summoned by his preceptor, Kaka appeared before him in the gladness of heart, tearing by virtue of his preceptor's science the bodies of the wolves that had devoured him, and asked about the cause of his delay. He thus spoke unto Bhargava's daughter. Indeed, asked by that Brahman's daughter, he told her, I was dead. O thou of pure manners, burdened with sacrificial fuel, cusa grass, and logs of wood, I was coming towards our abode. I sat under a banyan tree. The kine also, having been brought together, were staying under the shade of that same banyan tree. The Asuras, beholding me, asked, Who art thou? They heard me answer, I am the son of Raihaspati. As soon as I said this, the Danavas slew me, and hacking my body into pieces gave my remains to jackals and wolves. And they then went home in the gladness of heart. O amiable one, summoned by the high-souled Bhargava, I after all come before thee fully revived. On another occasion, asked by Devayani, the Brahmana Kaka went into the woods. And as he was roving about for gathering flowers, the Danavas beheld him. They again slew him, and pounding him into a paste, they mixed it with the water of the ocean. Finding him long still in coming, the maiden again represented the matter unto her father, and summoned again by the Brahmana with the aid of his science. Kaka appearing before his preceptor and his daughter, he told everything as it had happened. Then slaying him for the third time and burning him and reducing him to ashes, the Asuras gave those ashes to the preceptor himself, mixing them with his wine. And Devayani again spoke unto her father, saying, O father, Kaka was sent to gather flowers, but he is not to be seen. It is plain he hath been lost, or has died. I tell thee truly, I would not live without him. Sukra, hearing this, said, O daughter, the son of Raihaspati hath gone to the region of the dead. Though revived by my science, he is thus slain frequently. What, indeed, am I to do? O Devayani, do not grieve, do not cry. One like thee should not grieve for one that is mortal. Thou art, indeed, O daughter, in consequence of my prowess, worshipped thrice a day during the ordained hours of prayer, by Brahmanas, the gods with Indra, the Vasas, the Aswins, the Asuras, in fact, by the whole universe. It is impossible to keep him alive, for revived by me he is often killed. To all this Dvyani replied, Why shall I, O father, not grieve for him whose grandfather is old Angiras himself, whose father is Vrihaspati, who is notion of ascetic merit, who is the grandson of a rishi and the son also of a rishi. He himself too was a brahmacharin and an ascetic, always wakeful and skilled in everything. I will starve and follow the way Kaka has gone. The handsome Kaka is, O father, dear unto me. Vaisampayana continued, the great Rishikavya, then, afflicted by what Dvyani said, cried in anger, Certainly, the Asuras seek to injure me, for they slay my disciple that stayeth with me. These followers of Rudra desire to divest me of my character as a Brahmana by making me participate in the crime. Truly, this crime hath a terrible end. The crime of slaying a Brahmana would even burn Indra himself. Having said this, the Brahmana Sukra, urged by Dvyani, began to summon Kaka who had entered the jaws of death. But Kaka, summoned with the aid of science, and afraid of the consequence to his preceptor, feebly replied from within the stomach of his preceptor, saying, Be graceful unto me, O Lord. I am Kaka that worshippeth thee. Behave unto me as to thy own dearly loved son. Vaisampayana continued, Sukra then said, By what path, O Brahmana, hast thou entered my stomach, where thou stayest now? Leaving the Asuras this very moment, I shall go over to the gods. Kaka replied, By thy grace, memory hath not failed me. Indeed, I do recollect everything as it hath happened. My ascetic virtues have not been destroyed. It is, therefore, that I am able to bear this almost insufferable pain. O Kavya, slain by the Asuras and burnt and reduced to powder, I have been given to thee with thy wine. When thou art present, O Brahmana, the art of the Asuras will never be able to vanquish the science of the Brahmana. Hearing this, Sukra said, O daughter, what good can I do to thee? It is with my death that Kaka can get his life back. O Dvyani, Kaka is even within me. There is no other way of his coming out except by ripping open my stomach. Dvyani replied, Both evils shall, like fire, burn me. The death of Kaka and thy own death are to me the same. The death of Kaka would deprive me of life. If thou also didst, I shall not be able to bear my life. Then Sukra said, O son of Vrihaspati, thou art, indeed, one already crowned with success, because Dvyani regards thee so well. Accept the science that I will today impart to thee, if, indeed, thou be not Indra in the form of Kaka. None can come out of my stomach with life. A Brahmana, however, must not be slain, therefore, accept thou the science I impart to thee. Start thou into life as my son. Am possessed of the knowledge received from me, and revived by me. Take care that, on coming out of my body, thou dost act gracefully. Vaisampayana continued, receiving the science imparted to him by his preceptor. The handsome Kaka, ripped open his stomach, came out like the moon at evening on the 15th day of the bright fortnight. And beholding the remains of his preceptor lying like a heap of penances, Kaka revived him, aided by the science he had learned. Worshipping him with regard, Kaka said unto his preceptor, Him who poureth the nectar of knowledge into one's ears, even as thou hast done into those of myself who was void of knowledge, him do I regard both as my father and mother. And remembering the immense service done by him, who is the so ungrateful as to injure him, they that, having acquired knowledge, injure their preceptor who is always an object of worship, who is the giver of knowledge, who is the most precious of all precious objects on earth, come to be hated on earth and finally go to the regions of the sinful. Vaisampayana continued, the learned Sukra, having been deceived while under the influence of wine, and remembering the total loss of consciousness that is one of the terrible consequences of drink, and beholding too before him the handsome Kaka whom he had, in a state of unconsciousness, drunk with his wine, then thought of effecting a reform in the manners of Brahmanas. The high Suljusanas, rising up from the ground in anger, then spoke as follows: "The wretched Brahmana, who from this day, unable to resist the temptation, will drink wine, shall be regarded as having lost his virtue, shall be reckoned to have committed the sin of slaying a Brahmana, shall be hated both in this and the other worlds. I set this limit to the conduct and dignity of Brahmanas everywhere. Let the honest, let Brahmanas, let those with regard for their superiors, let the gods, let the three worlds, listen." Having said these words, that Hyseld one, that ascetic of ascetics, then summoning the Danavas who had been deprived by fate of the good sense, told them these words: "Ye foolish Danavas, know ye that Kaka hath obtained his wishes. He will henceforth dwell with me, having obtained the valuable knowledge of reviving the dead, that Brahmana hath, indeed, become in prowess even as Brahman himself." Vaisampayana continued. Bhargava, having said so much, cut short his speech. The Danavas were surprised and went away to their homes. Kaka, too, having stayed with his preceptor for a full 1,000 years, then prepared to return to the abode of the Celestials, after having obtained his preceptor's permission. Section XVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, after the expiry of the period of his vow, Kaka, having obtained his preceptor's leave, was about to return to the abode of the Celestials, when Devayani, addressing him, said, "O grandson of the Rishi Angiras, in conduct and birth, in learning, asceticism and humility, thou shinest most brightly. As the celebrated Rishi Angiras is honored and regarded by my father, so is thy father regarded and worshipped by me. O thou of ascetic wealth, knowing this, listen to what I say. Recollect my conduct towards thee during the period of thy vow, Brahmacharya. Thy vow hath now been over. It behoveth thee to fix thy affections on me. O accept my hand duly with ordained mantras." Kaka replied, "Thou art to me an object of regard and worship even as thy father. O thou of the faultless features, thou art, indeed, even an object of great reverence. Thou art dearer than life to the high-souled Bhargava, O amiable one. As the daughter of my preceptor, thou art ever worthy of my worship. As my preceptor Sugra, thy father, is ever deserving of my regards, so art thou, O Devayani. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to say so." Hearing this, Devayani replied, "Thou, too, art the son of my father's preceptor's son. Therefore, O best of Brahmanas, thou art deserving of my regards and worship. O Kaka, when thou wert slain so many times by the Asuras, recollect today the affection I showed for thee, remembering my friendship and affection for thee, and, indeed, my devoted regard also, O virtuous one. It behoveth thee not to abandon me without any fault. I am truly devoted to thee." Hearing all this, Kaka said, "O thou of virtuous vows, do not urge me into such a sinful course. O thou of fair eyebrows, be gracious unto me. Beautiful one, thou art to me an object of greater regard than my preceptor. Full of virtuous resolves, O large-eyed one, of face as handsome as moon, the place where thou hadst resided, viz., the body of Kavya, hath also been my abode. Thou art truly my sister. Amiable one, happily have we passed the days that we have been together. There is perfect good understanding between us. I ask thy leave to return to my abode. Therefore, bless me so that my journey may be safe. I must be remembered by thee, when thou recallest me in connection with topics of conversation, as one that hath not transgressed virtue. Always attend upon my preceptor with readiness and singleness of heart." To all this, Devaniya answered, solicited by me, "If, indeed, thou truly refusest to make me thy wife, then, O Kaka, this thy knowledge shall not bear fruit. Hearing this, Kaka said, I have refused thy request only because thou art the daughter of my preceptor, and not because thou hast any fault. Nor hath my preceptor in this respect issued any command. Curse me if it please thee. I have told thee what the behaviour should be of a rishi. I do not deserve thy curse, O Dvyani. But yet thou hast cursed me. Thou hast acted under the influence of passion and not from a sense of duty. Therefore, thy desire will not be fulfilled. No rishi's son shall ever accept thy hand in marriage. Thou hast said that my knowledge shall not bear fruit. Let it be so. But in respect of him it shall bear fruit to whom I may impart it. Vaisampayana continued, that first of Brahmanas, Kaka, having said so unto Dvyani, speedily wended his way unto the abode of the chief of the celestials. Beholding him arrived, the celestials with Indra head, having first worshipped him, spoke unto him as follows, Thou hast indeed performed an act of great benefit for us. Wonderful hath been thy achievement. Thy fame shall never die. Thou shalt be a sharer with us in sacrificial offerings. Section XVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the dwellers in heaven became exceedingly glad in welcoming Kaka, who had mastered the wonderful science. And, O bull of Bharata's race, the celestials then learnt that science from Kaka and considered their object already achieved. And assembling together, they spoke unto him of 100 sacrifices, saying, The time hath come for showing prowess. Slay thy foes, O Purandara. And thus addressed, Maghavat, then accompanied by the celestials, set out, saying, So be it. But on his way he saw a number of damsels. These maidens were sporting in a lake in the gardens of the Gandharva Chitraratha. Changing himself into wind, he soon mixed up the garments of those maidens which they had laid on the bank. A little while after, the maidens, getting up from the water, approached their garments that had, indeed, got mixed up with one another. And it so happened that from the intermingled heap, the garments of Dvyani were appropriated by Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan, from ignorance that it was not hers. And, O king, thereupon, between them, Dvyani and Samishta, then ensued a dispute. And Dvyani said, O daughter of the Asura chief, why dost thou take my attire, being, as thou art, my disciple? As thou art destitute of good behaviour, nothing good can happen to thee. Samishta, however, quickly replied, Thy father occupying a lower seat, always adoreth with downcast looks, like a hired chanter of praises, my father, whether he sitteth at his ease or reclineth at full length. Thou art the daughter of one that chanteth the praises of others, of one that accepteth alms. I am the daughter of one who is adored, of one who bestoweth alms instead of ever accepting them. Beggar woman as thou art free to strike thy breast, to use ill words, to vow enmity to me, to give way to thy wrath. Acceptress of alms, thou weepest tears of anger in vain. If so minded, I can harm thee, but thou canst not. Thou desirest to quarrel. But know thou that I do not reckon thee as my equal. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, Dvyani became exceedingly angry and began to pull at her clothes. Samishta thereupon threw her into a well and went home. Indeed, the wicked Samishta, believing that Dvyani was dead, bent her steps homewards in a wrathful mood. After Samishta had left, Yayati, the son of Nuashur, soon came to that spot. The king had been out a-hunting. The couple of horses harnessed to his car and the other single horse with him were all fatigued. And the king himself was thirsty. And the son of Nuashur saw a well that was by. And he saw that it was dry. But in looking down into it, he saw a maiden who in splendour was like a blazing fire. And beholding her within it, the blessed king addressed that girl of the complexion of the celestials, soothing her with sweet words. And he said, "Who art thou, O fair one, of nails bright as burnished copper, and with earrings decked with celestial gems? Thou seemest to be greatly perturbed. Why dost thou weep in affliction? How, indeed, hast thou fallen into this well covered with creepers and long grass? And, O slender-waisted girl, answer me truly whose daughter thou art." Dvyani then replied, "I am the daughter of Sukra, who brings back into life the Asuras slain by the gods. He doth not know what hath befallen me. This is my right hand, O king, with nails bright as burnished copper. Thou art well born, I ask thee, to take and raise me up. I know thou art of good behaviour, of great prowess, and of wide fame. It behoveth thee, therefore, to raise me from this well." Vaisampayana continued, "King Yayati, learning that she was a Brahmana's daughter, raised her from that well by catching hold of her right hand. And the monarch, promptly raising her from the pit and squinting to her tapering thighs, sweetly and courteously returned to his capital. When the son of Nuashah had gone away, Dvyani of faultless features, afflicted with grief, then spoke unto her maid, Gurnika by name, who met her then. And she said, "O Gurnika, go thou quickly and speak to my father without loss of time of everything as it hath happened. I shall not now enter the city of Rishabhavan." Vaisampayana continued, Gurnika, thus commanded, repaired quickly to the mansion of the Asura chief, where she saw Kavya and spoke unto him with her perception dimmed by anger. And she said, "I tell thee, O great Brahmana, that Dvyani hath been ill-used, O fortunate one, in the forest by Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan." And Kavya, hearing that his daughter had been ill-used by Samishta, speedily went out with a heavy heart, seeking her in the woods. And when he found her in the woods, he clasped her with affection and spoke unto her with voice choked with grief, "O daughter, the weal or woe that befalleth people is always due to their own faults. Thou hast therefore some fault, I ween, which hath been expiated thus." Hearing this, Dvyani replied, "Be it a penalty or not, listen to me with attention. O, hear that all Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan, hath said unto me. Really hath she said that thou art only the hired chanter of the praises of the Asura king. Even thus hath she, that Samishta, Rishabhavan's daughter, spoken to me, with reddened eyes, these piercing and cruel words, 'Thou art the daughter of one that ever chanteth for hire the praises of others, of one that asketh for charities, of one that accepteth alms, whereas I am the daughter of one that receiveth adorations, of one that giveth, of one that never accepteth anything as gift.' These have been the words repeatedly spoken unto me by the proud Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan, with eyes red with anger. If, O father, I am really the daughter of a hired chanter of praises, of one that accepteth gifts, I must offer my adorations in the hope of obtaining her grace. Oh, of this I have already told her." Sukra replied, "Thou art, O Dvyani, no daughter of a hired adorer, of one that asketh for alms and accepteth gifts. Thou art the daughter of one that adores none, but of one that is adored by all. Rishabhavan himself knoweth it, and Indra, and King Yayati too. That inconceivable Brahma, that unopposable Godhead, is my strength. The self-create, himself, gratified by me, hath said that I am for aye the Lord of that which is in all things on earth or in heaven. I tell thee truly that it is I who pour rain for the good of creatures and who nourish the annual plants that sustain all living things." Vaisampayana continued, "It was by such sweet words of excellent import that the father endeavoured to pacify his daughter afflicted with woe and oppressed by anger. Section 6. Sambhava Pava continued. Sukra continued, "Know, then, O Dvyani, that he that mindeth not the evil speeches of others, conquereth everything. The wise say that he is a true charioteer who without slackening holdeth tightly the reins of his horses. He, therefore, is the true man that subdueth, without indulging in his rising wrath. Know thou, O Divine, that by him is everything conquered, who calmly subdueth his rising anger. He is regarded as a man who by having recourse to forgiveness, shaketh off his rising anger like a snake casting off its slough. He that suppresseth his anger, he that regardeth not the evil speeches of others, he that becometh not angry, though there be cause, certainly acquireth the four objects for which we live, viz., virtue, profit, desire, and salvation, between him that performeth without fatigue sacrifices every month for 100 years, and him that never feeleth angry at anything. He that feeleth not wrath is certainly the higher. Boys and girls, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, quarrel with each other. The wise never imitate them. Divine, on hearing this speech of her father, said, O father, I know also what the difference is between anger and forgiveness as regards the power of each. But when a disciple behaveth disrespectfully, he should never be forgiven by the preceptor if the latter is really desirous of benefiting the former. Therefore, I do not desire to live any longer in a country where evil behavior is at a premium. The wise man desirous of good should not dwell among those sinfully inclined men who always speak ill of good behavior and high birth. But there should one live, indeed, that hath been said to be the best of dwelling places, where good behavior and purity of birth are known and respected. The cruel words uttered by Vrishapavan's daughter burn my heart, even as men, desirous of kindling a fire, burn the dry fuel. I do not think anything more miserable for a man in the three worlds than to adore one's enemies blessed with good fortune, himself possessing none. It hath been indeed said by the learned that for such a man even death would be better. Section LXXX. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Then Kavya, the foremost of Bhrigu's line, became angry himself, and approaching Vrishapavan where the latter was seated, began to address him without weighing his words. O king, he said, sinful acts do not, like the earth, bear fruit immediately, but gradually and secretly do they extirpate their doers. Such fruit visiteth either in one's own self, one's son, or one's grandson. Sins must bear their fruit. Like rich food they can never be digested. And because ye slew the Brahmana Kaka, the grandson of Angiras, who was virtuous, acquainted with the precepts of religion, and attentive to his duties, while residing in my abode, even for this act of slaughter, and for the maltreatment of my daughter too, know, O Vrishapavan, I shall leave thee and thy relatives. Indeed, O king, for this, I can no longer stay with thee. Dost thou, O Asura chief, think that I am a raving liar? Thou makest light of thy offence without seeking to correct it. Vrishapavan then said, O son of Bhrigu, never have I attributed want of virtue, of falsehood, to thee. Indeed, virtue and truth ever dwell in thee. Be kind to me. O Bhagava, if, leaving us, thou really goest hence, we shall then go into the depths of the ocean. Indeed, there is nothing else for us to do. Sukra then replied, Ye Asuras, whether ye go into the depths of the ocean or fly away to all directions, I care little. I am unable to bear my daughter's grief. My daughter is ever dear to me. My life dependeth on her. Seek ye to please her. As Vrihaspati ever seeketh the good of Indra, so do I always seek thine by my ascetic merits. Vrishapavan then said, O Bhagava, thou art the absolute master of whatever is possessed by the Asura chiefs in this world, their elephants, kine and horses, and even my humble self. Sukra then answered, If it is true, O great Asura, that I am the lord of all the wealth of the Asuras, then go and gratify Divayani, Vaisampayana continued. When the great Kavya was so addressed by Vrishabhavan, he then went to Devayani and told her all. Devayani, however, quickly replied, O Bhagava, if thou art truly the lord of the Asura king himself and of all his wealth, then let the king himself come to me and say so in my presence. Vrishabhavan then approached Devayani and told her, O Devayani of sweet smiles, whatever thou desirest I am willing to give thee, however difficult it may be to grant the same. Devayani answered, I desire Samishta with 1,000 maids to wait on me. She must also follow me to where my father may give me away. Vrishabhavan then commanded a maid-servant in attendance on him, saying, Go and quickly bring Samishta hither. Let her also accomplish what Devayani wisheth. Vaisampayana continued. The maid-servant then repaired to Samishta and told her, O amiable Samishta, rise and follow me. Accomplish the good of thy relatives. Urged by Devayani, the Brahmana, Sugra, is on the point of leaving his disciples, the Asuras. O sinless one, thou must do what Devayani wisheth. Samishta replied, I shall cheerfully do what Devayani wisheth. Urged by Devayani, Sukra is calling me. Both Sukra and Devayani must not leave the Asuras through my fault. Vaisampayana continued, commanded by her father. Then, Samishta, accompanied by 1,000 maidens, soon came, in a palanquin, out of her father's excellent mansion. And approaching Devayani she said, With my 1,000 maids, I am thy waiting maid. And I shall follow thee where thy father may give thee away. Devayani replied, I am the daughter of one who chanteth the praises of thy father, and who beggeth and accepteth alms. Thou, on the other hand, art the daughter of one who is adored. How canst thou be my waiting maid? Samishta answered, One must by all means contribute to the happiness of one's afflicted relatives. Therefore shall I follow thee wherever thy father may give thee away. Vaisampayana continued. When Samishta thus promised to be Devayani's waiting maid, the latter, O king, then spoke unto her father thus, O best of all excellent Brahmanas, I am gratified. I shall now enter the Asura capital. I now know that thy science and power of knowledge are not futile. Vaisampayana continued, that best of Brahmanas, of great reputation, thus addressed by his daughter, then entered the Asura capital in the gladness of his heart, and the Danavas worshipped him with great reverence. Section C. Sambhava Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, after some length of time, O best of monarchs, Devayani of the fairest complexion went into the same woods for purposes of pleasure. And accompanied by Samishta with her 1,000 maids, she reached the same spot and began to wander freely. And waited upon by all those companions, she felt supremely happy. And sporting with light hearts, they began drinking the honey in flowers, eating various kinds of fruit and biting some. And just at that time, King Yayati, the son of Nuasha, again came, the tired and thirsty, in course of his wanderings, in search of deer. And the king saw Devayani and Samishta, and those other maidens also, all decked with celestial ornaments and full of voluptuous languor in consequence of the flower honey they drank. And Devayani of sweet smiles, unrivalled for beauty and possessed of the fairest complexion amongst them all, was reclining at her ease. And she was waited upon by Samishta, who was gently kneading her feet. And Yayati, seeing all this, said, O amiable ones, I would ask you both your names and parentage. It seems that these 2,000 maids wait on you too. Hearing the monarch, Devayani then answered, Listen to me, O best of men. Know that I am the daughter of Sugra, the spiritual guide of the Asuras. This my companion is my waiting maid. She attendeth on me wherever I go. She is Samishta, the daughter of the Asura king Vrishabhavan. Yayati then asked, I am curious to know why is this thy companion of fair eyebrows, this maiden of the fairest complexion, the daughter of the Azura chief, thy waiting maid? Divyani replied, O best of king, everything resulteth from fate. Knowing this also to be the result of fate, wonder not at it. Thy feature and attire are both like a king's. Thy speech also is fair and correct as that of the Vedas. Tell me thy name, whence thou art, and whose son also. The monarch replied, During my vow of Brahmacharya, the whole Vedas entered my ears. I am known as Yayati, a king's son, and myself a king. Divyani then inquired, O king, what hast thou come here for? Is it to gather lotuses, or to angle, or to hunt? Yayati said, O amiable one, thirsty from the pursuit of deer, I have come hither in search of water. I am very much fatigued. I await but your commands to leave this spot. Divyani answered, With my 2,000 damsels and my waiting maid Sarmishta, I wait but your commands. Prosperity to thee. Be thou my friend and lord. Yayati, thereupon, replied, Beautiful one, I do not deserve thee. Thou art the daughter of Sukra, far superior to me. Thy father cannot bestow thee even on a great king. To this Divyani replied, Brahmanas had before this been united with the Kshatriyas, and Kshatriyas with Brahmanas. Thou art the son of a rishi and thyself a rishi. Therefore, O son of Nuasha, marry me. Yayati, however, replied, O thou of the handsomest features, the 4 orders have, indeed, sprung from one body. But their duties and purity are not the same, the Brahman being truly superior to all. Divyani answered, This hand of mine hath never been touched before by any man save thee. Therefore, do I accept thee for my lord. How, indeed, shall any other man touch my hand which had before been touched by thyself who art a rishi? Yayati then said, The wise know that a Brahmana is more to be avoided than an angry snake of virulent poison, or a blazing fire of spreading flames. Divyani then told the monarch, O bull amongst men, why dost thou, indeed, say that Brahmana should be more avoided than an angry snake of virulent poison or a blazing fire of spreading flames? The monarch answered, The snake killeth only one. The sharpest weapon slayeth but a single person. The Brahmana, when angry, destroyeth whole cities and kingdoms. Therefore, O timid one, do I deem a Brahmana as more to be avoided than either. I cannot hence wed thee, O amiable one, unless thy further bestoweth thee on me. Divyani then said, Thou art, indeed, chosen by me. And, O king, it is understood that thou wilt accept me if my further bestoweth me on thee. Thou needest not fear to accept my poor self bestowed on thee. Thou dost not, indeed, ask for me. Vaisampayana continued. After this, Divyani quickly sent a maid-servant to her father. The maid represented to Sukra everything as it had happened. And as soon as he had heard all, Bhargava came and saw Yayati. And beholding Bhargava come, Yayati worshipped and adored that Brahmana, and stood with joined palms in expectation of his commands. And Divyani then said, This, O father, is the son of Nuasha. He took hold of my hand when I was in distress. I bow to thee. Bestow me upon him. I shall not wed any other person in the world. Sukra exclaimed, O thou of splendid courage, thou hast, indeed, been accepted as her lord by this my dear daughter. I bestow her on thee. Therefore, O son of Nuasha, accept her as thy wife. Yayati then said, I solicit the boon, O Brahmana, that by so doing, the sin of begetting a half-breed might not touch me. Sukra, however, assured him by saying, I shall absolve thee from the sin. Ask thou the boon that thou desirest. Fear not to wed her. I grant thee absolution. Maintain virtuously thy wife, the slender-waisted Divyani. transports of happiness be thine in her company. This other maiden, Vrishapavan's daughter, Samishta, should ever be regarded by thee. But thou shalt not summon her to thy bed. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Sugra. Yayati then walked round the Brahmana. And the king then went through the auspicious ceremony of marriage according to the rites of the scriptures. And having received from Sukha this rich treasure of the excellent Devayani with Samishta and those 2,000 maidens, and duly honoured also by Sukra himself and the Asuras, the best of monarchs, then, commanded by the high Sultbhagava, returned to his capital with a joyous heart. Section XXI. Sambhava Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, Yayati then, on returning to his capital, which was like unto the city of Indra, entered his inner apartments and established there his bride Devayani. And the monarch, directed by Devayani, established Vrishapavan's daughter Samishta in the mansion especially erected near the artificial woods of Asikas in his gardens. And the king surrounded Vrishapavan's daughter Samishta with 1,000 maids and honoured her by making every arrangement for her food and garments. But it was with Devayani that the royal son of Nuasha sported like a celestial for many years in joy and bliss. And when her season came, the fair Devayani conceived. And she brought forth as her first child a fine boy. And when 1,000 years had passed away, Vrishapavan's daughter Samishta, having attained to puberty, saw that her season had come. She became anxious and said to herself, My season hath arrived. But I have not yet chosen a husband. Oh, what hath happened? What should I do? How am I to obtain the fruition of my wishes? Devayani hath become mother. My youth is doomed to pass away in vain. Shall I choose him also for my husband whom Devayani hath chosen? This is, indeed, my resolve, that monarch should give me a son. Will not the virtuous one grant me a private interview? Vaisampayana continued, while Samishta was thus busy with her thoughts. The king, wandering listlessly, came to that very wood of Asikas, and beholding Samishta before him, stood there in silence. Then Samishta, of sweet smiles, seeing the monarch before her with nobody to witness what might pass, approached him and said with joined palms, O son of Nuasha, no one can behold the ladies that dwell in the inner apartments of Soma, of Indra, of Vishnu, of Yama, of Varuna, and of thee. Thou knowest, O king, that I am both handsome and well born. I solicit thee, O king. My season hath arrived. See that it goeth not in vain. Yayati answered, Well do I know that honour of birth is thine, born as thou art in the proud race of the Danavas. Thou art also gifted with beauty. I do not, indeed, see even the speck of a fault in thy feature. But Usanas commanded me, while I was united with Devayani, that never should Vrishapavan's daughter he summon to my bed. Samishta then said, It hath been said, O king, that it is not sinful to lie on the occasion of a joke, in respect of women sought to be enjoyed, on occasions of marriage, in peril of immediate death and of the loss of one's whole fortune. Lying is excusable on these 5 occasions. O king, it is not truth that he is fallen who speaks not the truth when asked. Both Devayani and myself have been called hither as companions to serve the same purpose. When, therefore, thou hadst said that you wouldst confine thyself to one only amongst us, that was a lie thou hadst spoken. Yayati replied, A king should ever be a model in the eyes of his people. That monarch certainly meets with destruction who speaks an untruth. As for myself, I dare not speak an untruth even if the greatest loss threatens me. Samishta answered, O monarch, one may look upon her friend's husband as her own. One's friend's marriage is the same as one's own. Thou hast been chosen by my friend as her husband. Thou art as much my husband, therefore. Yayati then said, It is indeed my vow always to grant what one asketh. As thou askest me, Tell me then what I am to do. Samishta then said, Absolve me, O king, from sin. Protect my virtue. Becoming a mother by thee, let me practice the highest virtue in this world. It is said, O king, that a wife, a slave, and a son can never earn wealth for themselves. What they earn always belongeth to him who owneth them. I am, indeed, the slave of Devayani. Thou art Devayani's master and lord. Thou art, therefore, O king, my master and lord as much as Devayani's. I solicit thee, O, fulfill my wishes. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Samishta. The monarch was persuaded into the truth of all she spoke. He therefore honoured Samishta by protecting her virtue. And they passed some time together. And taking affectionate farewell of each other, they then parted, each returning to whence he or she had come. And it came to pass that Samishta of sweet smiles and fair eyebrows conceived in consequence of that connection of hers with that best of monarchs. And, O king, that lotus-eyed lady then, in due course of time, brought forth a son of the splendour of a celestial child and of eyes like lotus petals. Section XXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, when Devayani of sweet smiles heard of the birth of this child, she became jealous, and Mahabharata, Samishta became an object of her unpleasant reflections. And Devayani, repairing to her, addressed her thus, O thou of fair eyebrows, what sin is this thou hast committed by yielding to the influence of lust? Samishta replied, a certain rishi of virtuous soul and fully conversant with the Vedas came to me. Capable of granting boons, he was solicited by me to grant my wishes that were based on considerations of virtue. O thou of sweet smiles, I would not seek the sinful fulfillment of my desires. I tell thee truly that this child of mine is by that rishi. Devayani answered, it is all right if that be the case, O timid one. But if the lineage, name, and family of that Brahmana be known to thee, I should like to hear them. Samishta replied, O thou of sweet smiles, in asceticism and energy, that rishi is resplendent like the sun himself. Beholding him, I had not any need to make these inquiries. Devayani then said, if this is true, if indeed thou hast obtained thy child from such a superior Brahmana, then, O Samishta, I have no cause of anger. Vaisampayana continued, having thus talked and laughed with each other, they separated, Devayani returning to the palace with the knowledge imparted to her by Samishta. And, O king, Yayati also begot on Devayani 2 sons called Yadu and Turvasu, who were like Indra and Vishnu. And Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan, became through the royal sage the mother of 3 sons in all, named Rahu, Anu, and Puru. And, O king, it so came to pass that one day Devayani of sweet smiles, accompanied by Yayati, went into a solitary part of the woods, in the king's extensive park. And there she saw 3 children of celestial beauty playing with perfect trustfulness. And Devayani asked in surprise, whose children are they, O king, who are so handsome and so like unto the children of the celestials? In splendour and beauty they are like thee, I should think. Vaisampayana continued, and Devayani, without waiting for a reply from the king, asked the children themselves, Ye children, what is your lineage? Who is your father? Answer me truly. I desire to know all. Those children then pointed at the king with their forefingers, and spoke of Samishta as their mother. And having so said, the children approached the king to clasp his knees. But the king dared not caress them in the presence of Devayani. The boys then left the place, and made towards their mother, weeping in grief. And the king, at this conduct of the boys, became very much abashed. But Devayani, marking the affection of the children for the king, learnt the secret, and addressing Samishta, said, How hast thou dared to do me an injury, being, as thou art, dependent on me. Dost thou not fear to have recourse once more to the Tajura custom of thine? Samishta said, O thou of sweet smiles, all that I told thee of a rishi is perfectly true. I have acted rightly and according to the precepts of virtue, and therefore do I not fear thee. When thou hadst chosen the king for thy husband, I, too, chose him as mine. O beautiful one, a friend's husband is, according to usage, one's own husband as well. Thou art the daughter of a Brahmin and, therefore, deservest my worship and regard. But dost thou not know that this royal sage is held by me in greater esteem still? Vaisampayana said. Devayani then, hearing those words of hers, exclaimed, O king, thus thou hast wronged me, O monarch. I shall not live here any longer. And saying this, she quickly rose, with tearful eyes, to go to her father. And the king was grieved to see her thus, and alarmed greatly, followed in her footsteps, endeavouring to appease her wrath. But Devayani, with eyes red with anger, would not desist. Speaking not a word to the king, with eyes bathed in tears, she soon reached the side of her father Usanas, the son of Kavi. And beholding her father, she stood before him, after due salutations. And Yayati also, immediately after, saluted and worshipped Bhargava. And Devayani said, O father, virtue hath been vanquished by vice. The low have risen, and the high have fallen. I have been offended again by Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan. 3 sons have been begotten upon her by this king Yayati. But, O father, being luckless I have got only 2 sons. O son of Bhrigu, this king is renowned for his knowledge of the precepts of religion. But, O Kavya, I tell thee that he hath deviated from the path of rectitude. Sukra, hearing all this, said, O monarch, since thou hast made vice thy beloved pursuit, though fully acquainted with the precepts of religion, invincible decrepitude shall paralyze thee. Yayati answered, Adorable one, I was solicited by the daughter of the Danava king to fructify her season. I did it from a sense of virtue and not from other motives. That male person, who being solicited by a woman in her season doth not grant her wishes, is called, O Brahmana, by those conversant with the Vedas, a slayer of the embryo. He who, solicited in secret by a woman full of desire and in season, goeth not in unto her, loseth virtue and is called by the learned a killer of the embryo. O son of Bhrigu, for these reasons, and anxious to avoid sin, I went in to Samishta. Sukra then replied, Thou art dependent on me. Thou shouldst have awaited my command. Having acted falsely in the matter of thy duty, O son of Nuashah, thou hast been guilty of the sin of theft. Vaisampayana continued, Yayati, the son of Nuashah, thus cursed by the angry Usanas, was then divested of his youth and immediately overcome by decrepitude. And Yayati said, O son of Bhrigu, I have not yet been satiated with youth or with Devayani. Therefore, O Brahmana, be graceful unto me so that decrepitude might not touch me. Sukra then answered, I never speak an untruth. Even now, O king, art thou attacked by decrepitude. But if thou likest, thou art competent to transfer this thy decrepitude to another. Yayati said, O Brahmana, let it be commanded by thee that son of mine who giveth me his youth shall enjoy my kingdom, and shall achieve both virtue and fame. Sukra replied, O son of Nuashah, thinking of me thou mayst transfer this thy decrepitude to whomsoever thou likest. That son who shall give thee his youth shall become thy successor to the throne. He shall also have long life, wide fame, and numerous progeny. Section Sambhava Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, Yayati, then, overcome with decrepitude, returned to his capital and summoning his eldest son Yadu, who was also the most accomplished, addressed him thus, Dear child, from the curse of caviar called also Usanas, decrepitude and wrinkles and whiteness of hair have come over me. But I have not been gratified yet with the enjoyment of youth. Do thou, O Ido, take this my weakness along with my decrepitude. I shall enjoy with thy youth. And when a full 1,000 years will have elapsed, returning to thee thy youth, I shall take back my weakness with this decrepitude. Ido replied, there are innumerable inconveniences in decrepitude, in respect of drinking and eating. Therefore, O king, I shall not take thy decrepitude. This is, indeed, my determination. White hair on the head, cheerlessness and relaxation of the nerves, wrinkles all over the body, deformities, weakness of the limbs, emaciation, incapacity to work, defeat at the hands of friends and companions, these are the consequences of a decrepitude. Therefore, O king, I desire not to take it. O king, thou hast many sons, some of whom are dearer to thee. Thou art acquainted with the precepts of virtue. Ask some other son of thine to take thy decrepitude. Yayati replied, thou art sprung from my heart, O son, but thou givest me not thy youth. Therefore, thy children shall never be kings. And he continued, addressing another son of his, O Turvesu, take thou this weakness of mine along with my decrepitude. With thy youth, O son, I like to enjoy the pleasure of life. After the lapse of a full 1,000 years I shall give back to thee thy youth, and take back from thee my weakness and decrepitude. Turvesu replied, I do not like decrepitude, O father, it takes away all appetites and enjoyments, strength and beauty of person, intellect, and even life. Yayati said to him, thou art sprung from my heart, O son. But thou givest me not thy youth. Therefore, O Turvesu, thy race shall be extinct. Wretch, thou shalt be the king of those whose practices and precepts are impure, amongst whom men of inferior blood procreate children upon women of blue blood, who live on meat, who are mean, who hesitate not to appropriate the wives of their superiors, whose practices are those of birds and beasts, who are sinful and non-Aryan. Vaisampayana said, Yayati, having thus cursed his son Turvesu, then addressed Samhita's son Drahu thus, O Drahu, take thou for 1,000 years my decrepitude destructive of complexion and personal beauty, and give me thy youth. When 1,000 years have passed away, I shall return thee thy youth and take back my own weakness and decrepitude. To this Drahu replied, O king, one that is decrepit can never enjoy elephants and cars and horses and women, even his voice becometh hoarse. Therefore, I do not desire to take thy decrepitude. Yayati said to him, thou art sprung from my heart, O son. But thou refusest to give me thy youth. Therefore, thy most cherished desires shall never be fulfilled. Thou shalt be king only in name, of that region where there are no roads for the passage of horses and cars and elephants, and good vehicles, and asses, and goats and bullocks, and palanquins, where there is swimming only by rafts and floats. Yayati next addressed Anu and said, O Anu, take my weakness and decrepitude. I shall with thy youth enjoy the pleasures of life for 1,000 years. To this Anu replied, those that are decrepit always eat like children and are always impure. They cannot pour libations upon fire in proper times. Therefore, I do not like to take thy decrepitude. Yayati said to him, thou art sprung from my heart, thou givest not thy youth. Thou findest so many faults in decrepitude. Therefore, decrepitude shall overcome thee. And, O Anu, thy progeny also as soon as they attain to youth, shall die. And thou shalt also not be able to perform sacrifices before fire. Yayati at last turned to his youngest child, Puru, and addressing him said, thou art, O Puru, my youngest son. But thou shalt be the first of all. Decrepitude, wrinkles, and whiteness of hair have come over me in consequence of the curse of Kavya, called also Uzanas. I have not yet, however, been satiated with my youth. O Peru, take thou this my weakness and decrepitude. With thy youth I shall enjoy for some years the pleasures of life. And when 1,000 years have passed away, I shall give back to thee thy youth and take back my own decrepitude. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by the king. Peru answered with humility, I shall do, O monarch, as thou bidest me. I shall take, O king, thy weakness and decrepitude. Take thou my youth and enjoy as thou listest the pleasures of life. Covered with thy decrepitude and becoming old, I shall, as thou commandest, continue to live, giving thee my youth. Yayati then said, O Peru, I have been gratified with thee. And being gratified, I tell thee that the people in thy kingdom shall have all their desires fulfilled. And having said this, the great ascetic Yayati, then thinking of Kavya, transferred his decrepitude into the body of the Hycil Peru. Section LXXXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the excellent monarch Yayati, the son of Nuasha, having received Peru's youth, became exceedingly gratified. And with it he once more began to indulge in his favourite pursuits to the full extent of his desires and to the limit of his powers, according to seasons, so as to derive the greatest pleasure therefrom. And, O king, in nothing that he did, he acted against the precepts of his religion as behoved him well. He gratified the gods by his sacrifices, the Pitris, by Sraddhas, the poor, by his charities, all excellent Brahmanas, by fulfilling their desires, all persons entitled to the rights of hospitality, with food and drink, the Vaisyas, by protection, and the Sudras, by kindness. And the king repressed all criminals by proper punishments. And Yayati, gratifying all sections of his subjects, protected them virtuously like another Indra. And the monarch possessed of the prowess of a lion, with youth and every object of enjoyment under control, enjoyed unlimited happiness without transgressing the precepts of religion. And the king became very happy in thus being able to enjoy all the excellent objects of his desires. And he was only sorry when he thought that those 1,000 years would come to an end. And having obtained youth for 1,000 years, the king, acquainted with the mysteries of time, and watching Properculas and Kashthas, sported with the celestial damsel, Viswaki, sometimes in the beautiful garden of Indra, sometimes in Alaka, the city of Guvara, and sometimes on the summit of the mountain Meru on the north. And when the virtuous monarch saw that the 1,000 years were full, he summoned his son, Peru, and addressed him thus, O oppressor of foes, with thy youth, O son, I have enjoyed the pleasures of life, each according to its season, to the full extent of my desires, to the limit of my powers. Our desires, however, are never gratified by indulgence. On the other hand, with indulgence, they only flame up like fire with libations of sacrificial butter. If a single person were owner of everything on earth, all her yields of paddy and barley, her silver, gold, and gems, her animals and women, he would not still be content. Thirst of enjoyment, therefore, should be given up. Indeed, true happiness belongeth to them that have cast off their thirst for worldly objects, a thirst which is difficult to be thrown off by the wicked and the sinful, which faileth not with the failing life, and which is truly the fatal disease of man. My heart hath for a full 1,000 years been fixed upon the objects of desires. My thirst for these, however, increaseth day by day without abating. Therefore, I shall cast it off, and fixing my mind on Brahma, I shall pass the rest of my days with the innocent deer in the forest peacefully and with no heart for any worldly objects. And O Peru, I have been exceedingly gratified with thee. Prosperity be thine. Receive back this thy youth. Receive thou also my kingdom. Thou art, indeed, that son of mine who has done me the greatest services. Vaisampayana continued. Then Yayati, the son of Nuashaw, received back his decrepitude. And his son Puru received back his own youth. And Yayati was desirous of installing Puru, his youngest son, on the throne. But the four orders, with the Brahmanas at the head, then addressed the monarch thus: O king, how shalt thou bestow thy kingdom on Puru, passing over thy eldest son Yadu born of Devayani, and, therefore, the grandson of the great Sukra? Indeed, Yadu is thy eldest son. After him hath been born Turvasu, and of Samishta's sons. The first is Drahu, then Anu, and then Puru. How doth the youngest deserve the throne, passing all his elder brothers over? This we represent to thee. O, conform to virtuous practice. Yayati then said, Ye four orders with Brahmanas at the head, hear my words as to why my kingdom should not be given to my eldest son. My commands have been disobeyed by my eldest son, Yadu. The wise say that he is no son who disobeyeth his father. That son, however, who doth the bidding of his parents, who seeketh their good, who is agreeable to them, is indeed the best of sons. I have been disregarded by Yadu and by Turvasu, too. Much I have been disregarded by Drahu and by Anu also. By Puru alone hath my word been obeyed. By him have I been much regarded. Therefore, the youngest shall be my heir. He took my decrepitude. Indeed, Puru is my friend. He did what was so agreeable to me. It hath also been commanded by Sukra himself, the son of Kavi, that son of mine who should obey me will become king after me and bring the whole earth under his sway. I, therefore, beseech thee, let Puru be installed on the throne. The people then said, True it is, O king, that son who is accomplished and who seeketh the good of his parents, deserveth prosperity even if he be the youngest. Therefore, doth Puru, who hath done the good, deserve the crown. And as Sukra himself hath commanded it, we have nothing to say to it. Vaisampayana continued. The son of Nuashaw, thus addressed by the contented people, then installed his son, Puru, on the throne. And having bestowed his kingdom on Puru, the monarch performed the initiatory ceremonies for retiring into the woods. And soon after he left his capital, followed by Brahmanas and ascetics. The sons of Yadu owned by the name of the Yadavas, while those of Turvasu have come to be called the Yavanas. And the sons of Drahu are the Bijas, while those of Anu, the Mlitchas. The progeny of Puru, however, are the Pauravas, amongst whom, O monarch, thou art born, in order to rule for 1,000 years with thy passions under complete control. Section V. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, King Yayati, the son of Nuashaw, having thus installed his dear son on the throne, became exceedingly happy, and entered into the woods to lead the life of a hermit. And having lived for some time in the forest in the company of Brahmanas, observing many rigid vows, eating fruits and roots, patiently bearing privations of all sorts, the monarch at last ascended to heaven. And having ascended to heaven he lived there in bliss. But soon, however, he was hurled down by Indra. And it hath been heard by me, O king, that, though hurled from heaven, Yayati, without reaching the surface of the earth, stayed in the firmament. I have heard that some time after he again entered the region of the celestials in company with Vasuman, Ashtaka, Pratardana, and Sivi. Janamjaya said, I desire to hear from thee in detail why Yayati, having first obtained admission into heaven, was hurled therefrom, and why also he gained readmittance. Let all this, O Brahmana, be narrated by thee in the presence of these regenerate sages. Yayati, Lord of Earth, was, indeed, like the chief of the celestials, the progenitor of the extensive race of the Kuras. He was of the splendor of the Sunday. I desire to hear in full the story of his life both in heaven and on earth, as he was illustrious, and of worldwide celebrity and of wonderful achievements. Vaisampayana said, "Indeed, I shall recite to thee the excellent story of Yayati's adventures on earth and in heaven. That story is sacred and destroyeth the sins of those that hear it." King Yayati, the son of Nuashaw, having installed his youngest son, Puru, on the throne after casting his sons with Yadu for their eldest amongst them lichas, entered the forest to lead the life of a hermit. And the king, eating fruits and roots, lived for some time in the forest. Having his mind and passions under complete control, the king gratified by sacrifices the Baitrus and the gods. And he poured libations of clarified butter upon the fire according to the rites prescribed for those leading the vanaprastha mode of life. And the illustrious one entertained guests and strangers with the fruit of the forest and clarified butter, while he himself supported life by gleaning scattered corn seeds. And the king led this sort of life for a full 1,000 years. And observing the vow of silence and with mind under complete control, he passed 1 full year, living upon air alone and without sleep. And he passed another year practicing the severest austerities in the midst of 4 fires around and the sun overhead. And, living upon air alone, he stood erect upon 1 leg for 6 months. And the king of sacred deeds ascended to heaven, covering heaven as well as the earth, with the fame of his achievements. Section VI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, while that king of kings dwelt in heaven, the home of the celestials, he was reverenced by the gods, the Sadhyas, the Maruts, and the Vasas. Of sacred deeds, and mind under complete control, the monarch used to repair now and then from the abode of the celestials unto the region of Brahman. And it hath been heard by me that he dwelt for a long time in heaven. One day that best of kings, Yayati, went to Indra, and that in course of conversation the Lord of Earth was asked by Indra as follows. What didst thou say, O king, when thy son Puru took thy decrepitude on earth, and when thou gavest him thy kingdom? Yayati answered, I told him that the whole country between the rivers Ganga and Yamuna was his. That is, indeed, the central region of the earth, while the outlying regions are to be the dominions of thy brothers. I also told him that those without hunger were ever superior to those under its sway, those disposed to forgive were ever superior to the unforgiving. Man is superior to the lower animals. Among men again, the learned are superior to the unlearned. If wronged, thou shouldst not wrong in return. One's wrath, if disregarded, burneth one's own self, but he that regardeth it not taketh away all the virtues of him that exhibit it. Never shouldst thou pain others by cruel speeches. Never subdue thy foes by despicable means, and never utter such scorching and sinful words as may torture others. He that pricketh as if with thorns men by means of hard and cruel words, thou must know, ever carrieth in his mouth their rakshasas. Prosperity and luck fly away at his very sight. Thou shouldst ever keep the virtuous before thee as thy models. Thou shouldst ever with retrospective eye compare thy acts with those of the virtuous. Thou shouldst ever disregard the hard words of the wicked. Thou shouldst ever make the conduct of the wise the model upon which thou art to act thyself. The man hurt by the arrows of cruel speech hurled from one's lips, weepeth day and night. Indeed, these strike at the core of the body. Therefore the wise never fling these arrows at others. There is nothing in the 3 worlds by which thou canst worship and adore the deities better than by kindness, friendship, charity and sweet speeches unto all. Therefore, shouldst thou always utter words that soothe, and not those that scorch. And thou shouldst regard those that deserve thy regards, and shouldst always give but never beg. Section VI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Altered this Indra again asked Yayati, thou didst retire into the woods, O king, after accomplishing all thy duties. O Yati, son of Nuashor, I would ask thee to whom thou art equal in ascetic austerities. Yati answered, O Vasava, I do not, in the matter of ascetic austerities, behold my equal among men, the celestials, the Gandharvas, and the great rishis. Indra then said, O monarch, because thou disregardest those that are thy superiors, thy equals, and even thy inferiors, without, in fact, knowing their real merits, thy virtues have suffered diminution and thou must fall from heaven. Yati then said, O Sakra, if, indeed, my virtues have really sustained diminution and I must on that account fall down from heaven, I desire, O chief of the celestials, that I may at least fall among the virtuous and the honest. Indra replied, O king, thou shalt fall among those that are virtuous and wise, and thou shalt acquire also much renown. And after this experience of thine, O Yati, never again disregard those that are thy superiors or even thy equals. Vaisampayana continued, upon this, Yati fell from the region of the celestials. And as he was falling, he was beheld by that foremost of royal sages, viz., Ashtaka, the protector of his own religion. Ashtaka beholding him, inquired, Who art thou, O youth of a beauty equal to that of Indra, in splendour blazing as the fire, thus falling from on high? Art thou that foremost of sky-ranging bodies, the sun, emerging from dark masses of clouds? Beholding thee falling from the solar course, possessed of immeasurable energy and the splendour of fire or the sun, every one is curious as to what it is that is so falling, and is, besides, deprived of consciousness. Beholding thee in the path of the celestials, possessed of energy like that of Sakra, or Surya, or Vishnu, we have approached thee to ascertain the truth. If thou hast first asked us we would never have been guilty of the incivility of asking thee first. We now ask thee who thou art and why thou approachest hither. Let thy fears be dispelled, let thy woes and afflictions cease. Thou art now in the presence of the virtuous and the wise. Even Sakra himself, the slayer of valor, cannot here do thee any injury. O thou of the prowess of the chief of the celestials, the wise and the virtuous are the support of their brethren in grief. Here there are none but the wise and virtuous like thee assembled together. Therefore, stay thou here in peace. Fire alone hath power to give heat. The earth alone hath power to infuse life into the seed. The sun alone hath power to illuminate everything. So the guest alone hath power to command the virtuous and the wise. Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Yati said, I am Yati, the son of Nuashor and the father of Peru. Cast off from the region of the celestials and of siddhas and rishis for having disregarded every creature, I am falling down, my righteousness having sustained diminution. In years I am older than you, therefore, I have not saluted you first. Indeed, the Brahmanas always reverence him who is older in years or superior in learning or in ascetic merit. Ashtaka then replied, Thou sayest, O monarch, that he who is older in years is worthy of regard. But it is said that he is truly worthy of worship who is superior in learning and ascetic merit. Yati replied to this, It is said that sin destroyeth the merits of 4 virtuous acts. Vanity containeth the element of that which leadeth to hell. The virtuous never follow in the footsteps of the vicious. They act in such a way that their religious merit always increaseth. I myself had great religious merit, but all that, however, is gone. I will scarcely be able to regain it even by my best exertions. Beholding my fate, he that is bent upon achieving his own good will certainly suppress vanity. He who having acquired great wealth performeth meritorious sacrifices, who having acquired all kinds of learning remaineth humble, and who having studied the entire Vedas devoteth himself to asceticism with the heart withdrawn from all mundane enjoyments, goeth to heaven. None should exult in having acquired great wealth. None should be vain of having studied the entire Vedas. In the world men are of different dispositions. Destiny is supreme. Both power and exertion are all fruitless. Knowing destiny to be all-powerful, the wise, whatever their potions may be, should neither exult nor grieve. When creatures know that their weal and woe are dependent on destiny and not on their own exertion or power, they should neither grieve nor exult, remembering that destiny is all-powerful. The wise should ever live contented, neither grieving at woe nor exulting at weal. When destiny is supreme, both grief and exultation are unbecoming. O Ashtaka, I never suffer myself to be overcome by fear, nor do I ever entertain grief, knowing for certain that I shall be in the world what the great Disposer of all hath ordained. Insects and worms, all oviparous creatures, vegetable existences, all crawling animals, vermine, the fish in the water, stones, grass, wood, in fact, all created things, when they are freed from the effects of their acts, are united with the Supreme Soul. Happiness and misery are both transient. Therefore, O Ashtaka, why should I grieve? We can never know how we are to act in order to avoid misery. Therefore, none should grieve for misery. Possessed of every virtue, King Yayati, who was the maternal grandfather of Ashtaka, while staying in the welkin, at the conclusion of his speech, was again questioned by Ashtaka. The latter said, O King of Kings, tell me, in detail, of all those regions that thou hast visited and enjoyed, as well as the period for which thou hast enjoyed each. Thou speakest of the precepts of religion even like the clever masters acquainted with the acts and sayings of great beings. Yayati replied, I was a great king on earth, owning the whole world for my dominion. Leaving it, I acquired by dint of religious merit many high regions. There I dwelt for a full 1,000 years, and then I attained to a very high region, the abode of Indra, of extraordinary beauty, having 1,000 gates, and extending over 100 yojanas all round. The two, I dwelt a full 1,000 years, and then attained to a higher region still. That is the region of perfect beatitude, where decay never exists, the region, viz., that of the Creator and the Lord of earth, so difficult of attainment. There also I dwelt for a full 1,000 years, and then attained to another very high region, viz., that of the God of gods, Vishnu, where, too, I had lived in happiness. Indeed, I dwelt in various regions, adored by all the celestials, and possessed of prowess and splendor equivalent to those of the celestials themselves. Capable of assuming any form at will, I lived for 1,000,000 years in the gardens of Nandana, sporting with the Apsaras and beholding numberless beautiful trees clad in flowery vesture and sending forth delicious perfume all round. And after many, many years had elapsed, while still residing there in enjoyment of perfect beatitude, the celestial messenger of grim visage, one day, in a loud and deep voice, thrice shouted to me, Ruined, ruined, ruined! O lion among kings, this much do I remember. I was then fallen from Nandana, my religious merits gone. I heard in the skies, O king, the voices of the celestials exclaiming in grief, alas! What a misfortune! Yayati, with his religious merits destroyed, though virtuous and of sacred deeds, is falling! And as I was falling, I asked them loudly, Where, ye celestials, are those wise ones amongst whom I am to fall? They pointed out to me this sacred sacrificial region belonging to you. Beholding the curls of smoke blackening the atmosphere and smelling the perfume of clarified butter poured incessantly upon fire, and guided thereby, I am approaching this region of yours, glad at heart that I come amongst you. Section XC. Sambhava Parva continued. Ashtaka said, capable of assuming any form at will, thou hast lived for 1,000,000 years in the gardens of Nandana. For what cause, O foremost of those that flourished in the Krita age, hast thou been compelled to leave that region and come hither? Yayati answered, as kinsmen, friends, and relatives forsake, in this world, those whose wealth disappears, so, in the other world, the celestials with Indra as their chief, forsake him who hath lost his righteousness. Ashtaka said, I am extremely anxious to know how in the other world men can lose virtue. Tell me also, O king, what regions are attainable by what courses of action? Thou art acquainted, I know, with the acts and sayings of great beings. Yayati answered, O pious one, they that speak of their own merits are doomed to suffer the hell called Bhoma. Though really emaciated and lean, they appear to grow on earth, in the shape of their sons and grandsons, only to become food for vultures, dogs, and jackals. Therefore, O king, this highly censurable and wicked vice should be repressed. I have now, O king, told thee all. Tell me what more I shall say. Ashtaka said, when life is destroyed with age, vultures, peacocks, insects, and worms eat up the human body. Where doth man then reside? How doth he also come back to life? I have never heard of any hell called Bhoma on earth. Yayati answered, after the dissolution of the body, man, according to his acts, re-entereth the womb of his mother and stayeth there in an indistinct form, and soon after assuming a distinct and visible shape reappeareth in the world and walketh on its surface. This is that earth hell, Bhoma, where he falleth, for he beholdeth not the termination of his existence and acteth not towards his emancipation. Some dwell for 60,000 years, some for 80,000 years in heaven, and then they fall. And as they fall, they are attacked by certain Rakshasas in the form of sons, grandsons, and other relatives, that withdraw their hearts from acting for their own emancipation. Ashtaka asked, for what sin are beings, when they fall from heaven, attacked by these fierce and sharp-toothed Rakshasas? Why are they not reduced to annihilation? How do they again enter the womb, furnished with senses? Yayati answered, after falling from heaven, the being becometh a subtle substance living in water. This water becometh the semen whence is the seed of vitality. Then centering the mother's womb in the womanly season, it developeth into the embryo and next into visible life like the fruit from the flower. Entering trees, plants, and other vegetable substances, water, air, earth, and space, that same watery seed of life assumeth the quadrupedal or bipedal form. This is the case with all creatures that you see. Ashtaka said, Oh, tell me, I ask thee because I have my doubts. Doth a being that hath received a human form enter the womb in its own shape or in some other? How doth it also acquire its distinct and visible shape, eyes and ears and consciousness as well? Questioned by me, O, explain it all. Thou art, O Father, one acquainted with the acts and sayings of great beings. Yayati answered, according to the merits of one's acts, the being that in a subtle form coheres in the seed that is dropped into the womb is attracted by the atmospheric force for purposes of rebirth. It then developeth there in course of time. First it becomes the embryo, and is next provided with the visible physical organism. Coming out of the womb in due course of time, it becometh conscious of its existence as man, and with his ears becometh sensible of sound, with his eyes, of colour and form, with his nose, of scent, with his tongue, of taste, by his whole body, of touch, and by his mind, of ideas. It is thus, O Ashtaka, that the gross and visible body developeth from the subtle essence. Ashtaka asked, after death, the body is burnt, or otherwise destroyed, reduced to nothing upon such dissolution, by what principle is one revived? Yayati said, O lion among kings, the person that dies assumes a subtle form, and retaining consciousness of all his acts as in a dream, he enters some other form with a speed quicker than that of fear itself. The virtuous attain to a superior, and the vicious to an inferior form of existence. The vicious become worms and insects. I have nothing more to say, O thou of great and pure soul. I have told thee how beings are born, after development of embryonic forms, as 4-footed, 6-footed creatures and others with more feet. What more wilt thou ask me? Ashtaka said, How, O Father, do men attain to those superior regions whence there is no return to earthly life? Is it by asceticism or by knowledge? How also can one gradually attain to felicitous regions? Asked by me, O answer it in full. Yayati answered, The wise say that for men there are 7 gates through which admission may be gained into heaven. There are asceticism, benevolence, tranquility of mind, self-command, modesty, simplicity, and kindness to all creatures. The wise also say that a person loseth all these in consequence of vanity. That man who having acquired knowledge regardeth himself as learned, and with his learning destroyed the reputation of others, never attaineth to regions of indestructible felicity. That knowledge also doth not make its possessor competent to attain to Brahma. Study, taciturnity, worship before fire, and sacrifices, these 4 remove all fear. When, however, these are mixed with vanity, instead of removing it, they cause fear. The wise should never exult at receiving honors, nor should they grieve at insults. For it is the wise alone that honor the wise. The wicked never act like the virtuous. I have given away so much. I have performed so many sacrifices, I have studied so much, I have observed these vows, such vanity is the root of fear. Therefore, thou must not indulge in such feelings. Those learned men who accept as their support the unchangeable, inconceivable Brahma alone, that ever showereth blessings on persons virtuous like thee, enjoy perfect peace here and hereafter. Section XCI. Sambhava Parva continued. Ashtaka said, Those cognizant of the Vedas differ in opinion as to how the followers of each of the 4 modes of life, viz., Grihasthas, Bhikshus, Brahmacarins, and Vanaprasthas, should conduct themselves in order to acquire religious merit. Yayati answered, These are what a Brahmacarin must do. While dwelling in the abode of his preceptor, he must receive lessons only when his preceptor summons him to do so. He must attend to the service of his preceptor without waiting for the latter's command. He must rise from his bed before his preceptor riseth, and go to bed after his preceptor hath gone to bed. He must be humble, must have his passions under complete control, must be patient, vigilant, and devoted to studies. It is then only that he can achieve success. It hath been said in the oldest Upanishad that a Grihastha, acquiring wealth by honest means, should perform sacrifices, he should always give something in charity, should perform the rites of hospitality unto all arriving at his abode, and should never use anything without giving a portion thereof to others. A Muni, without search for woods, depending on his own vigor, should abstain from all vicious acts, should give away something in charity, should never inflict pain on any creature. It is then only that he can achieve success. He, indeed, is a true bhikshu who doth not support himself by any manual arts, who possesseth numerous accomplishments, who hath his passions under complete control, who is unconnected with worldly concerns, who sleepeth not under the shelter of a householder's roof, who is without wife, and who going a little way every day, travelleth over a large extent of the country. A learned man should adopt the Vanaprastha mode of life after performance of the necessary rites, when he hath been able to control his appetites for enjoyment and desire of acquiring valuable possessions. When one dieth in the woods while leading the Vanaprastha mode of life, he maketh his ancestors and the successors, numbering 10 generations including himself, mixed with the divine essence. Ashtaka asked, how many kinds of munis are there, observers of the vow of the silence? Yayati answered, he is, indeed, a muni who, though dwelling in the woods, hath an inhabited place near, or who, though dwelling in an inhabited place, hath the woods near. Apostrophe. Ashtaka inquired what is meant by muni. Yayati replied, a muni withdrawing himself from all worldly objects liveth in the woods. And though he might never seek to surround himself with those objects that are procurable in an inhabited place, he might yet obtain them all by virtue of his ascetic power. He may truly be said to dwell in the woods having an inhabited place near to himself. Again, a wise man withdrawn from all earthly objects might live in a hamlet leading the life of a hermit. He may never exhibit the pride of family, birth or learning. Clad in the scantiest robes, he may yet regard himself as attired in the richest vestments. He may rest content with food just enough for the support of life. Such a person, though dwelling in an inhabited place, liveth yet in the woods. The person again, who, with passions under complete control, adopteth the vow of silence, refraining from action and entertaining no desire, achieveth success. Why shouldst thou not, indeed, reverence the man who liveth on clean food, who refraineth from ever injuring others, whose heart is ever pure, who stands in the splendor of ascetic attributes, who is free from the leaden weight of desire, who abstaineth from injury even when sanctioned by religion, emaciated by austerities and reduced in flesh, marrow and blood, such a one conquereth not only this but the highest world. And when the muni sits in yoga meditation, becoming indifferent to happiness and misery, honor and insult, he then leaveth the world and enjoyeth communion with Brahma. When the muni taketh food like swine and other animals, i.e., without providing for it beforehand and without any relish, like a sleeping infant feeding on the mother's lap, then like the all-pervading spirit he becometh identified with the whole universe and attaineth to salvation. Section XI. Sambhava Parva continued. Ashtaka asked, who amongst these, O king, both exerting constantly like the sun and the moon, first attaineth to communion with Brahma, the ascetic or the man of knowledge? Yayati answered, the wise, with the help of the Vedas and of knowledge, having ascertained the visible universe to be illusory, instantly realizes the Supreme Spirit as the sole existent independent essence. While they that devote themselves to yoga meditation take time to acquire the same knowledge, for it is by practice alone that these latter divest themselves of the consciousness of quality. Hence the wise attain to salvation first. Then again, if the person devoted to yoga find not sufficient time in one life to attain success, being led astray by the attractions of the world, in his next life he is benefited by the progress already achieved, for he devoteth himself regretfully to the pursuit of success. But the man of knowledge ever beholdeth the indestructible unity, and is, therefore, though steeped in worldly enjoyments, never affected by them at heart. Therefore, there is nothing to impede his salvation. He, however, who faileth to attain to knowledge, should yet devote himself to piety as dependent on action, sacrifices and sea. But he that devoteth himself to such piety, moved thereto by desire of salvation, can never achieve success. His sacrifices bear no fruit and partake of the nature of cruelty. Piety which is dependent on action that proceedeth not from the desire of fruit, is, in case of such men, yoga itself. Ashtaka said, O king, thou lookest like a young man, thou art handsome and decked with a celestial garland. Thy splendor is great. Whence dost thou come and where dost thou go? Whose messenger art thou? Art thou going down into the earth? Yayati said, fallen from heaven upon the loss of all my religious merits, I am doomed to enter the earth hell. Indeed, I shall go there after I have finished my discourse with you. Even now the regents of the points of the universe command me to hasten thither. And, O king, I have obtained it as a boon from Indra that though fall I must upon the earth, yet I should fall amidst the wise and the virtuous. Ye are all wise and virtuous that are assembled here. Ashtaka said, Thou art acquainted with everything. I ask thee, O king, are there any regions for myself to enjoy in heaven or in the firmament? If there be, then thou shalt not fall, though falling. Yayati answered, O king, there are as many regions for thee to enjoy in heaven even as the number of kine and horses on earth with the animals in the wilderness and on the hills. Ashtaka said, If there are worlds for me to enjoy, as fruits of my religious merits, in heaven, O king, I give them all unto thee. Therefore, though falling, thou shalt not fall. O, take thou soon all those, wherever they be, in heaven or in the firmament. Let thy sorrow cease. Yayati answered, O best of kings, a Brahman knowing Brahmana alone can take in gift, but not one like ourselves. And, O monarch, I myself have given the way to Brahmanas as one should. Let no man who is not a Brahmana and let not the wife of a learned Brahmana ever live in infamy by accepting gifts. While on earth, I ever desired to perform virtuous acts. Having never done so before, how shall I now accept a gift? Pratardana, who was amongst them, asked, O thou of the handsomest form, I am Pratardana by name. I ask thee if there are any worlds for me to enjoy as fruits of my religious merits, in heaven or the firmament? Answer me, thou art acquainted with everything. Yayati said, O king, numberless worlds, full of felicity, effulgent like the solar disk, and where woe can never dwell, await thee. If thou dwellest in each but for 7 days, they would not yet be exhausted. Pratardana said, These then I give unto thee. Therefore, though falling, thou must not fall. Let the worlds that are mine be thine, whether they be in the firmament or heaven. O, soon take them. Let thy woes cease. Yayati answered, O monarch, no king of equal energy should ever desire to receive as gift the religious merits of another king acquired by yoga austerities. And no king who is afflicted with calamity through the fates should, if wise, act in a censurable way. A king keeping his eye fixed forever on virtue should walk along the path of virtue like myself and, knowing what his duties are, should not act so meanly as thou directest. When others desirous of acquiring religious merits do not accept gifts, how can I do what they themselves do not? On the conclusion of this speech, that best of kings, Yayati, was then addressed by Vasumat in the following words. Section Xi. Sambhava Parva continued. Vasumat said, I am Vasumat, the son of Oshad Aswa. I would ask thee, O king, whether there are any worlds for me to enjoy as fruits of my religious merits, in heaven or the firmament. Thou art, O Hyseld one, acquainted with all holy regions. Yayati answered, There are as many regions for thee to enjoy in heaven as the number of places in the firmament, the earth and the 10 points of the universe illumined by the Sunday. Vasumat then said, I give them to thee. Let those regions that are for me be thine. Therefore, though falling, thou shalt not fall. If to accept them as gift be improper for thee, then, O monarch, buy them for a straw. Yayati answered, I do not remember having ever bought and sold anything unfairly. This has never been done by other kings. How shall I therefore do it? Vasumat said, If buying them, O king, be regarded by thee as improper, then take them as guilt from me. For myself I answer that I will never go to those regions that are for me. Let them, therefore, be thine. Savi then addressed the king thus, I am, O king, Sivi by name, the son of Uznara. O Father, are there in the firmament or in heaven any worlds for me to enjoy? Thou knowest every region that one may enjoy as the fruit of his religious merit. Yayati said, Thou hast never, by speech or in mind, disregarded the honest and the virtuous that applied to thee. There are infinite worlds for thee to enjoy in heaven, all blazing like lightning. Sivi then said, If thou regardest their purchase as improper, I give them to thee. Take them all, O king. I shall never take them, viz., those regions where the wise never feel the least disquiet. Yayati answered, O Sivi, thou hast indeed obtained for thyself, possessed of the prowess of Indra, infinite worlds. But I do not desire to enjoy regions given to me by others. Therefore, I accept not thy gift. Ashtaka then said, O king, each of us has expressed his desire to give thee worlds that each of us has acquired by his religious merits. Thou acceptest not them, but leaving them for thee, we shall descend into the earth hell. Yayati answered, Ye all are truth-loving and wise. Give me that which I deserve. I shall not be able to do what I have never done before. Ashtaka then said, Whose are those 5 golden cars that we see? Do men that repair to these regions of everlasting bliss ride in them? Yayati answered, Those 5 golden cars displayed in glory, and blazing as fire, would indeed carry you to regions of bliss. Ashtaka said, O king, ride on those cars thyself and repair to heaven. We can wait. We follow thee in time. Yayati said, We can now all go together. Indeed, all of us have conquered heaven. Behold, the glorious path to heaven becomes visible. Vaisampayana continued, Then all those excellent monarchs riding in those cars set out for heaven for gaining admittance into it, illuminating the whole firmament by the glory of their virtues. Then Ashtaka, breaking the silence, asked, I had always thought that Indra was my especial friend, and that I, of all others, should first obtain admittance into heaven. But how is it that Uznara's son, Sivi, hath already left us behind? Yayati answered, This Uznara's son had given all he possessed for attaining to the region of Brahman. Therefore, is he the foremost among us. Besides, Sivi's liberality, asceticism, truth, virtue, modesty, forgiveness, amiability, desire of performing good acts, have been so great that none can measure them. Vaisampayana continued. After this, Ashtaka, impelled by curiosity, again asked his maternal grandfather resembling Indra himself, saying, O king, I ask thee, tell me truly, whence thou art, who thou art, and whose son. Is there any other Brahmana or Kshatriya who hath done what thou didst on earth? Yayati answered, I tell thee truly, I am Yayati, the son of Nuashur and the father of Puru. I was lord of all the earth. Ye are my relatives. I tell thee truly, I am the maternal grandfather of you all. Having conquered the whole earth, I gave clothes to Brahmanas and also 100 handsome horses fit for sacrificial offering. For such acts of virtue, the gods became propitious to those that performed them. I also gave to Brahmanas this whole earth with her horses and elephants and kine and gold, all kinds of wealth, along with 100 abudas of excellent milch cows. Both the earth and the firmament exist owing to my truth and virtue. Fire yet burneth in the world of men owing to my truth and virtue. Never hath a word spoken by me been untrue. It is for this that the wise adore truth. O Ashtaka, all I have told thee, Pratadana, and Vasumat, is truth itself. I know it for certain that the gods and the rishis and all the mansions of the blessed are adorable only because of truth that characterizeth them all. He that will without malice duly read unto good Brahmanas his account of our ascension to heaven shall himself attain to the same worlds with us. Vaisampayana continued, It was thus that the illustrious King Yayati of high achievements, rescued by his collateral descendants, ascended to heaven, leaving the earth and covering the three worlds with the fame of his deeds. Section Ksif. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamjaya said, O adorable one, I desire to hear the histories of those kings who were descended from Puru. O tell me of each as he was possessed of prowess and achievements. I have, indeed, heard that in Puru's line there was not a single one who was wanting in good behavior and prowess, or who was without sons. O thou of ascetic wealth, I desire to hear the histories in detail of those famous monarchs endued with learning and all accomplishments. Vaisampayana said, asked by thee, I shall tell thee all about the heroic kings in Puru's line, all equal unto Indra in prowess, possessing great affluence and commanding the respect of all for their accomplishments. Puru had by his wife Poshti 3 sons, Pravira, Iswara, and Rodriswa, all of whom were mighty car warriors. Amongst them, Pravira was the perpetuator of the dynasty. Pravira had by his wife Zorus an ear son named Manasu, and the latter of eyes like lotus petals had his sway over the whole earth bounded by the 4 seas. And Manasu had for his wife Saviri, and he begat upon her 3 sons called Sakta, Sehana, and Vagmi, and they were heroes in battle and mighty cow warriors. The intelligent and virtuous Kaudraswa begat upon the Apsara Misriksi 10 sons who were all great bowmen, and they all grew up into heroes, performing numerous sacrifices in honor of the gods. And they all had sons, were learned in all branches of knowledge and ever devoted to virtue. They are Richiyu, and Kaksru, and Vrikiyu of great prowess, Standaliyu, and Vainiyu, and Jaliyu of great fame, Tejiyu of great strength and intelligence, and Setu of the prowess of Indra, Dharmiyu, and Sanatiyu the 10th of the prowess of the celestials. Amongst them all, Richiyu became the sole monarch of the whole earth and was known by the name of Anadrishti. And in prowess he was like unto Vasava amongst the celestials. And Anadrishti had a son of the name of Matanara, who became a famous and virtuous king and performed the Rajasuya and the horse sacrifice. And Matanara had 4 sons of immeasurable prowess, viz., Tansu, Agan, Atirata, and Dhruva of immeasurable glory. Amongst them, Tansu of great prowess became the perpetrator of Puru's line. And he subjugated the whole earth and acquired great fame and splendor. And Tansu begat a son of great prowess named Ilena. And he became the foremost of all conquerors and brought the whole world under his subjection. And Ilena begat upon his wife Rathantara 5 sons with Dushmanta at the head, all equal in might unto the 5 elements. They were Dushmanta, Zura, Bhima, Pravasu, and Vasu. And, O Janamjaya, the eldest of them, Dushmanta, became king. And Dushmanta had by his wife Sakuntala an intelligent son named Bharata, who became king. And Bharata gave his name to the race of which he was the founder. And it is from him that the fame of that dynasty hath spread so wide. And Bharata begat upon his 3 wives 9 sons in all. But none of them were like their father, and so Bharata was not at all pleased with them. Their mothers, therefore, became angry and slew them all. The procreation of children by Bharata, therefore, became vain. The monarch then performed a great sacrifice and through the grace of Bharadwa obtained a son named Bhumanyu. And then Bharata, the great descendant of Puru, regarding himself as really possessing a son, installed, O foremost one of Bharata's race, that son as his heir apparent. And Bhumanyu begat upon his wife, Pushkarini 6 sons named Sahadra, Sahatri, Sahavih, Sujir, Devrita and Kikika. The eldest of them all, Sahadra, obtained the throne and performed many Rajasuyas and horse sacrifices. And Sahadra brought under his sway the whole earth surrounded by her belt of seas and full of elephants, kine and horses, and all her wealth of gems of gold. And the earth afflicted with the weight of numberless human beings and elephants, horses, and cats, was, as it were, about to sink. And during the virtuous reign of Sahitra the surface of the whole earth was dotted all over with hundreds and thousands of sacrificial stakes. And the Lord of the earth, Sahitra, begat, upon his wife Akshaki, 3 sons, viz., Ajama, Suma, and Puruma. The eldest of them, Ajama, was the perpetuator of the royal line. And he begat 6 sons. Rikshaw was born of the womb of Tumani, Dushmanta and Paramshvin, of Nilai, and Janu, Jala and Rupina were born in that of Gasini. All the tribes of the Panchalas are descended from Dushmanta and Paramshvin, and the Kushikas are the sons of Janu of immeasurable prowess. And Rikshaw, who was older than both Jala and Rupina, became king. And Rikshaw begat Samvarana, the perpetuator of the royal line. And, O king, it hath been heard by us that while Samvarana, the son of Rikshaw, was ruling the earth, there happened a great loss of people from famine, pestilence, drought, and disease. And the Bharata princes were beaten by the troops of enemies. And the Panchalas, setting out to invade the whole earth with their 4 kinds of troops, soon brought the whole earth under their sway. And with a Tenakshauinis, the king of the Panchalas, defeated the Bharata prince. Samvarana then, with his wife and ministers, sons and relatives, fled in fear, and took shelter in the forest on the banks of the Sindhu extending to the foot of the mountains. There the Bharatas lived for a full 1,000 years within their fort. And after they had lived there 1,000 years, one day the illustrious Rishi Vasishta approached the exiled Bharatas, who, on going out, saluted the Rishi and worshipped him by the offer of Arghya. And entertaining him with reverence, they represented everything unto that illustrious Rishi. And after he was seated on his seat, the king himself approached the Rishi and addressed him, saying, Be thou our priest, O illustrious one. We will endeavour to regain our kingdom. And Vasishta answered the Bharatas by saying, the sign of consent. It hath been heard by us that Vasishta then installed the Bharata prince in the sovereignty of all the Kshatriyas on earth, making by virtue of his mantras this descendant of Puru the veritable horns of the wild bull or the tusks of the wild elephants. And the king retook the capital that had been taken away from him and once more made all monarchs pay tribute to him. The powerful Samvarana, thus installed once more in the actual sovereignty of the whole earth, performed many sacrifices at which the presents to the Brahmanas were great. Samvarana begat upon his wife, Taipati, the daughter of Surya, a son named Kuru. This Kuru was exceedingly virtuous, and therefore he was installed on the throne by his people. It is after his name that the field called Kurujangala has become so famous in the world. Devoted to asceticism, he made that field, Kurukshetra, sacred by practicing asceticism. And it has been heard by us that Kuru's highly intelligent wife, Vahini, brought forth 5 sons, viz., Avikshit, Bhavishayanta, Chaitraratha, Muni and the celebrated Janamjaya. And Avikshit begat Parikshit the powerful, Savalaswa, Adra, Vira, Salmali of great physical strength, Uakeshravas, Banakara and Jitari the 8th. In the race of these were born, as the fruit of their pious acts, 7 mighty Ka warriors with Janamjaya at their head. And unto Parikshit were born sons who were all acquainted with the secrets of religion and profit. And they were named Kakshasana and Ugrasana, and Chitrasana, endued with great energy, and Indrasana and Sushna and Bhimasana. And the sons of Janamjaya were all endued with great strength and became celebrated all over the world. And they were Dhritarashtra, who was the eldest, and Panda and Valika, and Nishada, endued with great energy, and then the mighty Jamvunada, and then Kundadara and Pidati, and then Vasati the 8th. And they were all proficient in morality and profit and were kind to all creatures. Among them Dhritarashtra became king, and Dhritarashtra had 8 sons, viz., Kandaka, Hasty, Vidarka, Dratha the 5th, Havisravas, Indraba, and Bhumanyu the Invincible, and Dhritarashtra had many grandsons, of whom 3 only were famous. They were, O king, Pratipa, Dharmendra, Sundra. Among these 3, Pratipa became unrivaled on earth. And, O bull in Brata's race, Pratipa begat 3 sons, viz., Devapi, Santanu, and the mighty Ka warrior Valaga. The eldest Devapi adopted the ascetic course of life, impelled thereto by the desire of benefiting his brothers. And the kingdom was obtained by Santanu and the mighty Ka warrior Valaga. O monarch, besides, there were born in the race of Bharata numberless other excellent monarchs endued with great energy and like unto the celestial rishis themselves in virtue and ascetic power. And so also in the race of Manu were born many mighty Ka warriors like unto the celestials themselves, who by their numbers swelled the Ayla dynasty into gigantic proportions. Section XCV. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamejaya said, O Brahmana, I have now heard from thee this great history of my ancestors. I had also heard from thee about the great monarchs that were born in this line. But I have not been gratified, this charming account being so short. Therefore, be pleased, O Brahmana, to recite the delightful narrative just in detail commencing from Manu, the Lord of Creation. Who is there that will not be charmed with such an account, as it is sacred? The fame of these monarchs increased by their wisdom, virtue, accomplishments, and high character, hath so swelled as to cover the 3 worlds. Having listened to the history, sweet as nectar, of their liberality, prowess, physical strength, mental vigor, energy, and perseverance, I have not been satiated. Vaisampayana said, Hear then, O monarch, as I recite in full the auspicious account of thy own race just as I had heard it from Dwaipayana before. Daksha begat Aditi, and Aditi begat Vivaswat, and Vivaswat begat Manu, and Manu begat Ha, and Ha begat Puravas. And Puravas begat Aeus, and Aeus begat Nuasha, and Nuasha begat Yayati. And Yayati had 2 wives, viz., Devayani, the daughter of Uzanas, and Samishta, the daughter of Rishabhavan. Here occurs a sloka regarding Yayati's descendants. Devayani gave birth to Yadu and Turvasu, and Rishabhavan's daughter, Samishta, gave birth to Dhruva, Anu, and Puru, and the descendants of Yadu are the Yadavas and of Puru are the Pauravas. And Puru had a wife of the name of Kausalya, on whom he begat a son named Janamejaya, who performed 3 horse sacrifices and a sacrifice called Viswajit. And then he entered into the woods. And Janamejaya had married Ananta, the daughter of Madhava, and begat upon her a son called Prachinwat. And the prince was so called because he had conquered all the eastern countries up to the very confines of the region where the sun rises. And Prachinwat married Dasmaki, a daughter of the Yadavas, and begat upon her a son named Sanyati. And Sanyati married Vrani, the daughter of Drishadwata, and begat upon her a son named Ahayanti. And Ahayanti married Banumati, the daughter of Kritavarya, and begat upon her a son named Sarvabhauma. And Sarvabhauma married Sunda, the daughter of the Kakaya prince, having obtained her by force. And he begat upon her a son named Jayatsana, who married Susrava, the daughter of the Vidarbha king, and begat upon her Avashina. And Avashina also married another princess of Vidarbha, Maryada by name. And he begat on her son named Arihan. And Arihan married Amji and begat on her Mahabharata. And Mahabharata married Suayajna, the daughter of Prasnajit. And of her was born Nautanayi. And he was so called because he had performed a sacrifice at which the fat of an Auta, 10,000s, of male beings was required. And Nautanayi took for a wife Kama, the daughter of Prathusravas. And by her was born a son named Akradana, who took to wife Karamba, the daughter of the king of Kalinga. And of her was born Devatithi, and Devatithi took for his wife Mariada, the princess of Ida. And of her was born a son named Arihan. And Arihan took to wife Sudava, the princess of Anga, and upon her he begat a son named Rickshaw. And Rickshaw married Jwala, the daughter of Takshaka, and he begat upon her a son of the name of Matanara, who performed on the bank of Saraswati the 12 years' sacrifice said to be so efficacious. On conclusion of the sacrifice, Saraswati appeared in person before the king and chose him for husband. And he begat upon her a son named Dansu. Here occurs a sloka descriptive of Dansu's descendants. Tansu was born of Saraswati by Matanara, and Tansu himself begat a son named Ailina on his wife, the princess Kalini. Ailina begat on his wife Wraith and Dari 5 sons, of whom Dushmanta was the eldest. And Dushmanta took to wife Sakuntala, the daughter of Viswamitara, and he begat on her a son named Bharata. Here occurs 2 slokas about Dushmanta's descendants. The mother is but the sheath of flesh in which the father begets the son. Indeed, the father himself is the son. Therefore, O Dushmanta, support thy son and insult not Sakuntala. O God among men, the father himself becoming the son rescueth himself from hell. Sakuntala hath truly said that thou art the author of this child's being. It is for this, that is, because the king supported his child after hearing the above speech of the celestial messenger, that Sakuntala's son came to be called Bharata, the supported. And Bharata married Sunda, the daughter of Sarvasana, the king of Kusi, and begat upon her the son named Bhumanyu. And Bhumanyu married Vijaya, the daughter of Dasaga. And he begat upon her a son Sahatra, who married Shuvana, the daughter of Ikshvaku. To her was born a son named Hasty, who founded this city, which has, therefore, been called Hastinapura. And Hasty married Yasodhara, the princess of Trigarta. And of her was born a son named Vikanthana, who took for a wife Sudava, the princess of Dasaga. And by her was born a son named Ajuma. And Ajuma had 4 wives named Rakhi, Gandhari, Visala and Rickshaw. And he begat on them 2,400 sons. But amongst them all, Samvarana became the perpetuator of the dynasty. And Samvarana took for his wife Tapati, the daughter of Vivaswat. And of her was born Kuru, who married Sapangi, the princess of Dasaga. And he begat on her a son named Viduratha, who took to wife Supriya, the daughter of the Madavas. And he begat upon her a son named Aniswan. And Aniswan married Amrita, the daughter of the Madavas. And of her was born a son named Parikshit, who took for his wife Shavasa, the daughter of the Vahudas, and begat upon her a son named Bhimasana. And Bhimasana married Kumari, the princess of Kikaya, and begat upon her Pratisravas, whose son was Pratipa. And Pratipa married Sunda, the daughter of Sivi, and begat upon her 3 sons, viz., Devapi, Santanu and Valaka. And Devapi, while still a boy, entered the woods as a hermit. And Santanu became king. Here occurs a sloka in respect of Santanu. Those old men that were touched by this monarch not only felt an indescribable sensation of pleasure but also became restored to youth. Therefore, this monarch was called Santanu. And Santanu married Ganga, who bore him a son Devavrata, who was afterwards called Bhishma. And Bhishma, moved by the desire of doing good to his father, got him married to Satyavati, who was also called Gandakli. And in her maidenhood she had a son by Parasara, named Vaipayana. And upon her Santanu begat 2 other sons named Chitrangada and Vichitravirya. And before they attained to majority, Chitrangada had been slain by the Gandharvas. But Vichitravirya became king, and married the 2 daughters of the king of Kusi, named Ambika and Ambalika. but Vichitravirya died childless. Then Satyavati began to think as to how the dynasty of Dushmanta might be perpetuated. Then she recollected the Rishi Dwapayana. The latter, coming before her, asked, "What are thy commands?" She said, "Thy brother Vichitravirya hath gone to heaven childless. Beget virtuous children for him." Dwapayana, consenting to this, begat 3 children, viz. Dhritarashtra, Pandu, and Vidura. King Dhritarashtra had 100 sons by his wife, Gandhari, in consequence of the boon granted by Dwapayana. And amongst those 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, 4 became celebrated. They are Duryodhana, Dusasana, Vikana, and Chitrasana. And Pandu had 2 jewels of wives, viz. Kunti, also called Pritha, and Madri. One day Pandu, while out hunting, saw a deer covering its mate. That was really a rishi in the form of a deer. Seeing the deer in that attitude, he killed it with his arrows, before its desire was gratified. Pierced with the king's arrow, the deer quickly changed its form and became a rishi, and said unto Pandu, "O Pandu, thou art virtuous and acquainted also with the pleasure derived from the gratification of one's desire. My desire unsatisfied, thou hast slain me. Therefore, thou also, when so engaged and before thou art gratified, shalt die." Pandu, hearing this curse, became pale, and from that time would not go in unto his wives. And he told them these words, "Through my own fault, I have been cursed. But I have heard that for the childless there are no regions hereafter." Therefore, he solicited Kunti to have offspring raised for him. And Kunti said, "Let it be." So she raised up offspring. By Dharma she had Yudhishthira, by Maruta, Bhima, and by Sakra, Arjuna. And Pandu, well pleased with her, said, "This thy co-wife is also childless. Therefore, cause her also to bear children." Kunti, saying, "So be it," imparted unto Madri the mantra of invocation. And on Madri were raised by the twin Aswins, the twins Nakula and Sahadeva. And, one day, Pandu, beholding Madri decked with ornaments, had his desire kindled. And, as soon as he touched her, he died. Madri ascended the funeral pyre with her lord. And she said unto Kunti, "Let these twins of mine be brought up by thee with affection." After some time those 5 Pandavas were taken by the ascetics of the woods to Hastinapura and there introduced to Bhishma and Vidura. And after introducing them, the ascetics disappeared in the very sight of all. And after the conclusion of the speech of those ascetics, flowers were showered down upon the spot, and the celestial drums also were beaten in the skies. The Pandavas were then taken by Bhishma. They then represented the death of their father and performed his last honours duly. And as they were brought up there, Duryodhana became exceedingly jealous of them. And the sinful Duryodhana, acting like Rakshasa, tried various means to drive them away. But what must be can never be frustrated. So all Duryodhana's efforts proved futile. Then Dhritarashtra sent them, by an act of deception, to Vrinavata, and they went there willingly. There an endeavour was made to burn them to death, but it proved abortive owing to the warning counsels of Vidura. After that the Pandavas slew Hidimva, and then they went to a town called Ekachakra. There also they slew a Rakshasa of the name of Vaka, and then went to Panchala. And there obtaining Draupadi for a wife they returned to Hastinapura. And there they dwelt for some time in peace and begat children. And Yudhishthira begat Prativindaya, Bhima, Sutasoma, Arjuna, Srutakriti, Nakula, Satnika, and Sahadeva, Srutakaman. Besides these, Yudhishthira, having obtained for his wife Devaka, the daughter of Govasana of the Saviour tribe, in a self-choice ceremony, begat upon her a son named Yodhya. And Bhima also obtaining for a wife Valandara, the daughter of the king of Kazi, offered his own prowess as dower and begat upon her a son named Savaga. and Arjuna also, repairing to Dwaravati, brought away by force Subhadra, the sweet-speeched sister of Vasudeva, and returned in happiness to Hastinapura. And he begat upon her a son named Abhimanyu, who endued with all accomplishments and dear to Vasudeva himself. And Nakula, obtaining for his wife Kanumati, the princess of Chedi, begat upon her a son named Nirmitra. And Sahadeva also married Vijaya, the daughter of Dutamat, the king of Madra, obtaining her in a self-choice ceremony, and begat upon her a son named Sahadra. And Bhimasena had some time before begat upon her a son named Gatotkacha. These are the 11 sons of the Pandavas. Amongst them all, Abhimanyu was the perpetuator of the family. He married Uttara, the daughter of Virata, who brought forth a dead child whom Kunti took up on her lap at the command of Vasudeva, who said, "I will revive this child of 6 months." And though born before time, having been burnt by the fire of Aswathaman's weapon, and, therefore, deprived of strength and energy, he was revived by Vasudeva and endued with strength, energy and prowess. And after reviving him, Vasudeva said, "Because this child hath been born in an extinct race, therefore he shall be called Parikshit." And Parikshit married Madravati, thy mother, O king, and thou art born to her, O Janamejaya. Thou hast also begotten 2 sons on thy wife Vapushdama, named Satnika and Sankakana. And Satnika also hath begotten 1 son named as Vamdadatu upon the princess of Vida. Thus have I, O king, recited the history of the descendants of Puru and of the Pandavas. This excellent, virtue-increasing, and sacred history should ever be listened to by vow-observing Brahmanas, by Kshatriyas devoted to the practices of their order and ready to protect their subjects, by Vaisyas with attention, and by Sudras with reverence, whose chief occupation is to wait upon the 3 other orders. Brahmanas conversant in the Vedas and other persons, who with attention and reverence recite this sacred history or listen to it when recited, conquer the heavens and attain to the abode of the blessed. They are also always respected and adored by the gods, Brahmanas, and other men. This holy history of Bharata hath been composed by the sacred and illustrious Vyasa, Veda-knowing Brahmanas and other persons who with reverence and without malice hear it recited, earn great religious merits and conquer the heavens. Though sinning, they are not disregarded by anyone. Here occurs a sloka, this, Bharata, is equivalent to the Vedas, it is holy and excellent. It bestoweth wealth, fame, and life. Therefore, it should be listened to by men with rapt attention. Section XCVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, there was a king known by the name of Mahabharata, born in the race of Ikshvaku. He was the lord of all the earth, and was truthful in speech, and of true prowess. By 1,000 horse sacrifices and 100 Rajasuyas he had gratified the chief of the celestials and ultimately attained to heaven. One day the celestials had assembled together and were worshipping Brahman. Many royal sages and King Mahabharata also were present on the spot. And Ganga, the queen of rivers, also came there to pay her adorations to the grandsire. And her garments, white as the beams of the moon, was displaced by the action of the wind. And as her person became exposed, the celestials bent down their heads. But the royal sage Mahabharata rudely stared at the queen of rivers. And Mahabharata was for this cursed by Brahman, who said, "Wretch, as thou hast forgotten thyself at the sight of Ganga, thou shalt be reborn on earth. But thou shalt again and again attain to these regions. And she, too, shall be born in the world of men and shall do thee injuries. But when thy wrath shall be provoked, thou shalt then be freed from my curse." Vaisampayana continued. King Mahabharata, then recollecting all the monarchs and ascetics on earth, wished to be born as Sentapratipa of great prowess. And the queen of rivers, too, seeing King Mahabharata lose his firmness, went away, thinking of him wishfully. And on her way, she saw those dwellers in heaven, the Vasas, also pursuing the same path. And the Queen of Rivers, beholding them in the predicament, asked them, "Why look ye so dejected? Ye dwellers in heaven, is everything right with you?" Those celestials, the Vasas, answered her, saying, "O Queen of Rivers, we have been cursed, for a venial fault, by the illustrious Vasishta in anger." The foremost of excellent rishis, Vasishta, had been engaged in his twilight adorations, and seated as he was, he could not be seen by us. We crossed him in ignorance. Therefore, in wrath he hath cursed us, saying, "Be ye born among men." It is beyond our power to frustrate what hath been said by that utterance of Brahma. Therefore, O river, thyself becoming a human female makest the Vasas thy children. O amiable one, we are unwilling to enter the womb of any human female. Thus addressed, the Queen of Rivers told them, "Be it so," and asked them, on earth, "Who is that foremost of men whom ye will make your father?" The Vasas replied, "On earth, unto Pratipa shall be born a son, Santanu, who will be a king of worldwide fame." Ganga then said, "Ye celestials, that is exactly my wish which ye sinless ones have expressed. I shall, indeed, do good to that Santanu. That is also your desire as just expressed." The Vasas then said, "It behoveth thee to throw thy children after birth into the water, so that, O thou of three courses, celestial, terrestrial, and subterranean, we may be rescued soon without having to live on earth for any length of time." Ganga then answered, "I shall do what ye desire. But in order that his intercourse with me may not be entirely fruitless, provide ye that one son at least may live." The Vasas then replied, "We shall each contribute an eighth part of our respective energies with the sum thereof. Thou shalt have one son according to thine his wishes. But this son shall not begat any children on earth. Therefore, that son of thine endued with great energy shall be childless." The Vasas, making this arrangement with Ganga, went away without waiting to the place they liked. Section XV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "There was a king of the name of Pratipa, who was kind to all creatures. He spent many years in ascetic penances at the source of the river Ganga. The accomplished and lovely Ganga, one day, assuming the form of a beautiful female, and rising from the waters, made up to the monarch. The celestial maiden, endued with ravishing beauty, approached the royal sage engaged in ascetic austerities, and sat upon his right thigh that was, for manly strength, a veritable salad tree. When the maiden of handsome face had so sat upon his lap, the monarch said unto her, "O amiable one, what dost thou desire? What shall I do?" The damsel answered, "I desire thee, O king, for my husband. O foremost one of the chorus, be mine." To refuse a woman coming of her own accord is never applauded by the wise. Pratipa answered, "O thou of the fairest complexion, moved by lust, I never go in unto others' wives or women that are not of my order. This, indeed, is my virtuous vow." The maiden rejoined, "I am not inauspicious or ugly. I am every way worthy of being enjoyed. I am a celestial maiden of rare beauty. I desire thee for my husband. Refuse me not, O king." To this Pratipa answered, "I am, O damsel, abstaining from that course to which thou wouldest incite me. If I break my vow, sin will overwhelm and kill me. O thou of the fairest complexion, thou hast embraced me, sitting on my right thigh. But, O timid one, know that this is the seat for daughters and daughters-in-law. The left lap is for the wife, but thou hast not accepted that. Therefore, O best of women, I cannot enjoy thee as an object of desire. Be my daughter-in-law. I accept thee for my son." The damsel then said, O virtuous one, let it be as thou sayest. Let me be united with thy son. From my respect for thee, I shall be a wife of the celebrated Bharata race. Ye, of the Bharata race, are the refuge of all the monarchs on earth. I am incapable of numbering the virtues of this race even within 100 years. The greatness and goodness of many celebrated monarchs of this race are limitless. O Lord of all, let it be understood now that when I become thy daughter-in-law, thy son shall not be able to judge of the propriety of my acts. Living thus with thy son, I shall do good to him and increase his happiness. And he shall finally attain to heaven in consequence of the sons I shall bear him, and of his virtues and good conduct. Vaisampayana continued, O king, having said so, the celestial damsel disappeared then and there. And the king, too, waited for the birth of his son in order to fulfill his promise. About this time Pratipa, that light of the Kuru race, that bull amongst Kshatriyas, was engaged, along with his wife, in austerities from desire of offspring. And when they had grown old, a son was born unto them. This was no other than Mahabharata. And the child was called Santanu because he was born when his father had controlled his passions by ascetic penances. And the best of Kurus, Santanu, knowing that region of indestructible bliss can be acquired by one's deeds alone, became devoted to virtue. When Santanu grew up into a youth, Pratipa addressed him and said, Some time ago, O Santanu, a celestial damsel came to me for thy good. If thou meetest that fair-complexioned one in secret, and if she solicit thee for children, accept her as thy wife. And, O sinless one, judge not of the propriety or impropriety of her action, and ask not who she is, or whose or whence, but accept her as thy wife at my command. Vaisampayana continued, Pratipa, having thus commanded his son Santanu and installed him on his throne, retired into the woods. And King Santanu, endued with great intelligence and equal unto Indra himself in splendor, became addicted to hunting and passed much of his time in the woods. And the best of monarchs always slew deer and buffaloes. And one day, as he was wandering along the bank of the Ganges, he came upon a region frequented by Siddhas and Charanas. And there he saw a lovely maiden of blazing beauty and like unto another Shri herself, of faultless and pearly teeth and decked with celestial ornaments, and attired in garments of fine texture that resembled in splendor the filaments of the lotus. And the monarch, on beholding that damsel, became surprised, and his raptures produced instant horripilation. With steadfast gaze he seemed to be drinking her charms, but repeated draughts failed to quench his thirst. The damsel also, beholding the monarch of blazing splendor moving about in great agitation, was moved herself and experienced an affection for him. She gazed and longed to gaze on him evermore. The monarch then in soft words addressed her and said, O slender-waisted one, be thou a goddess or the daughter of a Danava, be thou of the race of the Gandharvas, or Apsaras, be thou of the Akshas or the Nagas, or be thou of human origin, O thou of celestial beauty, I solicit thee to be my wife. Section Xkvi. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the maiden then, hearing those soft and sweet words of the smiling monarch, and remembering her promise to the Vasas, addressed the king in reply. Of faultless features, the damsel, sending a thrill of pleasure into the heart by every word she uttered, said, O king, I shall become thy wife and obey thy commands. But, O monarch, thou must not interfere with me in anything I do, be it agreeable or disagreeable. Nor shalt thou ever address me unkindly. As long as thou shalt behave kindly, I promise to live with thee. But I shall certainly leave thee the moment thou interferest with me or speakest to me an unkind word. The king answered, Be it so. And thereupon the damsel, obtaining that excellent monarch, that foremost one of the Bharata race for her husband, became highly pleased. And King Santanu also, obtaining her for his wife, enjoyed to the full the pleasure of her company. And adhering to his promise, he refrained from asking her anything. And the Lord of Earth, Santanu, became exceedingly gratified with her conduct, beauty, magnanimity, and attention to his comforts. And the goddess Ganga also, of 3 courses, celestial, terrestrial, and subterranean, assuming a human form of superior complexion and endued with celestial beauty, lived happily as the wife of Santanu, having as the fruit of her virtuous acts, obtained for her husband, the tiger among kings equal unto Indra himself in splendor. And she gratified the king by her attractiveness and affection, by her wiles and love, by her music and dance, and became herself gratified. And the monarch was so enraptured with his beautiful wife that months, seasons, and years rolled on without his being conscious of them. And the king, while thus enjoying himself with his wife, had 8 children born unto him who in beauty were like the very celestials themselves. But, O Bharata, those children, one after another, as soon as they were born, were thrown into the river by Ganga, who said, "This is for thy good." And the children sank to rise no more. The king, however, could not be pleased with such conduct. But he spoke not a word about it lest his wife should leave him. But when the 8th child was born, and when his wife as before was about to throw it smilingly into the river, the king, with a sorrowful countenance and desirous of saving it from destruction, addressed her and said, "Kill it not. Who art thou and whose? Why dost thou kill thy own children? Murderess of thy sons, the load of thy sins is great." His wife, thus addressed, replied, "O thou desirous of offspring, thou hast already become the first of those that have children. I shall not destroy this child of thine. But according to our agreement, the period of my stay with thee is at an end. I am Ganga, the daughter of Janu. I am ever worshipped by the great sages. I have lived with thee so long for accomplishing the purposes of the celestials." The 8 illustrious Vasas endued with great energy had, from Vasishta's curse, to assume human forms. On earth, besides thee, there was none else to deserve the honor of being their begetter. There is no woman also on earth except one like me, a celestial of human form, to become their mother. I assumed a human form to bring them forth. Thou also, having become the father of the 8 Vasas, hast acquired many regions of perennial bliss. It was also agreed between myself and the Vasas that I should free them from their human forms as soon as they would be born. I have thus freed them from the curse of the Rishi Apava. Blessed be thou, I leave thee, O king. But rear thou this child of rigid vows. That I should live with thee so long was the promise I gave to the Vasas. And let this child be called Gangadatta. Section 6. Sambhava Pava continued. Santanu asked, what was the fault of the Vasas and who is Apava, through whose curse the Vasas had to be born among men? What also hath this child of thine, Gangadatta, done for which he shall have to live among men? Why also were the Vasas, the lords of the 3 worlds, condemned to be born amongst men? O daughter of Janu, tell me all. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, the celestial daughter of Janu, Ganga, then replied unto the monarch, her husband, that bull amongst men, saying, O best of Bharata's race, he who was obtained a son by Varuna was called Vasishta, the Muni who afterwards came to be known as Apava. He had his asylum on the breast of the king of mountains called Nru. The spot was sacred and abounded with birds and beasts. And there bloomed at all times of the year flowers of every season. And, O best of Bharata's race, that foremost of virtuous men, the son of Varuna, practiced his ascetic penances in those woods abounding with sweet roots and water. Daksha had a daughter known by the name of Zorabi, who, O bull of Bharata's race, for benefiting the world, brought forth, by her connection with Kasyapa, a daughter, Nandini, in the form of a cow. That foremost of all kine, Nandini, was the cow of plenty, capable of granting every desire. The virtuous son of Varuna obtained Nandini for his homerites. And Nandini, dwelling in that hermitage which was adored by Munis, roamed about fearlessly in those sacred and delightful woods. One day, O bull of Bharata's race, there came into those woods adored by the gods and celestial rishis, the Vasas with Prithu at their head. And wandering there with their wives, they enjoyed themselves in those delightful woods and mountains. And as they wandered there, the slender-waisted wife of one of the Vasas, O thou of the prowess of Indra, saw in those woods Nandini, the cow of plenty. And seeing that cow possessing the wealth of all accomplishments, large eyes, full udders, fine tail, beautiful hoofs, and every other auspicious sign, and yielding much milk, she showed the animal to her husband Din. O thou of the prowess of the first of elephants, when Din was shown that cow, he began to admire her several qualities, and addressing his wife, said, O black-eyed girl of fair thighs, this excellent cow belongeth to the Trishi whose is this delightful asylum. O slender-waisted one, that mortal who drinketh the sweet milk of this cow remaineth in unchanged youth for 10,000 years. O best of monarchs, hearing this, the slender-waisted goddess of faultless features then addressed her lord of blazing splendor and said, There is on earth a friend of mine, Jitavati by name, possessed of great beauty and youth. She is the daughter of that god among men, the royal sage Usnara, endued with intelligence and devoted to truth. I desire to have this cow, O illustrious one, with her calf for that friend of mine. Therefore, O best of celestials, bring that cow so that my friend drinking of her milk may alone become on earth free from disease and decrepitude. O illustrious and blameless one, it behoveth thee to grant me this desire of mine. There is nothing that would be more agreeable to me. On hearing these words of his wife, Din, moved by the desire of humouring her, stole that cow, aided by his brothers Prithu and the others. Indeed, Din, commanded by his lotus-eyed wife, did her bidding, forgetting at the moment the high ascetic merits of the rishi who owned her. He did not think at the time that he was going to fall by committing the sin of stealing the cow. When the son of Varuna returned to his asylum in the evening with fruits he had collected, he beheld not the cow with her calf. He began to search for them in the woods, but when the great ascetic of superior intelligence found not his cow on search, he saw by his ascetic vision that she had been stolen by the Vasas. His wrath was instantly kindled and he cursed the Vasas, saying, Because the Vasas have stolen my cow of sweet milk and handsome tail, therefore shall they certainly be born on earth. O thou bull of Bharata's race, the illustrious rishi Apava thus cursed the Vasas in wrath. And having cursed them, the illustrious one set his heart once more on ascetic meditation. And after that Brahmarshi of great power and ascetic wealth had thus in wrath cursed the Vasas, the latter, O king, coming to know of it, speedily came into his asylum. And addressing the rishi, O bull among kings, they endeavoured to pacify him. But they failed, O tiger among men, to obtain grace from Apava, that rishi conversant with all rules of virtue. The virtuous Apava, however, said, Ye Vasas, with Dava and others, ye have been cursed by me. But ye shall be freed from my curse within a year of your birth among men. But he for whose deed ye have been cursed by me, he, viz., shall for his sinful act, have to dwell on earth for a length of time. I shall not make futile the words I have uttered in wrath. Though dwelling on earth, shall not beget children. He shall, however, be virtuous and conversant with the scriptures. He shall be an obedient son to his father, but he shall have to abstain from the pleasure of female companionship. Thus addressing the Vasas, the great rishi went away. The Vasas then together came to me. And, O king, they begged of me the boon that as soon as they would be born, I should throw them into the water. And, O best of kings, I did as they desired, in order to free them from their earthly life. And O best of kings, from the Rishi's curse, this one only, viz. Du himself, is to live on earth for some time. Vaisampayana continued. Having said this, the goddess disappeared then and there. And taking with her the child, she went away to the region she chose. And that child of Santanu was named both Ganjia and Mahabharata and excelled his father in all accomplishments. Santanu, after the disappearance of his wife, returned to his capital with a sorrowful heart. I shall now recount to thee the many virtues and the great good fortune of the illustrious King Santanu of the Bharata race. Indeed, it is this splendid history that is called the Mahabharata. Section C. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the monarch Santanu, the most adored of the gods and royal sages, was known in all the worlds for his wisdom, virtues, and truthfulness of speech. The qualities of self-control, liberality, forgiveness, intelligence, modesty, patience and superior energy ever dwelt in that bull among men, viz. Santanu, that great being endued with these accomplishments and conversant with both religion and profit. The monarch was at once the protector of the Bharata race and all human beings. His neck was marked with 3 lines, like a conch shell, his shoulders were broad, and he resembled in prowess an infuriated elephant. It would seem that all the auspicious signs of royalty dwelt in his person, considering that to be their fittest abode. Men, seeing the behavior of that monarch of great achievements, came to know that virtue was ever superior to pleasure and profit. These were the attributes that dwelt in that great being, that bull among men, Santanu. And truly there was never a king like Santanu. All the kings of the earth, beholding him devoted to virtue, bestowed upon that foremost of virtuous men the title of King of Kings. And all the kings of the earth during the time of that Lord Protector of the Bharata race were without woe and fear and anxiety of any kind. And they all slept in peace, rising from bed every morning after happy dreams. And owing to that monarch of splendid achievements resembling Indra himself in energy, all the kings of the earth became virtuous and devoted to liberality, religious acts and sacrifices. And when the earth was ruled by Santanu and other monarchs like him, the religious merits of every order increased very greatly. The Kshatriyas served the Brahmanas, the Vaisyas waited upon the Kshatriyas, and the Sudras adoring the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas waited upon the Vaisyas. And Santanu, residing in Hastinapura, the delightful capital of the Kuras, ruled the whole earth bounded by seas. He was truthful and guileless, and like the king of the celestials himself conversant with the dictates of virtue. And from the combination in him of liberality, religion and asceticism, he acquired a great good fortune. He was free from anger and malice, and was handsome in person like Soma himself. In splendor he was like the sun, and in impetuosity of valor like Vayu. In wrath he was like Yama, and in patience like the earth. And, O king, while Santanu ruled the earth, no deer, boars, birds, or other animals were needlessly slain. In his dominions the great virtue of kindness to all creatures prevailed, and the king himself, with a soul of mercy, and void of desire and wrath, extended equal protection unto all creatures. Then sacrifices in honor of the gods, the rishis, and Pitrus commenced, and no creature was deprived of life sinfully. And Santanu was the king and father of all, of those that were miserable and those that had no protectors, of birds and beasts, in fact, of every created thing. And during the rule of the best of Kuras, of that king of kings, speech became united with truth, and the minds of men were directed towards liberality and virtue. And Santanu, having enjoyed domestic felicity for 36 years, retired into the woods. and Santanu's son, the Vasaborn of Ganga, named Mahabharata, resembled Santanu himself in personal beauty, in habits and behavior, and in learning. And in all branches of knowledge, worldly or spiritual, his skill was very great. His strength and energy were extraordinary. He became a mighty car warrior. In fact, he was a great king. One day, while pursuing along the banks of the Ganges a deer that he had struck with his arrow, King Santanu observed that the river had become shallow. On observing this, that bull among men, viz., Santanu, began to reflect upon this strange phenomenon. He mentally asked why that first of rivers ran out so quickly as before. And while seeking for a cause, the illustrious monarch beheld that youth of great comeliness, well-built and amiable person, like Indra himself, had, by his keen celestial weapon, checked the flow of the river. And the king, beholding this extraordinary feat of the river Ganga having been checked in her course near where the youth stood, became very much surprised. This youth was no other than Santanu's son himself. But as Santanu had seen his son only once a few moments after his birth, he had not sufficient recollection to identify that infant with the youth before his eyes. The youth, however, seeing his father, knew him at once, but instead of disclosing himself, he clouded the king's perception by his celestial powers of illusion and disappeared in his very sight. King Santanu, wondering much at what he saw and imagining the youth to be his own son, then addressed Ganga and said, "Show me the child." Ganga, thus addressed, assuming a beautiful form, and holding the boy decked with ornaments in her right arm, showed him to Santanu. And Santanu did not recognize that beautiful female bedecked with ornaments and attired in fine robes of white, although he had known her before. And Ganga said, "O tiger among men, that eighth son whom thou hadst some time before begat upon me is this. Know that this excellent child is conversant with all weapons. O monarch, take him now. I have reared him with care. And go home, O tiger among men, taking him with thee. Endued with superior intelligence, he has studied with Vasish to the entire Vedas with their branches. Skilled in all weapons and a mighty bowman, he is like Indra in battle. And, O Bharata, both the gods and the Asuras look upon him with favor. Whatever branches of knowledge are known to Usanas, this one knoweth completely. And so is he the master of all those sastras that the son of Angiras, Vrihaspati, adored by the gods and the Asuras, knoweth. And all the weapons known to the powerful and invincible Rama, the son of Jamadani, are known to this thy illustrious son of mighty arms. O king of superior courage, take this thy own heroic child given unto thee by me. He is a mighty bowman and conversant with the interpretation of all treatises on the duties of a king." Thus commanded by Ganga, Santanu took his child resembling the sun himself in glory and returned to his capital. And having reached his city that was like unto the celestial capital, that monarch of Peru's line regarded himself greatly fortunate. And having summoned all the Pauravas together, for the protection of his kingdom, he installed his son as his heir apparent. And O bull of Bharata's race, the prince, soon gratified by his behavior, his father and the other members of the Paurava race, in fact, all the subjects of the kingdom, and the king of incomparable prowess lived happily with that son of his. 4 years had thus passed away, when the king one day went into the woods on the bank of the Yamuna. And while the king was rambling there, he perceived a sweet scent coming from an unknown direction. And the monarch, impelled by the desire of ascertaining the cause, wandered hither and thither. And in course of his ramble, he beheld a black-eyed maiden of celestial beauty, the daughter of a fisherman. The king, addressing her, said, "Who art thou, and whose daughter? What dost thou do here, O timid one?" She answered, "Blessed be thou. I am the daughter of the chief of the fishermen. At his command, I am engaged for religious merit in rowing passengers across this river in my boat. And Santanu, beholding that maiden of celestial form endued with beauty, amiableness, and such fragrance, desired her for his wife. And repairing unto her father, the king solicited his consent to the proposed match. But the chief of the fishermen replied to the monarch, saying, O king, as soon as my daughter of superior complexion was born, it was of course understood that she should be bestowed upon a husband. But listen to the desire I have cherished all along in my heart. O sinless one, thou art truthful. If thou desirest to obtain this maiden as a gift from me, give me then this pledge. If, indeed, thou givest the pledge, I will of course bestow my daughter upon thee, for truly I can never obtain a husband for her equal to thee. Santanu, hearing this, replied, When I have heard of the pledge thou askest, I shall then say whether I would be able to grant it. If it is capable of being granted, I shall certainly grant it. Otherwise how shall I grant it? The fisherman said, O king, what I ask of thee is this. The son born of this maiden shall be installed by thee on thy throne, and none else shall thou make thy successor. Vaisampayana continued, O Bharata, when Santanu heard this, he felt no inclination to grant such a boon, though the fire of desire sorely burnt him within. The king, with his heart afflicted by desire, returned to Hastinapura, thinking all the way of the fisherman's daughter. And having returned home, the monarch passed his time in sorrowful meditation. One day, Devavrata, approaching his afflicted, further said, All is prosperity with thee, all chiefs obey thee. Then how is it that thou grievest thus? Absorbed in thy own thoughts, thou speakest not a word to me in reply. Thou goest not out on horseback now, thou lookest pale and emaciated, having lost all animation. I wish to know the disease thou sufferest from, so that I may endeavour to apply remedy. Thus addressed by his son, Santanu answered, Thou sayest truly, O son, that I have become melancholy. I will also tell thee why I am so. O thou of Bharata's line, thou art the only scion of this our large race. Thou art always engaged in sports of arms and achievements of prowess. But, O son, I am always thinking of the instability of human life. If any danger overtake thee, O child of Ganga, the result is that we become sonless. Truly thou alone art to me as a century of suns. I do not, therefore, desire to wed again. I only desire and pray that prosperity may ever attend thee, so that our dynasty may be perpetuated. The wise say that he that hath one son hath no son. Sacrifices before fire and the knowledge of the 3 Vedas yield, it is true, everlasting religious merit, but all these, in point of religious merit, do not come up to a 16th part of the religious merit attainable on the birth of a son. Indeed, in this respect, there is hardly any difference between men and the lower animals. O wise one, I do not entertain a shadow of doubt that one attains to heaven in consequence of his having begotten a son. The Vedas, which constitute the root of the Puranas and are regarded as authoritative even by the gods, contain numerous proof of this. O thou of Bharata's race, thou art a hero of excitable temper, who is always engaged in the exercise of arms. It is very probable that thou wilt be slain on the field of battle. If it so happen, what then will be the state of the Bharata dynasty? It is this thought that hath made me so melancholy. I have now told thee fully the causes of my sorrow. Vaisampayana continued, Devavrata, who was endued with great intelligence, having ascertained all this from the king, reflected within himself for a while. He then went to the old minister devoted to his father's welfare and asked him about the cause of the king's grief. O bull of Bharata's race, when the prince questioned the minister, the latter told him about the boon that was demanded by the chief of the fishermen in respect of his daughter Gandavati. Then Devavrata, accompanied by many Kshatriya chiefs of venerable age, personally repaired to the chief of the fishermen and begged of him his daughter on behalf of the king. The chief of the fishermen received him with due adorations, and, O thou of Bharata's race, when the prince took his seat in the court of the chief, the latter addressed him and said, O bull among the Bharatas, thou art the first of all wielders of weapons and the only son of Santanu. Thy power is great. But I have something to tell thee. If the bride's father was Indra himself, even then he would have to repent of rejecting such an exceedingly honorable and desirable proposal of marriage. The great man of whose seed this celebrated maiden named Satyavati was born, is, indeed, equal to you in virtue. He hath spoken to me on many occasions of the virtues of thy father and told me that the king alone is worthy of marrying Satyavati. Let me tell you that I have even rejected the solicitations of that best of Brahmarshis, the celestial sage Asita, who, too, had often asked for Satyavati's hand in marriage. I have only one word to say on the part of this maiden. In the matter of the proposed marriage there is one great objection founded on the fact of a rival in the person of the co-wife's son. O oppressor of all foes, he hath no security, even if he be an Asura or a Gandharva, who hath a rival in thee. There is this only objection to the proposed marriage, and nothing else. Blessed be thou. But this is all I have to say in the matter of the bestowal or otherwise of Satyavati. Vaisampayana continued, O thou of Bharata's race, Devavrata, having heard these words, and moved by the desire of benefiting his father, thus answered in the hearing of the assembled chiefs, O foremost of truthful men, listen to the vow I utter. The man has not been or will not be born, who will have the courage to take such a vow. I shall accomplish all that thou demandest. The son that may be born of this maiden shall be our king. Thus addressed the chief of the fishermen, impelled by desire of sovereignty for his daughter's son, to achieve the almost impossible, then said, O thou of virtuous soul, thou art come hither as full agent on behalf of thy father Santanu of immeasurable glory. Be thou also the sole manager on my behalf in the matter of the bestowal of this my daughter. But, O amiable one, there is something else to be said, something else to be reflected upon by thee. O suppressor of foes, those that have daughters, from the very nature of their obligations, must say what I say. O thou that art devoted to truth, the promise thou hast given in the presence of these chiefs for the benefit of Satyavati, hath, indeed, been worthy of thee. O thou of mighty arms, I have not the least doubt of its ever being violated by thee. But I have my doubts in respect of the children thou mayst beget. Vaisampayana continued, O king, the son of Ganga, devoted to truth, having ascertained the scruples of the chief of the fishermen, then said, moved thereto by the desire of benefiting his father, chief of fishermen, thou best of men, listen to what I say in the presence of these assembled kings. Ye kings, I have already relinquished my right to the throne. I shall now settle the matter of my children. O fishermen, from this day I adopt the vow of Brahmacharya, study and meditation in celibacy. If I die sonless, I shall yet attain to regions of perennial bliss in heaven. Vaisampayana continued, upon these words of the son of Ganga, the hair on the fisherman's body stood on end from glee, and he replied, I bestow my daughter. Immediately after, the Apsaras and the gods with diverse tribes of rishis began to rain down flowers from the firmament upon the head of Devavrata and exclaimed, This one is Bhishma, the terrible. Bhishma then, to serve his father, addressed the illustrious damsel and said, O mother, ascend this chariot, and let us go unto our house. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, Bhishma helped the beautiful maiden into his chariot. On arriving with her at Hastinapura, he told Santanu everything as it had happened. And the assembled kings, jointly and individually, applauded his extraordinary act and said, "He is really Bhishma, the Terrible." And Santanu also, hearing of the extraordinary achievements of his son, became highly gratified and bestowed upon the high-souled prince the boon of death at will, saying, "Death shall never come to thee as long as thou desirest to live. Truly death shall approach thee, O sinless one, having first obtained thy command." Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "O monarch, after the nuptials were over, King Santanu established his beautiful bride in his household. Soon after was born of Satyavati an intelligent and heroic son of Santanu named Chitrangada. He was endued with great energy and became an eminent man. The Lord Santanu of great prowess also begat upon Satyavati another son named Vichitravirya, who became a mighty bowman and who became king after his father. And before that bull among men, viz. Vichitravirya, attained to majority, the wise King Santanu realized the inevitable influence of time. And after Santanu had ascended to heaven, Bhishma, placing himself under the command of Satyavati, installed that suppressor of foes, viz. Chitrangada, on the throne, who, having soon vanquished by his prowess all monarchs, considered not any man as his equal, and beholding that he could vanquish men, Asuras, and the very gods, his namesake, the powerful king of the Gandharvas, approached him for an encounter. Between that Gandharva and that foremost one of the Kuras, who were both very powerful, there occurred on the field of Kurukshetra fierce combat which lasted full 3 years on the banks of the Saraswati. In that terrible encounter characterized by thick showers of weapons and in which the combatants ground each other fiercely, the Gandharva, who had greater prowess or strategic deception, slew the Kuru prince. Having slain Chitrangada, that first of men and oppressor of foes, the Gandharva ascended to heaven. When that tiger among men endued with great prowess was slain, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, performed, O king, all his obsequies. He then installed the boy Vichitravirya of mighty arms, still in his minority, on the throne of the Kurus. And Vichitravirya, placing himself under the command of Bhishma, ruled the ancestral kingdom. And he adored Santanu's son Bhishma, who was conversant with all the rules of religion and law. So, indeed, Bhishma also protected him that was so obedient to the dictates of duty. Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, O thou of Kuru's race, after Chitrangada was slain, his successor Vichitravirya being the minor, Bhishma ruled the kingdom, placing himself under the command of Satyavati. When he saw that his brother, who was the foremost of intelligent men, attained to majority, Bhishma set his heart upon marrying Vichitravirya. At this time he heard that the 3 daughters of the king of Kasi, all equal in beauty to the Apsaras themselves, would be married on the same occasion, selecting their husbands at a self-choice ceremony. Then that foremost of Ka warriors, that vanquisher of all foes, at the command of his mother, went to the city of Varanasi in a single chariot. The Bhishma, the son of Santanu, saw that innumerable monarchs had come from all directions, and he also saw those 3 maidens that would select their own husbands. And when there, assembled, kings were each being mentioned by name, Bhishma chose those maidens, on behalf of his brother, and taking them upon his chariot, Bhishma, that first of smiters in battle, addressed the kings, O monarch, and said in a voice deep as the roar of the clouds, the wise have directed that when an accomplished person has been invited, a maiden may be bestowed on him, decked with ornaments and along with many valuable presents. Others again may bestow their daughters by accepting a couple of kine. Some again bestow their daughters by taking a fixed sum, and some take away maidens by force. Some wed with the consent of the maidens, some by drugging them into consent, and some by going unto the maiden's parents and obtaining their sanction. Some again obtain wives as presents for assisting at sacrifices. Of these, the learned always applaud the 8th form of marriage. Kings, however, speak highly of the Swayamvara, the 5th form as above, and themselves wed according to it. But the sages have said that wife is daily to be prized who is taken away by force, after the slaughter of opponents, from amidst the concourse of princes and kings invited to a self-choice ceremony. Therefore, ye monarchs, I bear away these maidens hence by force. Strive ye, to the best of your might, to vanquish me or to be vanquished. Ye monarchs, I stand here resolved to fight. Kuru Prince, endued with great energy, thus addressing the assembled monarchs, and the king of Kazi took upon his car those maidens. And having taken them up, he sped his chariot away, challenging the invited kings to a fight. The challenged monarchs then all stood up, slapping their arms and biting their nether lips in wrath. And loud was the din produced, as, in a great hurry, they began to cast off their ornaments and put on their armor. And the motion of their ornaments and armor, O Janimjaya, brilliant as these were, resembled meteoric flashes in the sky. And with brows contracted and eyes red with rage, the monarchs moved in impatience, their armor and ornaments dazzling or waving with their agitated steps. The charioteers soon brought handsome cars with fine horses harnessed thereto. Those splendid warriors then, equipped with all kinds of weapons, rode on those cars, and with uplifted weapons pursued the retreating chief of the Kurus. Then, O Bharata, occurred the terrible encounter between those innumerable monarchs on one side and the Kuru warrior alone on the other. And the assembled monarchs threw at their foe 10,000 arrows at the same time. Bhishma, however, speedily checked those numberless arrows before they could come at him by means of a shower of his own arrows as innumerable as the down on the body. Then those kings surrounded him from all sides and rained arrows on him like masses of clouds showering on the mountain breast. But Bhishma, arresting with his shafts the course of that arrowy downpour, pierced each of the monarchs with 3 shafts. The latter, in their turn, pierced Bhishma, each with 5 shafts. But, O king, Bhishma checked those by his prowess and pierced each of the contending kings with 2 shafts. The combat became so fierce with that dense shower of arrows and other missiles that it looked very much like the encounter between the Celestials and the Asuras of old, and men of courage who took no part in it were struck with fear even to look at the scene. Bhishma cut off, with his arrows, on the field of battle, bows, and flagstaffs, and coats of mail, and human heads by hundreds and thousands. And such was his terrible prowess and extraordinary lightness of hand, and such the skill with which he protected himself, that the contending car warriors, though his enemies, began to applaud him loudly. Then that foremost of all wielders of weapons, having vanquished in battle all those monarchs, pursued his way towards the capital of the Bharatas, taking those maidens with him. It was then, O king, that mighty car warrior, King Salya of immeasurable prowess, from behind summoned Bhishma, the son of Santanu, to an encounter. And desirous of obtaining the maidens, he came upon Bhishma like a mighty leader of a herd of elephants rushing upon another of his kind, and tearing with his tusks the latter's hips at the sight of a female elephant in heat. And Salya of mighty arms, moved by wrath, addressed Bhishma and said, "Stay, stay." Then Bhishma, that tiger among men, that grinder of hostile armies, provoked by these words, flamed up in wrath like a blazing fire. Bow in hand, and brow furrowed into wrinkles, he stayed on his car, in obedience to Kshatriya usage, having checked its course in expectation of the enemy. All the monarchs, seeing him stop, stood there to become spectators of the coming encounter between him and Salya. The two then began to exhibit their prowess upon each other, like roaring bulls of great strength at the sight of a cow in rut. Then that foremost of men, King Salya, covered Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with hundreds and thousands of swift-winged shafts. And those monarchs, seeing Salya thus covering Bhishma at the outset with innumerable shafts, wondered much and uttered shouts of applause. Beholding his lightness of hand in combat, the crowd of regal spectators became very glad and applauded Salya greatly. That subjugator of hostile towns, Bhishma, then, on hearing those shouts of the Kshatriyas, became very angry and said, "Stay, stay." In wrath, he commanded his charioteer, saying, "Lead thou my cart to where Salya is, so that I may slay him instantly as Garuda slays a serpent." Then the Kuru chief fixed the Varuna weapon on his bowstring, and with it afflicted the 4 steeds of King Salya. And, O tiger among kings, the Kuru chief, then, warding off with his weapons those of his foe, slew Salya's charioteer. Then that first of men, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, fighting for the sake of those damsels, slew with the Indra weapon the noble steeds of his adversary. He then vanquished that best of monarchs, but left him with his life. O bull of Bharata's race, Salya, after his defeat, returned to his kingdom and continued to rule it virtuously. And O conqueror of hostile towns, the other kings also, who had come to witness the self-choice ceremony, returned to their own kingdoms. That foremost of smiters, viz., Bhishma, after defeating those monarchs, set out with those damsels for Hastinapura, whence the virtuous Kuru prince Vichitravirya ruled the earth like that best of monarchs, viz., his father Santanu. And, O king, passing through many forests, rivers, hills, and woods abounding with trees, he arrived at the capital in no time. Of immeasurable prowess in battle, the son of the ocean-going Ganga, having slain numberless foes in battle without a scratch on his own person, brought the daughters of the king of Kazi unto the Kurus as tenderly if they were his daughters-in-law, or younger sisters, or daughters. And Bhishma of mighty arms, impelled by the desire of benefiting his brother, having by his prowess brought them thus, then offered those maidens possessing every accomplishment unto Vichitravirya, conversant with the dictates of virtue, the son of Santanu, having achieved such an extraordinary feat according to kingly custom, then began to make preparations for his brother's wedding. And when everything about the wedding had been settled by Bhishma in consultation with Satyavati, the eldest daughter of the king of Kazi, with a soft smile, told him these words, "At heart I had chosen the king of Sauba for my husband. He had, in his heart, accepted me for his wife. This was also approved by my father. At the self-choice ceremony also I would have chosen him as my lord. Thou art conversant with all the dictates of virtue. Knowing all this, do as thou likest." Thus addressed by that maiden in the presence of the Brahmanas, the heroic Bhishma began to reflect as to what should be done. As he was conversant with the rules of virtue, he consulted with the Brahmanas who had mastered the Vedas, and permitted Amba, the eldest daughter of the ruler of Kazi, to do as she liked. But he bestowed with due right the 2 other daughters, Ambika and Amblika, on his younger brother Vichitravirya. And though Vichitravirya was virtuous and abstemious, yet, proud of youth and beauty, he soon became lustful after his marriage. And both Ambika and Amblika were of tall stature, and of the complexion of molten gold. And their heads were covered with black curly hair, and their fingernails were high and red, their hips were fat and round, and their breasts full and deep. And endued with every auspicious mark, the amiable young ladies considered themselves to be wedded to a husband who was every way worthy of themselves, and extremely loved and respected Vichitravirya. And Vichitravirya also, endued with the prowess of the celestials and the beauty of the twin Aswins, could steal the heart of any beautiful woman. And the prince passed 7 years uninterruptedly in the company of his wives. He was attacked while yet in the prime of youth, with phthisis. Friends and relatives in consultation with one another tried to effect a cure. But in spite of all efforts, the Kuru prince died, setting like the evening sun. The virtuous Bhishma then became plunged into anxiety and grief, and in consultation with Satyavati caused the obsequial rites of the deceased to be performed by learned priests and the several of the Kuru race. Section CI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the unfortunate Satyavati then became plunged in grief on account of her son, and after performing with her daughters-in-law the funeral rites of the deceased, consoled, as best she could, her weeping daughters-in-law and Bhishma, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, and turning her eyes to religion, and to the paternal and maternal lines of the Kurus, she addressed Bhishma and said the funeral cake, the achievements, and the perpetuation of the line of the virtuous and celebrated Santanu of Kuru's race, all now depend on thee. As the attainment of heaven is inseparable from good deeds, as long life is inseparable from truth and faith, so is virtue inseparable from thee. O virtuous one, thou art well acquainted, in detail and in the abstract, with the dictates of virtue, with various Srutis, and with all the branches of the Vedas. Know very well that thou art equivalent to Sukra and Angiras as regards firmness in virtue, knowledge of the particular customs of families, and readiness of inventions under difficulties. Therefore, O foremost of virtuous men, relying on thee greatly, I shall appoint thee in a certain matter. Hearing me, it behoveth thee to do my bidding. O bull among men, my son and thy brother, endued with energy and dear unto thee, hath gone childless to heaven while still a boy. These wives of thy brother, the amiable daughters of the ruler of Kazi, possessing beauty and youth, have become desirous of children. Therefore, O thou with mighty arms, at my command, raise offspring on them for the perpetuation of our line. It behoveth thee to guard virtue against loss. Install thyself on the throne and rule the kingdom of the Brattas. Wed thou duly a wife. Plunge not thy ancestors into hell. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by his mother and friends and relatives, that oppressor of foes, the virtuous Bhishma, gave this reply conformable to the dictates of virtue. O mother, what thou sayest is certainly sanctioned by virtue. That thou knowest what my vow is in the matter of begetting children. Thou knowest also all that transpired in connection with thy dower. O Satyavati, I repeat the pledge I once gave, viz., I would renounce 3 worlds, the empire of heaven, anything that may be greater than that, but truth I would never renounce. The earth may renounce its scent, water may renounce its moisture, light may renounce its attribute of exhibiting forms, air may renounce its attribute of touch, the sun may renounce his glory, fire, its heat, the moon, his cooling rays, space, its capacity of generating sound, the slayer of Vritra, his prowess, the god of justice, his impartiality, but I cannot renounce truth. Thus addressed by her son endued with wealth of energy, Satyavati said unto Bhishma, O thou whose prowess is truth, I know of thy firmness in truth. Thou canst, if so minded, create, by the help of thy energy, 3 worlds other than those that exist. I know what thy vow was on my account. But considering this emergency, bear thou the burden of the duty that one oweth to his ancestors. O punisher of foes, act in such a way that the lineal link may not be broken and our friends and relatives may not grieve. Thus urged by the miserable and weeping Satyavati speaking such words inconsistent with virtue from grief at the loss of her son, Bhishma addressed her again and said, O queen, turn not thy eyes away from virtue. O, destroy us not. Breach of truth by a Kshatriya is never applauded in our treatises on religion. I shall soon tell thee, O queen, what the established Kshatriya usage as to which recourse may be had to prevent Santanu's line becoming extinct on earth. hearing me reflect on what should be done in consultation with learned priests and those that are acquainted with practices allowable in times of emergency and distress, forgetting not at the same time what the ordinary course of social conduct is. Section Sif. Sambhava Parva continued. Bhishma continued, in olden days, Rama, the son of Jamadani, in anger at the death of his father, slew with his battle axe the king of the Hayayas. And Rama, by cutting off the 1,000 arms of Arjuna, the Hayaya king, achieved a most difficult feat in the world. Not content with this, he set out on his chariot from the conquest of the world, and taking up his bow he cast around his mighty weapons to exterminate the Kshatriyas. And the illustrious scion of Bhrigu's race, by means of his swift arrows, annihilated the Kshatriya tribe 120 times. And when the earth was thus deprived of Kshatriyas by the great Rishi, the Kshatriya ladies all over the land had offspring raised by Brahmanas skilled in the Vedas. It has been said in the Vedas that the son so raised belongeth to him that had married the mother. And the Kshatriya ladies went in unto the Brahmanas not lustfully but from motives of virtue. Indeed, it was thus that the Kshatriya race was revived. In this connection there is another old history that I will recite to you. There was in olden days a wise rishi of the name of Uttathaya. He had a wife of the name Mamata whom he dearly loved. One day Uttathaya's younger brother Vrihaspati, the priest of the celestials, endued with great energy, approached Mamata. The latter, however, told her husband's younger brother, that foremost of eloquent men, that she had conceived from her connection with his elder brother, and that, therefore, he should not then seek from the consummation of his wishes. She continued, O illustrious Vrihaspati, the child that I have conceived hath studied in his mother's womb the Vedas with the 6 angas, sementum fistrapadi non-patist. How can then this womb of mine afford room for 2 children at a time? Therefore, it behoveth thee not to seek from the consummation of thy desire at such a time. Thus addressed by her, Vrihaspati, though possessed of great wisdom, succeeded not in suppressing his desire. Quamortan jam kamala kotiras is it, the child in the womb then addressed him and said, O father, cease from thy attempt. There is no space here for 2. O illustrious one, the room is small. I have occupied it first. Semen tempedi non patist. It behoveth thee not to afflict me. But Vrihaspati, without listening to what that child in the womb said, sought the embraces of Mamata possessing the most beautiful pair of eyes. El tamen muniki inventure erat punctum temporis quo huma vitalis jam mimissum I et providens, viamper quam semen intra possit pedibus abstruxit. Semenita exigem, exidet et interim projectumist. And the illustrious Vrihaspati, beholding this, became indignant, and reproached Uttathaya's child and cursed him, saying, Because thou hast spoken to me in the way thou hast at a time of pleasure that is sought after by all creatures, perpetual darkness shall overtake thee. And from this curse of the illustrious Vrihaspati Uttathaya's child, who was equal unto Vrihaspati in energy, was born blind and came to be called Durgadamas, enveloped in perpetual darkness. And the wise Durgadamas, possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, though born blind, succeeded yet by virtue of his learning, in obtaining for a wife a young and handsome Brahmana maiden of the name of Pradsi. And having married her, the illustrious Durgadamas, for the expansion of Uttathaya's race, begat upon her several children with Gautama as their eldest. These children, however, were all given to covetousness and folly. The virtuous and illustrious Durgadamas, possessing complete mastery over the Vedas, soon after learned from Zorabi's son the practices of their order and fearlessly betook himself to those practices, regarding them with reverence. For shame is the creature of sin and can never be where there is purity of intention. Then those best of Munis that dwelt in the same asylum, beholding him transgress the limits of propriety, became indignant, seeing sin where sin was not. And they said, "Oh, this man transgresseth the limit of propriety. No longer doth he deserve a place amongst us. Therefore shall we all cast this sinful wretch off." And they said many other things regarding the many Durgadamas. And his wife, too, having obtained children, became indignant with him. The husband then addressing his wife Pradhuti, said, "Why is it that thou also hast been dissatisfied with me?" His wife answered, "The husband is called the Bhatri because he supporteth the wife. He is called Party because he protecteth her. But thou art neither to me. O thou of great ascetic merit, on the other hand, thou hast been blind from birth. It is I who have supported thee and thy children. I shall not do so in future." Hearing these words of his wife, the rishi became indignant and said unto her and her children, "Take me unto the Kshatriyas, and thou shalt then be rich." His wife replied by saying, "I desire not wealth that may be procured by thee, for that can never bring me happiness. O best of Brahmanas, do as thou likest. I shall not be able to maintain thee as before." At these words of his wife, Durgatamas said, "I lay down from this day as a rule that every woman shall have to adhere to one husband for her life. Be the husband dead or alive, it shall not be lawful for a woman to have connection with another. And she who may have such connection shall certainly be regarded as fallen. A woman without husband shall always be liable to be sinful. And even if she be wealthy, she shall not be able to enjoy that wealth truly. Calumny and evil report shall ever dog her." Hearing these words of her husband, Pradhuti became very angry, and commanded her sons, saying, "Throw him into the waters of Ganga." And at the command of their mother, the wicked Gautama and his brothers, those slaves of covetousness and folly, exclaiming, "Indeed, why should we support this old man?" Tied the Muni to a raft and committing him to the mercy of the stream returned home without compunction. The blind old man drifting along the stream on that raft passed through the territories of many kings. One day a king named Vali, conversant with every duty, went to the Ganges to perform his ablutions. And as the monarch was thus engaged, the raft to which the rishi was tied approached him. And as it came, the king took the old man. The virtuous Vali, ever devoted to truth, then learning who the man was that was thus saved by him, chose him for raising up offspring. And Vali said, "O illustrious one, it behoveth thee to raise upon my wife a few sons that shall be virtuous and wise." Thus addressed, the rishi, endued with great energy, expressed his willingness. Thereupon King Vali sent his wife Sudeshna to him. But the queen, knowing that the latter was blind and old, went not unto him. She sent unto him her nurse. And upon that Sudra woman the virtuous rishi of passions under full control begat 11 children, of whom Kakshavat was the eldest. And beholding those 11 sons with Kakshavat as the eldest, who had studied all the Vedas and who like rishis were utterers of Brahma and were possessed of great power, King Vali one day asked the rishi, saying, "Are these children mine?" The rishi replied, "No, they are mine. Kakshavat and others have been begotten by me upon a Sudra woman. Thy unfortunate queen Sudeshna, seeing me blind and old, insulted me by not coming herself but sending unto me, instead, her nurse." The king then pacified the best of rishis and sent unto him his queen Sudeshna. The rishi, by merely touching her person, said to her, "Thou shalt have 5 children named Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Pundra and Sama, who shall be like unto Surya, sun, himself in glory. And after their names as many countries shall be known on earth. It is after their names that their dominions have come to be called Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Pundra and Sama." It was thus that the line of Vali was perpetuated in days of old by a great rishi. And it was thus also that many mighty bowmen and great Ka warriors wedded to virtue, sprung in the Kshatriya race from the seed of Brahmanas. Hearing this, O mother, do as thou likest, as regards the matter in hand. Section CV. Sambhava Parva continued. Bhishma continued, listen, O mother, to me as I indicate the means by which the Bharata line may be perpetuated. Let an accomplished Brahmana be invited by an offer of wealth, and let him raise offspring upon the wives of Vichitravirya. Vaisampayana continued, Satyavati, then, smiling softly and in voice broken in bashfulness, addressed Bhishma saying, O Bharata of mighty arms, what thou sayest is true. From my confidence in thee I shall now indicate the means of perpetuating our line. Thou shalt not be able to reject it, being conversant, as thou art, with the practices permitted in seasons of distress. In our race, thou art virtue, and thou art truth, and thou art, too, our sole refuge. Therefore, hearing what I say truly, do what may be proper. My father was a virtuous man. For virtue's sake he had kept a very board. One day, in the prime of my youth, I went to ply that board. It so happened that the great and wise Rishi Parasara, that foremost of all virtuous men, came, and betook himself to my boat for crossing the Yamuna. As I was rowing him across the river, the Rishi became excited with desire and began to address me in soft words. The fear of my father was uppermost in my mind, but the terror of the Rishi's curse at last prevailed, and having obtained from him a precious boon, I could not refuse his solicitations. The Rishi by his energy brought me under his complete control, and gratified his desire then and there, having first enveloped the region in a thick fog. Before this there was a revolting fishy odour in my body, but the Rishi dispelled it and gave me my present fragrance. The Rishi also told me that by bringing forth his child in an island of the river, I would still continue to be a virgin. And the child of Parasara so born of me in my maidenhood hath become a great Rishi endued with large ascetic powers and known by the name of Dwapayana, the island-born. That illustrious Rishi having by his ascetic power divided the Vedas into 4 parts hath come to be called on earth by the name of Vyasa, the divider or arranger, and for his dark colour, Krishna, the dark. Truthful in speech, free from passion, a mighty ascetic who hath burnt all his sins, he went away with his father immediately after his birth. Appointed by me and thee also, that Rishi of incomparable splendour will certainly beget good children upon the wives of thy brother. He told me when he went away, Mother, think of me when thou art in difficulty. I will now call him up, if thou, O Bhishma of mighty arms, so desirest. If thou art willing, O Bhishma, I am sure that great ascetic will beget children upon Vichitravirya's field. Vaisampayana continued. Mention being made of the great Rishi, Bhishma with joined palms said, that man is truly intelligent who fixes his eyes judiciously on virtue, profit, and pleasure, and who after reflecting with patience, acteth in such a way that virtue may lead to future virtue, profit to future profit, and pleasure to future pleasure. Therefore, that which hath been said by thee and which, besides being beneficial to us, is consistent with virtue, is certainly the best advice and hath my full approval. And when Bhishma had said this, O thou of Kuru's race, Kali, Satyavati, thought of the many Dwapayana and Dwapayana who was then engaged in interpreting the Vedas, learning that he was being called up by his mother, came instantly unto her without anybody's knowing it. Satyavati then duly greeted her son and embraced him with arms, bathing him in her tears, for the daughter of the fisherman wept bitterly at the sight of her son after so long a time. And her first son, the great Vyasa, beholding her weeping, washed her with cool water, and bowing unto her, said, I have come, O mother, to fulfill thy wishes. Therefore, O virtuous one, command me without delay. I shall accomplish thy desire. The family priest of the Bharatas then worshipped the great Rishi duly, and the latter accepted the offerings of worship, uttering the usual mantras. And gratified with the worship he received, he took his seat. Satyavati, beholding him seated at his ease, after the usual inquiries, addressed him and said, "O learned one, sons derive their birth both from the father and the mother. They are, therefore, the common property of both parents. There cannot be the least doubt about it that the mother hath as much power over them as the father. As thou art, indeed, my eldest son according to the ordinance, O Brahmarshi, so is Vichitravirya my youngest son. And as Bhishma is Vichitravirya's brother on the father's side, so art thou his brother on the same mother's side. I do not know what you may think, but this is what, O son, I think. This Bhishma, the son of Santanu, devoted to truth, doth not, for the sake of truth, entertain the desire of either begetting children or ruling the kingdom. Therefore, from affection for thy brother Vichitravirya, for the perpetuation of our dynasty, for the sake of this Bhishma's request and my command, for kindness to all creatures, for the protection of the people and from the liberality of thy heart, O sinless one, it behoveth thee to do what I say. Thy younger brother hath left 2 widows like unto the daughters of the celestials themselves, endued with youth and great beauty. For the sake of virtue and religion, they have become desirous of offspring. Thou art the fittest person to be appointed. Therefore beget upon them children worthy of our race and for the continuance of our line. Vyasa, hearing this, said, O Satyavati, thou knowest what virtue is both in respect of this life and the other. O thou of great wisdom, thy affections also are set on virtue. Therefore, at thy command, making virtue my motive, I shall do what thou desirest. Indeed, this practice that is conformable to the true and eternal religion is known to me. I shall give unto my brother children that shall be like unto Maitreya and Varuna. Let the ladies then duly observe for 1 full year the vow I indicate. They shall then be purified. No women shall ever approach me without having observed a rigid vow. Satyavati then said, O sinless one, it must be as thou sayest. Take such steps that the ladies may conceive immediately. In a kingdom where there is no king, the people perish from want of protection. Sacrifices and other holy acts are suspended, the clouds send no showers, and the gods disappear. How can a kingdom be protected that hath no king? Therefore, see thou that the ladies conceive. Bhishma will watch over the children as long as they are in their mothers' wombs. Vyasa replied, If I am to give unto my brother children so unseasonably, then let the ladies bear my ugliness, that in itself shall, in their case, be the austerest of penances. If the princess of Kosala can bear my strong odour, my ugly and grim visage, my attire and body, she shall then conceive an excellent child. Vaisampayana continued, having spoken thus unto Satyavati, Vyasa of great energy addressed her and said, Let the princess of Kosala clad in clean attire and checked with ornaments wait for me in her bedchamber. Saying this, the rishi disappeared. Satyavati then went to her daughter-in-law and seeing her in private spoke to her these words of beneficial and virtuous import. O princess of Kosala, listen to what I say. It is consistent with virtue. The dynasty of the Bharatas hath become extinct from my misfortune. Beholding my affliction and the extinction of his paternal line, the wise Bhishma, impelled also by the desire of perpetuating our race, hath made me a suggestion, which suggestion, however, for its accomplishment is dependent on thee. Accomplish it, O daughter, and restore the lost line of the Bharatas. O thou of fair hips, bring thou forth a child equal in splendour unto the chief of the celestials. He shall bear the onerous burden of this our hereditary kingdom. Satyavati, having succeeded with great difficulty in procuring the assent of her virtuous daughter-in-law to her proposal, which was not inconsistent with virtue, then fed brahmanas and rishis and numberless guests who arrived on the occasion. Section CVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, soon after the monthly season of the princess of Kosala had been over, Satyavati, purifying her daughter-in-law with the bath, led her into the sleeping apartment. There, seating her upon a luxurious bed, she addressed her, saying, O princess of Kosala, thy husband hath an elder brother who shall this day enter thy womb as thy child. Wait for him tonight without dropping off to sleep. Hearing these words of her mother-in-law, the amiable princess, as she lay on her bed, began to think of Bhishma and the other elders of the Kuru race. Then the rishi of truthful speech, who had given his promise in respect of Ambika, the eldest of the princesses, in the first instance, entered her chamber while the lamp was burning. The princess, seeing his dark visage, his matted locks of copper hue, blazing eyes, his grim beard, closed her eyes in fear. The rishi, from desire of accomplishing his mother's wishes, however, knew her. But the latter, struck with fear, opened not her eyes even once to look at him. And when Vyasa came out, he was met by his mother, who asked him, shall the princess have an accomplished son? Hearing her, he replied, the son of the princess she will bring forth shall be equal in might unto 10,000 elephants. He will be an illustrious royal sage, possessed of great learning and intelligence and energy. The high-souled one shall have in his time a century of sons. But from the fault of his mother he shall be blind. At these words of her son, Satyavati said, O thou of ascetic wealth, how can one that is blind become a monarch worthy of the Kurus? How can one that is blind become the protector of his relatives and family, and the glory of his father's race? It behoveth thee to give another king unto the Kurus. Saying, so be it, Vyasa went away. And the first princess of Kosala in due time brought forth a blind son. Soon after Satyavati, O chastiser of foes, summoned Vyasa, after having secured the assent of her daughter-in-law. Vyasa came according to his promise, and approached, as before, the second wife of his brother. And Amblika, beholding the rishi, became pale with fear, and, O Bharata, beholding her so afflicted and pale with fear, Vyasa addressed her and said, because thou hast been pale with fear at the sight of my grim visage, therefore thy child shall be pale in complexion. O thou of handsome face, the name also thy child shall bear will be Pandu, the pale. Saying this, the illustrious and best of rishis came out of her chamber. And as he came out, he was met by his mother, who asked him about the would-be child. The rishi told her that the child would be of pale complexion and known by the name of Pandu. Satyavati again begged of the rishi another child, and the rishi told her in reply, so be it. Amblika, then, when her time came, brought forth a son of pale complexion. Blazing with beauty, the child was endued with all auspicious marks. Indeed, it was this child who afterwards became the father of those mighty archers, the Pandavas. Some time after, when the oldest of Vichitravirya's widows again had her monthly season, she was solicited by Satyavati to approach Vyasa once again. Possessed of beauty like the daughter of a celestial, the princess refused to do her mother-in-law's bidding, remembering the grim visage and strong odour of the rishi. She, however, sent unto him a maid of hers, endued with the beauty of an apsara and decked with her own ornaments. And when Vyasa arrived, the maid rose up and saluted him. And she waited upon him respectfully and took her seat near him when asked. And, O king, the great rishi of rigid vows, was well pleased with her, and when he rose to go away, he addressed her and said, Amiable one, thou shalt no longer be a slave. thy child also shall be greatly fortunate and virtuous, and the foremost of all intelligent men on earth. And, O king, the son thus begotten upon her by Krishnadwapayana was afterwards known by the name of Vidura. He was thus the brother of Dhritarashtra and the illustrious Pandu. And Vidura was free from desire and passion and was conversant with the rules of government, and was the god of justice born on earth under the curse of the illustrious Rishi Mandavya. And Krishnadwapayana, when he met his mother as before, informed her as to how he had been deceived by the seniormost of the princesses and how he had begotten a son upon a Sudra woman. And having spoken thus unto his mother, the Rishi disappeared from her sight. Thus were born, in the field of Vichitravirya, even of Dwapayana, those sons of the splendor of celestial children, those propagators of the Kuru race. Section Kvi. Sambhava Pava continued. Janamjaya said, what did the god of justice do for which he was cursed? And who was the Brahmana ascetic from whose curse the god had to be born in the Sudra caste? Vaisampayana said, there was a Brahmana known by the name of Mandavya. He was conversant with all duties and was devoted to religion, truth and asceticism. The great ascetic used to sit at the entrance of his hermitage at the foot of a tree, with his arms upraised in the observance of the vow of silence. And as he sat there for years together, one day there came into his asylum a number of robbers laden with spoil. And, O bull in Brata's race, those robbers were then being pursued by a superior body as guardians of the peace. The thieves, on entering that asylum, hid their booty there, and in fear concealed themselves thereabout before the guards came. But scarcely had they thus concealed themselves when the constables in pursuit came to the spot. The latter, observing the Rishi sitting under the tree, questioned him, O king, saying, O best of Brahmanas, which way have the thieves taken? Point it out to us so that we may follow it without loss of time. Thus questioned by the guardians of peace, the ascetic, O king, said not a word, good or otherwise, in reply. The officers of the king, however, on searching that asylum soon discovered the thieves concealed thereabout together with the plunder. Upon this, their suspicion fell upon the moon, and accordingly they seized him with the thieves and brought him before the king. The king sentenced him to be executed along with his supposed associates. And the officers, acting in ignorance, carried out the sentence by impaling the celebrated Rishi. And having impaled him, they went to the king with the booty they had recovered. But the virtuous Rishi, though impaled and kept without food, remained in that state for a long time without dying. And the Rishi by his ascetic power not only preserved his life but summoned other Rishi to the scene. And they came there in the night in the forms of birds, and beholding him engaged in ascetic meditation though fixed on that stake, became plunged into grief. And telling that best of Brahmanas who they were, they asked him, saying, O Brahmana, we desire to know what hath been thy sin for which thou hast thus been made to suffer the tortures of impalement. Section Kvi. Sambhava Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, thus asked the tiger among munis, then answered those rishis of ascetic wealth, whom shall I blame for this? In fact, none else than my own self hath offended against me. After this, O monarch, the officers of justice, seeing him alive, informed the king of it. The latter, hearing what they said, consulted with his advisers, and came to the place and began to pacify the Rishi, fixed on the stake. And the king said, O thou best of Rishis, I have offended against thee in ignorance. I beseech thee to pardon me for the same. It behoveth thee not to be angry with me. Thus addressed by the king, the Muni was pacified. And beholding him free from wrath, the king took him up with the stake and endeavored to extract it from his body. But not succeeding therein, he cut it off at the point just outside the body. The Muni, with a portion of the stake within his body, walked about, and in that state practiced the austerest of penances and conquered numberless regions unattainable by others. And for the circumstances of a part of the stake being within his body, he came to be known in the 3 worlds by the name of Animandavya, Mandavya with the stake within. And one day that Brahmana acquainted with the highest truth of religion went unto the abode of the God of justice. And beholding the God seated on his throne, the Rishi reproached him and said, "What, pray, is that sinful act committed by me unconsciously, for which I am bearing this punishment? Oh, tell me soon, and behold the power of my asceticism." The God of justice, thus questioned, replied, "O thou of ascetic wealth, a little insect was once pierced by thee on a blade of grass. Thou bearest now the consequence of the act. O Rishi, as a gift, however small, multiplieth in respect of its religious merits, so a sinful act multiplieth in respect of the woe it bringeth in its train." On hearing this, Animandavya asked, "Oh, tell me truly when this act was committed by me." Told in reply by the God of justice that he had committed it when a child, the Rishi said, "That shall not be a sin which may be done by a child up to the 12th year of his age from birth. The scriptures shall not recognize it as sinful. The punishment thou hast inflicted on me for such a venial offence hath been disproportionate in severity. The killing of a Brahmana involves a sin that is heavier than the killing of any other living being. Thou shalt, therefore, O God of justice, have to be born among men even in the Sudra order. And from this day I establish this limit in respect of the consequence of acts, that an act shall not be sinful when committed by one below the age of 14. But when committed by one above that age, it shall be regarded as sin." Vaisampayana continued, "Cursed for this fault by that illustrious Rishi, the God of justice at his birth as Vidura in the Sudra order. And Vidura was well versed in the doctrines of morality and also politics and worldly profit. And he was entirely free from covetousness and wrath. Possessed of great foresight and undisturbed tranquility of mind, Vidura was ever devoted to the welfare of the Kuras." Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, upon the birth of those 3 children, Kurujangala, Kurukshetra, and the Kuras grew in prosperity. The earth began to yield abundant harvest, and the crops also were of good flavour. And the clouds began to pour rain in season, and trees became full of fruits and flowers. And the draught cattle were all happy, and the birds and other animals rejoiced exceedingly. And the flowers became fragrant, and the fruits became sweet. The cities and towns became filled with merchants, artisans, traders and artists of every description. And the people became brave, learned, honest and happy. And there were no robbers then, nor anybody who was sinful. And it seemed that the golden age had come upon every part of the kingdom. And the people devoted to virtuous acts, sacrifices and truth, and regarding one another with love and affection grew in prosperity. And free from pride, wrath and covetousness, they rejoiced in perfectly innocent sports. And the capital of the Kuras, full as the ocean, was the second Amaravati, teeming with hundreds of palaces and mansions, and possessing gates and arches dark as the clouds. And men in great cheerfulness sported constantly on rivers, lakes and tanks, and in fine groves and charming woods. And the southern Kuras, in their virtuous rivalry with their northern kinsmen, walked about in the company of Siddhas and Charanas and Rishis. And all over the delightful country whose prosperity was thus increased by the Kuras, there were no misers and no widowed women. And the wells and lakes were ever full, the groves abounded with trees, and the houses and abodes of Brahmanas were full of wealth, and the whole kingdom was full of festivities. And, O king, virtuously ruled by Bhishma, the kingdom was adorned with hundreds of sacrificial stakes. And the wheel of virtue having been set in motion by Bhishma, and the country became so contented that the subjects of other kingdoms, quitting their homes, came to dwell there and increase its population. And the citizens and the people were filled with hope, upon seeing the youthful acts of their illustrious princes. And, O king, in the house of the Kuru chiefs as also of the principal citizens, give, eat were the only words constantly heard. And Dhritarashtra and Pandu and Vidura of great intelligence were from their birth brought up by Bhishma, as if they were his own sons. And the children, having passed through the usual rites of their order, devoted themselves to vows and study. And they grew up into fine young men skilled in the Vedas and all athletic sports. And they became well skilled in the practice of bow, in horsemanship, in encounters with mace, sword and shield, in the management of elephants in battle, and in the science of morality. Well read in history and the Puranas and various branches of learning, and acquainted with the truths of the Vedas and the branches they acquired knowledge, which was versatile and deep. And Pandu, possessed of great prowess, excelled all men in archery, while Dhritarashtra excelled all in personal strength, while in the three worlds there was no one equal to Vidura in devotion to virtue and in the knowledge of the dictates of morality. And beholding the restoration of the extinct line of Santanu, the saying became current in all countries that among mothers of heroes, the daughters of the king of Kusi were the first, that among countries Kuru Jangla was the first, that among virtuous men, Vidura was the first, that among cities Hastinapura was the first. Pandu became king, for Dhritarashtra, owing to the blindness, and Vidura, for his birth by a Sudra woman, did not obtain the kingdom. One day Bhishma, the foremost of those acquainted with the duties of a statesman and dictates of morality, properly addressing Vidura conversant with the truth of religion and virtue, said as follows. Section CX. Sambhava Parva continued. Bhishma said, "This our celebrated race, resplendent with every virtue and accomplishment, hath all along sovereignty over all other monarchs on earth. Its glory maintained and itself perpetuated by many virtuous and illustrious monarchs of old, the illustrious Krishna, Vaipayana, and Satyavati and myself have raised you, 3, up, in order that it may not be extinct. It behoveth myself and thee also to take such steps that this our dynasty may expand again as the sea. It hath been heard by me that there are 3 maidens worthy of being allied to our race. One is the daughter of Zorasanu of the Yadav race, the other is the daughter of Shivala, and the third is the princess of Madra. O son, all these maidens are of course of blue blood. Possessed of beauty and pure blood, they are eminently fit for an alliance with our family. O thou foremost of intelligent men, I think we should choose them for the growth of our race. Tell me what thou thinkest." Thus addressed, Vidura replied, "Thou art our father and thou art our mother, too. Thou art our respected spiritual instructor. Therefore, do thou what may be best for us in thy eyes." Vaisampayana continued. Soon after Bhishma heard from the Brahmanas that Gandhari, the amiable daughter of Shivala, having worshipped Hara, Shiva, had obtained from the deity the boon that she should have a century of sons. Bhishma, the grandfather of the Kurus, having heard this, sent messengers unto the king of Gandhara. King Shivala at first hesitated on account of the blindness of the bridegroom, but taking into consideration the blood of the Kurus, their fame and behaviour, he gave his virtuous daughter unto Dhritarashtra, and the chaste Gandhari, hearing that Dhritarashtra was blind and that her parents had consented to marry her to him, from love and respect for her future husband, blindfolded her own eyes. Sakuni, the son of Shivala, bringing unto the Kurus his sister endued with youth and beauty, formally gave her away unto Dhritarashtra. And Gandhari was received with great respect, and the nuptials were celebrated with great pomp under Bhishma's directions. And the heroic Sakuni, after having bestowed his sister along with many valuable robes, and having received Bhishma's adorations, returned to his own city. And, O thou of Bharata's race, the beautiful Gandhari gratified all the Kurus by her behavior and respectful attentions. And Gandhari, ever devoted to her husband, gratified her superiors by her good conduct, and as she was chaste, she never referred even by words to men other than her husband or such superiors. Section CXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued. There was amongst the Yadavas a chief named Zura. He was the father of Vasudeva, and he had a daughter called Pritha, who was unrivaled for beauty on earth. And, O thou of Bharata's race, Zura, always truthful in speech, gave from friendship this his firstborn daughter unto his childless cousin and friend, the illustrious Kantibhoa, the son of his paternal aunt, pursuant to a former promise. And Pritha in the house of her adoptive father was engaged in looking after the duties of hospitality to Brahmanas and other guests. Once she gratified by her attentions the terrible Brahmana of rigid vows, who was known by the name of Devasa and was well acquainted with the hidden truths of morality. Gratified with her respectful attentions, the sage, anticipating by his spiritual power the future season of distress, consequent upon the curse to be pronounced upon Bandu for his unrighteous act of slaying a deer while serving its mate, imparted to her a formula of invocation for summoning any of the celestials she liked to give her children. And the rishi said, Those celestials that thou shalt summon by this mantra shall certainly approach thee and give thee children. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, the amiable Kanti, Pritha, became curious, and in her maidenhood summoned the god Daka, sun. And as soon as he pronounced the mantra, she beheld that effulgent deity, that beholder of everything in the world, approaching her. And beholding that extraordinary sight, the maiden of the faultless features was overcome with surprise. But the god Vivaswat, sun, approaching her, said, Here I am, O black-eyed girl. Tell me what I am to do for thee. Hearing this, Kunti said, O slayer of foes, a certain Brahmana gave me this formula of invocation as a boon, and, O Lord, I have summoned thee only to test its efficacy. For this offence I bow to thee. A woman, whatever be her offence, always deserveth pardon. Surya, sun, replied, I know that Devasa hath granted this boon. But cast off thy fears, timid maiden, and grant me thy embraces. Amiable one, my approach cannot be futile, it must bear fruit. Thou hast summoned me, and if it be for nothing, it shall certainly be regarded as thy transgression. Vaisampayana continued, Vivaswat thus spoke unto her many things with a view to allay her fears, but, O Bharata, the amiable maiden, from modesty and fear of her relatives, consented not to grant his request. And, O bull of Bharata's race, Arka addressed her again and said, O princess, for my sake, it shall not be sinful for thee to grant my wish. Thus speaking unto the daughter of Kantibhoa, the illustrious Tapana, the illuminator of the universe, gratified his wish. And of this connection there was immediately born a son known all over the world as Kana, accounted with natural armor and with face brightened by earrings. And the heroic Kana was the first of all wielders of weapons, blessed with good fortune, and endued with the beauty of a celestial child. And after the birth of this child, the illustrious Tapana granted unto Pritha her maidenhood and ascended to heaven. And the princess of the Vrishan race, beholding with sorrow that son born of her, reflected intently upon what was then the best for her to do. And from fear of her relatives she resolved to conceal that evidence of her folly. And she cast her offspring endued with great physical strength into the water. Then the well-known husband of Radha, of the Sutta caste, shook up the child thus cast into the water, and he and his wife brought him up as their own son. And Radha and her husband bestowed on him the name of Vasudeva, born with wealth, because he was born with a natural armor and earrings. And endued as he was born with great strength, as he grew up, he became skilled in all weapons. Possessed of great energy, he used to adore the sun until his back was heated by his rays, that is, from dawn to midday, and during the hours of worship, there was nothing on earth that the heroic and intelligent Vasusna would not give unto the Brahmanas. And Indra, desirous of benefiting his own son Falguni, Arjuna, assuming the form of a Brahmana, approached Vasusna on one occasion and begged of him his natural armor. Thus asked, Karna took off his natural armor, and joining his hands in reverence gave it unto Indra in the guise of a Brahmana. And the chief of the celestials accepted the gift and was exceedingly gratified with Karna's liberality. He therefore gave unto him a fine dart, saying, that one, and one only, among the celestials, the Asuras, men, the Gandharvas, the Nagas, and the Rakshasas, whom thou desirest to conquer, shall be certainly slain with this dart. The son of Surya was before this known by the name of Vasusna. But since he cut off his natural armor, he came to be called Karna, the cutter or peeler of his own cover. Section XI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the large-eyed daughter of Kantibhoa, Pritha by name, was endued with beauty and every accomplishment. Of rigid vows, she was devoted to virtue and possessed of every good quality. But though endued with beauty and youth and every womanly attribute, yet it so happened that no king asked for her hand. Her father Kantibhoa, seeing this, invited, O best of monarchs, the princes and kings of other countries, and desired his daughter to select her husband from among her guests. The intelligent Kunti, entering the amphitheatre, beheld Pandu, the foremost of the Bharatas, that tiger among kings, in that concourse of crowned heads. Proud as the lion, broad-chested, bull-eyed, endued with great strength, and outshining all other monarchs in splendor, he looked like another Indra in that royal assemblage. The amiable daughter of Kantibhoa, of faultless features, beholding Pandu, that best of men, in that assembly, became very much agitated, and advancing with modesty, all the while quivering with emotion, she placed the nuptial garland about Pandu's neck. The other monarchs, seeing Kunti choose Pandu for her lord, returned to their respective kingdoms on elephants, horses and cars, as they had come. Then, O king, the bride's father caused the nuptial rites to be performed duly. The Kuru prince, blessed with great good fortune, and the daughter of Kantibhoa formed a couple like Maghavat and Paul Omai, the king and queen of the celestials. And, O best of Kuru monarchs, King Kantibhoa, after the nuptials were over, presented his son-in-law with much wealth and sent him back to his capital. Then the Kuru prince Pandu, accompanied by a large force bearing various kinds of banners and pennons, and eulogized by Brahmanas and great rishis pronouncing benedictions, reached his capital. And after arriving at his own palace, he established his queen therein. Section XI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued. Some time after, Bhishma, the intelligent son of Santanu, set his heart upon getting Pandu married to a second wife. Accompanied by an army composed of the four kinds of force, and also by aged counsellors and brahmanas and great rishis, he went to the capital of the king of Madra. And that bull of the Valakas, the king of Madra, hearing that Bhishma had arrived, went out to receive him. And having received him with respect, he got him to enter his palace. Arriving there, the king of Madra offered unto Bhishma a white carpet for a seat, water to wash his feet with, and usual oblation of various ingredients indicative of respect. And when he was seated at ease, the king asked him about the reason of his visit. Then Bhishma, the supporter of the dignity of the Kurus, addressed the king of Madra and said, O oppressor of all foes, know that I have come for the hand of a maiden. It hath been heard by us that thou hast a sister named Madri, celebrated for her beauty and endued with every virtue. I would choose her for Pandu. Thou art, O king, in every respect worthy of an alliance with us, and we also are worthy of thee. Reflecting upon all this, O king of Madra, accept us duly. The ruler of Madra, thus addressed by Bhishma, replied, To my mind, there is none else than one of thy family with whom I can enter into an alliance. But there is a custom in our family observed by our ancestors, which, be it good or bad, I am incapable of transgressing. It is well known, and therefore is known to thee as well, I doubt not. Therefore, it is not proper for thee to say to me, bestow thy sister. The custom to which I allude is our family custom. With us that is a virtue and worthy of observance. It is for this only, O slayer of foes, I cannot give thee any assurance in the matter of thy request. On hearing this, Bhishma answered the king of Madra, saying, O king, this, no doubt, is a virtue. The self-create himself hath said it. Thy ancestors were observant of custom. There is no fault to find with it. It is also well known, O Salya, that this custom in respect of family dignity hath the approval of the wise and the good. Saying this, Bhishma of great energy gave unto Salya much gold, both coined and uncoined, and precious stones of various colours by thousands, and elephants and horses and cars, and much cloth and many ornaments, and gems and pearls and corals. And Salya, accepting with a cheerful heart those precious gifts, then gave away his sister decked in ornaments unto that bull of the Kuru race. Then the wise Bhishma, the son of the ocean-going Ganga, rejoiced at the issue of his mission, shook Madri with him, and returned to the Kuru capital named after the elephant. Then, selecting an auspicious day and moment, as indicated by the wise for the ceremony, King Pandu was duly united with Madri. And after the nuptials were over, the Kuru king established his beautiful bride in handsome apartments. And, O king of kings, that best of monarchs then gave himself up to enjoyment in the company of his two wives as best he liked and to the limit of his desires. And after 30 days had elapsed, the Kuru king, O monarch, started from his capital for the conquest of the world. And after reverentially saluting and bowing to Bhishma and the other elders of the Kuru race, and with adieus to Dhritarashtra and others of the family, and obtaining their leave, he set out on his grand campaign, accompanied by a large force of elephants, horses, and cars, and well pleased with the blessings uttered by all around and the auspicious rites performed by the citizens for his success. And Pandu, accompanied by such a strong force, marched against various foes. And that tiger among men, that spreader of the fame of the Kurus, first subjugated the robber tribes of Asana. He next turned his army, composed of innumerable elephants, cavalry, infantry, and charioteers, with standards of various colours, against Digga, the ruler of the kingdom of Magadha, who was proud of his strength, and offended against numerous monarchs. And attacking him in his capital, Pandu slew him there, and took everything in his treasury and also vehicles and draft animals without number. He then marched into Mitla and subjugated the Vidas. And then, O bull among men, Pandu led his army against Kazi, Sama, and Pundra, and by the strength and prowess of his arms spread the fame of the Kurus. And Pandu, that oppressor of foes, like unto a mighty fire whose far-reaching flames were represented by his arrows and splendour by his weapons, began to consume all kings that came in contact with him. These with their forces, vanquished by Pandu at the head of his army, were made the vassals of the Kurus. And all kings of the world, thus vanquished by him, regarded him as the one single hero on earth, even as the celestials regard Indra in heaven. And the kings of earth with joined palms bowed to him and waited on him with presents of various kinds of gems and wealth, precious stones and pearls and corals, and much gold and silver, and first-class kine and handsome horses and fine cars and elephants, and asses and camels and buffaloes, and goats and sheep, and blankets and beautiful hides, and cloths woven out of furs. And the king of Hastinapura, accepting those offerings, retraced his steps towards his capital, to the great delight of his subjects. And the citizens and others filled with joy, and kings and ministers, all began to say, "Oh, the fame of the achievements of Santanu, the tiger among kings, and of the wise Bharata, which were about to die, hath been revived by Pandu. They who robbed before the curse of both territory and wealth have been subjugated by Pandu, the tiger of Hastinapura, and made to pay tribute." And all the citizens with Bhishma at the head went out to receive the victorious king. They had not proceeded far when they saw the attendants of the king laden with much wealth, and the train of various conveyances laden with all kinds of wealth, and of elephants, horses, cars, kine, camels and other animals, was so long that they saw not its end. Then Pandu, beholding Bhishma, who was a father to him, worshipped his feet and saluted the citizens and others as each deserved. And Bhishma, too, embracing Pandu as his son who had returned victorious after grinding many hostile kingdoms, wept tears of joy. And Pandu, instilling joy into the hearts of his people with a flourish of trumpets and conchs and kettle drums, entered his capital. Section Ksif. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Pandu, then, at the command of Dhritarashtra, offered the wealth he had acquired by the prowess of his arms to Bhishma, their grandmother Satyavati and their mothers. And he sent portion of his wealth to Vidura also. And the virtuous Pandu gratified his other relatives also with similar presents. Then Satyavati and Bhishma and the Kosala princes were all gratified with the presents Pandu made out of the acquisitions of his prowess. And Amblika, in particular, upon embracing her son of incomparable prowess, became as glad as the Queen of Heaven upon embracing Jayanta. And with the wealth acquired by the Chiro Dhritarashtra performed 5 great sacrifices that were equal unto 100 great horse sacrifices, at all of which the offerings to Brahmanas were by hundreds and thousands. A little while after, O bull of Bharata's race, Pandu, who had achieved a victory over sloth and lethargy, accompanied by his 2 wives, Kunti and Madri, retired into the woods. Leaving his excellent palace with its luxurious beds, he became a permanent inhabitant of the woods, devoting the whole of his time to the chase of the deer, and fixing his abode in a delightful and hilly region overgrown with huge sala trees, on the southern slope of the Himavat mountains. He roamed about in perfect freedom. The handsome Pandu with his 2 wives wandered in those woods like Airavatu, accompanied by 2 she-elephants. And the dwellers in those woods, beholding the heroic Bharata prince in the company of his wives, armed with sword, arrows, and bow, clad with his beautiful armor, and skilled in all excellent weapons, regarded him as the very god wandering amongst them. And at the command of Dhritarashtra, people were busy in supplying Pandu in his retirement with every object of pleasure and enjoyment. Meanwhile the son of the ocean-going Ganga heard that King Divaka had a daughter endued with youth and beauty and begotten upon the Sudra wife. Bringing her from her father's abode, Bhishma married her to Vidura of great wisdom. And Vidura begot upon her many children like unto himself in accomplishments. Section CXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Meanwhile, O Janamejaya, Dhritarashtra begat upon Gandhari 100 sons, and upon Navasya a wife another besides those 100. And Pandu had, by his 2 wives Kunti and Madri, 5 sons who were great charioteers and who were all begotten by the celestials for the perpetuation of the Kuru line. Janamejaya said, O best of Brahmanas, how did Gandhari bring forth those 100 sons and in how many years? What were also the periods of life allotted to each? How did Dhritarashtra also beget another son in a Vaisya wife? How did Dhritarashtra behave towards his loving, obedient, and virtuous wife Gandhari? How were also begotten the 5 sons of Pandu, those mighty charioteers? Even though Pandu himself laboured under the curse of the great Rishi, he slew. Tell me all this in detail, for my thirst for hearing everything relating to my own ancestor hath not been slaked. Vaisampayana said, one day Gandhari entertained with respectful attention the great Dwapayana who came to her abode, exhausted with hunger and fatigue. Gratified with Gandhari's hospitality, the Rishi gave her the boon she asked for, viz., that she should have a century of sons each equivalent to her lord in strength and accomplishments. Some time after Gandhari conceived, and she bore the burden in her womb for 2 long years without being delivered. And she was greatly afflicted at this. It was then that she heard that Kunti had brought forth a son whose splendour was like unto the morning sun. Impatient of the period of gestation which had prolonged so long, and deprived of reason by grief, she struck her womb with great violence without the knowledge of her husband. And thereupon came out of her womb, after 2 years' growth, a hard mass of flesh like unto an iron ball. When she was about to throw it away, Dwapayana, learning everything by his spiritual powers, promptly came there, and that first of ascetics, beholding that ball of flesh, addressed the daughter of Shivala thus, "What hast thou done?" Gandhari, without endeavouring to disguise her feelings, addressed the Rishi and said, having heard that Kunti had brought forth a son like unto Surya in splendour, I struck in grief at my womb. Thou hadst, O Rishi, granted me the boon that I should have 100 sons, but here is only a ball of flesh for those 100 sons. Vyasa then said, Daughter of Shivala, it is even so. But my words can never be futile. I have not spoken an untruth even in jest. I need not speak of other occasions. Let 100 pots full of clarified butter be brought instantly, and let them be placed at a concealed spot. In the meantime, let cool water be sprinkled over this ball of flesh. Vaisampayana continued, that ball of flesh then, sprinkled over with water, became, in time, divided into 101 parts, each about the size of the thumb. These were then put into those pots full of clarified butter that had been placed at a concealed spot and were watched with care. The illustrious Vyasa then said unto the daughter of Shivala that she should open the covers of the pots after full 2 years. And having said this and made these arrangements, the wise Dwapayana went to the Himavat mountains for devoting himself to asceticism. Then in time, King Duryodhana was born from among those pieces of the ball of flesh that had been deposited in those pots. According to the order of birth, King Yudhishthira was the oldest. The news of Duryodhana's birth was carried to Bhishma and the wise Vidura. The day that the haughty Duryodhana was born was also the birthday of Bhima of mighty arms and great prowess. As soon as Duryodhana was born, he began to cry and bray like an ass. And hearing that sound, the asses, vultures, jackals and crows uttered their respective cries responsively. Violent winds began to blow, and there were fires in various directions. Then King Dhritarashtra in great fear, summoning Bhishma and Vidura and other well-wishers and all the Kuras, and numberless Brahmanas, addressed them and said, The oldest of those princes, Yudhishthira, is the perpetuator of our line. By virtue of his birth he hath acquired the kingdom. We have nothing to say to this. But shall this my son born after him become king? Tell me truly what is lawful and right under these circumstances. As soon as these words were spoken, O Bharata, jackals and other carnivorous animals began to howl ominously and making those frightful omens all around. The assembled Brahmanas and the wise Vidura replied, O king, O bull among men, When these frightful omens are noticeable at the birth of thy eldest son, it is evident that he shall be the exterminator of thy race. The prosperity of all dependeth on his abandonment. Calamity there must be in keeping him. O king, if thou abandonest him, there remain yet thy 99 sons. If thou desirest the good of thy race, abandon him, O Bharata. O king, do good to the world and thy own race by casting off this one child of thine. It hath been said that an individual should be cast off for the sake of the family, that a family should be cast off for the sake of a village, that a village may be abandoned for the sake of the whole country, and that the earth itself may be abandoned for the sake of the soul. When Vijayadhara and those Brahmanas had stated so, King Dhritarashtra, out of affection for his son, had not the heart to follow that advice. Then, O king, within a month, were born a full 100 sons unto Dhritarashtra, and a daughter also in excess of this 100. And during the time when Gandhari was in a state of advanced pregnancy, there was a maid servant of the Vaisya class who used to attend on Dhritarashtra. During that year, O king, was begotten upon her by the illustrious Dhritarashtra, son endued with great intelligence, who was afterwards named Uvatsu. And because he was begotten by a Kshatriya upon a Vaisya woman, he came to be called Karna. Thus were born unto the wise Dhritarashtra 100 sons, who were all heroes and mighty chariot fighters, and a daughter over and above the 100, and another son Uvatsu of great energy and prowess, begotten upon a Vaisya woman. Section CXVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamejaya said, O sinless one, thou hast narrated to me from the beginning all about the birth of Dhritarashtra's 100 sons owing to the boon granted by the Rishi. But thou hast not told me as yet any particulars about the birth of the daughter. Thou hast merely said that over and above the 100 sons, there was another son named Uvatsu, begotten upon a Vaisya woman, and a daughter. The great Rishi Vyasa of immeasurable energy said unto the daughter of the king of Gandhara that she would become the mother of 100 sons. Illustrious one, how is that thou sayest Gandhari had a daughter over and above her 100 sons? If the ball of flesh was distributed by the great Rishi only into 100 parts, and if Gandhari did not conceive on any other occasion, how was then Dasala born? Tell me this, O Rishi. My curiosity hath been great. Vaisampayana said, O descendant of the Pandavas, thy question is just, and I will tell thee how it happened. The illustrious and great Rishi himself, by sprinkling water over that ball of flesh, began to divide it into parts. And as it was being divided into parts, the nurse began to take them up and put them one by one into those pots filled with clarified butter. While this process was going on, the beautiful and chaste Gandhari of rigid vows, realizing the affection that one feeleth for a daughter, began to think within herself, there is no doubt that I shall have 100 sons, the Muni having said so. It can never be otherwise. But I should be very happy if a daughter were born of me over and above these 100 sons and junior to them all. My husband then may attain to those worlds that the possession of a daughter's sons conferreth. Then again, the affection the women feel for their sons-in-law is great. If, therefore, I obtain a daughter over and above my 100 sons, then, surrounded by sons and daughters' sons, I may feel supremely blessed. If I have ever practiced ascetic austerities, if I have ever given anything in charity, if I have ever performed the Homa through Brahmanas, if I have ever gratified my superiors by respectful attentions, then, as the fruit of those acts, let a daughter be born unto me. All this while that illustrious and best of rishis, Krishnadvapayana himself, was dividing the ball of flesh, and counting a full 100 of the parts. He said unto the daughter of Shivala, Here are thy 100 sons. I did not speak aught unto thee that was false. Here, however, is one part in excess of the 100, intended for giving thee a daughter's son. This part shall develop into the amiable and fortunate daughter, as thou hast desired. Then that great ascetic brought another pot full of clarified butter, and put the part intended for a daughter into it. Thus have I, O Bharata, narrated unto thee all about the birth of Dasala. Tell me, O sinless one, what more I am now to narrate. Section XVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamejaya said, please recite the names of Dhritarashtra's sons according to the order of their birth. Vaisampayana said, their names, O king, according to the order of birth, are Duryodhana, Yuvatsu, Dusasana, Dusaha, Dusala, Jalasundha, Sama, Saha, Vinda and Danuvinda, Dudhasha, Shavau, Dushpradashana, Damashana and Durmaka, Dushkana, Ankana, Vivansati and Vikana, Sala, Satwa, Sulachana, Chitra and Upachitra, Chitraksha, Charashitra, Sarasna, Damada and Divagaha, Vivatsu, Vikatanana, Urnanaba and Sunaba, then Nandaka and Upanandaka, Chitravana, Chitravaman, Shivaman, Divamakana, Avau, Mahavau, Chitranga, Chitrakandala, Bimaviga, Bimavala, Balaki, Balivadhana, Ugrayuda, Bima, Kana, Kanakaya, Driyuda, Drivaman, Drikshitra, Somagatri, Anudara, Drasunda, Jarasunda, Satyasunda, Sada, Shavak, Ugrasravas, Ugrasana, Sanani, Dushparajaya, Aparajita, Kandasayan, Vizalaksha, Duradara, Driphusta, Sahasta, Vataviga, and Shavakas, Aditakitu, Vavashin, Nagadatta, Agri Ayan, Kavashin, Grathana, Kanda, Kandadara, Danadhara, the heroes, Ugra and Bimarutha, Viruvau, Alalupa, Abaya, and Rodrakarman, and Dridaratha, Anadrishaya. Kandabidan, Viravi, Digalachana Pramathka, and Pramathi and the powerful Digroma, Dirgavau, Mahavau, Vyadhoru, Kanakadvaka, Kandasi and Virajas. Besides these 100 sons, there was a daughter named Dasala. All were heroes and Atiratas, and were well skilled in warfare. All were learned in the Vedas, and all kinds of weapons. And, O king, worthy wives were in time selected for all of them by Dhritarashtra after proper examination. And King Dhritarashtra, O monarch, also bestowed Dasala, in proper time and with proper rites, upon Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu. Section XVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamejaya said, O Uttara of Brahma, thou hast recited everything about the extraordinary birth among men of the sons of Dhritarashtra in consequence of the Rishi's grace. Thou hast also said what their names are, according to the order of their birth. O Brahmana, I have heard all these from thee. But tell me now all about the Pandavas. While reciting the incarnations on earth of the celestial, the Asuras, and the beings of other classes, thou saidst that the Pandavas were all illustrious and endued with the prowess of gods, and that they were incarnate portion of the celestials themselves. I desire, therefore, to hear all about those beings of extraordinary achievements beginning from the moment of their birth. O Vaisampayana, recite thou their achievements. Vaisampayana said, O king, one day Pandu, while roaming about in the woods, on the southern slopes of the Himavat, that teemed with deer and wild animals of fierce disposition, saw a large deer, that seemed to be the leader of a herd, serving his mate. Beholding the animals, the monarch pierced them both with 5 of his sharp and swift arrows winged with golden feathers. O monarch, that was no deer that Pandu struck at, but Rishi, son of great ascetic merit, who was enjoying his mate in the form of a deer. Pierced by Pandu, while engaged in the act of intercourse, he fell down to the ground, uttering cries that were of a man, and began to weep bitterly. The deer then addressed Pandu and said, O king, even men that are slaves to lust and wrath, and void of reason, and ever sinful, never commit such a cruel act as this. individual judgment prevaileth not against the ordinance prevaileth against individual judgment. The wise never sanction anything discountenanced by the ordinance. Thou art born, O Bharata, in a race that hath ever been virtuous. How is it, therefore, that even thou, suffering thyself to be overpowered by passion and wrath, losest thy reason? Hearing this, Pandu replied, O dear, kings behave in the matter of slaying animals of thy species exactly as they do in the matter of slaying foes. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to reprove me thus from ignorance. Animals of thy species are slain by open or covert means. This, indeed, is the practice of kings. Then why dost thou reprove me? Formerly, the Rishi Agastya, while engaged in the performance of a grand sacrifice, chased the deer, and devoted every deer in the forest and to the gods in general. Thou hast been slain, pursuant to the usage sanctioned by such precedent. Wherefore reprovest us then? For his especial sacrifices Agastya performed Homa with fat of the deer. The deer then said, O king, men do not let fly their arrows at their enemies when the latter are unprepared. But there is a time for doing it, viz., after declaration of hostilities. Slaughter at such a time is not censurable. Pandu replied, It is well known that men slay deer by various effective means without regarding whether the animals are careful or careless. Therefore, O deer, why dost thou reprove me? The deer then said, O king, I did not blame thee for thy having killed a deer, or for the injury thou hast done to me. But, instead of acting so cruelly, thou shouldst have waited till the completion of my act of intercourse. What man of wisdom and virtue is there that can kill a deer while engaged in such an act? The time of sexual intercourse is agreeable to every creature and productive of good to all. O king, with this my mate I was engaged in the gratification of my sexual desire. But that effort of mine hath been rendered futile by thee. O king of the Kuras, as thou art born in the race of the Pauravas ever noted for white, virtuous deeds, such an act hath scarcely been worthy of thee. O Bharata, this act must be regarded as extremely cruel, deserving of universal execration, infamous, and sinful, and certainly leading to hell. Thou art acquainted with the pleasures of sexual intercourse. Thou art acquainted also with the teaching of morality and dictates of duty. Like unto a celestial as thou art, it behoveth thee not to do such an act as leadeth to hell. O best of kings, thy duty is to chastise all who act cruelly, who are engaged in sinful practices, and who have thrown to the winds religion, profit, and pleasure as explained in the scriptures. What hast thou done, O best of men, in killing me who have given thee no offence? I am, O king, a Muni who liveth on fruits and roots, though disguised as a deer. I was living in the woods in peace with all. Yet thou hast killed me, O king, for which I will curse thee certainly. As thou hast been cruel unto a couple of opposite sexes, death shall certainly overtake thee as soon as thou feelest the influence of sexual desire. I am a Muni of the name of kind Dharma, possessed of ascetic merit. I was engaged in sexual intercourse with this deer, because my feelings of modesty did not permit me to indulge in such an act in human society. In the form of a deer I rove in the deep woods in the company of other deer. Thou hast slain me without knowing that I am a Brahmana. The sin of having slain a Brahmana shall not, therefore, be thine. But senseless man, as you have killed me, disguised as a deer, at such a time, thy fate shall certainly be even like mine. When, approaching thy wife lustfully, thou wilt unite with her even as I had done with mine, in that very state shalt thou have to go to the world of the spirits. And that wife of thine with whom thou mayst be united in intercourse at the time of thy death shall also follow thee with affection and reverence to the domains of the king of the dead. Thou hast brought me grief when I was happy. so shall grief come to thee when thou art in happiness. Vaisampayana continued, saying this, that Dia, afflicted with grief, gave up the ghost, and Bandhu also was plunged in woe at the sight. Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, after the death of that Dia, King Pandu with his wives was deeply afflicted and wept bitterly. And he exclaimed, the wicked, even if born in virtuous families, deluded by their own passions, become overwhelmed with misery as the fruit of their own deeds. I have heard that my father, though begotten by Santanu of virtuous soul, was cut off while still a youth, only because he had become a slave to his lust. In the soil of that lustful king, the illustrious Rishi Krishnadwaipayana himself, of truthful speech, begot me. Ace, and though I am of such a being, with my wicked heart wedded to vice, I am yet leading a wandering life in the woods in the chase of the deer. Oh, the very gods have forsaken me. I shall seek salvation now. The great impediments to salvation are the desire to beget children, and other concerns of the world. I shall now adopt the Brahmachari mode of life and follow in the imperishable wake of my father. I shall certainly bring my passions under complete control by severe ascetic penances. Forsaking my wives and other relatives and shaving my head, alone shall I wander over the earth, begging for my subsistence from each of these trees standing here. Forsaking every object of affection and aversion, and covering my body with dust, I shall make the shelter of trees or deserted houses my home. I shall never yield to influence of sorrow or joy, and I shall regard slander and eulogy in the same light. I shall not seek benedictions or bows. I shall be at peace with all, and shall not accept gifts. I shall not mock anybody, nor shall I knit my brows at anyone, but shall be ever cheerful and devoted to the good of all creatures. I shall not harm any of the 4 orders of life gifted with power of locomotion or otherwise, viz., oviparous and viviparous creatures and worms and vegetables. But on the contrary, preserve an equality of behavior towards all, as if they were my own children. Once a day shall I beg of the 5 or 10 families at the most, and if I do not succeed in obtaining alms, I shall then go without food. I shall rather stint myself than beg more than once of the same person. If I do not obtain anything after completing my round of 7 or 10 houses, moved by covetousness, I shall not enlarge my round. Whether I obtain or fail to obtain alms, I shall be equally unmoved like a great ascetic. One lopping off an arm of mine with a hatchet, and one smearing another arm with sandal paste, shall be regarded by me equally. I shall not wish prosperity to the one or misery to the other. I shall not be pleased with life or displeased with death. I shall neither desire to live nor to die. Washing my heart of all sins, I shall certainly transcend those sacred rites productive of happiness that men perform in auspicious moments, days, and periods. I shall also abstain from all acts of religion and profit, and also those that lead to the gratification of the senses. Freed from all sins and snares of the world, I shall be like the wind, subject to none. Following the path of fearlessness and bearing myself in this way, I shall at last lay down my life. Destitute of the power of begetting children, firmly adhering to the line of duty, I shall not certainly deviate therefrom in order to tread in the vile path of the world that is so full of misery. Whether respected or disrespected in the world, that man who from covetousness casteth on others a begging look, certainly behaveth like a dog. Destitute as I am of the power of procreation, I should not certainly, from desire of offspring, solicit others to give me children. Vaisampayana continued. The king, having thus wept in sorrow, with a sigh looked at his 2 wives, Kunti and Madri, and addressing them said, Let the princess of Kosla, my mother, Vidura, the king with our friends, the venerable Satyavati, Bhishma, the priests of our family, illustrious soma-drinking brahmanas of rigid vows and all elderly citizens depending on us be informed, after being prepared for it, that Pandu hath retired into the woods to lead a life of asceticism. Hearing these words of the Lord who had set his heart on a life of asceticism in the woods, both Kunti and Madri addressed him in these proper words: O bull of Bharata's race, there are many other modes of life which thou canst adopt and in which thou canst undergo the severest penances along with us, thy wedded wives, in which for the salvation of thy body, freedom from rebirth, thou mayest obtain heaven. We also, in the company of our Lord, and for his benefit, controlling our passions and bidding adieu to all luxuries, shall subject ourselves to the severest austerities. O King, O thou with great wisdom, if thou abandonest us, we shall then this very day truly depart from this world. Pandu replied, If, indeed, this your resolve springeth from virtue, then with you both I shall follow the imperishable path of my fathers. Abandoning the luxuries of cities and towns, clad in barks of trees, and living on fruits and roots, I shall wander in deep woods, practicing the severest penances. Bathing morning and evening, I shall perform the Homa. I shall reduce my body by eating very sparingly and shall wear rags and skins and knotted locks on my head. Exposing myself to heat and cold and disregarding hunger and thirst, I shall reduce my body by severe ascetic penances. I shall live in solitude and I shall give myself up to contemplation. I shall eat fruit, ripe or green, that I may find. I shall offer oblations to the Pitris, Manes, and the gods with speech, water and the fruits of the wilderness. I shall not see, far less harm, any of the denizens of the woods, or any of my relatives, or any of the residents of cities and towns. Until I lay down this body, I shall thus practice the severe ordinances of the Vanaprastha scriptures, always searching for severer ones that they may contain. Vaisampayana continued, the Kuru king, having said this unto his wives, gave away to Brahmanas the big jewel in his diadem, his necklace of precious gold, his bracelets, his large earrings, his valuable robes and all the ornaments of his wives. Then summoning his attendants, he commended them, saying, Return ye to Hastinapura and proclaim unto all that Pandu with his wives hath gone into the woods, foregoing wealth, desire, happiness, and even sexual appetite. Then those followers and attendants, hearing these and other soft words of the king, set up a loud wail, uttering, Oh, we are undone. Then with hot tears trickling down their cheeks they left the monarch and returned to Hastinapura with speed, carrying that wealth with them that was to be distributed in charity. Then Dhritarashtra, that first of men, hearing from them everything that had happened in the woods, wept for his brother. He brooded over his affliction continually, little relishing the comfort of beds and seats and dishes. Meanwhile, the Kuru Prince Pandu, after sending away his attendants, accompanied by his 2 wives and eating fruits and roots, went to the mountains of Nagasata. He next went to Chaitraratha, and then crossed the Kalakata, and finally, crossing the Himavat, he arrived at Gandhamadana. Protected by Mahabhutas, Siddhas, and great rishis, Pandu lived, O king, sometimes on level ground and sometimes on mountain slopes. He then journeyed on to the lake of Indradharma, whence crossing the mountains of Hansakata, he went to the mountain of 100 peaks, Satisringa, and they continued to practice ascetic austerities. Section CXX. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Pandu, possessed of great energy, then devoted himself to asceticism. Within a short time he became the favourite of the whole body of the Siddhas and Charanas residing there. And, O Bharata, devoted to the service of his spiritual masters, free from vanity, with mind under complete control and the passions fully subdued, the prince, becoming competent to enter heaven by his own energy, attained to great ascetic prowess. Some of the rishis would call him brother, some friend, while others cherished him as their son. And, O bull of Bharata's race, having acquired after a long time great ascetic merit coupled with complete singleness, Pandu became even like a Brahmarshi, though he was a Kshatriya by birth. On a certain day of the new moon, the great rishis of rigid vows assembled together, and desirous of beholding Brahman were on the point of starting on their expedition. Seeing them about to start, Pandu asked those ascetics, saying, "Ye first of eloquent men, where shall we go?" The rishis answered, "There will be a great gathering today, in the abode of Brahman, of celestials, rishis and pitras. Desirous of beholding the self-create we shall go there today." Vaisampayana continued, hearing this, Pandu rose up suddenly, desirous of visiting heaven along with the great rishis. Accompanied by his 2 wives, when he was on the point of following the rishis in the northerly direction from the mountain of 100 peaks, those ascetics addressed him, saying, "In our northward march, while gradually ascending the king of mountains, we have seen on its delightful breast many regions inaccessible to ordinary mortals, retreats also of the gods, and Gandharvas and Apsaras, with palatial mansions by hundreds clustering thick around and resounding with the sweet notes of celestial music. The gardens of Kuva are laid out on even and uneven grounds, banks of mighty rivers, and deep caverns. There are many regions also on those heights that are covered with perpetual snow and are utterly destitute of vegetable and animal existence. In some places the downpour of rain is so heavy that they are perfectly inaccessible and incapable of being utilized for habitation, not to speak of other animals. Even winged creatures cannot cross them. The only thing that can go there is air, and the only beings, siddhas and great rishis. How shall these princesses ascend those heights of the king of mountains? Unaccustomed to pain, shall they not droop in affliction? Therefore, come not with us, O bull of Bharata's race. Pandu replied, "Ye fortunate ones, it is said that for the sonless there is no admittance into heaven. I am sonless. I in affliction I speak unto you. I am afflicted because I have not been able to discharge the debt I owe to my ancestors. It is certain that with the dissolution of this my body my ancestors perish. Men are born on this earth with 4 debts, viz. those due unto the deceased ancestors, the gods, the rishis, and other men. In justice these must be discharged. The wise have declared that no regions of bliss exist for them that neglect to pay these debts in due time. The gods are paid, gratified, by sacrifices, the rishis, by study, meditation, and asceticism, the deceased ancestors, by begetting children and offering the funeral cake, and, lastly, other men, by leading a humane and inoffensive life. I have justly discharged my obligations to the rishis, the gods, and other men. But those others than these 3 are sure to perish with the dissolution of my body. Ye ascetics, I am not yet freed from the debt I owe to my deceased ancestors. The best of men are born in this world to beget children for discharging the debt. I would ask you, should children be begotten in my soil, upon my wives, as I myself was begotten in the soil of my father by the eminent Rishi? The Rishis said, O king of virtuous soul, there is progeny in store for thee, that is sinless and blessed with good fortune and like unto the gods. We behold it all with our prophetic eyes. Therefore, O tiger among men, accomplish by your own acts that which destiny pointeth at. Men of intelligence, acting with deliberation, always obtain good fruits. It behoveth thee, therefore, O king, to exert thyself. The fruits thou wouldest obtain are distinctly visible. Thou wouldst really obtain accomplished and agreeable progeny. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the ascetics, Pandu, remembering the loss of his procreative powers owing to the curse of the deer, began to reflect deeply. and calling his wedded wife the excellent Kunti unto him, he told her in private, strive thou to raise offspring at this time of distress. The wise expounders of the eternal religion declare that a son, O Kunti, is the cause of virtuous fame in the three worlds. It is said that sacrifices, charitable gifts, ascetic penances, and vows observed most carefully, do not confer religious merit on a sonless man. O thou of sweet smiles, knowing all this, I am certain that as I am sonless, I shall not obtain regions of true felicity. O timid one, wretch that I was addicted to cruel deeds, as a consequence of the polluted life I led, my power of procreation hath been destroyed by the curse of the deer. The religious institutes mention 6 kinds of sons that are heirs and kinsmen, and 6 other kinds that are not heirs but kinsmen. I shall speak of them presently. O Pritha, listen to me. They are, first, the son begotten by one's own self upon his wedded wife. Second, the son begotten upon one's wife by an accomplished person from motives of kindness. Third, the son begotten upon one's wife by a person for pecuniary consideration. Fourth, the son begotten upon the wife after the husband's death. Fifth, the maiden-born son. Sixth, the son born of an unchaste wife. Seventh, the son given. Eighth, the son bought for a consideration. Ninth, the son self-given. 10th, the son received with a pregnant bride. 11th, the brother's son. And 12th, the son begotten upon a wife of lower caste. On failure of offspring of a prior class, the mother should desire to have offspring of the next class. In times of distress, men solicit offspring from accomplished younger brothers. The self-born man hath said that men failing to have legitimate offspring of their own may have offspring begotten upon their wives by others, for sons confer the highest religious merit. Therefore, O Kunti, being destitute myself of the power of procreation, I command thee to raise good offspring through some person who is either equal or superior to me. O Kunti, listen to the history of the daughter of Saradandayana who was appointed by her lord to raise offspring. That warrior dame, when her monthly season arrived, bathed duly and in the night went out and waited on the spot where 4 roads met. She did not wait long when a Brahmana crowned with ascetic success came there. The daughter of Saradandayana solicited him for offspring. After pouring libations of clarified butter on the fire, in the performance of the sacrifice known by the name of Pansavana, she brought forth 3 sons that were mighty warriors and of whom Dajaya was the eldest, begotten upon her by that Brahmana. O thou of good fortune, do thou follow that warrior dame's example at my command, and speedily raise offspring out of the seed of some Brahmana of high ascetic merit. Section CXXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed, Kunti replied unto her heroic lord, King Pandu, that bull amongst the Kurus, saying, O virtuous one, it behoveth thee not to say so unto me. I am, O thou lotus-eyed one, thy wedded wife, devoted to thee. O Bharata of mighty arms, thyself shalt, in righteousness, beget upon me children endued with great energy. Then I shall ascend to heaven with thee, O Prince of Kuru's race, receive me in thy embrace for begetting children. I shall not certainly, even in imagination, accept any other man except thee in my embraces. What other man is there in this world superior to thee? O virtuous one, listen to this Puranic narrative that hath been, O thou of large eyes, heard by me, and that I shall presently narrate. There was, in ancient times, a king in the race of Puru, known by the name of Vayashitaswa. He was devoted to truth and virtue. Of virtuous soul and mighty arms, on one occasion, while he was performing a sacrifice, the gods with Indra and the great Rishis came to him. And Indra was so intoxicated with the soma juice he drank, and the Brahmanas with the large presents they received, that both the gods and the great rishis began themselves to perform everything appertaining to that sacrifice of the illustrious royal sage. And thereupon Vayashataswa began to shine above all men like the sun appearing in double splendor after the season of frost is over. And the powerful Vayashataswa, who was endued with the strength of 10 elephants, very soon performed the horse sacrifice, overthrowing, O best of monarchs, all the kings of the east, the north, the west and the south, and exacted tributes from them all. There is an anecdote, O best of the chorus, that is sung by all reciters of the Puranas, in connection with that first of all men, the illustrious Vayashataswa. Having conquered the whole earth up to the coast of the sea, Vayashataswa protected every class of his subjects as a father does his own begotten sons. Performing many great sacrifices, he gave away much wealth to the Brahmanas. After collecting unlimited jewels and precious stones, he made arrangements for performing still greater ones. And he performed also the Agnishtoma and other special Vedic sacrifices, extracting great quantities of soma juice. And, O king, Vayashataswa had for his dear wife, Bhadra, the daughter of Kakshavat, unrivaled for beauty on earth. And it hath been heard by us that the couple loved each other deeply. King Vayashataswa was seldom separated from his wife. Sexual excess, however, brought on an attack of phthisis, and the king died within a few days, sinking like the sun in his glory. Then Bhadra, his beautiful queen, was plunged into woe, and as she was sonless, O tiger among men, she wept in great affliction. Listen to me, O king, as I narrate to you all that Bhadra said with bitter tears trickling down her cheeks. O virtuous one, she said, women serve no purpose when their husbands are dead. She who liveth after her husband is dead, draggeth on a miserable existence that can hardly be called life. O bull of the Kshatriya order, death is a blessing to women without husbands. I wish to follow the way thou hast gone. Be kind and take me with thee. In thy absence, I am unable to bear life even for a moment. Be kind to me, O king, and take me hence pretty soon. O tiger among men, I shall follow thee over the even and uneven ground. Thou hast gone away, O Lord, never to return. I shall follow thee, O king, as thy own shadow. O tiger among men, I will obey thee, as thy slave, and will ever do what is agreeable to thee and what is for thy good. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, without thee, from this day, mental agonies will overwhelm me and eat into my heart. A wretch that I am, some loving couple had doubtless been separated by me in a former life, for which, in this life, I am made to suffer the pangs of separation from thee. O king, that wretched woman who liveth even for a moment separated from her lord, liveth in woe and suffereth the pangs of hell even here. Some loving couple had doubtless been separated by me in a former life, for which sinful act one am suffering this torture arising from my separation from thee. O king, from this day I will lay myself down on a bed of kusa grass and abstain from every luxury, hoping to behold thee once more. O tiger among men, show thyself to me. O king, O Lord, command once more thy wretched and bitterly weeping wife plunged in woe. Kunti continued, it was thus, O Pandu, that the beautiful Bhadra wept over the death of her lord. And the weeping Bhadra clasped in her arms the corpse in anguish of heart. Then she was addressed by an incorporeal voice in these words, Rise up, O Bhadra, and leave this place. O thou of sweet smiles, I grant thee this boon. I will beget offspring upon thee. Lie thou down with me on thy own bed, after the catamenial bath, on the night of the 8th or the 14th day of the moon. Thus addressed by the incorporeal voice, the chaste Bhadra did, as she was directed, for obtaining offspring. And, O bull of the Bharatas, the corpse of her husband begat upon her 7 children, viz., 3 Salwas and 4 Madras. O bull of the Bharatas, do thou also beget offspring upon me, like the illustrious Vyashitaswa, by the exercise of that ascetic power which thou possessest. Section XXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by his loving wife, King Pandu, well acquainted with all rules of morality, replied in these words of virtuous import, O Kunti, what thou hast said is quite true. Vyashitaswa of old did even as thou hast said. Indeed, he was equal unto the celestials themselves. But I shall now tell thee about the practices of old indicated by illustrious rishis, fully acquainted with every rule of morality. O thou of handsome face and sweet smiles, women formerly were not immured within houses and dependent on husbands and other relatives. They used to go about freely, enjoying themselves as best as they liked. O thou of excellent qualities, they did not then adhere to their husbands faithfully, and yet, O handsome one, they were not regarded sinful, for that was the sanctioned usage of the times. That very usage is followed to this day by birds and beasts without any exhibition of jealousy. That practice, sanctioned by precedent, is applauded by great rishis. O thou of taper thighs, the practice is yet regarded with respect amongst the northern Kuras. Indeed, that usage, so lenient to women, hath the sanction of antiquity. The present practice, however, of women's being confined to one husband for life, hath been established but lately. I shall tell thee in detail who established it and why. It hath been heard by us that there was a great rishi of the name of Udalaka, who had a son named Swetaketu, who also was an ascetic of merit. O thou of eyes like lotus petals, the present virtuous practice hath been established by that Swetaketu from anger. Hear thou the reason. One day, in the presence of Swetaketu's father, a Brahmana came and catching Swetaketu's mother by the hand, told her, let us go. Beholding his mother seized by the hand and taken away apparently by force, the son was greatly moved by wrath. Seeing his son indignant, Udalaka addressed him and said, be not angry, O son. This is the practice sanctioned by antiquity. The women of all orders in this world are free, O son. Men in this matter, as regards their respective orders, act as kine. The rishi's son, Swetaketu, however, disapproved of the usage and established in the world the present practice as regards men and women. It hath been heard by us, O thou of great virtue, that the existing practice dates from that period among human beings but not among beings of other classes. Accordingly, since the establishment of the present usage, it is sinful for women not to adhere to their husbands. Women transgressing the limits assigned by the rishi became guilty of slaying the embryo. And men, too, violating a chaste and loving wife who hath from her maidenhood observed the vow of purity, became guilty of the same sin. The woman also who, being commanded by her husband to raise offspring, refuses to do his binding, becometh equally sinful. Thus, O timid one, was the existing usage established of old by Swetaketu, the son of Udalaka, in defiance of antiquity. O thou of taper thighs, it hath also been heard by us that Madhyayanti, the wife of Surdasa, commanded by her husband to raise offspring, went unto Rishi Vasishta, and on going in unto him, the handsome Madhyayanti obtained a son named Asmaka. She did this, moved by the desire of doing good to her husband. O thou of lotus eyes, thou knowest, O timid girl, how we ourselves, for the perpetuation of the Kuru race, were begotten by Krishna Dvaipayana. O faultless one, beholding all these precedents, it behoveth thee to do my bidding, which is not inconsistent with virtue. O princess, who is devoted to her husband, it hath also been said by those acquainted with the rules of morality that a wife, when her monthly season cometh, must ever seek her husband, though at other times she deserveth liberty. The wise have declared this to be the ancient practice. But, be the act sinful or sinless, those acquainted with the Vedas have declared that it is the duty of wives to do what their husbands bid them do. Especially, O thou of the faultless features, I, who am deprived of the power of procreation, having yet become desirous of beholding offspring, deserve the more to be obeyed by thee. O amiable one, joining my palms furnished with rosy fingers, and making of them a cup as of lotus leaves, I place them on my head to propitiate thee. O thou of rare looks, it behoveth thee to raise offspring, at my command, through some Brahmana possessed of high ascetic merit. For then, owing to thee, O thou of fair hips, I may go the way that is reserved for those that are blessed with children. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Pandu, that subjugator of hostile cities, the handsome Kunti, ever attentive to what was agreeable and beneficial to her lord, then replied unto him, saying, In my girlhood, O Lord, I was in my father's house engaged in attending upon all guests. I used to wait respectfully upon Brahmanas of rigid vows and great ascetic merit. One day I gratified with my attentions that Brahmana whom people called Avisa, of mind under full control and possessing knowledge of all the mysteries of religion. Pleased with my services, that Brahmana gave me a boon in the form of a mantra, formula of invocation, for calling into my presence any one of the celestials I liked. And the Rishi, addressing me, said, Anyone among the celestials whom thou callest by this shall, O girl, approach thee and be obedient to thy will, whether he liketh it or not. And, O princess, thou shalt also have offspring through his grace. O Bharata, that Brahmana told me this when I lived in my father's house. The words uttered by the Brahmana can never be false. The time also hath come when they may yield fruit. Commanded by thee, O royal sage, I can by that mantra summon any of the celestials, so that we may have good children. O foremost of all truthful men, tell me which of the celestials I shall summon. Know that, as regards this matter, I await your commands. Hearing this, Pandu replied, O handsome one, strive duly this very day to gratify our wishes. Fortunate one, summon thou the God of justice. He is the most virtuous of the celestials. The God of justice and virtue will never be able to pollute us with sin. But the world also, O beautiful princess, will then think that what we do can never be unholy. The son also that we shall obtain from him shall in virtue be certainly the foremost among the Kuras. Begotten by the God of justice and morality, he would never set his heart upon anything that is sinful or unholy. Therefore, O thou of sweet smiles, steadily keeping virtue before thy eyes, and duly observing holy vows, summon thou the God of justice and virtue by the help of thy solicitations and incantations. Vaisampayana continued, then Kunti, that best of women, thus addressed by her lord, said, So be it. And bowing down to him and reverently circumambulating his person, she resolved to do his bidding. Section XXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, O Janamjaya, when Gandhari's conception had been fully enrolled, it was then that Kunti summoned the eternal God of justice to obtain offspring from him. And she offered, without loss of time, sacrifices unto the god and began to duly repeat the formula that Devasa had imparted to her some time before. Then the god, overpowered by her incantations, arrived at the spot where Kunti was seated in his car resplendent as the Sunday. Smiling, he asked, O Kunti, what am I to give thee? And Kunti too smiling in her turn, replied, Thou must even give me offspring. Then the handsome Kunti was united, in intercourse, with the God of justice in his spiritual form and obtained from him a son devoted to the good of all creatures. And she brought his excellent child, who lived to acquire a great fame, at the 8th Muhurta called Abhijit, of the hour of noon of that very auspicious day of the 7th month, Kartika, viz., the 5th of the lighted fortnight, when the star Jyeshtha in conjunction with the moon was ascendant. And as soon as the child was born, an incorporeal voice, from the skies, said, "This child shall be the best of men, the foremost of those that are virtuous. Endued with great prowess and truthful in speech, he shall certainly be the ruler of the earth. And this first child of Pandu shall be known by the name of Yudhishthira. Possessed of prowess and honesty of disposition, he shall be a famous king, known throughout the 3 worlds." Pandu, having obtained that virtuous son, again addressed his wife and said, "The wise have declared that a Kshatriya must be endued with physical strength, otherwise he is no Kshatriya. Therefore, ask thou for an offspring of superior strength." Thus commanded by her lord, Kunti then invoked Vayu. And the mighty god of wind, thus invoked, came unto her, riding upon a deer, and said, "What, O Kunti, am I to give thee? Tell me what is in thy heart." Smiling in modesty, she said to him, "Give me, O best of celestials, a child endued with great strength and largeness of limbs and capable of humbling the pride of everybody." The god of wind thereupon begat upon her the child afterwards known as Uma of mighty arms and fierce prowess. And upon the birth of that child endued with extraordinary strength, an incorporeal voice, O Bharata, as before, said, "This child shall be the foremost of all endued with strength." I must tell you, O Bharata, of another wonderful event that occurred after the birth of Vrikadara, Bhima. That while he fell from the lap of his mother upon the mountain breast, the violence of the fall broke into fragments the stone upon which he fell without his infant body being injured in the least. And he fell from his mother's lap because Kunti, frightened by a tiger, had risen up suddenly, unconscious of the child that lay asleep on her lap. And as she had risen, the infant, of body hard as the thunderbolt, falling down upon the mountain breast, broke into 100 fragments the rocky mass upon which he fell. And beholding this, Pandu wondered much. And it so happened that that very day on which Vrikadara was born, was also, O best of Bharatas, the birthday of Duryodhana, who afterwards became the ruler of the whole earth. After the birth of Vrikadara, Pandu again began to think, "How am I to obtain a very superior son who shall achieve worldwide fame? Every thing in the world dependeth on destiny and exertion. But destiny can never be successful except by timely exertion. We have heard it said that Indra is the chief of the gods. Indeed, he is endued with immeasurable might and energy and prowess and glory. Gratifying him with my asceticism, I shall obtain from him a son of great strength. Indeed, the son he giveth me must be superior to all and capable of vanquishing in battle all men and creatures other than men. I shall, therefore, practice the severest austerities, with heart, deed and speech." After this, the Kuru king Pandu, taking counsel with the great rishis, commanded Kunti to observe an auspicious vow for 1 full year, while he himself commenced, O Bharata, to stand upon one leg from morning to evening, and practice other severe austerities with mind wrapped in meditation, for gratifying the Lord of the Celestials. It was after a long time that Indra, gratified with such devotion, approached Pandu and, addressing him, said, "I shall give thee, O king, a son who will be celebrated all over the 3 worlds and who will promote the welfare of Brahmanas, kine and all honest men. The son I shall give thee will be the smiter of the wicked and the delight of friends and relatives. Foremost of all men, he will be an irresistible slayer of all foes." Thus addressed by Vasava, the king of the Celestials, the virtuous king of the Kuru race, well recollecting those words, said unto Kunti, "O fortunate one, thy vow hath become successful. The Lord of the Celestials hath been gratified, and is willing to give thee a son such as thou desirest, of superhuman achievements and great fame. He will be the oppressor of all enemies and possessed of great wisdom. Endued with a great soul, in splendor equal unto the sun, invincible in battles, and of great achievements, he will also be extremely handsome. O thou of fair hips and sweet smiles, the Lord of the Celestials hath become gracious to thee. Invoking him, bring thou forth a child who will be the very home of all Kshatriya virtues. Vaisampayana continued, the celebrated Kunti, thus addressed by her lord, invoked Sakra, the king of the gods, who thereupon came unto her and begat him that was afterwards called Arjuna. And as soon as this child was born, an incorporeal voice, loud and deep as that of the clouds and filling the whole welkin, distinctly said, addressing Kunti in the hearing of every creature dwelling in that asylum, this child of thine, O Kunti, will be equal unto Kartavirya in energy and Shiva in prowess. Invincible like Sakra himself, he will spread by fame far and wide. As Vishnu, the youngest of Aditi's sons, had enhanced Aditi's joy, so shall this child enhance thy joy. Subjugating the Madras, the Kuras along with the Somakas, and the people of Chedi, Kazi and Karashaw, he will maintain the prosperity of the Kuras. Surfeited with libations at the sacrifice of King Swetaketu, Agni will derive great gratification from the fat of all creatures dwelling in the Kandava woods, to be burnt down by the might of this one's arms. This mighty hero, vanquishing all the effeminate monarchs of the earth, will, with his brothers, perform 3 great sacrifices. In prowess, O Kunti, he will be even as Jamadana or Vishnu. The foremost of all men endued with prowess, he will achieve great fame. He will gratify in battle, by his heroism, Sankara, the god of gods, Mahadeva, and will receive from him the great weapon named Pasupata. This thy son of mighty arms will also slay, at the command of Indra, those deities called the Nivatakavishas who are the enemies of the gods. He will also acquire all kinds of celestial weapons, and this bull among men will also retrieve the fortunes of his race. Kunti heard these extraordinary words, while lying in the room, and hearing those words uttered so loudly, the ascetics dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks, and the celestials with Indra sitting in their cars, became exceedingly glad. The sounds of the invisible drum filled the entire welkin. There were shouts of joy, and the whole region was covered with flowers showered down by invisible agents. The various tribes of celestials assembled together began to offer their respectful adorations to the son of Pritha. The sons of Kadru, Nagas, the son of Vinata, the Gandhavas, the lords of the creation, and the 7 great rishis, viz., Bharadwa, Kasyapa, Gautama, Viswamitra, Jamadani, Vasishta, and the illustrious Atri who illumined the world of old when the sun was lost, all came there. And Marichi, Angiras, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Dakshaw the lord of creation, the Gandhavas, and Apsaras, came there also. The various tribes of Apsaras, decked with celestial garlands and every ornament, and attired in fine robes, came there and danced in joy, chanting the praises of Vatsu, Arjuna. All around, the great rishis began to utter propitiatory formulas, and Tamvuru accompanied by the Gandhavas began to sing in charming notes. And Bhimasena and Ugrasena, Ernias and Anaga, Gopati and Dhritarashtra and Suravakas the 8th, Ugapa and Trinapa, Karshani, Nandi, and Chitraratha, Salizira the 13th, Parjanya the 14th, Kali the 15th, and Narada the 16th in this list, Vrihata, Vrihaka, Karala of great soul, Brahmakaran, Vyagana, Shuvana of great fame, Viswavasu, Bhumanyu, Sachandra, Sam, and the celebrated tribes of Haha and who were gifted with wonderful melody of voice, these celestial Gandhavas, O king, all went there. Many illustrious Apsaras also of large eyes, decked with every ornament, came the to dance and sing. And Danu Chana and Anavadia, Ganamakawan Ganavara, Adrika and Soma, Misraxi and Alambashaw, Marichi and Sakika, Vijayapana and Tilottama and Ambika, Lakshmana, Kshima Devi, Ramba, Manarama, Azita, Shavau, Supriya, Shavapu, Pandrika, Shuganda, Zorasa, Brahmadini, Kamia and Saradwati, all danced there together. And Manika, Sahajanya, Karnika, Panjakasthala, Ritashthala, Gritachi, Viswaki, Purvachiti, the celebrated Amlika, Brahmlika the 10th and Urvasi the 11th, these large-eyed dancing girls of the heaven, came there and sang in chorus. And Dati and Ariaman and Mitra and Varuna, Bhaga and Indra, Vivaswat, Pushan, Tvastri and Parjanya or Vishnu, these 12 Adityas came there to glorify Bandu's son. And, O king, Mrigavyada, Sapa, the celebrated Nirati, Ajagapada, Ahivaradna, Pinakan, Dahana, Iswara, Kapalan, Stanu and the illustrious Bhaga, these 11 Narudras, also came there. And the twin Aswins, the 8 Vasas, the mighty Maruts, the Viswadivyas, and the Sadayas, also came there. And Kakadaka, Vasuki, Kakchapa, Kunda and the great Nagatakshaka, these mighty and wrathful snakes possessed of high ascetic merit also came there. And Darkshire, Arishdanmai, Garuda, Azitadva, these and many other Nagas, came there. So also Aruna and Aruni of Vinata's race also came there. And only great Trishi scrowned with ascetic success and not others saw those celestials and other beings seated in their cars or waiting on the mountain peaks. Those best of Munis beholding that wonderful sight became amazed, and their love and affection for the children of Pandu was in consequence enhanced. The celebrated Pandu, tempted by the desire of having more children, wished to speak again unto his wedded wife, for invoking some other god. But Kunti addressed him, saying, The wise do not sanction a fourth delivery even in a season of distress. The woman having intercourse with 4 different men is called a swearini, Kenton, while she having intercourse with 5 becometh a harlot. Therefore, O learned one, as thou art well acquainted with the scripture on this subject, why dost thou, beguiled by desire of offspring, tell me so in seeming forgetfulness of the ordinance? Section Ksif. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, after the birth of Kunti's sons and also of the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, the daughter of the king of the Madras privately addressed Pandu, saying, O slayer of foes, I have no complaint even if thou best unpropitious to me. I have, O sinless one, also no complaint that though by birth I am superior to Kunti, yet I am inferior to her in station. I do not grieve, O thou of Kuru's race, that Gandhari hath obtained 100 sons. This, however, is my great grief, that while Kunti and I are equal, I should be childless, while it should so chance that thou shouldst have offspring by Kunti alone. If the daughter of Kuntibhoa should so provide that I should have offspring, she would then be really doing me a great favour and benefiting thee likewise. She being my rival, I feel a delicacy in soliciting any favour of her. If thou best, O king, propitiously disposed to me, then ask her to grant my desire. Hearing her, Pandu replied, O Madri, I do revolve this matter often in my own mind, but I have hitherto hesitated to tell thee anything, not knowing how thou wouldst receive it. Now that I know what your wishes are, I shall certainly strive after that end. I think that, asked by me, Kunti will not refuse. Vaisampayana continued. After this, Bandu addressed Kunti in private, saying, O Kunti, grant me some more offspring for the expansion of my race and for the benefit of the world. O blessed one, provide thou that I myself, my ancestors, and thine also, may always have the funeral cake offered to us. Oh, do what is beneficial to me, and grant me and the world what, indeed, is the best of benefits. Oh, do what, indeed, may be difficult for thee, moved by the desire of achieving undying fame. Behold, Indra, even though he hath obtained the sovereignty of the celestials, doth yet, for fame alone, perform sacrifices. O handsome one, Brahmanas, well acquainted with the Vedas, and having achieved high ascetic merit, do yet, for fame alone, approach their spiritual masters with reverence. So also all royal sages and Brahmanas possessed of ascetic wealth have achieved, for fame only, the most difficult of ascetic feat. Therefore, O blameless one, rescue this Madri as by raft, by granting her the means of obtaining offspring, and achieve thou imperishable fame by making her a mother of children. Thus addressed by her lord, Kunti readily yielded, and said unto Madri, Think thou, without loss of time, of some celestial, and thou shalt certainly obtain from him a child like unto him. Reflecting for a few moments, Madri thought of the twin Aswins, who coming unto her with speed begat upon her 2 sons that were twins named Nakula and Sahadeva, unrivalled on earth for personal beauty. And as soon as they were born, an incorporeal voice said, In energy and beauty these twins shall transcend even the twin Aswins themselves. Indeed, possessed of great energy and beauty, they illumined the whole region. O king, after all the children were born, the rishis dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks uttering blessings on them and affectionately performing the first rites of birth, bestowed appellations on them. The eldest of Kunti's children was called Yudhishthira, the second Bhimasena, and the third Arjuna, and of Madri's sons, the firstborn of the twins was called Nakula and the next Sahadeva. And those foremost sons born at an interval of 1 year after one another, looked like an embodied period of 5 years. And King Pandu, beholding his children of celestial beauty and of superabundant energy, great strength and prowess, and of largeness of soul, rejoiced exceedingly. And the children became great favourites of the rishis, as also of their wives, dwelling on the mountain of 100 peaks. Some time after, Pandu again requested Kunti on behalf of Madri. Addressed, O king, by her lord in private, Kunti replied, having given her the formula of invocation only once, She hath, O king, managed to obtain 2 sons. Have I not been thus deceived by her? I fear, O king, that she will soon surpass me in the number of her children. This, indeed, is the way of all wicked women. Fool that I was, I did not know that by invoking the twin gods I could obtain at one birth twin children. I beseech thee, O king, do not command me any further. Let this be the boon granted by thee to me. Thus, O king, were born unto Pandu 5 sons who were begotten by celestials and were endued with great strength, and who all lived to achieve great fame and expand the Kuru race, each bearing every auspicious mark on his person, handsome like Soma, proud as the lion, well skilled in the use of the bow, and of leonine dread, breast, heart, eyes, neck and prowess, those foremost of men, resembling the celestials themselves in might, began to grow up. And beholding them and their virtues growing with years, the great rishis dwelling on that snow-capped sacred mountain were filled with wonder. And the 5 Pandavas and the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, that propagator of the Kuru race, grew up rapidly like a cluster of lotuses in a lake. Section CXXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, beholding his 5 handsome sons growing up before him in that great forest on the charming mountain slope, Pandu felt the last might of his arms revive once more. One day in the season of spring which maddens every creature, the king, accompanied by his wife, Madri, began to rove in the woods where every tree had put forth new blossoms. he beheld all around palaces and tilakas and mangoes and champakas and harihadrakas and kankaras, asikas and kazaras and itamaktas and kuruvakas with swarms of maddened bees sweetly humming about. And there were flowers of blossoming parijatas with the cocolas pouring forth their melodies from under every twig, echoing with the sweet hums of the black bees. And he beheld also various other kinds of trees bent down with the weight of their flowers and fruits. And there were also many fine pools of water overgrown with hundreds of the fragrant lotuses. Beholding all these, Bandhu felt the soft influence of desire. Roving like a celestial with a light heart amidst such scenery, Bandhu was alone with his wife Madri in semi-transparent attire. And beholding the youthful Madri thus attired, the king's desire flamed up like a forest fire. And unable to suppress his desire thus kindled at the sight of his wife of eyes like lotus petals, he was completely overpowered. The king then seized her against her will, but Madri, trembling in fear, resisted him to the best of her might. Consumed by desire, he forgot everything about his misfortune. And, O thou of Kuru's race, unrestrained by the fear of the rishis, cursed and impelled by fate, the monarch, overpowered by passion, forcibly sought the embraces of Madri, as if he wished to put an end to his own life. His reason, thus beguiled by the great destroyer himself by intoxicating his senses, was itself lost with his life. And the Kuru king Bandhu, of virtuous soul, thus succumbed to the inevitable influence of time, while united in intercourse with his wife. Then Madri, clasping the body of her samesless lord, began to weep aloud. And Kunti with her sons and the twins of Madri, hearing those cries of grief, came to the spot where the king lay in that state. Then, O king, Madri, addressing Kunti in a piteous voice, said, "Come hither alone, O Kunti, and let the children stay there." Hearing these words, Kunti, bidding the children stay, ran with speed, exclaiming, "Woe to me!" And beholding both Bandhu and Madri lying prostrate on the ground, she went in grief and affliction, saying, "Of passions under complete control, this hero, O Madri, had all along been watched by me with care. How did he then, forgetting the Rishi's curse, approach thee with enkindled desire? O Madri, this foremost of men should have been protected by thee. Why didst thou tempt him into solitude? Always melancholy at the thought of the Rishi's curse, how came he to be merry with thee in solitude? O Princess of Valika, more fortunate than myself, thou art really to be envied, for thou hast seen the face of our Lord suffused with gladness and joy." Madri then replied, saying, "Revered sister, with tears in my eyes, I resisted the king, but he could not control himself, bent on, as it were, making the Rishi's curse true." Kunti then said, "I am the older of his wedded wives. The chief religious merit must be mine. Therefore, O Madri, prevent me not from achieving that which must be achieved. I must follow our Lord to the region of the dead. Rise up, O Madri, and yield me his body. Rear thou these children." Madri replied, saying, "I do clasp our Lord yet, and have not allowed him to depart. Therefore, I shall follow him. My appetite hath not been appeased. Thou art my elder sister, O let me have thy sanction." This foremost one of the Bharata princes had approached me, desiring to have intercourse. His appetite unsatiated, shall I not follow him in the region of Yama to gratify him? O revered one, if I survive thee, it is certain I shall not be able to rear thy children as if they were mine. Will not sin touch me on that account? But thou, O Kunti, shall be able to bring my sons up as if they were thine. The king, in a seeking me wishfully, hath gone to the region of spirits. Therefore, my body should be burnt with his. O revered sister, withhold not thy sanction to this which is agreeable to me. Thou wilt certainly bring up the children carefully. That, indeed, would be very agreeable to me. I have no other direction to give. Vaisampayana continued. Having said this, the daughter of the king of Madras, the wedded wife of Pandu, ascended the funeral pyre of her lord, that bull among men. Section XV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, the godlike rishis, wise in counsels, beholding the death of Pandu, consulted with one another, and said, the virtuous and renowned King Pandu, abandoning both sovereignty and kingdom, came hither for practicing ascetic austerities, and resigned himself to the ascetic's dwelling on this mountain. He hath hence ascended to heaven, leaving his wife and infant sons as a trust in our hands. Our duty now is to repair to his kingdom with these his offspring, and his wife. Vaisampayana continued. Then those godlike rishis of magnanimous hearts, and crowned with ascetic success, summoning one another, resolved to go to Hastinapura with Pandu's children ahead, desiring to place them in the hands of Bhishma and Dhritarashtra. The ascetics set out that very moment, taking with them those children and Kunti and the 2 dead bodies. And though Anus did toil all her life, the affectionate Kunti now regarded as very short the really long journey she had to perform. Having arrived at Kurujangala within a short time, the illustrious Kunti presented herself at the principal gate. The ascetics then charged the porters to inform the king of their arrival. The men carried the message in a trice to the court, and the citizens of Hastinapura, hearing of the arrival of thousands of Jnanas and Munis, were filled with wonder, and it was soon after sunrise that they began to come out in numbers with their wives and children to behold those ascetics, seated in all kinds of cars and conveyances by thousands. Vast numbers of Kshatriyas with their wives, and Brahmanas with theirs came out, and the concourse of Vaisyas and Sudras too was as large on the occasion. The vast assemblage was very peaceful, for every heart then was inclined to piety. And there also came out Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and Somadatu or Valika, and the royal sage, Dhritarashtra, endued with the vision of knowledge, and Vidura himself, and the venerable Satyavati, and the illustrious princess of Kosala and Gandhari, accompanied by the other ladies of the royal household, and the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, decked with various ornaments, also came out. The Kauravas, then, accompanied by their priest, saluted the rishis by lowering their heads, and took their seats before them. The citizens also saluting the ascetics and bowing down unto them with touching the ground, took their seats there. Then Bhishma, setting that vast concourse perfectly still, duly worshipped, O king, those ascetics by offering them water to wash their feet within the customary argaya. And having done this, he spoke unto them about the sovereignty and the kingdom. Then the oldest of the ascetics, with matted locks on head and loins covered with animal skin, stood up, and with the concurrence of the other rishis, spoke as follows. You all know that possessor of the sovereignty of the Kuras, who was called King Pandu, had, after abandoning the pleasures of the world, repaired hence to dwell on the mountain of 100 peaks. He adopted the Brahmacharya mode of life, but for some inscrutable purpose the gods have in view, this his eldest son, Yudhishthira, was born there, begotten by Dharma himself. Then that illustrious king obtained from Vayu this other son, the foremost of all mighty men, called Bhima. This other son, begotten upon Kunti by Indra, is Dhananjaya, whose achievements will humble all bowmen in the world. Look here again at these tigers among men, mighty in the use of the bow, the twin children begotten upon Madri by the twin Aswins, leading in righteousness the life of a Vanaprastha in the woods. Illustrious Pandu hath thus revived the almost extinct line of his grandfather. The birth, growth, and Vedic studies of these children of Pandu will, no doubt, give you great pleasure. Steadily adhering to the path of the virtuous and the wise, and leaving behind him these children, Pandu departed hence 17 days ago. His wife Madri, beholding him placed in the funeral pyre and about to be consumed, herself ascended the same pyre, and sacrificing her life thus, hath gone with her lord to the region reserved for chaste wives. Accomplish now whatever rites should be performed for their benefit. These are the unburnt portions of their bodies. Here also are their children, these oppressors of foes, with their mother. Let these be now received with due honours. After the completion of the first rites in honour of the dead, let the virtuous Pandu, who had all along been the supporter of the dignity of the Kuras, have the first annual Sarada, say Pindakarana, performed with a view to installing him formally among the Pitras. Vaisampayana continued, the ascetics with Gaikas, having said this unto the Kuras, instantly disappeared in the very sight of the people. And beholding the rishis and the siddhas thus vanish in their sight like vapoury forms appearing and disappearing in the skies, the citizens filled with wonder returned to their homes. Section XXVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued, Dhritarashtra then said, O Vidura, celebrate the funeral ceremonies of that lion among kings viz. Pandu, and of Madri also, in right royal style. For the good of their souls, distribute cattle, cloths, gems and divers kinds of wealth, everyone receiving as much as he asketh for. Make arrangements also for Kunti's performing the last rites of Madri in such a style as pleaseth her. And let Madri's body be so carefully wrapped up that neither the sun nor Vayu, god of wind, may behold it. Lament not for the sinless Pandu. He was a worthy king and hath left behind him 5 heroic sons equal unto the celestials themselves. Vaisampayana continued, then Vidura, O Bharata, saying, so be it, in consultation with Bhishma, fixed upon a sacred spot for the funeral rites of Pandu. The family priests went out of the city without loss of time, carrying with them the blazing sacred fire fed with clarified butter and rendered fragrant therewith. Then friends, relatives, and adherents, wrapping it up in cloth, decked the body of the monarch with the flowers of the season and sprinkled various excellent perfumes over it. And they also decked the hearse itself with garlands and rich hangings. Then placing the covered body of the king with that of his queen on that excellent bier decked out so brightly, they caused it to be carried on human shoulders, with the white umbrella of state held over the hearse with waving yak tails and sounds of various musical instruments. The whole scene looked bright and grand. Hundreds of people began to distribute gems among the crowd on the occasion of the funeral rites of the king. At length some beautiful robes, and white umbrellas and larger yak tails, were brought for the great ceremony. The priests clad in white walked in the van of the procession, pouring libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire blazing in an ornamental vessel. And Brahmanas, and Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, and Sudras by thousands followed the deceased king, loudly wailing in these accents, O Prince, where dost thou go, leaving us behind, and making us forlorn and wretched forever? And Bhishma, and Vidura, and the Pandavas, also all wept aloud. At last they came to a romantic wood on the banks of the Ganga. There they lay down the hearse on which the truthful and lion-hearted prince and his spouse lay. Then they brought water in many golden vessels, washed the prince's body, smeared before with several kinds of fragrant paste, and again smeared it over with sandal paste. They then dressed it in a white dress made of indigenous fabrics. And with a new suit on, the king seemed as if he was living and only sleeping on a costly bed. When the other funeral ceremonies also were finished in consonance with the directions of the priests, the Kauravas set fire to the dead bodies of the king and the queen, bringing lotuses, sandal paste, and other fragrant substances to the pyre. Then seeing the bodies aflame, Kausalya burst out, O my son, my son! ! And fell down senseless on the ground. And seeing her down, the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces began to wail from grief and affection for their king. And the birds of the air and the beasts of the field were touched by the lamentations of Kunti. And Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and the wise Vidura, and the others also that were there, became disconsolate. Thus weeping, Bhishma, Vidura, Dhritarashtra, the Pandavas and the Kuru ladies, all performed the watery ceremony of the king. And when all this was over, the people, themselves filled with sorrow, began to console the bereaved sons of Pandu. And the Pandavas with their friends began to sleep on the ground. Seeing this, the Brahmanas and the other citizens also renounced their beds. Young and old, all the citizens grieved on account of the sons of King Pandu, and passed 12 days in mourning with the weeping Pandavas. Section XVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, then Bhishma and Kunti with their friends celebrated the Sarada of the deceased monarch, and offered the Pinda. And they feasted the Kauravas and thousands of Brahmanas, unto whom they also gave gems and lands. Then the citizens returned to Hastinapura with the sons of Pandu, now that they had been cleansed from the impurity incident to the demise of their father. All then fell to weeping for the departed king. It seemed as if they had lost one of their own kin. When the Sarada had been celebrated in the manner mentioned above, the venerable Vyasa, seeing all the subjects sunk in grief, said one day to his mother Satyavati, Mother, our days of happiness have gone by and days of calamity have succeeded. Sin beginneth to increase day by day. The world hath got hold. The empire of the Kauravas will no longer endure because of wrong and oppression. Go thou then into the forest, and devote thyself to contemplation through yoga. Henceforth society will be filled with deceit and wrong. Good work will cease. Do not witness the annihilation of thy race in thy old age. Acquiescing in the words of Vyasa, Satyavati entered the inner apartments and addressed her daughter-in-law, saying, O Ambika, I hear that in consequence of the deeds of your grandsons, this Bharata dynasty and its subjects will perish. If thou permit, I would go to the forest with Kausalya, so grieved at the loss of her son. O king, saying this, the queen, taking the permission of Bhishma also, went to the forest. And arriving there with her 2 daughters-in-law, she became engaged in profound contemplation, and in good time leaving her body ascended to heaven. Vaisampayana continued, then the sons of King Pandu, having gone through all the purifying rites prescribed in the Vedas, began to grow up in princely style in the home of their father. Whenever they were engaged in play with the sons of Dhritarashtra, their superiority of strength became marked. In speed, in striking the objects aimed at, in consuming articles of food, and scattering dust, Bhimasena beat all the sons of Dhritarashtra. The son of the wind god pulled them by the hair and made them fight with one another, laughing all the while. And Vrikadara easily defeated those 101 children of great energy as if they were one instead of being 101. The second Pandava used to seize them by the hair, and throwing them down, to drag them along the earth. By this, some had their knees broken, some their heads, and some their shoulders. That youth, sometimes holding 10 of them, drowned them in water, till they were nearly dead. When the sons of Dhritarashtra got up to the boughs of a tree for plucking fruits, Bhima used to shake that tree by striking it with his foot, so that down came the fruits and the fruit pluckers at the same time. In fact, those princes were no match for Bhima in pugilistic encounters, in speed, or in skill. Bhima used to make a display of his strength by thus tormenting them in childishness but not from malice. Seeing these wonderful exhibitions of the might of Bhima, the powerful Duryodhana, the eldest son of Dhritarashtra, began to conceive hostility towards him. And the wicked and unrighteous Duryodhana, through ignorance and ambition, prepared himself for an act of sin. He thought, there is no other individual who can compare with Bhima, the second son of Pandu, in point of prowess. I shall have to destroy him by artifice. Singly, Bhima's dares a century of us to the combat. Therefore, when he shall sleep in the garden, I shall throw him into the current of the Ganga. Afterwards, confining his eldest brother Yudhishthira and his younger brother Arjuna, I shall reign sole king without molestation. Determined thus, the wicked Duryodhana was ever on the watch to find out an opportunity for injuring Bhima. And, O Bharata, at length at a beautiful place called Brahmanakoti on the banks of the Ganga, he built a palace decorated with hangings of broadcloth and other rich stuffs. And he built this palace for sporting in the water there, and filled it with all kinds of entertaining things and choice viands. Gay flags waved on the top of this mansion. The name of the house was the Water Sport House. Skillful cooks prepared various kinds of viands. When all was ready, the officers gave intimation to Duryodhana. Then the evil-minded prince said unto the Pandavas, let us all go to the banks of the Ganga graced with trees and crowned with flowers, and sport there in the water. And upon Yudhishthira agreeing to this, the sons of Dhritarashtra, taking the Pandavas with them, mounted country-born elephants of great size and cars resembling towns, and left the metropolis. On arriving at the place, the princes dismissed their attendants, and surveying the beauty of the gardens and the groves, entered the palace, like lions entering their mountain caves. On entering, they saw that the architects had handsomely plastered the walls and the ceilings, and that painters had painted them beautifully. The windows looked very graceful, and the artificial fountains were splendid. Here and there were tanks of pellucid water in which bloomed forests of lotuses. The banks were decked with various flowers whose fragrance filled the atmosphere. The Kauravas and the Pandavas sat down and began to enjoy the things provided for them. They became engaged in play and began to exchange morsels of food with one another. Meanwhile, the wicked Duryodhana had mixed a powerful poison with a quantity of food, with the object of making away with Bhima. That wicked youth who had nectar in his tongue and a razor in his heart, rose at length, and in a friendly way fed Bhima largely with that poison food, and thinking himself lucky in having compassed his end, was exceedingly glad at heart. Then the sons of Dhritarashtra and Pandu together became cheerfully engaged in sporting in the water. Their sport having been finished, they dressed themselves in white habiliments, and decked themselves with various ornaments. Fatigued with play, they felt inclined in the evening to rest in the pleasure house belonging to the garden. Having made the other youths take exercise in the waters, the powerful second Pandava was excessively fatigued, so that on rising from the water, he lay down on the ground. He was weary and under the influence of the poison, and the cool air served to spread the poison over all his frame, so that he lost his senses at once. Seeing this, Duryodhana bound him with cords of shrubs, and threw him into the water. The insensible son of Pandu sank down till he reached the Naga kingdom. Nagas, furnished with fangs containing virulent venom, bit him by thousands. The vegetable poison, mingled in the blood of the son of the wind god, was neutralized by the snake poison. The serpents had bitten all over his frame, except his chest, the skin of which was so tough that their fangs could not penetrate it. On regaining consciousness, the son of Kunti burst his bands and began to press the snakes down under the ground. A remnant fled for life, and going to the king Vasuki, represented, O king of snakes, a man drowned under the water, bound in cords of shrubs. Probably he had drunk poison, for when he fell amongst us, he was insensible. But when we began to bite him, he regained his senses, and bursting his fetters, commenced playing at us. May it please your majesty to inquire who is. Then Vasuki, in accordance with the prayer of the inferior Nagas, went to the place and saw Bhimasena. Of the serpents, there was one, named Aryaka. He was the grandfather of the father of Kunti. The Lord of Serpents saw his relative and embraced him. Then, Vasuki, learning all, was pleased with Bhima, and said to Aryaka with satisfaction, "How are we to please him? Let him have money and gems in profusion." On hearing the words of Vasuki, Aryaka said, "O King of Serpents, when your majesty is pleased with him, no need of wealth for him. Permit him to drink of Rasakunda, nectar vessels, and thus acquire immeasurable strength. There is the strength of 1,000 elephants in each one of those vessels. Let this prince drink as much as he can." The King of Serpents gave his consent, and the serpents thereupon began auspicious rites. Then, purifying himself carefully, Bhimasena facing the east began to drink nectar. At one breath, he quaffed off the contents of a whole vessel, and in this manner drained off 8 successive jars, till he was full. At length, the serpents prepared an excellent bed for him, on which he lay down at ease. Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, "Meanwhile the Kauravas and the Pandavas, after having thus sported there, set out, without Bhima, for Hastinapura, some on horses, some on elephants, while others preferred cars and other conveyances. And on their way they said to one another, 'Perhaps Bhima hath gone before us.' And the wicked Duryodhana was glad at heart to miss Bhima, and entered the city with his brothers in joy. The virtuous Yudhishthira, himself unacquainted with vice and wickedness, regarded others to be as honest as himself. The eldest son of Pritha, filled with fraternal love, going unto his mother, said, after making obeisance to her, "O mother, hath Bhima come?" "O good mother, I don't find him here. Where may he have gone? We long sought for him everywhere in the gardens and the beautiful woods, but found him nowhere. At length, we thought that the heroic Bhima preceded us all. O illustrious dame, we came hither in great anxiety. Arrived here, where hath he gone? Have you sent him anywhere? Oh, tell me, I am full of doubts respecting the mighty Bhima. He had been asleep and hath not come. I conclude he is no more." Hearing these words of the highly intelligent Yudhishthira, Kunti shrieked in alarm, and said, "Dear son, I have not seen Bhima. He did not come to me. Oh, return in haste, and with your brothers search for him." Having said this in affliction to her eldest son, she summoned Vidura, and said, "O illustrious Kshatri, Bhimasena is missing. Where has he gone? The other brothers have all come back from the gardens. Only Bhima of mighty arms does not come home. Duryodhana likes him not. The Kaurava is crooked and malicious and low-minded and imprudent. He coveteth the throne openly. I am afraid he may have in a fit of anger slain my darling. This afflicts me sorely, indeed, it burns my heart." Vidura replied, "Blessed dame, say not so. Protect thy other sons with care. If the wicked Duryodhana be accused, he may slay thy remaining sons. The great sage hath said that all thy sons will be long-lived. Therefore, Bhima will surely return and gladden thy heart." Vaisampayana continued. The wise Vidura, having said this unto Kunti, returned to his abode, while Kunti, in great anxiety, continued to stay at home with her children. Meanwhile, Bhimasena awoke from that slumber on the 8th day, and felt strong beyond measure in consequence of the nectar he had taken having been all digested. Seeing him awake, the Nagas began to console and cheer him, saying, "O thou of mighty arms, the strength-giving liquor thou hast drunk will give thee the might of 10,000 elephants. No one now will be able to vanquish thee in fight. O bull of Kuru's race, do thou bath in this holy and auspicious water and return home. Thy brothers are disconsolate because of thee." Then Bhima purified himself with a bath in those waters, and decked in white robes and flowery garlands of the same hue, ate of the paramana, rice and sugar pudding, offered to him by the Nagas. Then that oppressor of all foes, decked in celestial ornaments, received the adorations and blessings of the snakes, and saluting them in return, rose from the nether region. Bearing up the lotus-eyed Pandava from under the waters, the Nagas placed him in the self-same gardens wherein he had been sporting, and vanished in his very sight. The mighty Bhimasena, arrived on the surface of the earth, ran with speed to his mother, and bowing down unto her and his eldest brother, and smelling the heads of his younger brothers, that oppressor of all foes was himself embraced by his mother and every one of those bulls among men. Affectionate unto one another, they all repeatedly exclaimed, "What is our joy today? Oh, what joy!" Apostrophe. Then Bhima, endued with great strength and prowess, related to his brothers everything about the villainy of Duryodhana, and the lucky and unlucky incidents that had befallen him in the world of the serpents. Thereupon Yudhishthira said, "Do thou observe silence on this. Do not speak of this to anyone. From this day, protect ye all one another with care." Thus cautioned by the righteous Yudhishthira, they all, with Yudhishthira himself, became very vigilant from that day. And lest negligence might occur on the part of the sons of Kunti, Vidura continually offered them sage advice. Some time after, Duryodhana again mixed in the food of Bhima a poison that was fresh, virulent, and very deadly. Viduitsu, Dhritarashtra's son by a Vaisya wife, moved by his friendship for the Pandavas, informed them of this. Vrikadara, however, swallowed it without any hesitation, and digested it completely. And, though virulent, the poison produced no effects on Bhima. When that terrible poison intended for the destruction of Bhima failed of its effect, Duryodhana, Karna and Sakuni, without giving up their wicked design, had recourse to numerous other contrivances for accomplishing the death of the Pandavas. And though every one of these contrivances was fully known to the Pandavas, yet, in accordance with the advice of Vidura, they suppressed their indignation. Meanwhile, the king, Dhritarashtra, beholding the Kuru princes passing their time in idleness and growing naughty, appointed Gautama as their preceptor and sent them unto him for instruction. Born among a clump of heath, Gautama was well skilled in the Vedas, and it was under him, also called Gripa, that the Kuru princes began to learn the use of arms. Section CXXX. Sambhava Parva continued. Janamejaya said, "O Brahmana, it behoveth thee to relate to me everything about the birth of Gripa. How did he spring from a clump of heath? Whence also did he obtain his weapons?" Vaisampayana said, "O king, the great sage Gautama had a son named Saradwat. This Saradwat was born with arrows in hand. O oppressor of foes, the son of Gautama exhibited great aptitude for the study of the science of weapons, but none for the other sciences. Saradwat acquired all his weapons by those austerities by which Brahmanas in student life acquire the knowledge of Vedas. Gautama, the son of Gautama, by his aptitude for the science of weapons and by his austerities made Indra himself greatly afraid of him. Then, O thou of Kuru's race, the chief of the gods summoned a celestial damsel named Janapadi and sent her unto Gautama, saying, "Do thy best to disturb the austerities of Gautama." Repairing unto the charming asylum of Saradwat, the damsel began to tempt the ascetic equipped with bow and arrows. Beholding that Apsara, of figure unrivalled on earth for beauty, alone in those woods and clad in a single piece of cloth, Saradwat's eyes expanded with delight. At the sight of the damsel, his bow and arrows slipped from his hand and his frame shook all over with emotion. But possessed of ascetic fortitude and strength of soul, the sage mustered sufficient patience to bear up against the temptation. The suddenness, however, of his mental agitation, caused an unconscious emission of his vital fluid. Leaving his bow and arrows and deerskin behind, he went away, flying from the Apsara. His vital fluid, however, having fallen upon a clump of heath, was divided into two parts, whence sprang two children that were twins. And it happened that a soldier in attendance upon King Santanu, while the monarch was out a-hunting in the woods, came upon the twins. And seeing the bow and arrows and deerskin on the ground, he thought they might be the offspring of some Brahmana proficient in the science of arms. Deciding thus, he took up the children along with the bow and arrows, and showed what he had to the king. Beholding them, the king was moved with pity, and saying, "Let these become my children," brought them to his palace. Then that first of men, Santanu, the son of Pratipa, having brought Gautama's twins into his house, performed in respect of them the usual rites of religion. And he began to bring them up and called them Gripa and Kripi, in allusion to the fact that he brought them up from motives of pity. Kripa, the son of Gautama, having left his former asylum, continued his study of the science of arms in right earnest. By his spiritual insight he learnt that his son and daughter were in the palace of Santanu. He thereupon went to the monarch and represented everything about his lineage. He then taught Gripa the 4 branches of the science of arms, and various other branches of knowledge, including all their mysteries and recondite details. In a short time Gripa became an eminent professor of the science of arms. And the 100 sons of Dhritarashtra, and the Pandavas along with the Yadavas, and the Vrishnis, and many other princes from various lands, began to receive lessons from him in that science. Section XXC. Sambhava Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, desirous of giving his grandsons a superior education, Bhishma was on the lookout for a teacher endued with energy and well skilled in the science of arms, deciding, O chief of the Bharatas, that none who was not possessed of great intelligence, none who was not illustrious or a perfect master of the science of arms, none who was not of godlike might, should be the instructor of the Kuru princes, the son of Ganga, O tiger among men. Placed the Pandavas and the Kauravas under the tuition of Bharadwaja's son, the intelligent Drona skilled in all the Vedas. Pleased with the reception given him by the great Bhishma, that foremost of all men skilled in arms, viz., illustrious Drona of worldwide fame, accepted the princes as his pupils. And Drona taught them the science of arms in all its branches. And, O monarch, both the Kauravas and the Pandavas, endued with immeasurable strength, in a short time became proficient in the use of all kinds of arms. Janamejaya asked, O Brahmana, how was Drona born? How and whence did he acquire his arms? How and why came he into the Kurus? Whose son also was he endued with such energy? Again, how was his son as Wataman, the foremost of all skilled in arms, born? I wish to hear all this. Please recite them in detail. Vaisampayana said, there dwelt at the source of the Ganga, a great sage named Bharadwaja, ceaselessly observing the most rigid vows. One day, of old, intending to celebrate the Agnihitra sacrifice, he went along with many great rishis to the Ganga to perform his ablutions. Arrived at the bank of the stream, he saw Gritachi herself, that Apsara endued with youth and beauty, who had gone there a little before. With an expression of pride in her countenance, mixed with a voluptuous languor of attitude, the damsel rose from the water after her ablutions were over. And as she was gently treading on the bank, her attire, which was loose, became disordered. Seeing her attire disordered, the sage was smitten with burning desire. The next moment his vital fluid came out, in consequence of the violence of his emotion. The rishi immediately held it in a vessel called a drona. Then, O king, Drona sprang from the fluid thus preserved in that vessel by the wise Bharadwaja, and the child thus born studied all the Vedas and their branches. Before now Bharadwaja, with great prowess and the foremost of those possessing a knowledge of arms, had communicated to the illustrious Agnivasa a knowledge of the weapon called Agnya. O foremost one of Bharata's race, the Rishi, Agnivasa, sprung from fire, now communicated the knowledge of that great weapon to Drona, the son of his preceptor. There was a king named Prashata who was a great friend of Bharadwaja. About this time Prashata had a son born unto him, named Drupada. And that bull among Kshatriyas, viz. Drupada, the son of Prashata, used every day to come to the hermitage of Bharadwaja to play with Drona and study in his company. O monarch, when Prashata was dead, this Drupada of mighty arms became the king of the northern Panchalas. About this time the illustrious Bharadwaja also ascended to heaven. Drona, continuing to reside in his father's hermitage, devoted himself to ascetic austerities. Having become well versed in the Vedas and their branches, and having burnt also all his sins by asceticism, the celebrated Drona, obedient to the injunctions of his father and moved by the desire of offspring, married Kripi, the daughter of Saradwat. And this woman, ever engaged in virtuous acts and the Agnihotra, and the austerest of penances, obtained a son named Aswataman. And as soon as Aswataman was born, he neighed like their celestial steed Uchashrivas. Hearing that cry, an invisible being in the skies said, "The voice of this child hath, like the neighing of a horse, been audible all around. The child shall, therefore, be known by the name of Aswataman, the horse-voiced." The son of Bharadwaja, Drona, was exceedingly glad at having obtained that child. Continuing to reside in that hermitage, he devoted himself to the study of the science of arms. O king, it was about this time that Drona heard that the illustrious Brahmana Jamadanya, that slayer of foes, that foremost one among all wielders of weapons, versed in all kinds of knowledge, had expressed a desire of giving away all his wealth to Brahmanas. Having heard of Rama's knowledge of arms and of his celestial weapons also, Drona set his heart upon them as also upon the knowledge of morality that Rama possessed. Then Drona of mighty arms, endued with high ascetic virtues, accompanied by disciples who were all devoted to vows ascetic austerities, set out for the Mahendra mountains. Arrived at Mahendra, the son of Bharadwaja, possessed of high ascetic merit, beheld the son of Bhrigu, the exterminator of all foes, endued with great patience and with mind under complete control. Then, approaching with his disciples that scion of the Bhrigu race, Drona, giving him his name, told him of his birth in the line of Angiras, and touching the ground with his head, he worshipped Rama's feet. And beholding the illustrious son of Jamadani intent upon retiring into the woods after having given away all his wealth, Drona said, "Know me to have sprung from Bharadwaja, but not in any woman's womb. I am a Brahmana of high birth, Drona by name, come to thee with the desire of obtaining thy wealth." On hearing him, that illustrious grinder of the Kshatriya race replied, "Thou art welcome, O best of regenerate ones. Tell me what thou desirest." Thus addressed by Rama, the son of Bharadwaja replied unto that foremost of all smiters, desirous of giving away the whole of his wealth, "O thou of multifarious vows, I am a candidate for thy eternal wealth. O thou of ascetic wealth," returned Rama, "my gold and whatever other wealth I had, have all been given away unto Brahmanas. This earth also, to the verge of the sea, decked with towns and cities, as with a garland of flowers, I have given unto Kasyapa. I have now my body only and my various valuable weapons left. I am prepared to give either my body or my weapons. Say, which thou wouldest have. I would give it thee. Say quickly." Drona answered, "O son of Bhrigu, it behoveth thee to give me all thy weapons together with the mysteries of hurling and recalling them. Saying, so be it, the son of Brug gave all his weapons unto Drona, indeed, the whole science of arms with its rules and mysteries, accepting them all, and thinking himself amply rewarded, that best of Brahmanas then, glad at heart, set out for the city of his friend Drupada. Section XXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, then, O king, the mighty son of Bharadya presented himself before Drupada, and addressing that monarch, said, know me for thy friend. Thus addressed by his friend, the son of Bharadwa, with a joyous heart, the lord of the Panchalas was ill able to bear that speech. The king, intoxicated with the pride of wealth, contracted his brows in wrath, and with reddened eyes spake these words unto Drona, O Brahmana, thy intelligence is scarcely of a high order, inasmuch as thou sayest unto me, all on a sudden, that thou art my friend. O thou of dull apprehension, great kings can never be friends with such luckless and indigent wights as thou. It is truth there had been friendship between thee and me before, for we were then both equally circumstanced. But time that impaireth everything in its course, impaireth friendship also. In this world, friendship never endureth for ever in any heart. Time weareth it off, and anger destroyeth it too. Do not stick, therefore, to that worn-off friendship. Think not of it any longer. The friendship I had with thee, O first of Brahmanas, was for a particular purpose. Friendship can never subsist between a poor man and a rich man, between a man of letters and an unlettered mind, between a hero and a coward. Why dost thou desire the continuance of our former friendship? There may be friendship or hostility between persons equally situated as to wealth or might. The indigent and the affluent can neither be friends nor quarrel with each other. One of impure birth can never be a friend to one of pure birth. One who is not a car warrior can never be a friend to one who is so, and one who is not a king never have a king for his friend. Therefore, why dost thou desire the continuance of our former friendship? Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Drupada, the mighty son of Bharadwa became filled with wrath, and reflecting for a moment, made up his mind as to his course of action. Seeing the insolence of the Panchala king, he wished to check it effectually. Hastily leaving the Panchala capital, Drona bent his steps towards the capital of the Kuras, named after the elephant. Section XXI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, arrived at Hastinapura, that best of Brahmanas, the son of Bharadwa, continued to live privately in the house of Kodama, Kripa. His mighty son, as Wataman, at intervals of Kripa's teaching, used to give the sons of Kunti lessons in the use of arms. But as yet none knew of his Wataman's prowess. Drona had thus lived privately for some time in the house of Kripa, when one day the heroic princes, all in a company, came out of Hastinapura, and coming out of the city, they began to play with a ball and roam about in gladness of heart. And it so happened that the ball with which they had been playing fell into a well, and thereupon the princes strove their best to recover it from the well. But all the efforts the princes made to recover it proved futile. They then began to eye one another bashfully, and not knowing how to recover it, their anxiety became great. Just at this time they beheld a Brahmana near enough unto them, of darkish hue, decrepit and lean, sanctified by the performance of the Agnihotra, and who had finished his daily rites of worship. And beholding that illustrious Brahmana, the princes who had despaired of success surrounded him immediately. Drona, for that Brahmana was no other, seeing the princes unsuccessful, and conscious of his own skill, smiled a little, and addressing them said, shame on your Kshatriya might, and shame also on your skill in arms. You have been born in the race of Bharata. How is it that ye cannot recover the ball from the bottom of this well? If ye promise me a dinner today, I will, with these blades of grass, bring up not only the ball ye have lost, but this ring also that I now throw down. Thus saying, Drona, that oppressor of foes, taking off his ring, threw it down into the dry well. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, addressing Drona, said, O Brahmana, thou askest for a trifle. Do thou, with Gripa's permission, obtain of us that which would last thee for life. Thus addressed, Drona with smiles replied unto the Bharata princes, saying, This handful of long grass I would invest, by my mantras, with the virtue of weapons. Behold, these blades possess virtues that other weapons have not. I will, with one of these blades, pierce the ball, and then pierce that blade with another, and that another with a third, and thus shall I, by a chain, bring up the ball. Vaisampayana continued, Then Drona did exactly what he had said. And the princes were all amazed, and their eyes expanded with delight. And regarding what they had witnessed to be very extraordinary, they said, O learned Brahmana, do thou bring up the ring also without loss of time. Then the illustrious Drona, taking a bow with an arrow, pierced the ring with that arrow and brought it up at once. And taking the ring thus brought up from the well still pierced with his arrow, he coolly gave it to the astonished princes. Then the latter, seeing the ring thus recovered, said, We bow to thee, O Brahmana. None else owneth such skill. We long to know who thou art and whose son. What also can we do for thee? Thus addressed, Drona replied unto the princes, saying, Do ye repair unto Bhishma and describe to him my likeness and skill. The mighty one will recognize me. The princes then, saying, So be it, repaired unto Bhishma and telling him of the purport of that Brahmana's speech, related everything about his extraordinary feat. Hearing everything from the princes, Bhishma at once understood that the Brahmana was none else than Drona, and thinking that he would make the best preceptor for the princes, went in person unto him and welcoming him respectfully, brought him over to the place. Then Bhishma, that foremost of all wielders of arms, adroitly asked him the cause of his arrival at Hastinapura. Asked by him, Drona represented everything as it had happened, saying, O sir, in times past I went to the great Rishi Agnivasa for obtaining from him his weapons, desirous also of learning the science of arms. Devoted to the service of my preceptor, I lived with him for many years in the humble guise of a Brahmacharin, with matted locks on my head. At that time, actuated by the same motives, the prince of Panchala, the mighty Yajnasena, also lived in the same asylum. He became my friend, always seeking my welfare. I liked him much. Indeed, we lived together for many, many years. O thou of Kuru's race, from our earliest years we had studied together and, indeed, he was my friend from boyhood, always speaking and doing what was agreeable to me. For gratifying me, O Bhishma, he used to tell me, O Drona, I am the favourite child of my illustrious father. When the king installeth me as monarch of the Panchalas, the kingdom shall be thine. O friend, this, indeed, is my solemn promise. My dominion, wealth and happiness shall all be dependent on thee. At last the time came for his departure. Having finished his studies, he bent his steps towards his country. I offered him my regards at the time, and, indeed, I remembered his words ever afterwards. Some time after, in obedience to the injunctions of my father and tempted also by the desire of offspring, I married Kripi of short hair, who, gifted with great intelligence, had observed many rigid vows, and was ever engaged in the Agnihotra and other sacrifices and rigid austerities. Gautami, in time, gave birth to a son named as Wataman of great prowess and equal in splendour unto the sun himself. Indeed, I was pleased on having obtained as what Haman as much as my father had been on obtaining me. And it so happened that one day the child is what Haman, observing some rich men's sons drink milk, began to cry. At this I was so beside myself that I lost all knowledge of the point of the compass. Instead of asking him who had only a few kine, so that if he gave me one, he would no longer be able to perform his sacrifices and thus sustain a loss of virtue, I was desirous of obtaining a cow from one who had many, and for that I wandered from country to country. But my wanderings proved unsuccessful, for I failed to obtain a milch cow. After I had come back unsuccessful, some of my son's playmates gave him water mixed with powdered rice. Drinking this, the poor boy was deceived into the belief that he had taken milk, and began to dance in joy, saying, "Oh, I have taken milk. I have taken milk." Beholding him dance with joy amid these playmates smiling at his simplicity, I was exceedingly touched. Hearing also the derisive speeches of busybodies who said, "Fie upon the indigent droner, who strives not to earn wealth, whose son drinking water mixed with powdered rice mistaketh it for milk and danceth with joy, saying, I have taken milk, I have taken milk, ! I was quite beside myself. Reproaching myself much, I at last resolved that even if I should have to live cast off and censured by Brahmanas, I would not yet, from desire of wealth, be anybody's servant, which is ever hateful. Thus resolved, O Bhishma, I went, for former friendship, unto the king of the Somakas, taking with me my dear child and wife. Hearing that he had been installed in the sovereignty of the Somakas, I regarded myself as blessed beyond compare. Joyfully I went unto that dear friend of mine seated on the throne, remembering my former friendship with him and also his own words to me. And, O illustrious one, approaching Drupada, I said, O tiger among men, know me for thy friend! Saying this, I approached him confidently as a friend should. But Drupada, laughing in derision, cast me off as if I were a vulgar fellow. Addressing me, he said, Thy intelligence scarcely seemeth to be of a high order, inasmuch as approaching me suddenly, thou sayest thou art my friend. Time that impaireth everything, impaireth friendship also. My former friendship with thee was for a particular purpose. One of impure birth can never be a friend of one who is of pure birth. One who is not a car warrior can never be a friend of one who is such. Friendship can only subsist between persons that are of equal rank, but not between those that are unequally situated. Friendship never subsisteth forever in my heart. Time impaireth friendships, as also anger destroyeth them. Do thou not stick, therefore, to that worn-off friendship between us. Think not of it any longer. The friendship I had with thee, O best of Brahmanas, was for a special purpose. There cannot be friendship between a poor man and a rich man, between an unlettered hind and a man of letters, between a coward and a hero. Why dost thou, therefore, desire the revival of our former friendship? O thou of simple understanding, great kings can never have friendship with such indigent and luckless wight as thou. One who is not a king can never have a king for his friend. I do not remember ever having promised thee my kingdom. But, O Brahmana, I can now give thee food and shelter for one night. Thus addressed by him, I left his presence quickly with my wife, vowing to do that which I will certainly do soon enough. Thus insulted by Drupada, O Bhishma, I have been filled with wrath. I have come to the Kuras, desirous of obtaining intelligent and docile pupils. I come to hasten up to gratify thy wishes. Oh, tell me what I am to do. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by the son of Bharadwaja, Bhishma said unto him, String thy bow, O Brahmana, and make the Kuru princes accomplished in arms. Worshipped by the Kurus, enjoy with a glad heart to thy fill every comfort in their abode. Thou art the absolute Lord, O Brahmana, of whatever wealth the Kuras have and of their sovereignty and kingdom. The Kuras are thine, from this day. Think that as already accomplished which may be in thy heart. Thou art, O Brahmana, obtained by us as the fruit of our great good luck. Indeed, the favour thou hast conferred upon me by thy arrival is great. Section XXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, thus worshipped by Bhishma, Drona, that first of men, endued with great energy, shook up his quarters in the abode of the Kuras and continued to live there, receiving their adorations. After he had rested a while, Bhishma, taking with him his grandsons, the Kaurava princes, gave them unto him as pupils, making at the same time many valuable presents. And the mighty one, Bhishma, also joyfully gave unto the son of Bharadwaj a house that was tidy and neat and well filled with paddy and every kind of wealth. And that first of archers, Drona, thereupon joyfully accepted the Kauravas, viz., the sons of Bandu and Dhritarashtra, as his pupils. And having accepted them all as his pupils, one day Drona called them apart and making them touch his feet, said to them with a swelling heart, I have in my heart a particular purpose. Promise me truly, ye sinless ones, that when ye have become skilled in arms, ye will accomplish it. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, the Kuru princes remained silent. But Arjuna, O king, vowed to accomplish it whatever it was. Drona then cheerfully clasped Arjuna to his bosom and took the scent of his head repeatedly, shedding tears of joy all the while. Then Drona, endued with great prowess, taught the sons of Pandu the use of many weapons both celestial and human. And, O bull of the Brata race, many other princes also flocked to that best of Brahmanas for instruction in arms. The Vrishnis and the Andakas, and princes from various lands, and their adopted son of Radha of the Sutta caste, Karna, all became pupils of Drona. But of them all, the Sutta child Gana, from jealousy, frequently defied Arjuna, and supported by Duryodhana, used to disregard the Pandavas. Arjuna, however, from devotion to the science of arms, always stayed by the side of his preceptor, and in skill, strength of arms, and perseverance, excelled all his class fellows. Indeed, although the instruction that his preceptor gave was the same in the case of all, yet in lightness and skill Arjuna became the foremost of all his fellow pupils. And Drona was convinced that none of his pupils would, at any time, be able to be equal to that son of Indra. Thus Drona continued giving lessons to the princes in the science of weapons. And while he gave unto every one of his pupils a narrow-mouthed vessel for fetching water, in order that much time may be spent in filling them, he gave unto his own son as Wathaman a broad-mouthed vessel, so that, filling it quickly, he might return soon enough. And in the intervals so gained, Drona used to instruct his own son in several superior methods of using weapons. Jaishu, Arjuna, came to know of this, and thereupon filling his narrow-mouthed vessel with water by means of the Varuna weapon, he used to come unto his preceptor at the same time with his preceptor's son. And accordingly the intelligent son of Pritha, that foremost of all men possessing a knowledge of weapons, had no inferiority to his preceptor's son in respect of excellence. Arjuna's devotion to the service of his preceptor as also to arms was very great, and he soon became the favourite of his preceptor. And Drona, beholding his pupil's devotion to arms, summoned the cook, and told him in secret, never give Arjuna his food in the dark, nor tell him that I have told thee this. A few days after, however, when Arjuna was taking his food, a wind arose, and thereupon the lamp that had been burning went out. But Arjuna, endued with energy, continued eating in the dark, his hand, from habit, going to his mouth. His attention being thus called to the force of habit, the strong-armed son of Bandu, set his heart upon practicing with his bow in the night. And, O Bharata, Drona, hearing the twang of his bowstring in the night, came to him, and clasping him, said, Truly do I tell thee that I shall do that unto thee by which there shall not be an archer equal to thee in this world. Vaisampayana continued. Thereafter Drona began to teach Arjuna the art of fighting on horseback, on the back of elephants, on car, and on the ground. And the mighty Drona also instructed Arjuna in fighting with the mace, the sword, the lance, the spear, and the dart. And he also instructed him in using many weapons and fighting with many men at the same time. And hearing reports of his skill, kings and princes, desirous of learning the science of arms, flocked to Drona by thousands. Amongst those that came there, O monarch, was a prince named Ekalavya, who was the son of Hiranyadanus, king of the Nishadas, the lowest of the mixed orders. Drona, however, cognizant of all rules of morality, accepted not the prince as his pupil in archery, seeing that he was a Nishada who might, in time, excel all his high-born pupils. But, O oppressor of all enemies, the Nishada prince, touching Drona's feet with bent head, wended his way into the forest, and there he made a quaint image of Drona, and began to worship it respectfully, as if it was his real preceptor, and practiced weapons before it with the most rigid regularity. In consequence of his exceptional reverence for his preceptor and his devotion to his purpose, all the three processes of fixing arrows on the bowstring, aiming, and letting off became very easy for him. And one day, O grinder of foes, the Kuru and the Pandava princes, with Drona's leave, set out in their cars on a hunting excursion. A servant, O king, followed the party at leisure, with usual implements and a dog. Having come to the woods, they wandered about, intent on the purpose they had in view. Meanwhile, the dog also, in wandering alone in the woods, came upon the Nishada prince, Ekalavya. And beholding the Nishada of dark hue, of body besmeared with filth, dressed in black and bearing matted locks on head, the dog began to bark aloud. Thereupon the Nishada prince, desirous of exhibiting his lightness of hand, sent 7 arrows into its mouth, before it could shut it. The dog, thus pierced with 7 arrows, came back to the Pandavas. Those heroes, who beheld that sight, were filled with wonder, and, ashamed of their own skill, began to praise the lightness of hand and precision of aim by auricular precision, exhibited by the unknown archer. And they thereupon began to seek in those woods for the unknown dweller therein that had shown such skill. And, O king, the Pandavas soon found out the object of their search, ceaselessly discharging arrows from the bow. And beholding that man of grim visage, who was totally a stranger to them, they asked, Who art thou and whose son? Thus questioned, the man replied, Ye heroes, I am the son of Hiranyadanus, king of the Nishadas. Know me also for a pupil of Drona, labouring for the mastery of the art of arms. Vaisampayana continued. The Pandavas then, having made themselves acquainted with everything connected with him, returned to the city, and going unto Drona, told him of that wonderful feat of archery which they had witnessed in the woods. Arjuna, in particular, thinking all the while, O king, Ekalavya, saw Drona in private, and relying upon his preceptor's affection for him, said, Thou hadst lovingly told me, clasping me to thy bosom, that no pupil of thine should be equal to me. Why then is there a pupil of thine, the mighty son of the Nishada king, superior to me? Vaisampayana continued. On hearing these words, Drona reflected for a moment, and resolving upon the course of action he should follow, took Arjuna with him and went unto the Nishada prince. And he beheld Ekalavya with body besmeared with filth, matted locks on head, clad in rags, bearing a bow in hand and ceaselessly shooting arrows therefrom. And when Ekalavya saw Drona approaching towards him, He went a few steps forward, and touched his feet and prostrated himself on the ground. And the son of the Nishada king, worshipping Drona, duly represented himself as his pupil, and clasping his hands in reverence stood before him, awaiting his commands. Then Drona, O king, addressed Ekalavya, saying, If, O hero, thou art really my pupil, give me then my fees. On hearing these words, Ekalavya was very much gratified, and said in reply, O illustrious preceptor, what shall I give? Command me, for there is nothing, O foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, that I may not give unto my preceptor. Drona answered, O Ekalavya, if thou art really intent on making me a gift, I should like then to have the thumb of thy right hand. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these cruel words of Drona, who had asked of him his thumb as tuition fee. Ekalavya, ever devoted to truth and desirous also of keeping his promise, with a cheerful face and an unafflicted heart, cut off without ado his thumb, and gave it unto Drona. After this, when the Nishada prince began once more to shoot with the help of his remaining fingers, he found, O king, that he had lost his former lightness of hand. And at this Arjuna became happy, the fever of jealousy having left him. Two of Drona's pupils became very much accomplished in the use of mace. These were Dhruvadana and Bhima, who were, however, always jealous of each other. As Wathaman excelled everyone in the mysteries of the science of arms, the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, excelled everybody in handling the sword. Yudhishthira surpassed everybody as a car warrior, but Arjuna, however, outdistanced everyone in every respect, in intelligence, resourcefulness, strength and perseverance. Accomplished in all weapons, Arjuna became the foremost of even the foremost of car warriors, and his fame spread all over the earth to the verge of the sea. And although the instruction was the same, the mighty Arjuna excelled all the princes in lightness of hand. Indeed, in weapons as in devotion to his preceptor, he became the foremost of them all. And amongst all the princes, Arjuna alone became an Uttaratta, a car warrior capable of fighting at one time with 60,000 foes. And the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra, beholding Bhimasena endued with great strength and Arjuna accomplished in all arms, became very jealous of them. O bull among men, one day Drona, desirous of testing the comparative excellence of all his pupils in the use of arms, collected them all together after their education had been completed. And before assembling them together, he had caused an artificial bird, as the would-be aim, to be placed on the top of a neighbouring tree. And when they were all together, Drona said unto them, Take up your bows quickly and stand here aiming at that bird on the tree, with arrows fixed on your bowstrings. Shoot and cut off the bird's head, as soon as I give the order. I shall give each of you a turn, one by one, my children. Vaisampayana continued, Then Drona, that foremost of all Angira's sons, first addressed Yudhishthira, saying, O irrepressible one, aim with thy arrow and shoot as soon as I give the order. Yudhishthira took up the bow first, as desired, O king, by his preceptor, and stood aiming at the bird. But, O bull of Bharata's race, Drona in an instant, addressing the Kuru prince standing with bow in hand, said, Behold, O prince, that bird on top of the tree. Yudhishthira replied unto his preceptor, saying, I do. But the next instant Drona again asked him, What dost thou see now, O prince? Seest thou the tree, myself or thy brothers? Yudhishthira answered, I see the tree, myself, my brothers, and the bird. Drona repeated his question, but was answered as often in the same words. Drona then, vexed with Yudhishthira, reproachingly said, Stand thou apart. It is not for thee to strike the aim. Then Drona repeated the experiment with Duryodhana and the other sons of Dhritarashtra, one after another, as also with his other pupils, Bhima and the rest. including the princes that had come unto him from other lands. But the answer in every case was the same as Yudhishthira's, viz., we behold the tree, thyself, our fellow pupils, and the bird. And reproached by their preceptor, they were all ordered, one after another, to stand apart. Section CXXXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, when everyone had failed, Drona smilingly called Arjuna and said unto him, by thee the aimed must be shot, therefore, turn thy eyes to it. Thou must let fly the arrow as soon as I give the order. Therefore, O son, stand here with bow and arrow for an instant. Thus addressed, Arjuna stood aiming at the bird as desired by his preceptor, with his bow bent. An instant after Drona asked him, as in the case of others, sayest thou, O Arjuna, the bird there, the tree, and myself? Arjuna replied, I see the bird only, but nor the tree, or thyself. Then the irrepressible Drona, well pleased with Arjuna, the instant after, again said unto that mighty warrior amongst the Pandavas, if thou seest the vulture, then describe it to me. Arjuna said, I see only the head of the vulture, not its body. At these words of Arjuna, the hair on Drona's body stood on end from delight. He then said to Partha, shoot. And the latter instantly let fly his arrow, and with his sharp shaft speedily struck off the head of the vulture on the tree and brought it down to the ground. No sooner was the deed done than Drona clasped Phalguna to his bosom and thought Drupada with his friends had already been vanquished in fight. Some time after, O bull of Bharata's race, Drona, accompanied by all of his pupils, went to the bank of the Ganga to bathe in that sacred stream. And when Drona had plunged into the stream, a strong alligator, sent, as it were, by death himself, seized him by the thigh. And though himself quite capable, Drona in a seeming hurry asked his pupil to rescue him. And he said, Oh, kill this monster and rescue me. Contemporaneously with this speech, Vatsu, Arjuna, struck the monster within the water with 5 sharp arrows irresistible in their course, while the other pupils stood confounded, each at his place. Beholding Arjuna's readiness, Drona considered him to be the foremost of all his pupils, and became highly pleased. The monster, in the meantime cut into pieces by the arrows of Arjuna, released the thigh of illustrious Drona and gave up the ghost. The son of Bharadwaja then addressed the illustrious and mighty warrior Arjuna and said, Accept, O thou of mighty arms, this very superior and irresistible weapon called Brahmastra with the methods of the hurling and recalling it. Thou must not, however, ever use it against any human foe, for if hurled at any foe endued with inferior energy, it might burn the whole universe. It is said, O child, that this weapon hath not appear in the 3 worlds. Keep it, therefore, with great care, and listen to what I say. If ever, O hero, any foe, not human, contendeth against thee, thou mayst then employ it against him for compassing his death in battle. Pledging himself to do what he was bid, Vatsa then, with joined hands, received that great weapon. The preceptor then, addressing him again, said, None else in this world will ever become a superior bowman to thee. Vanquished thou shalt never be by any foe, and thy achievements will be great. Section XXV. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, O thou of Bharata's race, beholding the sons of Dhritarashtra and Panda accomplished in arms, Drona, O monarch, addressed King Dhritarashtra, in the presence of Kripa, Somadatta, Valika, the wise son of Ganga, Bhishma, Vyasa, and Vidura, and said, O best of Kuru kings, thy children have completed their education. With thy permission, O king, let them now show their proficiency. Hearing him, the king said with a gladdened heart, O best of Brahmanas, thou hast, indeed, accomplished a great deed. command me thyself as to the place and the time where and when and the manner also in which the trial may be held. Grief arising from my own blindness maketh me envy those who, blessed with sight, will behold my children's prowess in arm. O Kshatri, Vidura, do all that Drona saith. O thou devoted to virtue, I think there is nothing that can be more agreeable to me. Then Vidura, giving the necessary assurance to the king, went out to do what he was bid. And Drona, endued with great wisdom, then measured out a piece of land that was void of trees and thickets and furnished with wells and springs. And upon the spot of land so measured out, Drona, that first of eloquent men, selecting a lunar day when the star ascendant was auspicious, offered up sacrifice unto the gods in the presence of the citizens assembled by proclamation to witness the same. And then, O bull among men, the artificers of the king built thereon a large and elegant stage according to the rules laid down in the scriptures, and it was furnished with all kinds of weapons. They also built another elegant hall for the lady spectators. And the citizens constructed many platforms, while the wealthier of them pitched many spacious and high tents all around. When the day fixed for the tournament came, the king, accompanied by his ministers, with Bhishma and Kripa, the foremost of preceptors, walking ahead, came into that theatre of almost celestial beauty constructed of pure gold, and decked with strings of pearls and stones of lapis lazuli. And, O first of victorious men, Gandhari blessed with great good fortune and Kunti, and the other ladies of the royal household, in gorgeous attire and accompanied by their waiting women, joyfully ascended the platforms, like celestial ladis ascending the Suma mountain. And the four orders, including the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, desirous of beholding the prince's skill in arms, left the city and came running to the spot. And so impatient was everyone to behold the spectacle, that the vast crowd assembled there in almost an instant. And with the sounds of trumpets and drums and the noise of many voices, that vast concourse appeared like an agitated ocean. At last, Drona, accompanied by his son, dressed in white attire, with a white sacred thread, white locks, white beard, white garlands, and white sandal paste rubbed over his body, entered the lists. It seemed as if the moon himself, accompanied by the planet Mars, appeared in an unclouded sky. On entering Bharadwaja, performed timely worship and caused Brahmanas versed in mantras to celebrate the auspicious rites. And after auspicious and sweet-sounding musical instruments had been struck up as a propitiatory ceremony, some persons entered, equipped with various arms. And then, having girded up their loins, those mighty warriors, those foremost ones of Bharata's race, the princes, entered, furnished with finger protectors, gauntlet, and bows, and quivers. And with Yudhishthira at their head, the valiant princes entered in order of age and began to show wonderful skill with their weapons. Some of the spectators lowered their heads, apprehending fall of arrows, while others fearlessly gazed on with wonder. And riding swiftly on horses and managing them dexterously, the princes began to hit marks with shafts engraved with their respective names. And seeing the prowess of the princes armed with bows and arrows, the spectators thought that they were beholding the city of the Gandharvas, became filled with amazement. And, O Bharata, all on a sudden, some hundreds and thousands, with eyes wide open in wonder, exclaimed, "Well done! Well done!" And having repeatedly displayed their skill and dexterity in the use of bows and arrows and in the management of cars, the mighty warriors took up their swords and bucklers, and began to range the lists, playing their weapons. The spectators saw, with wonder, their agility, the symmetry of their bodies, their grace, their calmness, the firmness of their grasp and their deftness in the use of sword and buckler. Then Vrikadara and Sayadana, internally delighted at the prospect of fight, entered the arena, mace in hand, like two single-peaked mountains. And those mighty armed warriors braced their loins, and summoning all their energy, roared like two infuriate elephants contending for a cow-elephant, and like two infuriated elephants those mighty heroes faultlessly, in consonance with the dictates of the science of arm, careered right and left, circling the lists. And Vidura described to Dhritarashtra and the mother of the Pandavas, Kunti, and Gandhari, all the feats of the princes. Section XXVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued, upon the Kuru king and Bhima, the foremost of all endued with strength, having entered the arena. The spectators were divided into two parties in consequence of the partiality swaying their affections. Some cried, "Behold the heroic king of the Kurus!" Some, "Behold Bhima!" And on account of these cries, there was, all on a sudden, a loud uproar. And seeing the place become like a troubled ocean, the intelligent Bharadwaj said unto his dear son, "As what Haman, restrain both these mighty warriors so proficient in arms. Let not the ire of the assembly be provoked by this combat of Bhima and Duryodhana." Vaisampayana continued. Then the son of the preceptor of the princes restrained those combatants with their maces uplifted and resembling two swollen oceans agitated by the winds that blow at the universal dissolution. And Drona himself, entering the yard of the arena, commanded the musicians to stop, and with a voice deep as that of the clouds addressed these words, "Behold ye now that Partha who is dearer to me than my own son, the master of all arms, the son of Indra himself, and like unto the younger brother of Indra, Vishnu." And having performed the propitiatory rites, the youthful Fulgana, equipped with the finger protector, gauntlet, and his quiver full of shafts and bow in hand, donning his golden mail, appeared in the lists even like an evening cloud reflecting the rays of the setting sun and illumined by the hues of the rainbow and flashes of lightning. On seeing Arjuna, the whole assembly were delighted, and conchs began to be blown all around with other musical instruments. And there arose a great uproar in consequence of the spectators exclaiming, "This is the graceful son of Kunti!" This is the middle, third, Pandava! This is the son of the mighty Indra! This is the protector of the Kurus! This is the foremost of those versed in arms! This is the foremost of all cherishers of virtue! This is the foremost of the persons of correct behavior, the great repository of the knowledge of manners. At those exclamations, the tears of Kunti, mixing with the milk of her breast, wetted her bosom. And his ears being filled with that uproar, that first of men, Dhritarashtra asked Vidura in delight, "O Kshatri, what is this great uproar for, like unto that of the troubled ocean, arising all on a sudden and rending the very heavens?" Vidura replied, "O mighty monarch, the son of Panda and Pritha, Fulgana, clad in mail hath entered the lists. And hence this uproar." Dhritarashtra said, "O thou of soul so great, by the three fires sprung from Pritha, who is even like the sacred fuel, I have, indeed, been blessed, favored and protected." Vaisampayana continued. When the spectators, excited with delight, had somewhat regained their equanimity, Vatsa began to display his lightness in the use of weapons. By the Agnya weapon, he created fire, and by the Varuna weapon he created water, by the Vayavya weapon he created air, and by the Parjanya weapon he created clouds. And by the Bhoma weapon he created land, and by the Parvatya weapon he brought mountains into being. By the Antadhana weapon all these were made to disappear. Now the beloved one of his preceptor, Arjuna, appeared tall and now short. Now he was seen on the yoke of his car, and now on the car itself, and the next moment he was on the ground. And the hero, favored by his practiced dexterity, hit with his various butts, some tender, some fine, and some of thick composition. And like one shaft, he let fly at a time into the mouth of a moving iron bore 5 shafts together from his bowstring. And that hero of mighty energy discharged 21 arrows into the hollow of a cow's horn hung upon a rope swaying to and fro. In this manner, O sinless one, Arjuna showed his profound skill in the use of sword, bow, and mace, walking over the lists in circles. And, O Bharata, when the exhibition had well nigh ended, the excitement of the spectators had cooled, and the sounds of instruments had died out, there was heard proceeding from the gate the slapping of arms, betokening might and strength, and even like unto the roar of the thunder. And, O king, as soon as this sound was heard, the assembled multitude instantly thought, are the mountains splitting, or is the earth itself rending asunder, or is the welkin resounding with a roar of gathering clouds? And then all the spectators turned their eyes towards the gate. And Drona stood, surrounded by the 5 brothers, the sons of Pritha, and looked like the moon in conjunction with the 5-starred constellation Asta. And Duryodhana, that slayer of foes, stood up in haste and was surrounded by his century of haughty brothers with Aswathaman amongst them. And that prince, mace in hand, thus surrounded by his 100 brothers with uplifted weapons, appeared like Purandara in days of yore, encircled by the celestial host on the occasion of the battle with the Danavas. Section XXVI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued, when the spectators, with eyes expanded with wonder, made way for that subjugator of hostile cities, Karna. That hero, with his natural mail and face brightened with earrings, shook up his bow and girded on his sword, and then entered the spacious lists, like a walking cliff. That far-famed destroyer of hostile hosts, the large-eyed Karna, was born of Pritha in her maidenhood. He was a portion of the hot-beamed sun, and his energy and prowess were like unto those of the lion, or the bull, or the leader of a herd of elephants. In splendor he resembled the sun, in loveliness the moon, and in energy the fire. Begotten by the sun himself, he was tall in stature like a golden palm tree, and, endued with the vigor of youth, he was capable of slaying a lion. Handsome in features, he was possessed of countless accomplishments. The mighty armed warrior, eyeing all around the arena, bowed indifferently to Drona and Kripa, and the entire assembly, motionless and with steadfast gaze, thought, who is he? And they became agitated in their curiosity to know their warrior. And that foremost of eloquent men, the offspring of the sun, in a voice deep as that of the clouds, addressed his unknown brother, the son of the subduer of the Asura, Parka, Indra, saying, O Partha, I shall perform feats before this gazing multitude, excelling all thou hast performed. Beholding them, thou shalt be amazed. And, O thou best of those blessed with speech, he had hardly done when the spectators stood up all at once, uplifted by some instrument, as it were. And, O tiger among men, Duryodhana was filled with delight, while Vatsu was instantly all abashment and anger. Then with the permission of Drona, the mighty Karna, delighting in battle, they did all that Partha had done before. And, O Bharata, Duryodhana with his brothers thereupon embraced Karna in joy and then addressed him, saying, Welcome, O mighty armed warrior. I have obtained thee by good fortune, O polite one. Live thou as thou pleasest, and command me, and the kingdom of the Kurus. Karma replied, When thou hast said it, I regard it as already accomplished. I only long for thy friendship. And, O Lord, my wish is even for a single combat with Arjuna. Duryodhana said, Do thou with me enjoy the good things of life. Be thou the benefactor of thy friend, and, O repressor of enemies, place thou thy feet on the heads of all foes. Vaisampayana continued, Arjuna, after this, deeming himself disgraced, said unto Karna stationed amidst the brothers like unto a cliff, That path which the unwelcome intruder and the uninvited talker cometh to, shall be thine, O Kana, for thou shalt be slain by me. Kana replied, This arena is meant for all, not for thee alone, O Fulgana. They are kings who are superior in energy, and verily the Kshatriya regardeth might and might alone. What need of altercation, which is the exercise of the weak? O Bharata, speak then in arrows until, with arrows, I strike off thy head today before the preceptor himself. Vaisampayana continued, hastily embraced by his brothers, Partha, that subduer of hostile cities, with the permission of Drona, advanced for the combat. On the other side, Karna, having been embraced by Duryodhana with his brothers, taking up his bow and arrows, stood ready for the fight. Then the firmament became enveloped in clouds emitting flashes of lightning, and the coloured bow of Indra appeared shedding its effulgent rays. And the clouds seemed to laugh on account of the rows of white cranes that were then on the wing. And seeing Indra thus viewing the arena from affection for his son, the sun too dispersed the clouds from over his own offspring. And Fulgana remained deep hid under cover of the clouds, while Kana remained visible, being surrounded by the rays of the Sunday, and the son of Dhritarashtra stood by Kana, and Bharadwaj and Kripa and Bhishma remained with Partha. And the assembly was divided, as also the female spectators. And knowing the state of things, Kunti, the daughter of Boa, swooned away. And by the help of female attendants, Vidura, versed in the law of all duties, revived the insensible Kunti by sprinkling sandal paste and water on her person. On being restored to consciousness, Kunti, seeing her two sons clad in mail, was seized with fear, but she could do nothing to protect them. And beholding both the warriors with bows strung in their hands, the son of Saradwat, viz. Kripa, knowing all duties and cognizant of the rules regulating duels, addressed Karna, saying, This Pandava, who is the youngest son of Kunti, belongeth to the Kaurav race. He will engage in combat with thee. But, O mighty armed one, thou too must tell us thy lineage and the names of thy father and mother and the royal line of which thou art the ornament. Learning all this, Partha will fight with thee or not, as he will think fit. Sons of kings never fight with men of inglorious lineage. Vaisampayana continued, when he was thus addressed by Kripa, Karna's countenance became like unto a lotus pale and torn with the pelting showers in the rainy season. Duryodhana said, O preceptor, verily the scriptures have it that three classes of persons can lay claim to royalty, viz., persons of the blood royal, heroes, and lastly, those that lead armies. If Fulgana is unwilling to fight with one who is not a king, I will install Karna as king of Anga. Vaisampayana said, at that very moment, seated on the golden seat, with parched paddy and with flowers and water pots and much gold, the mighty warrior Karna was installed king by Brahmanas versed in mantras. And the royal umbrella was held over his head, wild yak tails waved around that redoubtable hero of graceful mien. And the cheers, having ceased, King Karna said unto the Kaurava Duryodhana, O tiger among monarchs, what shall I give unto thee that may compare with thy gift of a kingdom? O king, I will do all thou biddest. And Sayadana said unto him, I eagerly wish for thy friendship. Thus spoken to, Karna replied, Be it so. And they embraced each other in joy, and experienced great happiness. Section 6. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, after this, with his sheet loosely hanging down, Adrita entered the lists, perspiring and trembling, and supporting himself on a staff. Seeing him, Kana left his bow and impelled by filial regard bowed down his head still wet with the water of inauguration. And the charioteer, hurriedly covering his feet with the end of his sheet, addressed Kana crowned with success as his son. And the charioteer embraced Kana, and from excess of affection bedewed his head with tears, that head still wet with the water sprinkled over it on account of the coronation as king of Anga. Seeing the charioteer, the Pandava Bhimasena took Kana for a charioteer's son, and said by way of ridicule, "O son of a charioteer, thou dost not deserve death in fight at the hands of Partha. As befits thy race, take thou anon the whip. And, O worst of mortals, surely thou art not worthy to sway the kingdom of Anga, even as a dog doth not deserve the butter placed before the sacrificial fire." Kana, thus addressed, with slightly quivering lips fetched a deep sigh, looked at the god of the day in the skies. And even as a mad elephant riseth from an assemblage of lotuses, the mighty Duryodhana rose in wrath from among his brothers, and addressed that performer of dreadful deeds, Bhimasena, present there, "O Vrikadara, it behoveth thee not to speak such words. Might is the cardinal virtue of a Kshatriya, and even a Kshatriya of inferior birth deserveth to be fought with. The lineage of heroes, like the sources of a lordly river, is ever unknown. The fire that covereth the whole world riseth from the waters. The thunder that slayeth the Danavas was made of a bone of a mortal named Dadichi. The illustrious deity Gaga, who combines in his composition the portions of all the other deities, is of a lineage unknown. Some call him the offspring of Agni, some of Kritika, some of Rudra, and some of Ganga. It hath been heard by us that persons born in the Kshatriya order have become Brahmanas. Viswamitra and others, born Kshatriyas, have obtained the eternal Brahma. The foremost of all wielders of weapons, the preceptor Drona, hath been born in a waterpot, and Kripa of the race of Gautama hath sprung from a clump of heath. Your own births, ye Pandava princes, unknown to me. Can Ashidya bring forth a tiger, like Kana, of the splendor of the sun, and endued with every auspicious mark, and born also with a natural male and earrings? This prince among men deserveth the sovereignty of the world, not of Anga only, in consequence of the might of his arm and my swearing to obey him in everything. If there be anybody here to whom all that I have done unto Kana hath become intolerable, let him ascend his chariot and bend his bow with the help of his feet." Vaisampayana continued. Then there rose a confused murmur amongst the spectators approving of Duryodhana's speech. The sun, however, went down, but Prince Duryodhana, taking Kana's hand, led him out of the arena lighted with countless lamps. And, O king, the Pandavas also, accompanied by Drona and Kripa and Bhishma, returned to their abodes. And the people, too, came away, some naming Arjuna, some Kana, and some Duryodhana, as the victor of the day. And Kunti, recognizing her son in Kana by the various auspicious marks on his person, and beholding him installed in the sovereignty of Anga, was from motherly affection very pleased. And Duryodhana, O monarch, having obtained Kana, in this way, banished his fears rising out of Arjuna's proficiency in arms. And the heroic Kana, accomplished in arms, began to gratify Duryodhana by sweet speeches, while Yudhishthira was impressed with the belief that there was no warrior on earth like unto Kana. Section CXL. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued. Beholding the Pandavas and the son of Dhritarashtra accomplished in arms, Drona thought the time had come when he could demand the preceptorial fee. And, O king, assembling his pupils one day together, the preceptor Drona asked of them the fee, saying, "Seize Drupada, the king of Panchala, in battle, and bring him unto me. That shall be the most acceptable fee." Those warriors then answering, "So be it," speedily mounted up on their chariots, and for bestowing upon their preceptor the fee he had demanded, marched out, accompanied by him. Those bulls among men, smiting the Panchalas on their way, laid siege to the capital of the great Drupada. And Duryodhana and Kana and the mighty Uyatsu, and Dusasana and Vikana and Jalasunda and Sulachana, these and many other foremost of Kshatriya princes of great prowess, vied with one another in becoming the foremost in the attack, and the princes, riding in first-class chariots and following the cavalry, entered the hostile capital, and proceeded along the streets. Meanwhile, the king of Panchala, beholding that mighty force and hearing its loud clamour, came out of his palace, accompanied by his brothers. Though King Yajnasana was well armed, the Kuru army assailed him with a shower of arrows, uttering their war cry. Yajnasana, however, not easy to be subdued in battle, approaching the Kurus upon his white chariot, began to rain his fierce arrows around. Before the battle commenced, Arjuna, beholding the pride of prowess displayed by the princes, addressed his preceptor, that best of Brahmanas, Drona, and said, "We shall exert ourselves after these have displayed their prowess. The king of Panchala can never be taken on the field of the battle by any of these." Having said this, the sinless son of Kunti, surrounded by his brothers, waited outside the town at a distance of a mile from it. Meanwhile Drupada, beholding the Kuru host, rushed forward and pouring a fierce shower of arrows around, terribly afflicted the Kuru ranks. And such was his lightness of motion on the field of battle that, though he was fighting unsupported on a single chariot, the Kurus from panic supposed that there were many Drupadas opposed to them. And the fierce arrows of that monarch fell fast on all sides, till conchs and trumpets and drums by thousands began to be sounded by the Panchalas from their houses, giving the alarm. Then there rose from the mighty Panchala host a roar terrible as that of the lion, while the twang of their bowstrings seemed to rend the very heavens. Then Duryodhana and Vigana, Shivau and Durgalachana and Dusasana, becoming furious, began to shower their arrows upon the enemy. But the mighty bowman, Prishata's son, invincible in battle, though very much pierced with the arrows of the enemy, instantly began, O Bharata, to afflict the hostile ranks with greater vigour. And careering over the field of battle like a fiery wheel, King Drupada with his arrows smote Duryodhana and Vikana and even the mighty Karna and many other heroic princes and numberless warriors, and slaked their thirst for battle. Then all the citizens showered upon the Kurus various missiles like clouds showering raindrops upon the earth. Young and old, they all rushed to battle, assailing the Kurus with vigour. The Kauravas, then, O Bharata, beholding the battle become frightful, broke and fled wailing towards the Pandavas. The Pandavas, hearing the terrible wail of the beaten host, reverentially saluted Drona and ascended their chariots. Then Arjuna, hastily bidding Yudhishthira not to engage in the fight, rushed forward, appointing the sons of Madri, Nakula and Sahadeva, the protectors of his chariot wheels, while Bhimasena, ever fighting in the van, mace in hand, ran ahead. The sinless Arjuna, thus accompanied by his brothers, hearing the shouts of the enemy, advanced towards them, filling the whole region with the rattle of his chariot wheels. And like a Makara entering the sea, the mighty armed Bhima, resembling a second Yama, mace in hand, entered the Panchala ranks, fiercely roaring like the ocean in a tempest. And Bhima, mace in hand, first rushed towards the array of elephants in the hostile force, while Arjuna, proficient in battle, assailed that force with the prowess of his arms. And Bhima, like the great destroyer himself, began to slay those elephants with his mace. Those huge animals, like unto mountains, struck with Bhima's mace, had their heads broken into pieces. Covered with stream of blood, they began to fall upon the ground like cliffs loosened by thunder. And the Pandavas prostrated on the ground elephants and horses and cars by thousands, and slew many foot soldiers and many car warriors. Indeed, as a herdsman in the woods driveth before him with his staff countless cattle with ease, so did Vrikadara drive before him the chariots and elephants of the hostile force. Meanwhile, Fulgana, impelled by the desire of doing good, and Paradwa's son, assailed the son of Prishata with a shower of arrows and felled him from the elephant on which he was seated. And, O monarch, Arjuna, like unto the terrible fire that consumeth all things at the end of the Yuga, began to prostrate on the ground horses and cars and elephants by thousands. The Panchalas and the Srinjayas, on the other hand, thus assailed by the Pandava, met him with a perfect shower of weapons of various kinds. And they sent up a loud shout and fought desperately with Arjuna. The battle became furious and terrible to behold. Hearing the enemy's shouts, the son of Indra was filled with wrath, and assailing the hostile host with a thick shower of arrows, rushed towards it furiously, afflicting it with renewed vigour. They who observed the illustrious Arjuna at that time could not mark any interval between his fixing the arrows on the bowstring and letting them off. Loud were the shouts that rose there, mingled with cheers of approval. Then the king of the Panchalas, accompanied by the generalissimo of his forces, Satyajit, rushed with speed at Arjuna like the Azura Samvara rushing at the chief of the celestials in days of yore. Then Arjuna covered the king of Panchala with a shower of arrows. Then there rose a frightful uproar among the Panchala host like unto the roar of a mighty lion springing at the leader of a herd of elephants. And beholding Arjuna rushing at the king of Panchala to seize him, Satyajit of great prowess rushed at him. And the two warriors, like unto Indra and the Azura Virachana's son, Vali, approaching each other for combat, began to grind each other's ranks. Then Arjuna with great force pierced Satyajit with 10 keen shafts, at which feat the spectators were all amazed. But Satyajit, without losing any time, assailed Arjuna with 100 shafts. Then that mighty car warrior, Arjuna, endued with remarkable lightness of motion, thus covered by the shower of arrows, rubbed his bowstring to increase the force and velocity of his shafts. Then, cutting in twain his antagonist's bow, Arjuna rushed at the king of the Panchalas, but Satyajit, quickly taking up a tougher bow, pierced with his arrows Partha, his chariot, charioteer, and horses. Arjuna, thus assailed in battle by the Panchala warrior, forgave not his foe. Eager to slay him at once, he pierced with a number of arrows his antagonist's horses, flags, bow, clenched, left, fist, charioteer, and the attendant at his back. Then Satyajit, finding his bows repeatedly cut in twain and his horses slain, desisted from the fight. The king of the Panchalas, beholding his general thus discomfited in the encounter, himself began to shower his arrows upon the Pandava prince. Then Arjuna, that foremost of warriors, crowned with success, began to fight furiously, and quickly cutting his enemy's bow in twain, as also his flagstaff which he caused to fall down, pierced his antagonist's horses, and charioteer also with 5 arrows. Then, throwing aside his bow, Arjuna took his quiver, and taking out a scimitar and sending forth a loud shout, leapt from his own chariot upon that of his foe. And standing there with perfect fearlessness, he seized Drupada as Garuda seizeth a huge snake after agitating the waters of the ocean. At the sight of this, the Panchala troops ran away in all directions. Then Dhananjaya, having thus exhibited the might of his arm in the presence of both hosts, sent forth a loud shout and came out of the Panchala ranks. And beholding him returning, with his captive, the princes began to lay waste Drupada's capital. Addressing them, Arjuna said, "This best of monarchs, Drupada, is a relative of the Kuru heroes. Therefore, O Bhima, slay not his soldiers. Let us only give unto our preceptor his fee." Vaisampayana continued, "O king, thus prevented by Arjuna, the mighty Bhimasena, though unsatiated with the exercise of battle, refrained from the act of slaughter. And, O bull of the Brata race, the princes then, taking Drupada with them after having seized him on the field of battle along with his friends and counsellors, offered him unto Drona. And Drona, beholding Drupada thus brought under complete control, humiliated and deprived of wealth, remembered that monarch's former hostility, and addressing him said, "Thy kingdom and capital have been laid waste by me. But fear not for thy life, though it dependeth now on the will of thy foe. Dost thou now desire to revive thy friendship with me?" Having said this, he smiled a little and again said, "Fear not for thy life, brave king. We, Brahmanas, are ever forgiving. And, O bull among Kshatriyas, my affection and love for thee have grown with me in consequence of our having sported together in childhood in the hermitage. Therefore, O king, I ask for thy friendship again. And as a boon, unasked, I give thee half the kingdom that was thine. Thou toldest me before that none who was not a king could be a king's friend. Therefore is it, O Yajnasna, that I retain half thy kingdom. Thou art the king of all the territory lying on the southern side of the Bhagirathi, while I become king of all the territory on the north of that river. And, O Panchala, if it pleaseth thee, know me hence for thy friend." On hearing these words, Drupada answered, "Thou art of noble soul and great prowess. Therefore, O Brahmana, I am not surprised at what thou doest. I am very much gratified with thee, and I desire thy eternal friendship." Vaisampayana continued, "After this, O Bharata, Drona released the king of Panchala, and cheerfully performing the usual offices of regard, bestowed upon him half the kingdom. Thenceforth Drupada began to reside sorrowfully in the city of Kampilia within the province of Makandi on the banks of the Ganga, filled with many towns and cities. And after his defeat by Drona, Drupada also ruled the southern Panchalas up to the bank of the Chamanwati river. And Drupada from that day was well convinced that he could not, by Kshatriya might alone, defeat Drona, being very much his inferior in Brahma, spiritual power, and he, therefore, began to wander over the whole earth to find out the means of obtaining a son who would subjugate his Brahmana foe. Meanwhile Drona continued to reside in Ahijitra. Thus, O king, was the territory of Ahijitra full of towns and cities, obtained by Arjuna, and bestowed upon Drona. Section CXLI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued, after the expiration, O king, of a year from this, Dhritarashtra, moved by kindness for the people, installed Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, as the heir apparent of the kingdom on account of his firmness, fortitude, patience, benevolence, frankness and unswerving honesty of heart. And within a short time Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, by his good behavior, manners and close application to business, overshadowed the deeds of his father. And the second Pandava, Vrikadara, began to receive continued lessons from Sankarsana, Balarama, in encounters with the sword and the mace and on the chariot. And after Bhima's education was finished, he became in strength like unto Dhumatsana himself, and continuing to live in harmony with his brothers, he began to exert his prowess. And Arjuna became celebrated for the firmness of his grasp of weapons, for his lightness of motion, precision of aim, and his proficiency in the use of the Kshura, Naraka, Vala and Vipata weapons, indeed, of all weapons, whether straight or crooked or heavy. And Drona certified that there was none in the world who was equal to Arjuna in lightness of hand and general proficiency. One day, Drona, addressing Arjuna before the assembled Kaurava princes, said, "There was a disciple of Agastya in the science of arms called Agnivasa. He was my preceptor and I, his disciple. By ascetic merit I obtained from him a weapon called Brahmasira, which could never be futile and which was like unto thunder itself, capable of consuming the whole earth. That weapon, O Bharata, from what I have done, may now pass from disciple to disciple. While imparting it to me, my preceptor said, O son of Bharadwaj, never shouldst thou hurl this weapon at any human being, especially at one who is of poor energy. Thou hast, O hero, obtained that celestial weapon. None else deserveth it. But obey the command of the Rishi, Agnivasa. And, look here, Arjuna, give me now the preceptorial fee in the presence of these thy cousins and relatives. When Arjuna, on hearing this, pledged his word that he would give what the preceptor demanded, the latter said, O sinless one, thou must fight with me when I fight with thee. And that bull among the Kuru princes thereupon pledged his word unto Drona, and touching his feet, went away northward. Then there rose a loud shout covering the whole earth, bounded by her belt of seas, to the effect that there was no bowman in the whole world like unto Arjuna. And, indeed, Dhananjaya, in encounters with the mace and the sword and on the chariot as also with the bow, acquired wonderful proficiency. Sahadeva obtained the whole science of morality and duties from Vrihaspati, the spiritual chief of celestials, and continued to live under the control of his brothers. And Nakula, the favourite of his brothers taught by Drona, became known as a skillful warrior and a great car-warrior at Aratha. Indeed, Arjuna and the other Pandava princes became so powerful that they slew in battle the great Sauvira, who had performed a sacrifice extending over 3 years, undaunted by the raids of the Gandhavas. And the king of the Yavanas himself, whom the powerful Bandu even had failed to bring under subjection, was brought by Arjuna under control. Then again Vipula, the king of the Sauviras, endued with great prowess, who had always shown a disregard for the Kurus, was made by the intelligent Arjuna to feel the edge of his power. And Arjuna also repressed by means of his arrows the pride of King Sumitra of Sauvira, also known by the name of Datamitra, who had resolutely sought an encounter with him. The third of the Pandava princes, assisted by Bhima, on only a single car subjugated all the kings of the east backed by 10,000 cars. In the same way, having conquered on a single car the whole of the south, Dhananjaya sent unto the kingdom of the Kurus a large booty. Thus did those foremost of men, the illustrious Pandavas, conquering the territories of other kings, extend the limits of their own kingdom. But beholding the great prowess and strength of those mighty bowmen, King Dhritarashtra's sentiments towards the Pandavas became suddenly poisoned, and from that day the monarch became so anxious that he could hardly sleep. Section XI. Sambhava Parva continued. Vaisampayana continued. On hearing that the heroic sons of Bandu, endued with excess of energy, had become so mighty, King Dhritarashtra became very miserable with anxiety. Then summoning unto his side Kanika, that foremost of minister, well versed in the science of politics and an expert in counsels, the king said, O best of Brahmanas, the Pandavas are daily overshadowing the earth. I am exceedingly jealous of them. Should I have peace or war with them? O Kanika, advise me truly, for I shall do as thou biddest. Vaisampayana continued, that best of Brahmanas, thus addressed by the king, freely answered him in these pointed words, well agreeing with the import of political science. Listen to me, O sinless king, as I answer thee. And, O best of Kuru kings, it behoveth thee not to be angry with me after hearing all I say. Kings should ever be ready with uplifted maces, to strike when necessary, and they should ever increase their prowess. Carefully avoiding all faults themselves, they should ceaselessly watch over the faults of their foes and take advantage of them. If the king is always ready to strike, everybody feareth him. Therefore the king should ever have recourse to chastisement in all he doeth. He should so conduct himself that his foe may not detect any weak side in him. But by means of the weakness he detecteth in his foe he should pursue him to destruction. He should always conceal, like the tortoise concealing its body, his means and ends, and he should always keep back his own weakness from the sight of others. And having begun a particular act, he should ever accomplish it thoroughly. Behold, a thorn, if not extracted wholly, produceth a festering sore. The slaughter of a foe who doeth thee evil is always praiseworthy. If the foe be one of great prowess, one should always watch for the hour of his disaster and then kill him without any scruples. If he should happen to be a great warrior, his hour of disaster also should be watched, and he should then be induced to fly. O sire, an enemy should never be scorned, however contemptible. A spark of fire is capable of consuming an extensive forest if only it can spread from one object to another in proximity. Kings should sometimes feign blindness and deafness, for if impotent to chastise, they should pretend not to notice the faults that call for chastisement. On occasions such as these, let them regard their bows as made of straw. But they should be always on the alert like a herd of deer sleeping in the woods. When thy foe is in thy power, destroy him by every means open or secret. Do not show him any mercy, although he seeketh thy protection. A foe, or one that hath once injured thee, should be destroyed by lavishing money, if necessary, for by killing him thou mayest be at thy ease. The dead can never inspire fear. Thou must destroy the 3, 5 and 7 resources of thy foes. Thou must destroy thy foes' root and branch. Then shouldst thou destroy their allies and partisans. The allies and partisans can never exist if the principle be destroyed. If the root of the tree is torn up, the branches and twigs can never exist as before. Carefully concealing thy own means and ends, thou shouldst always watch thy foes, always seeking their flaws. Thou shouldst, O king, rule thy kingdom, always anxiously watching thy foes. By maintaining the perpetual fire by sacrifices, by brown cloths, by matted locks, and by hides of animals for thy bedding, shouldst thou at first gain the confidence of thy foes, and when thou hast gained it thou shouldst then spring upon them like a wolf. For it hath been said that in the acquisition of wealth even the garb of holiness might be employed as a hooked staff to bend down a branch in order to pluck the fruits that are ripe. The method followed in the plucking of the fruits should be the method in destroying foes, for thou shouldst proceed on the principle of selection. Bear thy foe upon thy shoulders till the time cometh when thou canst throw him down, breaking him into pieces like an earthen pot thrown down with violence upon a stony surface. The foe must never be let off even though he addresseth thee most piteously. No pity shouldst thou show him but slay him at once. By the arts of conciliation or the expenditure of money should the foe be slain. By creating disunion amongst his allies, or by the employment of force, indeed by every means in thy power shouldst thou destroy thy foe. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me truly how a foe can be destroyed by the arts of conciliation or the expenditure of money, or by producing disunion or by the employment of force. Kanika replied, Listen, O monarch, to the history of a jackal dwelling in days of yore in the forest and fully acquainted with the science of politics. There was a wise jackal, mindful of his own interests, who lived in the company of 4 friends, viz., a tiger, a mouse, a wolf, and a mongoose. One day they saw in the woods a strong deer, the leader of a herd, whom, however, they could not seize for his fleetness and strength. They thereupon called a council for consultation. The jackal, opening the proceedings, said, O tiger, thou hast made many an effort to seize this deer, but all in vain, simply because this deer is young, fleet, and very intelligent. Let now the mouse go and eat into its feet when it lieth asleep. And when this is done, let the tiger approach and seize it. Then shall we all, with great pleasure, feast on it. Hearing these words of the jackal, they all set to work very cautiously as he directed. And the mouse ate into the feet of the deer, and the tiger killed it as anticipated. And beholding the body of the deer lying motionless on the ground, the jackal said unto his companions, Blessed be ye. Go and perform your ablutions. In the meantime I will look after the deer. Hearing what the jackal said, they all went into a stream. And the jackal waited there, deeply meditating upon what he should do. The tiger, endued with great strength, returned first of all to the spot after having performed his ablutions. And he saw the jackal plunged in meditation. The tiger said, Why art thou so sorrowful, O wise one? Thou art the foremost of all intelligent beings. Let us enjoy ourselves today by feasting on this carcass. The jackal said, Hear, O mighty armed one, what the mouse hath said. He hath even said, O, fie on the strength of the king of the beasts. This deer hath been slain by me. By might of my arm he will today gratify his hunger. When he hath boasted in such a language, I, for my part, do not wish to touch this food. The tiger replied, If, indeed, the mouse hath said so, my sense is now awakened. I shall, from this day, slay with the might of my own arms creatures ranging the forest and then feast on their flesh. Having said this, the tiger went away. And after the tiger had left the spot, the mouse came. And seeing the mouse come, the jackal addressed him and said, Blessed be thou, O mouse, but listen to what the mongoose hath said. He hath even said, The carcass of this deer is poison, the tiger having touched it with his claws. I will not eat of it. On the other hand, if thou, O jackal, permittest it, I will even slay the mouse and feast on him. Hearing this, the mouse became alarmed and quickly entered its hole. And after the mouse had gone, the wolf, O king, came there having performed his ablutions. And seeing the wolf come, the jackal said unto him, The king of the beasts hath been angry with thee. Evil is certain to overtake thee. He is expected here with his wife. Do as thou pleasest. Thus was the wolf also, fond of animal flesh, got rid of by the jackal. And the wolf fled, contracting his body into the smallest dimensions. It was then that the mongoose came. And, O king, the jackal, seeing him come, said, By the might of my arm have I defeated the others who have already fled. Fight with me first, and then eat of this flesh as you please. The mongoose replied, When, indeed, the tiger, the wolf, and the intelligent mouse have all been defeated by thee, heroes as they are, thou seemest to be a greater hero still. I do not desire to fight with thee. Saying this, the mongoose also went away. Kaneka continued, When they all had thus left the place, the jackal, well pleased with the success of his policy, alone ate up that flesh. If kings always act in this way, they can be happy. Thus should the timid by exciting their fears, the courageous by the arts of conciliation, the covetous by gift of wealth, and equals and inferiors by exhibition of prowess be brought under thy sway. Besides all this, O king, that I have said, listen now to something else that I say. Kaneka continued, If thy son, friend, brother, father, or even the spiritual preceptor, anyone becometh thy foe, thou shouldst, if desirous of prosperity, slay him without scruples. By curses and incantations, by gift of wealth, by poison, or by deception, the foe should be slain. He should never be neglected from disdain. If both the parties be equal in success and certain, then he that acteth with diligence groweth in prosperity. If the spiritual preceptor himself be vain, ignorant of what should be done and what left undone, ambitious in his ways, even he should be chastised. If thou art angry, show thyself as if thou art not so, speaking even then with a smile on thy lips. Never reprove any one with indications of anger in thy speech. And O Bharata, speak soft words before thou smitest and even while thou art smiting. After the smiting is over, pity the victim, and grieve for him, and even shed tears. comforting thy foe by conciliation, by gift of wealth, and smooth behaviour, thou must smite him when he walketh not aright. Thou shouldst equally smile the heinous offender who liveth by the practice of virtue, for the garb of virtue simply covereth his offences like black clouds covering the mountains. Thou shouldst spurn the house of that person whom thou punishest with death, and thou shouldst never permit beggars and atheists and thieves to dwell in thy kingdom. By a sudden sally or pitched battle, by poison or by corrupting his allies, by gift of wealth, by any means in thy power, thou shouldst destroy thy foe. Thou mayest act with the greatest cruelty. Thou shouldst make thy teeth sharp to give fatal bite, and thou should ever smite so effectually that thy foe may not again raise his head. Thou shouldst ever stand in fear of even one from whom there is no fear, not to speak of him from whom there is such. For if the first be ever powerful, he may destroy thee to the root, for thy unpreparedness. Thou shouldst never trust the faithless, nor trust too much those that are faithful, for if those in whom thou confidest prove thy foes, thou art certain to be annihilated. After testing their faithfulness, thou shouldst employ spies in thy own kingdom and in the kingdoms of others. Thy spies in foreign kingdoms should be apt deceivers and persons in the garb of ascetics. Thy spies should be placed in gardens, places of amusement, temples and other holy places, drinking halls, streets, and with there 18 to others, viz., the minister, the chief priest, the heir presumptive, the commander-in-chief, the gatekeepers of the court, persons in the inner apartments, the jailer, the chief surveyor, the head of the treasury, the general executant of orders, the chief of the town police, the chief architect, the chief justice, the president of the council, the chief of the punitive department, the commander of the fort, the chief of the arsenal, the chief of the frontier guards, and the keeper of the forests, and in places of sacrifice, near wells, on mountains and in rivers, in forests, and in all places where people congregate. In speech thou shouldst ever be humble, but let thy heart be ever sharp as razor. And when thou art engaged in doing even a very cruel and terrible act, thou shouldst talk with smiles on thy lips. If desirous of prosperity, thou shouldst adopt all arts, humility, oath, conciliation, worshipping the feet of others by lowering thy head, inspiring hope, and the like. And a person conversant with the rules of policy is like a tree decked with flowers but bearing no fruit, or, if bearing fruit, these must be at a great height not easily attainable from the ground, and if any of these fruits seem to be ripe, care must be taken to make it appear raw. Conducting himself in such a way, he shall never fade. Virtue, wealth and pleasure have both their evil and good effects closely knit together. While extracting the effects that are good, those that are evil should be avoided. Those that practice virtue incessantly are made unhappy for want of wealth and the neglect of pleasure. Those again in pursuit of wealth are made unhappy for the neglect of two others. And so those who pursue pleasure suffer for their inattention to virtue and wealth. Therefore, thou shouldst pursue virtue, wealth and pleasure in such a way that thou mayest not have to suffer therefrom. With humiliation and attention, without jealousy and solicitous of accomplishing thy purpose, shouldst thou, in all sincerity, consult with the Brahmanas. When thou art fallen, thou shouldst raise thyself by any means, gentle or violent, and after thou hast thus raised thyself thou shouldst practice virtue. He that hath never been afflicted with calamity can never have prosperity. This may be seen in the life of one who surviveth his calamities. He that is afflicted with sorrow should be consoled by the recitation of the history of persons of former times, like those of Nala and Rama. He whose heart hath been unstrung by sorrow should be consoled with hopes of future prosperity. He again, who is learned and wise, should be consoled by pleasing offices presently rendered unto him. He who, having concluded a treaty with an enemy, reposeth at ease as if he hath nothing more to do, is very like a person who awaketh, fallen down from the top of a tree whereon he had slept. A king should ever keep to himself his counsels without fear of calumny, and while beholding everything with the eyes of his spies, he should take care to conceal his own emotions before the spies of his enemies. Like a fisherman who becometh prosperous by catching and killing fish, a king can never grow prosperous without tearing the vitals of his enemy and without doing some violent deeds. The might of thy foe, as represented by his armed force, should ever be completely destroyed, by ploughing it up, like weeds, and mowing it down, and otherwise afflicting it by disease, starvation, and want of drink. A person in want never approacheth from love one in affluence, and when one's purpose hath been accomplished, one hath no need to approach him whom he had hitherto looked to for its accomplishment. Therefore, when thou dost anything, never do it completely, but ever leave something to be desired for by others, whose services thou mayest need. One who is desirous of prosperity should with diligence seek allies and means, and carefully conduct his wars. His exertions in these respects should always be guided by prudence. A prudent king should ever act in such a way that friends and foes may never know his motive before the commencement of his acts. Let them know all when the act hath been commenced or ended, and as long as danger doth not come, so long only shall thou act as if thou art afraid. But when it hath overtaken thee, thou must grapple with it courageously. He who trusteth in a foe who hath been brought under subjection by force, summoneth his own death as a crab by her act of conception. Thou shouldst always reckon the future act as already arrived, and concert measures for meeting it, else, from want of calmness caused by haste, thou mayest overlook an important point in meeting it when it is before thee. A person desirous of prosperity should always exert with prudence, adopting his measures to time and place. He should also act with an eye to destiny as capable of being regulated by mantras and sacrificial rites, and to virtue, wealth, and pleasure. It is well known that time and place, if taken into consideration, always produce the greatest good. If the foe is insignificant, he should not yet be despised, for he may soon grow like a palmyra tree extending its roots, or like a spark of fire in the deep woods that may soon burst into an extensive conflagration. As a little fire, gradually fed with faggots, soon becometh capable of consuming even the biggest blocks, so the person who increaseth his power by making alliances and friendships soon becometh capable of subjugating even the most formidable foe. The hope thou givest unto thy foe should be long deferred before it is fulfilled, and when the time cometh for its fulfillment, invent some pretext for deferring it still. Let that pretext be shown as founded upon some reason, and let that reason itself be made to appear as founded on some other reason. Kings should, in the matter of destroying their foes, ever resemble razors in every particular, unpitying as these are sharp, hiding their intents as these are concealed in their leathern cases, striking when the opportunity cometh as these are used on proper occasions, sweeping off their foes with all their allies and dependents as these shave the head or the chin without leaving a single hair. O supporter of the dignity of the Kurus, bearing thyself towards the Pandavas and others also as policy dictateth, act in such a way that thou mayest not have to grieve in future. Well do I know that thou art endued with every blessing, and possessed of every mark of the good fortune. Therefore, O King, protect thyself from the sons of Pandu. O King, the sons of Pandu are stronger than their cousins, thy sons. Therefore, O chastiser of foes, I tell thee plainly what thou shouldst do. Listen to it, O King, with thy children, and having listened to it, exert yourselves to do the needful. O King, act in such a way that there may not be any fear for thee from the Pandavas. Indeed, adopt such measures consonant with the science of policy that thou mayest not have to grieve in the future. Vaisampayana continued, Having delivered himself thus, Kanaka returned to his abode, while the Kuru king Dhritarashtra became pensive and melancholy. Section Xli. Jatugriha. Vaisampayana said, then the son of Shivala, Sakuni, King Duryodhana, Dusasana and Kama, in consultation with one another, formed an evil conspiracy. With the sanction of Dhritarashtra, the king of the Kurus, they resolved to burn to death Kunti and her 5 sons. But that wise Vidura, capable of reading the heart by external signs, ascertained the intention of these wicked persons by observing their countenances alone. Then the sinless Vidura, of soul enlightened by true knowledge, and devoted to the good of the Pandavas, came to the conclusion that Kunti with her children should fly away from her foes. And providing for that purpose a boat strong enough to withstand both wind and wave, he addressed Kunti and said, this Dhritarashtra hath been born for destroying the fame and offspring of the Kuru race. Of wicked soul, he is about to cast off eternal virtue. O blessed one, I have kept ready on the stream a boat capable of withstanding both wind and wave. Escape by it with thy children from the net that death hath spread around you. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, the illustrious Kunti was deeply grieved, and with her children, O bull of Bharata's race, stepped into the boat and went over the Ganges. Then leaving the boat according to the advice of Vidura, the Pandavas took with them the wealth that had been given to them, while at Varanavata, by their enemies, and safely entered the deep woods. In the house of Lak, however, that had been prepared for the destruction of the Pandavas, an innocent Nishada woman who had come there for some purpose, was, with her children, burnt to death. And that worst of Mlechas, the wretched Birachana, who was the architect employed in building the house of Lak, was also burned in the conflagration. And thus were the sons of Dhritarashtra with their counsellors deceived in their expectations. And thus also were the illustrious Pandavas, by the advice of Vidura, saved with their mother. But the people of Varanavata knew not of their safety. And the citizens of Varanavata, seeing the house of Lak consumed, and believing the Pandavas to have been burnt to death, became exceedingly sorry. And they sent messengers unto King Dhritarashtra to represent everything that had happened. And they said to the monarch, thy great end hath been achieved. Thou hast at last burnt the Pandavas to death. Thy desire fulfilled, enjoy with thy children. O King of the Kurus, the kingdom. Hearing this, Dhritarashtra with his children made a show of grief, and along with his relatives, including Kshatri, Vidura, and Bhishma the foremost of the Kurus, performed the last honours of the Pandavas. Janamejaya said, O best of Brahmanas, I desire to hear in full this history of the burning of the house of Lak and the escape of the Pandavas therefrom. That was a cruel act of theirs, the Kurus, acting under the counsels of the wicked Kanaka. Recite the history to me of all that happened. I am burning with curiosity to hear it. Vaisampayana said, O chastiser of all foes, listen to me, O monarch, as I recite their history of the burning of the house of Lak and the escape of the Pandavas. The wicked Duryodhana, beholding Bhimasena surpass everybody in strength and Arjuna highly accomplished in arms, became pensive and sad. Then Karna, the offspring of the sun, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, endeavoured by various means to compass the death of the Pandavas. The Pandavas too counteracted all those contrivances one after another, and in obedience to the counsels of Vidura, never spoke of them afterwards. Then the citizens, beholding the son of Pandu possessed of accomplishments, began, O Bharata, to speak of them in all places of public resort. And assembled in courtyards and other places of gathering, they talked of the eldest son of Pandu, Yudhishthira, as possessed of the qualifications for ruling the kingdom. And they said, Dhritarashtra, though possessed of the eye of knowledge, having been born blind, had not obtained the kingdom before. How can he, therefore, become king now? Then Bhishma, the son of Santanu, of rigid vows and devoted to truth, having formally relinquished the sovereignty, would never accept it now. We shall, therefore, now install, on the throne, with proper ceremonies, the eldest of the Pandavas endued with youth, accomplished in battle, versed in the Vedas, and truthful and kind. Worshipping Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and Dhritarashtra, conversant with the rules of morality, he will certainly maintain the former and the latter with his children in every kind of enjoyment. The wretched Duryodhana, hearing these words of the parting partisans of Yudhishthira, became very much distressed. Deeply afflicted, the wicked prince could not put up with those speeches. Inflamed with jealousy, he went unto Dhritarashtra, and finding him alone, he saluted him with reverence, and distressed at the sight of the partiality of the citizens for Yudhishthira, he addressed the monarch and said, "O father, I have heard the parting citizens utter words of ill-omen. Passing thee by, and Bhishma too, they desire the son of Pandu to be the king. Bhishma will sanction this, for he will not rule the kingdom. It seems, therefore, that the citizens are endeavoring to inflict a great injury on us. Pandu obtained of old the ancestral kingdom by virtue of his own accomplishments, but thou, from blindness, didst not obtain the kingdom, though fully qualified to have it. If Pandu's son now obtaineth the kingdom as his inheritance from Pandu, his son will obtain it after him, and that son's son also, and so on will it descend in Pandu's line. In that case, O King of the world, ourselves with our children, excluded from the royal line, shall certainly be disregarded by all men. Therefore, O monarch, adopt such counsels that we may not suffer perpetual distress, becoming dependent on others for our food. O king, if thou hadst obtained the sovereignty before, we would certainly have succeeded to it, however much the people might be unfavorable to us." Section Xlif. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana continued. King Dhritarashtra, whose knowledge only was his eyes, on hearing these words of his son and recollecting everything that Kanaka had said unto him, became afflicted with sorrow, and his mind also thereupon began to waver. Then Duryodhana and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and Dusasana as their fourth, held a consultation together. Prince Duryodhana said unto Dhritarashtra, "Send, O father, by some clever contrivance, the Pandavas to the town of Ranavata. We shall then have no fear of them." Dhritarashtra, on hearing these words uttered by his son, reflected for a moment, and replied unto Duryodhana, saying, "Pandu, ever devoted to virtue, always behaved dutifully towards all his relatives, but particularly towards me. He cared very little for the enjoyments of the world, but devotedly gave everything unto me, even the kingdom. His son is as much devoted to virtue as he, and is possessed of every accomplishment of worldwide fame. He is again the favorite of the people. He is possessed of allies. How can we by force exile him from his ancestral kingdom? The councillors and soldiers of the state, and their sons and grandsons have all been cherished and maintained by Pandu. Thus benefited of old by Pandu, shall not, O child, the citizens slay us with all our friends and relatives now on account of Yudhishthira?" Duryodhana replied, "What thou sayest, O father, is perfectly true. But in a view of the evil that is looming on the future as regards thyself, if we conciliate the people with wealth and honours, they would assuredly side with us for these proofs of our power. The treasury and the ministers of state, O king, are at this moment under our control. Therefore, it behoveth thee now to banish, by some gentle means, the Pandavas to the town of Ranavata, O king. When the sovereignty shall have been vested in me, then, O Bharata, may Kunti with her children come back from that place." Dhritarashtra replied, "This, O Duryodhana, is the very thought existing in my mind. But from its sinfulness I have never given expression to it. Neither Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Kshatri, nor Gautama, Kripa, will ever sanction the exile of the Pandavas. In their eyes, O dear son, amongst the Kuras ourselves and the Pandavas are equal. Those wise and virtuous persons will make no difference between us. If therefore we behave so towards the Pandavas, shall we not, O son, deserve death at the hands of the Kuras, of these illustrious personages, and of the whole world? Duryodhana answered, Bhishma hath no excess of affection for either side, and will, therefore, be neutral in case of dispute. The son of Drona, as Wataman, is on my side. There is no doubt that where the son is, there the father will be. Kripa, the son of Saradwat, must be on the side on which Drona and Aswataman are. He will never abandon Drona and his sister's son, Aswataman. Kshatri, Vidura, is dependent on us for his means of life, though he is secretly with the foe. He sides the Pandavas. He alone can do us no injury, therefore, exile thou the Pandavas to Vrunavata without any fear, and take such steps that they may go thither this very day. By this act, O Father, extinguish the grief that consumeth me like a blazing fire, that robbeth me of sleep, and that pierces my heart even like a terrible dart. Section CXLV. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, Then Prince Duryodhana, along with his brothers, began to gradually win over the people to his side by grants of wealth and honours. Meanwhile, some clever counsellors, instructed by Dhritarashtra, one day began to describe, in court, the town of Vrunavata as a charming place. And they said, the festival of Pasupati, Shiva, hath commenced in the town of Vrunavata. The concourse of people is great, and the procession is the most delightful of all ever witnessed on earth. Decked with every ornament, it charmed the hearts of all spectators. Thus did those counsellors, instructed by Dhritarashtra, speak of Vrunavata, and whilst they were so speaking, the Pandavas, O king, felt the desire of going to that delightful town. And when the king, Dhritarashtra, ascertained that the curiosity of the Pandavas had been awakened, the son of Ambika addressed them, saying, These men of mine often speak of Vrunavata as the most delightful town in the world. If therefore, ye children, ye desire to witness that festival, go to Vrunavata with your followers and friends, and enjoy yourselves like the celestials. And give ye away pearls and gems unto the Brahmanas and the musicians that may be assembled there. And sporting there for some time as ye please like the resplendent celestials, and enjoying as much pleasure as ye like, return ye to Hastinapura again. Vaisampayana continued. Yudhishthira, fully understanding the motives of Dhritarashtra and considering that he himself was weak and friendless, replied unto the king, saying, So be it. Then addressing Bhishma, the son of Santanu, the wise Vidura, Drona, Valika, the Kaurava, Somadatta, Kripa, Aswataman, Barisravas, and the other counsellors, and Brahmanas and ascetics, and the priests and the citizens, and the illustrious Gandhari, he said slowly and humbly, With our friends and followers we go to the delightful and populous town of Vrunavata at the command of Dhritarashtra. Chiefly give us your benedictions, so that acquiring prosperity, therewith we may not be touched by sin. Thus addressed by the eldest of Pandu's sons, the Kaurava chiefs all cheerfully pronounced blessings on them, saying, Ye sons of Pandu, let all the elements bless you along your way, and let not the slightest evil befall you. The Pandavas, having performed propitiatory rites for obtaining their share of the kingdom, and finishing their preparations, set out for Vrunavata. Section XLV. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, The wicked Duryodhana became very pleased when the king, O Bharata, had said so unto Pandavas. And, O bull of Bharata's race, Duryodhana, then, summoning his counsellor, Purachana in private, shook hold of his right hand and said, O Purachana, this world, so full of wealth, is mine. But it is thine equally with me. It behoveth thee, therefore, to protect it. I have no more trustworthy counsellor than thee with whom to consult. Therefore, O sire, keep my counsel and exterminate my foes by a clever device. O, do as I bid thee. The Pandavas have, by Dhritarashtra, been sent to Vrinavata, where they will, at Dhritarashtra's command, enjoy themselves during the festivities. Do that by which thou mayest this very day reach Vrinavata in a car drawn by swift mules. Repairing thither, cause thou to be erected a quadrangular palace in the neighbourhood of the arsenal, rich in the materials and furniture, and guard thou the mansion well, with prying eyes. And use thou, in erecting that house, hemp and resin and all other inflammable materials that are procurable. And mixing a little earth with clarified butter and oil and fat and a large quantity of lac, make thou a plaster for lining the walls, and scatter thou all around that house hemp and oil and clarified butter and lac and wood in such a way that the Pandavas, or any others, may not, even with scrutiny, behold them there or conclude the house to be an inflammable one. And having erected such mansion, cause thou the Pandavas, after worshipping them with great reverence, to dwell in it with Kunti and all their friends. And place thou the seats and conveyances and beds, all of the best workmanship, for the Pandavas, so that Dhritarashtra may have no reason to complain. Thou must also so manage it all that none of Vrinavata may know anything till the end we have in view is accomplished. And assuring thyself that the Pandavas are sleeping within in confidence and without fear, thou must then set fire to that mansion beginning at the outer door. The Pandavas thereupon must be burned to death, but the people will say that they have been burnt in an accidental conflagration of their house. Saying, so be it unto the Kuru prince, Purachana repaired to Vrinavata in a car drawn by fleet mules. And going thither, O king, without loss of time, obedient to the instructions of Duryodhana, did everything that the prince had bind him do. Section Xlvi. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, meanwhile the Pandavas got into their cars, yoking thereto some fine horses endued with the speed of wind. While they were on the point of entering their cars, they touched, in great sorrow, the feet of Bhishma, of King Dhritarashtra, of the illustrious Drona, of Kripa, of Vidura and of the other elders of the Kuru race. Then saluting with reverence all the older men, and embracing their equals, receiving the farewell of even the children, and taking leave of all the venerable ladies in the household, and walking round them respectfully, and bidding farewell unto all the citizens, the Pandavas, ever mindful of their vows, set out for Vrinavata. And Vidura of great wisdom and the other bulls among the Kurus and the citizens also, from great affliction, followed those tigers among men to some distance. And some amongst the citizens and the country people, who followed the Pandavas, afflicted beyond measure at beholding the sons of Pandu in such distress, began to say aloud, King Dhritarashtra of wicked soul seeth no things with the same eye. The Kuru monarch casteth not his eye on virtue. Neither the sinless Yudhishthira, nor Bhima the foremost of mighty men, nor Dhananjaya the youngest, son of Kunti, will ever be guilty of the sin of waging a rebellious war. When these will remain quiet, how shall the illustrious son of Madri do anything? Having inherited the kingdom from their father, Dhritarashtra could not bear them. How is that Bhishma who suffers the exile of the Pandavas to that wretched place, sanctions this act of great injustice? Vichitravirya, the son of Santanu, and the royal sage Bandu of Kuru's race both cherished us of old with furtherly care. But now that Pandu that tiger among men, hath ascended to heaven, Dhritarashtra cannot bear with these princes his children. We who do not sanction this exile shall all go, leaving this excellent town and our own homes, where Yudhishthira will go." And to those distressed citizens talking in this way, the virtuous Yudhishthira, himself afflicted with sorrow, reflecting for a few moments, said, "The king is our father, worthy of regard, our spiritual guide, and our superior. To carry out with suspicious hearts whatever he biddeth, is indeed our duty. Ye are our friends, walking round us and making us happy by your blessings. Return ye to your abodes. When the time cometh for anything to be done for us by you, then, indeed, accomplish all that is agreeable and beneficial to us." Thus addressed, the citizens walked round the Pandavas and blessed them with their blessings and returned to their respective abodes. And after the citizens had ceased following the Pandavas, Vidura, conversant with all the dictates of morality, desirous of awakening the eldest of the Pandavas to a sense of his dangers, addressed him in these words. The learned Vidura, conversant with the jargon of the militias, addressed the learned Yudhishthira, who also was conversant with the same jargon, in the words of the militia tongue, so as to be unintelligible to all except Yudhishthira. He said, "He that knoweth the schemes his foes contrive in accordance with the dictates of political science, should, knowing them, act in such a way as to avoid all danger. He that knoweth that there are sharp weapons capable of cutting the body though not made of steel, and understandeth also the means of warding them off, can never be injured by foes. He liveth who protecteth himself by the knowledge that neither the consumer of straw and wood nor the dryer of the dew burneth the inmates of a hole in the deep woods. The blind man seeth not his way, the blind man hath no knowledge of direction. He that hath no firmness never acquireth prosperity. Remembering this, be upon your guard. The man who taketh a weapon not made of steel, that is, an inflammable abode, given him by his foes, can escape from fire by making his abode like unto that of a jackal, having many outlets. By wandering a man may acquire the knowledge of ways, and by the stars he can ascertain the direction, and he that keepeth his 5 senses under control can never be oppressed by his enemies." Thus addressed, Pandu's son, Yudhishthira the just replied unto Vidura, that foremost of all learned men, saying, "I have understood thee." Then Vidura, having instructed the Pandavas and followed them thus far, walked around them and bidding them farewell returned to his own abode. When the citizens and Bhishma and Vidura had all ceased following, Kunti approached Yudhishthira and said, "The words that Kshatri said unto thee in the midst of many people so indistinctly as if he did not say anything, and thy reply also to him in similar words and voice, we have not understood. If it is not improper for us to know them, I should then like to hear everything that had passed between him and thee." Yudhishthira replied, "The virtuous Vidura said unto me that we should know that the mansion, for our accommodation at Varanavata, hath been built of inflammable materials. He said unto me, the path of escape too shall not be unknown to thee, and further, those that can control their senses can acquire the sovereignty of the whole world. The reply that I gave unto Vidura was, I have understood thee." Vaisampayana continued. The Pandavas set out on the 8th day of the month of Falguna when the star Rohini was in the ascendant, and arriving at Vrinavata they beheld the town and the people. Section Kslavai. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, Then all the citizens of Vrinavata, on hearing that the son of Pandu had come, were filled with joy at the tidings, speedily came out of Vrinavata in vehicles of various kinds numbering by thousands, taking with them every auspicious article as directed by the sastras, for receiving those foremost of men. And the people of Vrinavata, approaching the sons of Kunti, blessed them by uttering the Jaya and stood surrounding them. that tiger among men, viz., the virtuous Yudhishthira, thus surrounded by them, looked resplendent like him having the thunderbolt in his hands, viz., Indra, in the midst of the celestials. And those sinless ones, welcomed by the citizens and welcoming the citizens in return, then entered the populous town of Vrinavata decked with every ornament. Entering the town, those heroes first went, O monarch, to the abodes of Brahmanas engaged in their proper duties. Those foremost of men then went to the abodes of the officials of the town, and then of the Sutras and the Vaisyas, and then to those of even the Sudras, O bull of Bharata's race. Thus adored by the citizens, the Pandavas at last went with Purachana going before them, to the palace that had been built for them. Purachana then began to place before them food and drink and beds and carpets, all of the first and most agreeable order. The Pandavas, attired in costly robes, continued to live there, adored by Purachana and the people having their homes in Vrinavata. After the Pandavas had thus lived for 10 nights, Purachana spoke to them of the mansion he had built, called the Blessed Home, but in reality the Cursed House. Then those tigers among men, attired in costly dress, entered that mansion at the instance of Purachana, like Gaikas entering the palace of Shiva on the Kailasa Mount. The foremost of all virtuous men, Yudhishthira, inspecting the house, said unto Bhima that it was really built of inflammable materials. Smelling the scent of fat mixed with clarified butter and preparations of lac, he said unto Bhima, O chastiser of foes, this house is truly built of inflammable materials. Indeed, it is apparent that such is the case. The enemy, it is evident, by the aid of trusted artists well skilled in the construction of houses, have finally built this mansion, after procuring hemp, resin, heath, straw, and bamboos, all soaked in clarified butter. This wicked wretch, Purachana, acting under the instruction of Duryodhana, stayeth here with the object of burning me to death when he seeth me trustful. But, O son of Pritha, Vijura of great intelligence, knew of this danger, and, therefore, hath warned me of it beforehand. Knowing it all, that youngest uncle of ours, ever wishing our good from affection, hath told us that this house, so full of danger, hath been constructed by the wretches under Duryodhana acting in secrecy. Hearing this, Bhima replied, If, sir, you know this house to be so inflammable, it would then be well for us to return thither where we had taken up our quarters first. Yudhishthira replied, It seems to me that we should rather continue to live here in seeming unsuspiciousness, but all the while with caution and our senses wide awake and seeking for some certain means of escape. If Purachana findeth from our countenances that we have fathomed designs, acting with haste he may suddenly burn us to death. Indeed, Purachana careth little for obloquy or sin. The wretch stayeth here acting under the instruction of Duryodhana. If we are burnt to death, will our grandfather Bhishma be angry? Why will he, by showing his wrath, make the Kauravas angry with him? Or, perhaps, our grandfather Bhishma and the other bull of Kuru's race, regarding indignation at such a sinful act to be virtuous, may become wrathful. If, however, from fear of being burnt, we fly from here, Duryodhana, ambitious of sovereignty, will certainly compass our death by means of spies. While we have no rank and power, Duryodhana hath both. While we have no friends and allies, Duryodhana hath both. While we are without wealth, Duryodhana hath at his command a full treasury. Will he not, therefore, certainly destroy us by adopting adequate means? Let us, therefore, by deceiving this wretch, Purachana, and that other wretch Duryodhana, pass our days, disguising ourselves at times. Let us also lead a hunting life, wandering over the earth. We shall then, if we have to escape our enemies, be familiar with all paths. We shall also, this very day, cause a subterranean passage to be dug in our chamber in great secrecy. If we act in this way, concealing what we do from all, fire shall never be able to consume us. We shall live here, actively doing everything for our safety, but with such privacy that neither Purachana nor any of the citizens of Mahabharata may know what we are after. Section 6. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana continued, a friend of Vidura's, well skilled in mining, coming into the Pandavas, addressed them in secret, saying, I have been sent by Vidura and am a skillful miner. I am to serve the Pandavas. Tell me what I am to do for ye. From the trust he reposeth in me, Vidura hath said unto me, Go thou unto the Pandavas and accomplish thou their good. What shall I do for you? Purachana will set fire to the door of thy house on the 14th night of this dark fortnight, to burn to death those tigers among men, the Pandavas, with their mother, is the design of that wicked wretch, the son of Dhritarashtra. O son of Pandu, Vidura also told thee something in the Mlitsha tongue, to which thou also didst reply in same language. I state these particulars as my credentials. Hearing these words, Yudhishthira, the truthful son of Kunti, replied, O amiable one, I now know thee as a dear and trusted friend of Vidura, true and ever devoted to him. There is nothing that the learned Vidura doth not know. As his, so ours art thou. Make no difference between him and us. We are as much thine as his. O, protect us as the learned Vidura ever protecteth us. I know that this house, so inflammable, hath been contrived for me by Purachana at the command of Dhritarashtra's son. That wicked wretch commanding wealth and allies pursueth us without intermission. Oh, save us with a little exertion from the impending conflagration. If we are burnt to death here, Duryodhana's most cherished desire will be satisfied. Here is that wretch's well-furnished arsenal. This large mansion hath been built abutting the high ramparts of the arsenal without any outlet. But this unholy contrivance of Duryodhana was known to Vidura from the first, and he it was who enlightened us beforehand. The danger of which Kshatriya had foreknowledge has now at our door. Save us from it without Purachana's knowledge thereof. On hearing these words, the miner said, So be it, and carefully beginning his work of excavation, made a large subterranean passage. And the mouth of that passage was in the centre of that house, and it was on a level with the floor and closed up with planks. The mouth was so covered from fear of Purachana, that wicked wretch who kept a constant watch at the door of the house. The Pandavas used to sleep within their chambers with arms ready for use, while, during the day, they went a-hunting from forest to forest. Thus, O king, they lived, in that mansion, very guardedly, deceiving Purachana by a show of trustfulness and contentment, while in reality they were trustless and discontented. Nor did the citizens of Mahabharata know anything about these plans of the Pandavas. In fact, none else knew of them except Vidura's friend, that good miner. Section CL. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, seeing the Pandavas living there cheerfully and without suspicion for a full year, Purachana became exceedingly glad. And beholding Purachana so very glad, Yudhishthira, the virtuous son of Kunti, addressing Bhima and Arjuna and the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, said, The cruel-hearted wretch hath been well deceived. I think the time is come for our escape. Setting fire to the arsenal and burning Purachana to death and letting his body lie here, let us, 6 persons, fly hence unobserved by all. Vaisampayana continued, Then on the occasion of an almsgiving, O king, Kunti fed on a certain night a large number of brahmanas. There came also a number of ladies who, while eating and drinking, enjoyed there as they pleased, and with Kunti's leave returned to their respective homes. Desirous of obtaining food, they came, as though impelled by fate, to that feast. In course of her wanderings, a Nishada woman, the mother of 5 children, accompanied by all her sons. O king, she and her children, intoxicated with the wine they drank, became incapable. Deprived of consciousness and more dead than alive, she with all her sons lay down in that mansion to sleep. Then when all the inmates of the house lay down to sleep, there began to blow a violent wind in the night. Bhima then set fire to the house just where Purachana was sleeping. Then the son of Bandu set fire to the door of that house of lac. Then he set fire to the mansion in several parts all around. Then when the sons of Bandu were satisfied that the house had caught fire in several parts, those chastisers of foes with their mother entered the subterranean passage without losing any time. Then the heat and the roar of the fire became intense and awakened the townspeople. Beholding the house in flames, the citizens with sorrowful faces began to say, "The wretch, Purachana, of wicked soul, had under the instruction of Duryodhana built his house for the destruction of his employer's relatives. He indeed hath set fire to it. Oh, fie on Dhritarashtra's heart, which is so partial. He hath burnt to death, as if he were their foe, the sinless heirs of Pandu. Oh, the sinful and wicked souled Purachana, who hath burnt those best of men, the innocent and unsuspicious princes, hath himself been burned to death as fate would have it." Vaisampayana continued, "The citizens of Vrinavata thus bewailed the fate of the Pandavas, and waited for the whole night surrounding that house. The Pandavas, however, accompanied by their mother coming out of the subterranean passage, fled in haste unnoticed. But those chastisers of foes, for sleepiness and fear, could not with their mother proceed in haste. But, O monarch, Bhimasena, endued with terrible prowess and swiftness of motion, took upon his body all his brothers and mother and began to push through the darkness. Placing his mother on his shoulder, the twins on his sides, and Yudhishthira and Arjuna on both his arms, Vrikadara, of great energy and strength and endued with the speed of the wind, commenced his march, breaking the trees with his breast and pressing deep the earth with his stamp. Section CLI. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, about this time, the learned Vidura had sent into those woods a man of pure character and much trusted by him. This person, going to where he had been directed, saw the Pandavas with their mother in the forest employed in a certain place in measuring the depth of a river. The design that the wicked Duryodhana had formed had been, through his spies, known to Vidura of great intelligence, and, therefore, he had sent that prudent person unto the Pandavas. Sent by Vidura unto them, he showed the Pandavas on the sacred banks of the Ganga a boat with engines and flags, constructed by trusted artificers and capable of withstanding wind and wave and endued with the speed of the tempest or of thought. He then addressed the Pandavas in these words to show that he had really been sent by Vidura. "O Yudhishthira," he said, "listen to these words the learned Vidura had said unto thee, as a proof of the fact that I come from him. Neither the consumer of straw and the wood nor the dryer of dew ever burneth the inmates of a hole in the forest. He escapeth from death who protecteth himself, knowing this, etc. By these credentials know me to be the person who has been truly sent by Vidura and to be also his trusted agent." Vidura, conversant with everything, hath again said, "O son of Kunti, thou shalt surely defeat in battle Kana and Duryodhana with his brothers, and Sikuni. This boat is ready on the waters, and it will glide pleasantly thereon, and shall certainly bear you all from these regions." Then beholding those foremost of men with their mother pensive and sad, he caused them to go into the boat that was on the Ganga, and accompanied them himself. Addressing them again, he said, "Vidura, having smelt your heads and embraced you mentally, hath said again that in commencing your auspicious journey and going alone you should never be careless." Saying these words unto those heroic princes, the person sent by Vidura took those bulls among men over to the other side of the Ganga in his boat. And having taken them over the water and seen them all safe on the opposite bank, he uttered the word Jaya, victory, to the success, and then left them and returned to the place whence he had come. The illustrious Pandavas also sending through that person some message to Vidura, began, after having crossed the Ganga, to proceed with haste and in great secrecy. Section Cli. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, then, when the night had passed away, a large concourse of the townspeople came in haste to see the sons of Pandu. After extinguishing the fire, they saw that the house just burnt down had been built of lack in materials, and that Duryodhana's counsellor Burachana had been burnt to death. And the people began to bewail aloud, saying, indeed, this had been contrived by the sinful Duryodhana for the destruction of the Pandavas. There is little doubt that Duryodhana hath, with Dhritarashtra's knowledge, burnt to death the heirs of Pandu, else the prince would have been prevented by his father. There is little doubt that even Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and Drona and Vidura and Gripa and other Kauravas have not, any of them, followed the dictates of duty. Let us now send to Dhritarashtra to say, thy great desire hath been achieved. Thou hast burnt to death the Pandavas. They then began to extinguish the members to obtain some trace of the Pandavas, and they saw the instant Nishada woman with her 5 sons burnt to death. Then the miner sent by Vidura, while removing the ashes, covered the hole he had dug with those ashes in such a way that it remained unnoticed by all who had gone there. The citizens then sent to Dhritarashtra to inform him that the Pandavas along with Duryodhana's counsellor Burachana had been burnt to death. King Dhritarashtra, on hearing the evil news of the death of the Pandavas, wept in great sorrow. And he said, King Pandu, my brother of great fame, hath, indeed, died today when those heroic sons of his together with their mother have been burnt to death. Ye men, repair quickly to Vrinavata and cause the funeral rites to be performed of those heroes and of the daughter of Kantiraj. Let also the bones of the deceased be sanctified with the usual rites, and let all the beneficial and great acts, usual on such occasions, be performed. Let the friends and relatives of those that have been burnt to death repair thither. Let also all other beneficial acts that ought, under the circumstances, to be performed by us for the Pandavas and Kunti be accomplished by wealth. Having said this, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, surrounded by his relatives, offered oblations of water to the sons of Pandu. And all of them, afflicted with excessive sorrow, bewailed aloud, exclaiming, O Yudhishthira! O Prince of the Kuru race! While others cried aloud, O Bhima! O Falguna! While some again Kami! O the twins! O Kunti! Thus did they sorrow for the Pandavas and offer oblations of water unto them. The citizens also wept for the Pandavas, but Vidura did not weep much, because he knew the truth. Meanwhile the Pandavas, endued with great strength, with their mother forming a company of 6 going out of the town of Vrinavata, arrived at the banks of the Ganga. They then speedily reached the opposite bank, aided by the strength of the boatmen's arms, the rapidity of the river's current, and a favourable wind. Leaving the boat, they proceeded in the southern direction, finding their way in the dark by the light of the stars. After much suffering they at last reached, O King, a dense forest. They were then tired and thirsty, sleep was closing their eyes every moment. Then Yudhishthira, addressing Bhima, endued with great energy, said, What can be more painful than this? We are now in the deep woods. We know not which side is which, nor can we proceed much further. We do not know whether that wretch Burachana hath or hath not been burnt to death. How shall we escape from these dangers unseen by others? O Bharata, taking us on thyself, proceed thou as before. Thou alone amongst us art strong and swift as the wind. Thus addressed by Yudhishthira the just, the mighty Bhimasena, taking upon his body Kunti and his brothers, began to proceed with great celerity. Section Klai. Jatu Grihapava continued. Vaisampayana said, as the mighty Bhima proceeded, the whole forest with its trees and their branches seemed to tremble, in consequence of their clash with his breast. The motion of his thighs raised the wind like unto that which blows during the months of Jyeshta and Ishada, May and June. And the mighty Bhima proceeded, making a path for himself, but treading down the trees and creepers before him. In fact, he broke, by the pressure of his body, the large trees and plants, with their flowers and fruits, standing on his way. Even so passeth through the woods breaking down mighty trees, the leader of a herd of elephants, of the age of 60 years, angry and endued with excess of energy, during the season of rut when the liquid juice trickled down the 3 parts of his body. Indeed, so great was the force with which Bhima, endued with the speed of Garuda or of Marut, the god of wind, proceeded, that the Pandavas seemed to faint in consequence. Frequently swimming across streams difficult of being crossed, the Pandavas disguised themselves on their way from fear of the sons of Dhritarashtra. And Bhima carried on his shoulder his illustrious mother of delicate sensibilities along the uneven banks of rivers. Towards the evening, O bull of Bharata's race, Bhima, bearing his brothers and mother on his back, reached a terrible forest where fruits and roots and water were scarce, and which resounded with the terrible cries of birds and beasts. The twilight deepened, the cries of birds and beasts became fiercer. Darkness shrouded everything from the view, and untimely winds began to blow that broke and laid low many a tree, large and small, and many creepers with dry leaves and fruits. The Kaurava princes, afflicted with fatigue and thirst, and heavy with sleep, were unable to proceed further. They then all sat down in that forest without food and drink. Then Kunti, smitten with thirst, said unto her sons, I am the mother of the 5 Pandavas, and am now in their midst. Yet I am burning with thirst. Kunti repeatedly said this unto her sons. Hearing these words, Bhima's heart, from affection for his mother, was warmed by compassion, and he resolved to go along as before. Then Bhima, proceeding through the terrible and extensive forest without a living soul, saw a beautiful banyan tree with wider spreading branches. Setting down there his brothers and mother, O bull of Bharata's race, he said unto them, Rest you here, while I go in quest of water. I hear the sweet cries of aquatic fowls. I think there must be a large pool here. Commanded, O Bharata, by his elder brother, who said unto him, Go. Bhima proceeded in the direction whence the cries of those aquatic fowls were coming. And, O bull of Bharata's race, he soon came upon the lake and bathed and slaked his thirst. And affectionate unto his brothers, he brought for them, O Bharata, water by soaking his upper garments. Hastily retracing his way over those 4 miles, he came into where his mother was, and beholding her he was afflicted with sorrow, and began to sigh like a snake. Distressed with grief at seeing his mother and brothers asleep on the bare ground, Vrikadara began to weep. O wretch that I am, who behold my brothers asleep on the bare ground, what can befall me more painful than this? Alas, they who formerly at Vrinavata could not sleep on the softest and costliest beds are now asleep on the bare ground. Oh, what more painful sight shall I ever behold than that of Kunti, the sister of Vasudeva, that grinder of hostile hosts, the daughter of Kantiralakoma, herself decked with every auspicious mark, the daughter-in-law of Vichitravirya, the wife of the illustrious Pandu, the mother of us 5 brothers, resplendent as the filaments of the lotus, and delicate and tender, and fit to sleep on the costliest bed, thus asleep, as she should never be, on the bare ground. O, she who hath brought forth these sons by Dharma and Indra and Maruta, she who hath ever slept within palaces, now sleepeth, fatigued, on the bare ground. What more painful sight shall ever be beheld by me than that of these tigers among men, my brothers, asleep on the ground? O, the virtuous Yudhishthira, who deserveth the sovereignty of the 3 worlds, sleepeth, fatigued, like an ordinary man, on the bare ground. This Arjuna of the darkish hue of blue clouds, and unequalled amongst men, sleepeth on the ground like an ordinary person. Oh, what can be more painful than this? Oh, the twins, who in beauty are like the twin Aswins amongst the celestials, are asleep like ordinary mortals on the bare ground. He who hath no jealous, evil-minded relatives, liveth in happiness in this world like a single tree in a village. The tree that standeth single in a village with its leaves and fruits, from absence of other of the same species, becometh sacred and is worshipped and venerated by all. They again that have many relatives who, however, are all heroic and virtuous, live happily in the world without sorrow of any kind. Themselves powerful and growing in prosperity and always gladdening their friends and relatives, they live, depending on each other, like tall trees growing in the same forest. We, however, have been forced in exile by the wicked Dhritarashtra and his sons, having escaped with difficulty, from sheer good fortune, a fiery death. Having escaped from that fire, we are now resting in the shade of this tree. Having already suffered so much, where now are we to go? Ye sons of Dhritarashtra of little foresight, ye wicked fellows, enjoy your temporary success. The gods are certainly auspicious to you. But ye wicked wretches, ye are alive yet, only because Yudhishthira doth not command me to take your lives. Else this very day, filled with wrath, I would send thee, O Duryodhana, to the regions of Yama, Pluto, with thy children and friends and brothers, and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Shivala. But what can I do? For, ye sinful wretches, the virtuous king Yudhishthira, the eldest of the Pandavas, is not yet angry with you. Having said this, Bhima of mighty arms, fired with wrath, began to squeeze his palms, sighing deeply in affliction. Excited again with wrath like an extinguished fire blazing up all on a sudden, Vrikadara once more beheld his brothers sleeping on the ground like ordinary persons sleeping in trustfulness. And Bhima said unto himself, I think there is some town not far off from this forest. These all are asleep, so I will sit awake, and this will slake their thirst after they rise refreshed from sleep. Saying this, Bhima sat there awake, keeping watch over his sleeping mother and brothers. Section Cliff. Hidimvadapava. Vaisampayana said, not far from the place where the Pandavas were asleep, a Rakshasa by name Hidimva dwelt on the Sala tree. Possessed of great energy and prowess, he was a cruel cannibal of visage that was grim in consequence of his sharp and long teeth. He was now hungry and longing for human flesh. Of long shanks and a large belly, his locks and beard were both red in hue. His shoulders were broad like the neck of a tree, his ears were like unto arrows, and his features were frightful. Of red eyes and grim visage, the monster beheld, while casting his glances around, the sons of Pandu sleeping in those woods. He was then hungry and longing for human flesh. Shaking his dry and grisly locks and scratching them with his fingers pointed upwards, the large-mouthed cannibal repeatedly looked at the sleeping sons of Pandu, yawning wistfully at times. Of huge body and great strength, of complexion like the colour of a mass of clouds, of teeth long and sharp-pointed and face emitting a sort of lustre, he was ever pleased with human flesh. And scenting the odour of man, he addressed his sister, saying, O sister, it is after a long time that such agreeable food hath approached me. My mouth waters at the anticipated relish of such food. My 8 teeth, so sharp-pointed and incapable of being resisted by any substance, I shall, today, after a long time, put into the most delicious flesh. Attacking the human throat and even opening the veins, I shall, today, drink a plentiful quantity of human blood, hot and fresh and frothy. Go and ascertain who these are, lying asleep in these woods. The strong scent of man pleaseth my nostrils. Slaughtering all these men, bring them unto me. They sleep within my territory. Thou needest have no fear from them. Do my bidding soon, for we shall then together eat their flesh, tearing off their bodies at pleasure. And after feasting to our fill on human flesh, we shall then dance together to various measures. Thus addressed by Hidimva in those woods, Hidimva, the female cannibal, at the command of her brother, went, O bull of Bharata's race, to the spot where the Pandavas were. And on going there, she beheld the Pandavas asleep with their mother and the invincible Bhimasena sitting awake. And beholding Bhimasena unrivalled on earth for beauty and like unto a vigorous salad tree, the Rakshasa woman immediately fell in love with him, and she said to herself, This person of hue like heated gold and of mighty arms, of broad shoulders as the lion, and so resplendent, of neck marked with 3 lines like a conch shell and eyes like lotus petals, is worthy of being my husband. I shall not obey the cruel mandate of my brother. A woman's love for her husband is stronger than her affection for her brother. If I slay him, my brother's gratification as well as mine will only be momentary. But if I slay him not, I can enjoy with him forever and ever. Thus saying, the Rakshasa woman, capable of assuming form at will, assumed an excellent human form and began to advance with slow steps towards Bhima of mighty arms. Decked with celestial ornaments, she advanced with smiles on her lips and a modest gait, and addressing Bhima said, O bull among men, whence hast thou come here and who art thou? Who, besides, are these persons of celestial beauty sleeping here? Who also, O sinless one, is this lady of transcendent beauty sleeping so trustfully in these woods as if she were lying in her own chamber? Dost thou not know that this forest is the abode of a Rakshasa? Truly do I say, here liveth the wicked Rakshasa called Hidimva. Ye beings of celestial beauty, I have been sent hither even by that Rakshasa, my brother, with the cruel intent of killing you for his food. But I tell thee truly that beholding thee resplendent as a celestial, I would have none else for my husband save thee. Thou who art acquainted with all duties, knowing this, do unto me what is proper. My heart as well as my body hath been pierced by the shafts of Karma, Cupid. Oh, as I am desirous of obtaining thee, make me thine. O thou with mighty arms, I will rescue thee from the Rakshasa who eateth human flesh. O sinless one, be thou my husband. We shall then live on the breasts of mountains inaccessible to ordinary mortals. I can range the air and I do so at pleasure. Thou mayest enjoy great felicity with me in those regions. Hearing these words of hers, Bhima replied, O Rakshasa woman, who can, like a Muni having all his passions under control, abandon his sleeping mother and elder and younger brothers? What man like me would go to gratify his lust, leaving his sleeping mother and brothers as food for a Rakshasa? The Rakshasa woman replied, O, awaken all these, I shall do unto you all that is agreeable to thee. I shall certainly rescue you all from my cannibal brother. Bhima then said, O Rakshasa woman, I will not, from fear of thy wicked brother, awaken my brothers and mother sleeping comfortably in the woods. O timid one, Rakshasas are never able to bear the prowess of my arms. And, O thou with handsome eyes, neither men, nor Gandharvas, nor Yakshas are able to bear my might. O amiable one, thou mayst stay or go as thou likest, or mayst even send thy cannibal brother, O thou of delicate shape. I care not. Section CLV. Hidimva Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, Hidimva, the chief of the Rakshasas, seeing that his sister returned not soon enough, alighted from the tree, proceeded quickly to the spot where the Bandevas were, of red eyes and strong arms, and the arms and the hair of his head standing erect, of large open mouth and body like unto a mass of dark clouds, teeth long and sharp-pointed. He was terrible to behold. And Hidimva, beholding her brother of the frightful visage light from the tree, became very much alarmed, and addressing Bhima said, The wicked cannibal is coming hither in wrath. I entreat thee, do with thy brothers as I bid thee. O thou of great courage, as I am endued with the powers of a Rakshasa, I am capable of going whithersoever I like. Mount ye on my hips, I will carry you all through the skies. And, O chastiser of foes, awaken these and thy mother sleeping in comfort. Taking them all on my body, I will convey you through the skies. Bhima then said, O thou of fair hips, fear not anything. I am sure that as long as I am here, there is no Rakshasa capable of injuring any of these, O thou of slender waist. I will slay this cannibal before thy very eyes. This worst of Rakshasas, O timid one, is no worthy antagonist of mine, nor can all the Rakshasas together bear the strength of my arms. Behold these strong arms of mine, each like unto the trunk of an elephant. Behold also these thighs of mine like unto iron maces, and this broad and adamantine chest. O beautiful one, thou shalt today behold my prowess like unto that of Indra. O thou of fair hips, hate me not, thinking that I am a man. Hidimva replied saying, O tiger among men, O thou of the beauty of a celestial, I do not certainly hold thee in contempt. But I have seen the prowess the Rakshasas exert upon men. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O Bharata, the wrathful Rakshasa eating human flesh heard these words of Bhima, who had been talking in that way. And Hidimva beheld his sister disguised in human form, her head decked with garlands of flowers, and her face like the full moon, and her eyebrows and nose and eyes and ringlets all of the handsomest description, and her nails and complexion of the most delicate hue, and herself wearing every kind of ornament and attired in fine transparent robes. The cannibal, beholding her in that charming human form, suspected that she was desirous of carnal intercourse and became indignant. And, O best of the Kuras, becoming angry with his sister, the Rakshasa dilated his eyes and addressing her said, What senseless creature wishes to throw obstacles in my path now that I am so hungry? Hast thou become so senseless, O Hidimva, that thou fearest not my wrath? Fie on thee, thou unchaste woman! Thou art even now desirous of carnal intercourse and solicitous of doing me an injury. Thou art ready to sacrifice the good name and honor of all the Rakshasas, thy ancestors. Those with whose aid thou wouldest do me this great injury, I will, even now, slay along with thee. Addressing his sister thus, Hidimva, with eyes red with anger and teeth pressing against teeth, ran at her to kill her then and there. But beholding him rush at his sister, Bhima, that foremost of smiter, endued with great energy, rebuked him and said, Stop, stop. Vaisampayana continued, and Bhima, beholding the Rakshasa angry with his sister, smiled in derision, and said, addressing him, O Hidimva, what need is there for thee to awaken these persons sleeping so comfortably? O wicked cannibal, approach me first without loss of time. Smite me first, it behoveth thee not to kill a woman, especially when she hath been sinned against instead of sinning. This girl is scarcely responsible for her act in desiring intercourse with me. She hath, in this, been moved by the deity of desire that perverteth every living form. Thou wicked wretch and the most infamous of Rakshasas, thy sister came here at thy command. Beholding my person, she desireth me. in that the timid girl doth no injury to thee. It is the deity of desire that hath offended. It behoveth thee not to injure her for this offence. O wicked wretch, thou shalt not slay a woman when I am here. Come with me, O cannibal, and fight with myself singly. Singly shall I send thee today to the abode of Yama, Pluto. O Rakshasa, let thy head today, pressed by my might, be pounded to pieces, as though pressed by the tread of a mighty elephant. When thou art slain by me on the field of battle, let herons and hawks and jackals tear in glee thy limbs today on the ground. In a moment I shall today make this forest destitute of Rakshasas, this forest that had so long been ruled by thee, devourer of human beings. Thy sister, O Rakshasa, shall today behold thyself, huge though thou art, like a mountain, like a huge elephant repeatedly dragged by a lion. O worst of Rakshasas, thyself slain by me, men ranging these woods will henceforth do so safely and without fear. Hearing these words, Hidimva said, What need is there, O man, for this thy vaunt and this thy boast? Accomplish all this first, and then mayst thou vaunt indeed. Therefore, delay thou not. Thou knowest thyself to be strong and endued with prowess, so thou shalt rightly estimate thy strength today in thy encounter with me. Until that, I will not slay these, thy brothers. Let them sleep comfortably. But I will, as thou art a fool and the utterer of evil speeches, slay thee first. After drinking thy blood, I will slay these also, and then last of all, this sister of mine, that hath done me an injury. Vaisampayana continued, saying this, the cannibal, extending his arms, ran in wrath towards Bhimasena, that chastiser of foes. Then Bhima of terrible prowess quickly seized, as though in sport, with great force, the extended arms of the Rakshasa who had rushed at him. Then seizing the struggling Rakshasa with violence, Bhima dragged him from that spot full 32 cubits like a lion dragging a little animal. Then the Rakshasa, thus made to feel the weight of Bhima's strength, became very angry and clasping the Pandava, sent forth a terrible yell. The mighty Bhima then dragged with force the Rakshasa to a greater distance, lest his yells should awaken his brothers sleeping in comfort. Clasping and dragging each other with great force, both Hidimva and Bhimasena put forth their prowess. Fighting like two full-grown elephants mad with rage, they then began to break down the trees and tear the creepers that grew around. And at those sounds, those tigers among men, the sleeping Pandavas, woke up with their mother, and saw Hidimva sitting before them. Section CLVI. Hidimva Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, roused from sleep, those tigers among men, with their mother, beholding the extraordinary beauty of Hidimva, were filled with wonder. And Kunti, gazing at her with wonder at her beauty, addressed her sweetly and gave her every assurance. She asked, O thou of the splendor of a daughter of the celestials, whose art thou and who art thou? O thou of the fairest complexion, on what business hast thou come hither and whence hast thou come? If thou art the deity of these woods or an Apsara, tell me all regarding thyself and also why thou stayest here. Thereupon Hidimva replied, This extensive forest that thou seest, of the hue of blue cloud, is the abode of a Rakshasa of the name of Hidimva. O handsome Ladi, know me as the sister of that chief of the Rakshasa. Revered dame, I had been sent by that brother of mine to kill thee with all thy children. But on arriving here at the command of that cruel brother of mine, I beheld thy mighty son. Then, O blessed lady, I was brought under the control of thy son by the deity of love who pervadeth the nature of every being, and I then, mentally, chose that mighty son of thine as my husband. I tried my best to convey you hence, but I could not, because of thy son's opposition. Then the cannibal, seeing my delay, came hither to kill all these thy children. but he hath been dragged hence with force by that mighty and intelligent son of thine, my husband. Behold now the couple, man and Rakshasa, both endued with great strength and prowess, engaged in combat, grinding each other and filling the whole region with their shouts. Apostrophe. Vaisampayana continued, hearing those words of hers. Yudhishthira suddenly rose up, and Arjuna also, and Nakula and Sahadeva of great energy, and they beheld Bhima and the Rakshasa already engaged in fight, eager to overcome each other and dragging each other with great force, like two lions endued with great might. The dust raised by their feet in consequence of that encounter looked like the smoke of a forest conflagration. Covered with that dust, their huge bodies resembled two tall cliffs enveloped in mist. Then Arjuna, beholding Bhima rather oppressed in the fight by the Rakshasa, slowly said with smiles on his lips, "Fear not, O Bhima of mighty arms. We had been asleep, and therefore knew not that thou wast engaged with a terrible Rakshasa and tired in fight. Here do I stand to help thee. Let me slay the Rakshasa, and let Nakula and Sahadeva protect our mother." Hearing him, Bhima said, "Look on this encounter, O brother, like a stranger. Fear not for the result. Having come within the reach of my arms, he shall not escape with life." Then Arjuna said, "What need, O Bhima, for keeping the Rakshasa alive so long? O oppressor of enemies, we are to go hence, and cannot stay here longer. The east is reddening, the morning twilight is about to set in. The Rakshasa became stronger by break of day, therefore hasten, O Bhima. Play not with thy victim, but slay the terrible Rakshasa soon." During the two twilights, Rakshasas always put forth their powers of deception. Use all the strength of thy arms. Vaisampayana continued. At this speech of Arjuna, Bhima, blazing up with anger, summoned the might that Vayu, his father, puts forth at the time of the universal dissolution. And filled with rage, he quickly raised high in the air the Rakshasa's body, blew as the clouds of heaven, and whirled it 100 times. Then addressing the cannibal, Bhima said, "O Rakshasa, thy intelligence was given thee in vain, and in vain hast thou grown and thriven on unsanctified flesh. Thou deservest, therefore, an unholy death, and I shall reduce thee today to nothing. I shall make this forest blessed today, like one without prickly plants. And, O Rakshasa, thou shalt no longer slay human beings for thy food." Arjuna at this juncture said, "O Bhima, if thou thinkest it a hard task for thee to overcome this Rakshasa in combat, let me render thee help, else slay him thyself without loss of time. Or, O Vrikadara, let me alone slay the Rakshasa. Thou art tired, and hast almost finished the affair. Well dost thou deserve rest." Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Arjuna, Bhima was fired with rage, and dashing the Rakshasa on the ground with all his might slew him as if he were an animal. The Rakshasa, while dying, sent forth a terrible yell that filled the whole forest, and was deep as the sound of a wet drum. Then the mighty Bhima, holding the body with his hands, bent it double, and breaking it in the middle, greatly gratified his brothers. Beholding Hidimva slain, they became exceedingly glad, and lost no time in offering their congratulations to Bhima, that chastiser of all foes. Then Arjuna, worshipping the illustrious Bhima of terrible prowess, addressed him again and said, "Revered senior, I think there is a town not far off from this forest. Blessed be thou, let us go hence soon, so that Duryodhana may not trace us." Then all those mighty car warriors, those tigers among men, saying, "So be it," proceeded along with their mother, followed by Hidimva, the Rakshasa woman. Section Kavya. Hidimva Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Bhima, beholding Hidimva following them, addressed her, saying, Rakshasas revenge themselves on their enemies by adopting deceptions that are incapable of being penetrated. Therefore, O Hidimva, go thou the way on which thy brother hath gone. Then Yudhishthira, beholding Bhima in rage, said, O Bhima, O tiger among men, however enraged, do not slay a woman. O Pandava, the observance of virtue is a higher duty than the protection of life. Hidimva, who had come with the object of slaying us, thou hast already slain. This woman is the sister of that Rakshasa. What can she do to us even if she were angry? Vaisampayana continued. Then Hidimva, reverentially saluting Kunti and her son Yudhishthira also, said, with joined palms, O revered lady, thou knowest the pangs that women are made to feel at the hands of the deity of love. Blessed dame, these pangs, of which Bhimasena hath been the cause, are torturing me. I had hitherto borne these insufferable pangs, waiting for the time when thy son could assuage them. That time is now come, when I expected I would be made happy. Casting off my friends and relations and the usage of my race, I have, O blessed lady, chosen this son of thine, this tiger among men, as my husband. I tell thee truly, O illustrious lady, that if I am cast off by that hero or by thee either, I will no longer bear this life of mine. Therefore, O thou of the fairest complexion, it behoveth thee to show me mercy, thinking me either as very silly or thy obedient slave. O illustrious dame, unite me with this thy son, my husband. Endued as he is with the form of a celestial, let me go taking him with me wherever I like. Trust me, O blessed lady, I will again bring him back unto you all. When you think of me, I will come to you immediately and convey you whithersoever ye may command. I will rescue you from all dangers and carry you across inaccessible and uneven regions. I will carry you on my back whenever ye desire to proceed with swiftness. Oh, be gracious unto me and make Bhima accept me. It hath been said that in a season of distress one should protect one's life by any means. He that seeketh to discharge that duty should not scruple about the means. He that in a season of distress keepeth his virtue is the foremost of virtuous men. Indeed, distress is the greatest danger to virtue and virtuous men. It is virtue that protecteth life, therefore is virtue called the giver of life. Hence the means by which virtue or the observance of a duty is secured can never be censurable. Hearing these words of Hidimva, Yudhishthira said, It is even so, O Hidimva, as thou sayest. There is no doubt of it. But, O thou of slender waist, thou must act even as thou hast said. Bhima will, after he hath washed himself and said his prayers and performed the usual propitiatory rites, pay his attentions to thee till the sun sets. Sport thou with him as thou likest during the day, O thou that art endued with the speed of the mind, that thou must bring back Bhimasena hither every day at nightfall. Vaisampayana continued. Then Bhima, expressing his assent to all that Yudhishthira said, addressed Hidimva, saying, Listen to me, O Rakshasa woman. Truly do I make this engagement with thee that I will stay with thee, O thou of slender waist, until thou obtainest a son. Then Hidimva, saying, So be it, took Bhima upon her body and sped through the sides. On mountain peaks of picturesque scenery and regions sacred to the gods, abounding with dappled herds and echoing with the melodies of feathered tribes, herself assuming the handsomest form decked with every ornament and pouring forth at times mellifluous strains. Hidimva sported with the Bandava and studied to make him happy. So also, in inaccessible regions of forests, and on mountain breasts overgrown with blossoming trees, on lakes resplendent with lotuses and lilies, islands of rivers and their pebbly banks, on sylvan streams with beautiful banks and mountain currents, in picturesque woods with blossoming trees and creepers in Himalayan bowers, and various caves, on crystal pools smiling with lotuses, on seashores shining with gold and pearls, in beautiful towns and fine gardens, in woods sacred to the gods and on hillsides, in the regions of Gayakas and ascetics, on the banks of Manasarovara abounding with fruits and flowers of every season. Hidimva, assuming the handsomest form, sported with Bhima and studied to make him happy. Endued with the speed of the mind, she sported with Bhima in all these regions, till in time she conceived and brought forth a mighty son begotten upon her by the Pandava. Of terrible eyes and large mouth and straight arrowy ears, the child was terrible to behold. Of lips brown as copper and sharp teeth and loud roar, of mighty arms and great strength and excessive prowess, this child became a mighty bowman. Of long nose, broad chest, frightfully swelling calves, celerity of motion and excessive strength, he had nothing human in his countenance, though born of man. And he excelled, in strength and prowess, all Pisachas and kindred tribes as well as all Rakshasas. And, O monarch, though a little child, he grew up a youth the very hour he was born. The mighty hero soon acquired high proficiency in the use of all weapons. The Rakshasa women bring forth the very day they conceive, and capable of assuming any forms at will, they always change their forms. And the bald-headed child, that mighty bowman, soon after his birth, bowing down to his mother, touched her feet and the feet also of his father. His parents then bestowed upon him a name. His mother having remarked that his head was bald, like unto a garter, water-pot, both his parents thereupon called him Gatotkacha, the pot-headed. And Gatotkacha, who was exceedingly devoted to the Pandavas, became a great favourite with them, indeed almost one of them. Then Hidimva, knowing that the period of her stay with her husband had come to an end, saluted the Pandavas and making a new appointment with them went away whithersoever she liked. And Gatotkacha also, that foremost of Rakshasas, promising unto his father that he would come when wanted on business, saluted them and went away northward. Indeed, it was the illustrious Indra who created, by lending a portion of himself, the mighty Ka warrior Gatotkacha as a fit antagonist of Karna of unrivaled energy, in consequence of the dart he had given unto Karna, and which was sure to kill the person against whom it would be hurled. Section 12. Hidimva Pava continued. Vaisampayana said, those mighty Ka warriors, the heroic Pandavas, then went, O king, from forest to forest killing deer and many animals, for their food. And in the course of their wanderings they saw the countries of the Matsyas, the Trigartas, the Panchalas and then of the Kikakas, and also many beautiful woods and lakes therein. And they all had matted locks on their heads and were attired in barks of trees and the skins of animals. Indeed, with Kunti in their company those illustrious heroes were attired in the garbs of ascetics. And those mighty Ka warriors sometimes proceeded in haste, carrying their mother on their backs, and sometimes they proceeded in disguise, and sometimes again with great celerity. And they used to study the Rik and the other Vedas and also all the Vedangas as well as the sciences of morals and politics. And the Pandavas, conversant with the science of morals, met, in course of their wanderings, their grandfather, Vyasa. And saluting the illustrious Krishnadwapayana, those chastisers of enemies, with their mother, stood before him with joined hands. Vyasa then said, Ye bulls of Bharata's race, I knew beforehand of this affliction of yours consisting in your deceitful exile by the son of Dhritarashtra. Knowing this, I have come to you, desirous of doing you some great good. Do not grieve for what hath befallen you. Know that all this is for your happiness. Undoubtedly, the sons of Dhritarashtra and you are all equal in my eye. But men are always partial to those who are in misfortune or of tender years. It is therefore that my affection for you is greater now. And in consequence of that affection, I desire to do you good. Listen to me. Not far off before you is a delightful town where no danger can overtake you. Live ye there in disguise, waiting for my return. Vaisampayana continued, Vyasa, the son of Satyavati, thus comforting the Pandavas, led them into the town of Akachakra. And the master also comforted Kunti, saying, Live, O daughter. This son of thine, Yudhishthira, ever devoted to truth, this illustrious bull among men, having by his justice conquered the whole world, will rule over all the other monarchs of the earth. There is little doubt that, having by means of Bhima's and Arjuna's prowess conquered the whole earth with her belt of seas, he will enjoy the sovereignty thereof. Thy sons as well as those of Madri, mighty Ka warriors all, would cheerfully sport as pleaseth them in the dominions. These tigers among men will also perform various sacrifices, such as the Rajasuya and the horse sacrifice, in which the presents unto the Brahmanas are very large. And these thy sons will rule their ancestral kingdom, maintaining their friends and relatives in luxury and affluence and happiness. Vaisampayana continued, with these words Vyasa introduced them into the dwelling of a Brahmana. And the island-born Rishi, addressing the eldest of the Pandavas, said, Wait here for me. I will come back to you. By adapting yourselves to the country and the occasion you will succeed in becoming very happy. Then, O king, the Pandavas with joined hands said unto the Rishi, So be it. And the illustrious master, the Rishi Vyasa, then went away to the region whence he had come. Section clicks. Bhagavadipava. Janamjaya asked, O first of Brahmanas, what did the Pandavas, those mighty Ka warriors, the sons of Kunti, do after arriving at Akachakra? Vaisampayana said, Those mighty Ka warriors, the sons of Kunti, on arriving at Akachakra, lived for a short time in the abode of a Brahmana. Leading an eleemosynary life, they behold, in course of their wanderings, various delightful forests and earthly regions, and many rivers and lakes, and they became great favourites of the inhabitants of that town in consequence of their own accomplishments. At nightfall they placed before Kunti all they gathered in their mendicant tours, and Kunti used to divide the whole amongst them, each taking what was allotted to him. And those heroic chastisers of foes, with their mother, together took one moiety of the whole, while the mighty Bhima alone took the other moiety. In this way, O bull of Bharata's race, the illustrious Pandavas lived there for some time. One day, while those bulls of the Bharata race were out on their tour of mendicancy, it so happened that Bhima was at home with his mother, Pritha. That day, O Bharata, Kunti heard a loud and heart-rending wail of sorrow coming from within the apartments of the Brahmana. Hearing the inmates of the Brahmana's house wailing and indulging in piteous lamentations, Kunti, O king, from compassion and the goodness of her heart, could not bear it with indifference. Afflicted with sorrow, the amiable Pritha, addressing Bhima, said these words full of compassion. Our woes assuaged, we are, O son, living happily in the house of this Brahmana, respected by him and unknown to Dhritarashtra's son. O son, I always think of the good I should do to this Brahmana, like what they do that live happily in others' abodes. O child, he is a true man upon whom favours are never lost. He payeth back to others more than what he receiveth at their hands. There is no doubt some affliction hath overtaken this Brahmana. If we could be of any help to him, we should then be requiting his services. Hearing these words of his mother, Bhima said, Ascertain, O mother, the nature of the Brahmana's distress and whence also it hath arisen. Learning all about it, relieve it I will, however difficult may the task prove. Vaisampayana continued while mother and son were thus talking with each other. They heard again, O king, another wail of sorrow proceeding from the Brahmana and his wife. Then Kunti quickly entered the inner apartments of that illustrious Brahmana, like unto a cow running towards her tethered calf. She beheld the Brahmana with his wife, son and daughter, sitting with a woeful face, and she heard the Brahmana say, "Oh, fie on this earthly life which is hollow as the reed and so fruitless after all, which is based on sorrow and hath no freedom, and which hath misery for its lot. Life is sorrow and disease, life is truly a record of misery. The soul is one, but it hath to pursue virtue, wealth and pleasure. And because these are pursued at one and the same time, there frequently occurs a disagreement that is the source of much misery. Some say that salvation is the highest object of our desire, but I believe it can never be attained. The acquisition of wealth is hell. The pursuit of wealth is attended with misery. There is more misery after one has acquired it, for one loves one's possessions, and if any mishap befalls them, the possessor becomes afflicted with woe. I do not see by what means I can escape from this danger, nor how I can fly hence with my wife to some region free from danger. Remember, O wife, that I endeavoured to migrate to some other place where we would be happy, but thou didst not then listen to me. Though frequently solicited by me, thou, O simple woman, said to me, I have been born here, and here have I grown old. This is my ancestral homestead. Thy venerable father, O wife, and thy mother also, have, a long time ago, ascended to heaven. Thy relations also had all been dead. Oh, why then didst thou yet like to live here? Led by affection for thy relatives, thou didst not then hear what I said. But the time is now come when thou art to witness the death of a relative. Oh, how sad is that spectacle for me! Or perhaps the time is come for my own death, for I shall never be able to abandon cruelly one of my own as long as I myself am alive. Thou art my helpmate in all good deeds, self-denying and always affectionate unto me as a mother. The gods have given thee to me as a true friend, and thou art ever my prime stay. Thou hast, by my parents, been made the participator in my domestic concerns. Thou art of pure lineage and good disposition, the mother of children, devoted to me, and so innocent. Having chosen and wedded thee with due rights, I cannot abandon thee, my wife, so constant in thy vows, to save my life. How shall I myself be able to sacrifice my son, a child of tender years and yet without the hirsute appendages of manhood? How shall I sacrifice my daughter, whom I have begotten myself, who hath been placed, as a pledge, in my hands by the Creator himself for bestowal on a husband, and through whom I hope to enjoy, along with my ancestors, the regions attainable by those only that have daughters' sons? Some people think that the father's affection for a son is greater, others, that his affection for a daughter is greater. Mine, however, is equal. How can I be prepared to give up the innocent daughter upon whom rest the regions of bliss obtainable by me in afterlife, and my own lineage and perpetual happiness? If, again, I sacrifice myself and go to the other world, I should scarcely know any peace, for, indeed, it is evident that, left by me, these would not be able to support life. The sacrifice of any of these would be cruel and censurable. On the other hand, if I sacrifice myself, these, without me, will certainly perish. The distress into which I have fallen is great, nor do I know the means of escape. Alas, what course shall I take today with my near ones? It is well that I should die with all these, for I can live no longer. Section CLX. Bhagavata continued. Vaisampayana said, on hearing these words of the Brahmana, his wife said, Thou shouldst not, O Brahmana, grieve like an ordinary man. Nor is this the time for mourning. Thou hast learning, thou knowest that all men are sure to die, none should grieve for that which is inevitable. Wife, son, and daughter, all these are sought for one's own self. As thou art possessed of a good understanding, kill thou thy sorrows. I will myself go there. This, indeed, is the highest and the eternal duty of a woman, viz., that by sacrificing her life she should seek the good of her husband. Such an act done by me will make thee happy, and bring me fame in this world and eternal bliss hereafter. This, indeed, is the highest virtue that I tell thee, and thou mayest, by this, acquire both virtue and happiness. The object for which one desireth the wife hath already been achieved by thee through me. I have borne thee a daughter and a son, and thus been freed from the debt I had owed thee. Thou art well able to support and cherish the children, but I, however, can never support and cherish them like thee. Thou art my life, wealth, and lord. Bereft of thee, how shall these children live the tender years? How also shall I myself exist? Widowed and masterless, with 2 children depending on me, how shall I, without thee, keep alive the bare, myself leading an honest life? If the daughter of thine is solicited in marriage by persons dishonourable and vain and unworthy of contracting an alliance with thee, how shall I be able to protect the girl? Indeed, as birds seek with avidity for meat that hath been thrown away on the ground, so do men solicit a woman that hath lost her husband. O best of Brahmanas, solicited by wicked men, I may waver and may not be able to continue in the path that is desired by all honest men. How shall I be able to place this sole daughter of thy house, this innocent girl, in the way along which her ancestors have always walked? How shall I then be able to impart unto this child every desirable accomplishment to make him virtuous as thyself, in that season of want when I shall become masterless? Overpowering myself who shall be masterless, unworthy persons will demand the hand of this daughter of thine, like Sudras desiring to hear the Vedas. And if I bestow not upon them this girl's possessing thy blood and qualities, they may even take her away by force, like crows carrying away the sacrificial butter. And beholding thy son become so unlike to thee, and thy daughter placed under the control of some unworthy persons, I shall be despised in the world by even persons that are dishonourable, and I will certainly die. These children also, bereft of me and thee, their father, will, I doubt not, perish like fish when the water drieth up. There is no doubt that bereft of thee the 3 will perish, therefore it behoveth thee to sacrifice me. O Brahmana, persons conversant with morals have said that for women that have borne children, to predecease their lords is an act of the highest merit. Ready am I to abandon this son and this daughter, these my relations, and life itself, for thee. For a woman to be ever employed in doing agreeable offices to her lord is a higher duty than sacrifices, asceticism, vows, and charities of every description. The act, therefore, which I intend to perform is consonant with the highest virtue and is for thy good and that of thy race. The wise have declared that children and relatives and wife and all things held dear are cherished for the purpose of liberating oneself from danger and distress. One must guard one's wealth for freeing oneself from danger, and it is by his wealth that he should cherish and protect his wife. But he must protect his own self both by means of his wife and his wealth. The learned have enunciated the truth that one's wife, son, wealth, and house are acquired with the intention of providing against accidents, foreseen or unforeseen. The wise have also said that all one's relations weighed against one's own self would not be equal unto one's self. Therefore, revered sir, protect thy own self by abandoning me. Oh, give me leave to sacrifice myself, and cherish thou my children. Those that are conversant with the morals have, in their treatises, said that women should never be slaughtered and that Rakshasas are not ignorant of the rules of morality. Therefore, while it is certain that the Rakshasa will kill a man, it is doubtful whether he will kill a woman. It behoveth thee, therefore, being conversant with the rules of morality, to place me before the Rakshasa. I have enjoyed much happiness, have obtained much that is agreeable to me, and have also acquired great religious merit. I have also obtained from thee children that are so dear to me. Therefore, it grieveth not me to die. I have borne thee children and have also grown old. I am ever desirous of doing good to thee. Remembering all these I have come to this resolution. O revered sir, abandoning me thou mayest obtain another wife. By her thou mayest again acquire religious merit. There is no sin in this. For a man polygamy is an act of merit, but for a woman it is very sinful to betake herself to a second husband after the first. Considering all this, and remembering too that sacrifice of thy own self is censurable, O, liberate today without loss of time thy own self, thy race, and these thy children, by abandoning me. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by her, O Bharata, the Brahmana embraced her, and they both began to weep in silence, afflicted with grief. Section CLXI. Bhagavadapava continued. Vaisampayana said, on hearing these words of her afflicted parents, the daughter was filled with grief, and she addressed them, saying, Why are you so afflicted, and why do you so weep, as if you have none to look after you? Oh, listen to me and do what may be proper. There is little doubt that you are bound in duty to abandon me at a certain time. Sure to abandon me once, oh, abandon me now and save everything at the expense of me alone. Men desire to have children, thinking that children would save them, in this world as well as in the region hereafter. Oh, cross the stream of your difficulties by means of my poor self, as if I were a raft. A child rescueth his parents in this and the other regions, therefore is the child called by the learned Putra, rescuer. The ancestors desire daughters, sons from me, as a special means of salvation. But, without waiting for my children, I myself will rescue them by protecting the life of my father. This my brother is of tender years, so there is little doubt that he will perish if thou dost now. If thou, my father, dost and my brother follow with thee, the funeral cake of the Bitress will be suspended and they will be greatly injured. Left behind by my father and brother, and by my mother also, for she will not survive her husband and son, I shall be plunged deeper and deeper in woe and ultimately perish in great distress. There can be little doubt that if thou escape from this danger, as also my mother and infant brother, then thy race and their ancestral cake will be perpetuated. The son is one's own self, the wife is one's friend, the daughter, however, is the source of trouble. Do thou save thyself, therefore, by removing that source of trouble, and do thou thereby set me in the path of virtue. As I am a girl, O father, destitute of thee, I shall be helpless and plunged in woe, and shall have to go everywhere. It is therefore that I am resolved to rescue my father's race and share the merit of that act by accomplishing this difficult task. If thou, O best of Brahmanas, goest thither, unto the Rakshasa, leaving me here, then I shall be very much pained. Therefore, O father, be kind to me. O thou best of men, for our sake, for that of virtue and also thy race, save thyself, abandoning me, whom at one time thou shalt be constrained to part from. There need be no delay, O father, in doing that which is inevitable. What can be more painful than that, when thou hast ascended to heaven, we shall have to go about begging our food, like dogs, from strangers? But if thou art rescued with thy relations from these difficulties, I shall then live happily in the region of the celestials. It hath been heard by us that if after bestowing thy daughter in this way, thou offerest oblations to the gods and the celestials, they will certainly be propitious. Vaisampayana continued. The Brahmana and his wife, hearing these various lamentations of their daughter, became sadder than before, and the three began to weep together. Their son, then, of tender years, beholding them and their daughter thus weeping together, lisped these words in a sweet tone, his eyes having dilated with delight, Weep not, O father, nor thou, O mother, nor thou, O sister. and smilingly did the child approach each of them, and at last taking up a blade of grass said in glee, "With this will I slay the Rakshasa who eateth human beings." Although all of them had been plunged in woe, yet hearing what the child lisped so sweetly, joy appeared on their faces. Then Kunti, thinking that to be the proper opportunity, approached the group and said these words. Indeed, her words revived them as nectar reviveth the person that is dead. Section Klxi. Bhagavata continued. Kunti said, I desire to learn from you the cause of this grief, for I will remove it, if possible. The Brahmana replied, O thou of ascetic wealth, thy speech is, indeed, worthy of thee. But this grief is incapable of being removed by any human being. Not far from this town, there liveth a Rakshasa of the name of Vaka, which cannibal is the lord of this country and town. Thriving on human flesh, that wretched Rakshasa, endued with great strength, ruleth this country. He being the chief of the Asuras, this town and the country in which it is situate are protected by his might. We have no fear from the machinations of any enemy, or indeed from any living soul. The fee, however, fixed for that cannibal is his food, which consists of a cartload of rice, 2 buffaloes, and a human being who conveyeth them unto him. One after another, the householders have to send him this food. The turn, however, cometh to a particular family at intervals of many long years. If there are any that seek to avoid it, the Rakshasa slayeth them with their children and wives and devoureth them all. There is, in this country, a city called Vetrakiya, where liveth the king of these territories. He is ignorant of the science of government, and possessed of little intelligence. He adopts not with care any measure by which these territories may be rendered safe for all time to come. But we certainly deserve it all, inasmuch as we live within the dominion of that wretched and weak monarch in perpetual anxiety. Brahmanas can never be made to dwell permanently within the dominions of any one, for they are dependent on nobody. They live rather like birds ranging all countries in perfect freedom. It hath been said that one must secure a good king, then a wife, and then wealth. It is by the acquisition of these 3 that one can rescue his relatives and sons. But as regards the acquisition of these 3, the course of my actions hath been the reverse. Hence, plunged into a sea of danger, am suffering sorely. That turn, destructive of one's family, hath now devolved upon me. I shall have to give unto the Rakshasa as his fee the food of the aforesaid description, and 1 human being to boot. I have no wealth to buy a man with. I cannot by any means consent to part with any one of my family, nor do I see any way of escape from the clutches of that Rakshasa. I am now sunk in an ocean of grief from which there is no escape. I shall go to that Rakshasa today, attended by all my family, in order that that wretch might devour us all at once. Section Klxi. Bhagavata continued. Kunti said, Grieve not at all, O Brahmana, on account of this danger. I see a way by which to rescue thee from that Rakshasa. Thou hast only 1 son, who, besides, is of very tender years, also only 1 daughter, young and helpless. So I do not like that any of these, or thy wife, or even thyself should go unto the Rakshasa. I have 5 sons, O Brahmana, let one of them go, carrying in thy behalf tribute of that Rakshasa. Hearing this, the Brahmana replied, To save my own life I shall never suffer this to be done. I shall never sacrifice, to save myself, the life of a Brahmana or of a guest. Indeed, even those that are of low origin and of sinful practices refuse to do what thou askest me to do. It is said that one should sacrifice oneself and one's offspring for the benefit of a Brahmana. I regard this advice excellent, and I like to follow it too. When I have to choose between the death of a Brahmana and that of my own, I would prefer the latter. The killing of a Brahmana is the highest sin, and there is no expiation for it. I think a reluctant sacrifice of one's own self is better than the reluctant sacrifice of a Brahmana. O blessed lady, in sacrificing myself I do not become guilty of self-destruction. No sin can attach to me when another will take my life. But if I deliberately consent to the death of a Brahmana, it would be a cruel and sinful act, from the consequence of which there is no escape. The learned have said that the abandonment of one who hath come to thy house or sought thy protection, as also the killing of one who seeketh death at thy hands, is both cruel and sinful. The illustrious among those conversant with practices allowable in seasons of distress have before now said that one should never perform an act that is cruel and censurable. It is well for me that I should today perish myself with my wife, but I would never sanction the death of a Brahmana. Kunti said, I too am firmly of opinion, O Brahmana, that Brahmanas should ever be protected. As regards myself, no son of mine would be less dear to me even if I had 100 instead of the 5 I have. But this Rakshasa will not be able to kill my son, for that son of mine is endued with great prowess and energy, and skilled in mantras. He will faithfully deliver to the Rakshasa his food, at will, I know to a certainty, rescue himself. I have seen before many mighty Rakshasas of huge bodies engaged in combat with my heroic son and killed too by him. But, O Brahmana, do not disclose this fact to anybody, for if it be known, persons desirous of obtaining this power will, from curiosity, always trouble my sons. The wise have said that if my son imparteth any knowledge, without the assent of his preceptor, and to any person, my son himself will no longer be able to profit by that knowledge. Thus addressed by Pritha, the Brahmana with his wife became exceedingly glad and assented to Kunti's speech, which was unto them as nectar. Then Kunti, accompanied by the Brahmana, went unto the son of Vayu, Bhima, and asked him to accomplish that difficult task. Bhima replied unto them, saying, So be it. Section Gliksif. Bhagavadapava continued. Vaisampayana said, after Bhima had pledged himself to accomplish the task, saying, I will do it, the Pandavas, O Bharata, returned home with the arms they had obtained during the day. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Bandu, from Bhima's countenance alone, suspected the nature of the task he had undertaken to accomplish. Sitting by the side of his mother, Yudhishthira asked her in private, What is the task, O mother, that Bhima of terrible prowess seeketh to accomplish? Doth he do so at thy command or of his own accord? Kunti replied, Bhima, that chastiser of foes, will at my command do this great deed for the good of the Brahmana and the liberation of this town. Yudhishthira said, What rash act hast thou done, O mother? It is difficult of being performed and almost amounteth to suicide. The learned never applaud the abandonment of one's own child. Why dost thou, O mother, wish to sacrifice thy own child for the sake of another's? Thou hast, O mother, by this abandonment of thy child, acted not only against the course of human practices but also against the teachings of the Vedas, that Bhima, relying on whose arms we sleep happily in the night and hope to recover the kingdom of which we have been deprived by the covetous son of Dhritarashtra, that hero of immeasurable energy, remembering whose prowess Duryodhana and Sakuni do not sleep a wink during the whole night, and by whose prowess we were rescued from the palace of luck and various other dangers, that Bhima who caused the death of Purachana, and relying on whose might we regard ourselves as having already slain the sons of Dhritarashtra and acquired the whole earth with all her wealth. Upon what considerations, O mother, hast thou resolved upon abandoning him? Hast thou been deprived of thy reason? Hath thy understanding been clouded by the calamities thou hast undergone? On hearing these words of her son, Kunti said, O Yudhishthira, thou needest not be at all anxious on account of Vrikadara. I have not come to this resolve owing to any weakness of understanding. Respected by him, and with our sorrows assuaged, we have, O son, been living in the house of this Brahmana, unknown to the sons of Dhritarashtra. For requiting, O son, that Brahmana, I have resolved to do this. He, indeed, is a man upon whom good offices are never lost. The measure of his requital becometh greater than the measure of the services he receiveth. Beholding the prowess of Bhima on the occasion of our escape from the house of lack, and from the destruction also of Hidimva, my confidence in Vrikadara is great. The might of Bhima's arms is equal unto that of 10,000 elephants. It was, therefore, that he succeeded in carrying you all, each heavy as an elephant, from Varanavata. There is no one on earth equal unto Bhima in might. He may even overcome that foremost of warriors, the holder of the thunderbolt himself. Soon after his birth he fell from my lap on the breast of the mountain. By the weight of his body the mass of stone on which he fell down broke in pieces. From this also, O son of Pandu, I have come to know Bhima's might. For this reason have I resolved to set him against the Brahmana's foe. I have not acted in this from foolishness or ignorance or from motive of gain. I have deliberately resolved to do this virtuous deed. By this act, O Yudhishthira, two objects will be accomplished. One is a requital of the services rendered by the Brahmana, and the other is the acquisition of high religious merit. It is my conviction that the Kshatriya who rendereth help unto a Brahmana in anything acquireth regions of bliss hereafter. So also a Kshatriya who saveth the life of a Kshatriya achieveth that great fame in this world as in the other. A Kshatriya rendering help unto a Vaisya also on this earth certainly acquires worldwide popularity. One of the kingly tribe should protect even the Sudra who cometh to him for protection. If he doeth so, in his next life he receiveth his birth in a royal line, commanding prosperity and the respect of other kings. O scion of Puru's race, the illustrious Vyasa of wisdom acquired by hard ascetic toil told me so in bygone days. It is therefore that I have resolved upon accomplishing this. Section CLXV. Bhagavadapava continued. Having heard these words of his mother, Yudhishthira said, What thou, O mother, hast deliberately done, moved by compassion for the afflicted Brahmana, is, indeed, excellent. Bhima will certainly come back with life, after having slain the cannibal, inasmuch as thou art, O mother, always compassionate unto Brahmanas. But tell the Brahmana, O mother, that he doth not do anything whereby the dwellers in this town may know all about it, and make him promise to keep thy request. Vaisampayana continued. Then, when the night passed away, Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, taking with him the Rakshasa's food, set out for the place where the cannibal lived. The mighty son of Pandu, approaching the forest where the Rakshasa dwelt, began to eat himself the food he carried, calling loudly to the Rakshasa by name. The Rakshasa, inflamed with anger at Bhima's words, came out and approached the place where Bhima was. Of huge body and great strength, of red eyes, red beard, and red hair, he was terrible to behold, and he came, pressing deep the earth with his dread. The opening of his mouth was from ear to ear, and his ears themselves were straight as arrows. Of grim visage, he had a forehead furrowed into 3 lines. Beholding Bhima eating his food, the Rakshasa advanced, biting his nether lip and expanding his eyes in wrath. And addressing Bhima, he said, Who is this fool, who desiring to go to the abode of Yama, eateth in my very sight the food intended for me? Apostrophe. Hearing these words, Bhima, O Bharata, smiled in derision, and disregarding the Rakshasa, continued eating with averted face. Beholding this, the cannibal uttered a frightful yell, and with both arms upraised ran at Bhima, desiring to kill him, there and then. Even then, disregarding the Rakshasa and casting only a single glance at him, Vrikadara, that slayer of hostile heroes, continued to eat the Rakshasa's food. Filled with wrath at this, the Rakshasa struck from behind with both his arms a heavy blow on the back of Vrikadara, the son of Kunti. But Bhima, though struck heavily by the mighty Rakshasa, with both his hands, did not even look up at the Rakshasa but continued to eat as before. Then the mighty Rakshasa, inflamed with wrath, tore up a tree and ran at Bhima for striking him again. Meanwhile the mighty Bhima, that bull among men, had leisurely eaten up the whole of that food and washing himself stood cheerfully for fight. Then, O Bharata, possessed of great energy, Bhima, smiling in derision, caught with his left hand the tree hurled at him by the Rakshasa in wrath. Then that mighty Rakshasa, tearing up many more trees, hurled them at Bhima, and the Pandava also hurled as many at the Rakshasa. Then, O king, the combat with trees between that human being and the Rakshasa became so terrible that the region around soon became destitute of trees. Then the Rakshasa, saying that he was none else than a Vaka, sprang upon the Pandava and seized the mighty Bhima with his arms. That mighty hero also clasping with his own strong arms the strong-armed Rakshasa, and exerting himself actively, began to drag him violently. Dragged by Bhima and dragging Bhima also, the cannibal was overcome with great fatigue. The earth began to tremble in consequence of the strength they both exerted, and large trees that stood broke in pieces. Then Bhima, beholding the cannibal overcome with fatigue, pressed him down on the earth with his knees and began to strike him with great force. Then placing one knee on the middle of the Rakshasa's back, Bhima seized his neck with his right hand and the cloth on his waist with his left, and bent him double with great force. The cannibal then roared frightfully. And, O monarch, he also began to vomit blood while he was being thus broken on Bhima's knee. Section Glxvi. Vakavada Pava continued. Vaisampayana said then Vaka, huge as a mountain, thus broken, on Bhima's knee, died, uttering frightful yells. Terrified by these sounds, the relatives of that Rakshasa came out, O king, with their attendants. Bhima, that foremost of smiters, seeing them so terrified and deprived of reason, comforted them and made them promise to give up cannibalism, saying, Do not ever again kill human beings. If ye kill men, ye will have to die even as Vaka. Those Rakshasas, hearing this speech of Bhima, said, So be it, and gave, O king, the desired promise. From that day, O Bharata, the Rakshasas of the region were seen by the inhabitants of that town to be very peaceful towards mankind. Then Bhima, dragging the lifeless cannibal, placed him at one of the gates of the town and went away unobserved by anyone. The kinsmen of Vaka, beholding him slain by the might of Bhima, became frightened and fled in different directions. Meanwhile Bhima, having slain the Rakshasa, returned to the Brahmana's abode and related to Yudhishthira all that had happened, in detail. The next morning the inhabitants of the town in coming out saw the Rakshasa lying dead on the ground, his body covered with blood. Beholding the terrible cannibal, huge as a mountain cliff, thus mangled and lying on the ground, the hair of the spectators stood erect. Returning to Akachakra, they soon gave the intelligence. Then, O king, the citizens by thousands accompanied by their wives, young and old, all began to come to the spot for beholding the Vaka, and they were all amazed at seeing that superhuman feat. Instantly, O monarch, they began to pray to their gods. Then they began to calculate whose turn it had been the day before to carry food to the Rakshasa. And ascertaining this, they all came to that Brahmana and asked him to satisfy their curiosity. Thus asked by them repeatedly, that bull among Brahmanas, desirous of concealing the Pandavas, said these words unto all the citizens. A certain high-souled Brahmana, skilled in mantras, beheld me weeping with my relatives after I had been ordered to supply the Rakshasas food. asking me the cause and ascertaining the distress of the town. That first of Brahmanas gave me every assurance and with smiles said, I shall carry the food for that wretched Rakshasa today. Do not fear for me. Saying this, he conveyed the food towards the forest of Vaka. This deed, so beneficial unto us all, hath very certainly been done by him. Then those Brahmanas and Kshatriyas of the city, hearing this, wondered much. And the Vaisyas and the Sudras also became exceedingly glad, and they all established a festival in which the worship of Brahmanas was the principal ceremony, in remembrance of this Brahmana who had relieved them from their fears of Vaka. Section vi. Chaitraratha Parva. After this, citizens returned to their respective houses, and the Pandavas continued to dwell at Ekachakra as before. Janamejaya said, O Brahmana, what did those